Chapter 51. Shihong 8 Dungeon, 4 Look over there. At that time, in front of the gate in Shihong, there was a great uproar between government officials and hunters who had gathered. There is a system message. Even an awakened person couldn't recognize real-time messages that could be heard inside when they were outside the gate. There were only a few simple lines of the notes available outside. Dungeon information. Level, S. Maximum number of entrants, 40. Current gate entrance, 39. Clear conditions, eliminate all monsters at the last stage of the dungeon. Time to evolve, indefinite. Status, very unstable, clear complete. Current entrance told how many of the people who had passed through this gate were still in the dungeon. It's down to 39. The news that the remaining time until evolution had been changed to indefinite and that the phrase clear complete had been added to the dungeon state had been reported in almost real time and delivered to the media. The country and the whole world were in a festive mood. Nearly all the press on Earth were reporting this as breaking news. Many people were wiping away their tears, too. All that was left was to wait for the hunters who had completed the attack to return in triumph. Suddenly, news like a bolt from the blue sky spread. Who's dead? Send backup immediately. Quickly, a hunter on standby threw himself into the gate. It's bad. At the same time, similar disturbances occurred in front of the portal leading to the third stage of the dungeon. The festive mood cooled rapidly. This is the door to the third stage of the dungeon. Limited personnel, 3 persons, current portal entrance, 2 persons. Door closes when exposed to an unstable environment. The portal's system message was still displaying information limited to the third stage of the dungeon. Who's dead? Send telepathy to the expedition leader. You know how. A strong determination to report Hansol in your head. I'm already doing it. But there's no answer. She stamped the soldier class insignia on all of us just in case. Sent telepathy to her all at once. Then she can't miss it. But she's still not responding. It seems like Hansol is dead. The faces of the hunters turned pale. For now, an S-rank hunter jumped into the portal as the protocol discussed in advance. The rest of the hunters were thinking the same question in confusion. What happened? Was the dead person really Hansol? And if she died, how did she die right after the clear was completed? These were questions that could not be resolved in the future where Choi Sung-yeon lived. It's sure that Hansol is dead. How else wouldn't she respond to 17 persons' telepathy? Nobody guessed that the reason why Hansol connected the strings to all 17 hunters was that it was an arrangement for her to later return safely to the second stage by following it in the fog. Captain Hansol, if you're alive, please respond. Captain Hansol. Hansol frowned because of the overlapping telepathy in her head. I'll have to turn it off for a while. In a way that only the operator of the skill and commander could, she maintained the connected strings but closed her mind for a while and locked them out. Then, in an instant, her head became calm and clear. Jing. After a while, one of the strings leading to the portal was slightly diverted. Then, a message rings that could only be heard in there came out loud. A new awakened has entered stage 3 of the dungeon. Hansol knew that this was a response to a predetermined protocol. But even if he came in, he wouldn't be able to do anything in this fog. She had all the time in the world. This was because the only hunter who could see through the fog has already died. No one other than her, Hansol, removed that person with her own hands. She thought of the corpse lying around in her head, a terrible sight of one's head blown off. Hansol then asked herself, why did I have to blow her head? Heart, or head? Mashing, one of the two, was the most efficient way to kill someone. However, it was a little hard to understand why she left her body there instead of burning it completely with a bit more effort. No, she may have tried to turn a blind eye not to accept the truth. I smashed her head because I wanted that mouth of hers off. Those words Nicole Thompson whispered to Bill Russell that night. She remembered what she had said about Hansol. Every word was annoying. Is that why I killed her? Pessimism and optimism mixed in her heart. The pessimistic voice was a little louder. That's not the reason. If Nicole Thompson was alive, there was a risk of being caught with whatever she would do from now on. She said she needed another half an hour to avoid the shock, but only she knew how quickly she would recover. That was why she killed her. She decided to think so. Anyway, I'm happy with the result. That's enough. Whether others worshipped or condemned her actions, Hansol did not care about it. I shouldn't care. Though she needed to think her acceptance was the most important thing, she did not notice the contradiction in her thoughts. Forget about everything else. It's a small sacrifice for a great cause. Thompson's death is a small sacrifice. Yes, a great cause. The cause was important. Han Sol deliberately murmured with her voice. I saved people. I stopped the dungeon break. Inside, she swallowed the words that followed. So I'm a great person. Han Sol learned something a long time ago. In 2038, the Shihong 8 dungeon collapsed. No one found the gate because it spawned from a closed ventilation system under an apartment complex, and when it collapsed, it even had evolved into an SS class. When Han Sol learned about the future, she was so terrified that she couldn't drink or eat for a few days. This was because she had seen Han Sol herself die in the future when the dungeon break swept Korea. But I changed the future. I cleared the dungeon. It saved countless lives. Han Sol herself escaped being swept away to death by the collapse of the dungeon. She tried. She tried pretty hard. There was a reason why she participated the most in the exploration of the Shihong 8 dungeon among all the hunters in Korea. In the first place, the one that discovered this gate was a hunter under the Celestial Dragon who followed Han Sol. I changed my future, too. Instead, from now on, Han Sol didn't know how she would die. I want to see more of the future. Now that I've changed past events, I want to see how this aftermath will be reflected in the future. I want to know what will happen to me after preventing the collapse of the Shihong 8 dungeon. Han Sol had several secrets that most people didn't know. One of them was her unique skill, prophecy. The skill's existence had been confided to Seo Gyu-chul and Seo Jin-wook, but she was the only one who knew exactly how it worked. For example, Seo Gyu-chul didn't know. Borrowing his expression, the predictions that Han Sol often received nowadays that technically a prediction, but it was too far in the future that it was not beneficial, it was actually made up and was not a real prediction. I can't see the future. It had already been 3 months since she last saw the future, ever since it had constantly decreased. And so many things have changed since then. As a representative example, the person waiting in front of her with cold eyes did. The closer she approached, the clearer the shape of him in the fog became. The suggestion to delay the awakening was to check the reaction. After waking up after being unconscious, she heard that he was different than before, so she went and said that on purpose. If he were him in the past, he would have once again been at odds with Seo Gyu-chul following the words of Han Sol. But he flatly refused. This was a thing that could not have happened before. Why has he changed? Han Sol stopped walking. The eyes of the two, close to each other, met. Han Sol's eyes clung to the man wearing Bill Russell's shell. Her eyes were as damp as mist wrapped around her skin. She knew him from the moment she saw him. The change of emotion came sooner than recognition. To think of it, he can flip through some people's emotions. Seo Gyu-chul, who was always cold enough for people to think that he was emotionless, couldn't hold back his anger towards Seo Jin-wook's things. Park Chang-hee, who had a clear sense of reason and rationality, was particularly displeased and openly despised him. The same was true for Han Sol herself. When I get this close, I can't understand why my feelings mess up that too like mud. So she could tell the real identity of the opponent. Although she usually hit it perfectly, she felt something like thread flowing back inside her heart when she approached him. But then, she felt the same thing when she was with a man named Bill Russell. It couldn't be anyone else. Hi? Han Sol greeted him. That's a success. Good job, Jin-wook. I glared at Han Sol, who greeted me through the mist. She's showing her true colors. But how'd she know? I picked up the sword and aimed it at her. I have to make her vomit all the information and then kill her. Especially on her relationship with Angelica. Han Sol said, Congratulations, we've changed the future. We saved the lives of countless people. I made myself stand up, with the senses of my whole body on alert, instead of answering. Yeah, go on and babble. All that you want. Say more. What are you doing? Han Sol laughed as she held her sword, too. The plan has changed. I wanted to keep you in my heart for a long time. But I can't anymore. I think we should end it here. The magic sword asked me as if she dumbfounded it. What's that crazy bitch talking about? I didn't know, either. Her eyes have completely turned. But it's not unfamiliar. I think I saw those eyes somewhere a long time ago. Oh, but aren't you going to slice her? Are you going to keep listening? Oh, you need some information, don't you? I saw a dangerous glow in the eyes of Han Sol. Madness was not always expressed in violent and extreme ways. It was not common, but it was very quiet, it was gloomy, private, and such. Insanity existed. She let her voice out in a whisper-like tone. Listen to my story. Since I won't be able to tell it to anyone from now on. No matter how hard I looked, she was out of her mind. The gap between the appearance that I had seen was so far that it was unfamiliar and creepy. Han Sol smiled, slightly tilting her head. I asked her again. What are you planning? I wanted to make you perfect for me. A puppet who only listens to me. For a moment, the skill came to mind, Angelica's dominating touch. The hollow voice of Han Sol continued. To see everyone as a potential traitor, to be cautious of them as they would seem like an enemy who will stab you on your back. But you would still listen to my words like a prophecy from God, into some kid like that. This woman. She had gone mad for good. I came to Celestial Dragon because I saw your future. Insanity tainted, the best hunter in human history, do you understand? I tried to support you and be on your side, for you not to be faltered from that path. For you to escape from being uncontrolled to being the best hunter, to be your spiritual support. And I'll make a colleague who fights for the world with me. I gritted my teeth. Several scenes from the memory of the original Seo Jin-wook passed in my mind. It was all nonsense. I let out a cry immediately after, and some anger was mixed in, something that might not be entirely mine. You came to Celestial Dragon to support me? Bullshit. Then why did you sit by and watch over Seo Gyu-chul? And what was the purpose of the curse? The curse of leeching on the original Seo Jin-wook fed on his anger. Seo Jin-wook's condition might have been better if he had been away from Seo Gyu-chul. Han Sol replied in a tone that made it seem like my question was self-explanatory. Isn't that obvious? So that Seo Gyu-chul and the people around you will make you feel hopeless, angry, and that you have nobody on your side. Then you will become more reliant on me. Upon hearing this, the magic sword began to mumble. A good hunter that escaped from being uncontrolled? So, in the end, that bitch wanted to make a chess pawn that only she could control. What's the relationship between you two again? But the plan has changed. I'll take your life. It's for a great cause. I'm sorry, Jin-wook. Just then, another dungeon message rang out. Part of the weakened boundary of Stage 3 of the dungeon has collapsed. Cause of boundary collapse, external entry. It was the worst timing. Instead of listening more, I swung the sword at Han Sol. Crossing the boundaries of the dungeon was a being that had lived for a long time. Until then, in the dimension that resided, it had never been called with a proper noun. Everyone called it the Emperor. The Emperor was always looking for an opportunity to go beyond the dungeon's boundaries to another level. Back in the days, the life in the dimension that he reigned wasn't bad either, since every resident swore their loyalty to him. If it was desired, there was no reason for it to be impossible. If it was deemed necessary, it was put into action right away. It was literally like a living god. The decisive reason why the situation deteriorated was that its people, its species, were unreasonably weak. The Emperor murmured. Too many have died. The tutorial was stopped at that dimension. Due to the system's judgment, the minimum number of awakened and civilized races that could continue was not secured. They couldn't even climb the Tower of Choice. The tutorial stopped, and the dungeon no longer opened, but the open dungeon did not close again. So the Emperor decided to abandon this dimension. It had been a long time since he changed his race. I could smell it. The thick fog did not cloud the Emperor's eyes. He had been living for a very long time now, and he had some tricks up his sleeves to counter this situation. He detected the surroundings without a sweat. It's best to find an awakened that is fatigued from using almost all of its mana. There must be a tired one right after the attack. What he was looking for was a weakened awakened. And soon, he saw the most suitable target which met his eyes. Not only that, it had weakened, but the body had no way to fight back. It's a dead body. It's incredibly fresh. It's the best. A body was lying on the floor, a decapitated corpse. As the ends of all awakened were the same, mana core had already evaporated and disappeared. However, all it took was the traces of once having a core. This was so that it could change it to the spot. Furthermore, this garment is from a highly developed civilization. Next, he looked inside the cold skin. He let out an exclamation. A much better body than these scumbags around. A superior race. He unknowingly smiled. The time has finally come to throw away this old body. As soon as he made up his mind, a light fog-like thing shot out of the Emperor's mouth. If Seo Jin-wook had seen it, He would have recognized that substances similar to monochores were distributed in the form of gases in the organic fog. It was common for the monochore form to change when the species changed. The mist seeped into the cut surface on the throat of the body, lying on the floor. Then, the body of an alien race that functioned as the Emperor's body until now fell on the floor. The body, which could be called the real Emperor, was now infiltrated inside the decapitated body. Starting with the core. A fog-shaped core found its place in the heart of the body. Then, the core was newly formed along the remaining traces. Soon, the cold and hardened heart started to beat again. Mana began to fill her body as it made different from the previous owner. The Emperor, who took control of the body, calmly analyzed the gene sequence. It may have died here alone, but you may have been a fellow species who witnessed it. I'll have a problem if I get back out alive. I'd better change my appearance moderately. However, it was unclear how many changes should be made because it was not yet fully familiar with the species. A drastic change could have made it beyond their cognizance of kinship. Let's keep the changes to a minimum. The information stored in the gene sequence decides to retain their hair, eye color, and skin color intact as it did that. Go. The cut throat swells up flesh, veins, nerves, and bones. Soon, the sliced surface disappeared neatly, and the blown-up head was formed again. The body that rose from its seat began to breathe. Good, very good. A perfect regeneration. It looked around and smiled satisfactorily. As she returned to life, she looked across the mist in a face that looked like hers, but still a little different. Chapter 52. Shihong 8 Dungeon, 5. I killed the last Chimera of Stage 3 and got the dungeon key and extra compensation ready for the first place as a contributor. I was quite far away from Nicole and the portal. Han Sol told me by telepathy. Nicole's on the verge of a mana shock, so she can't use her all-seeing light for a while, so to just stand by where I was. She said that she would follow Mana's string created by Battlefield Command to pick me up. I was going to target Han Sol right after the clear anyways. Han Sol would have similar thoughts if she were targeting me. Nicole really could be in bad shape because of mana consumption, or Han Sol could already hold her down. She must be coming to me since she's sure that she can avoid Nicole's eyes. I don't necessarily have to fight on this outskirts. Instead of waiting as I was, I quickly moved in the direction of Han Sol along the string of mana that I could see. Either way, whether Nicole was naturally incapacitated or Han Sol incapacitated her by her hands, Han Sol would be coming from where Nicole is, which is near the portal. In preparation for the possibility of being isolated in the fog immediately after the battle with Han Sol, I decided that it would be advantageous to fight with the portal as near as possible. So Han Sol would have met me much earlier than she had expected. After such encounters, I couldn't help but think of someone when I saw the madness in the eyes of Han Sol. It's similar to Park Chang-hee's. Park Chang-hee showed a rational hatred beyond my comprehension. Han Sol showed me distorted possessiveness beyond the normal level. Though the types of emotions are different, the common thing is that both of them have an obsession close to madness towards me. Was Han Sol not the source of the curse, but Han Sol is also under the curse? I couldn't understand. What the hell is the curse for? And why does everyone get obsessed with a person called Seo Jin-wook? This makes Seo Gyu-chul almost certain, too. I remembered what happened to the seeds that appeared after killing Park Chang-hee. Will the same thing happen if I kill Han Sol? Will the seed hiding in Han Sol's heart appear, and will it try to leech on me instead of the dead host, but it fails to and instead dies to my curse? I wasn't sure yet. Swish. As I rushed in, I saw mana patterns flashing all over Han Sol's body. The analysis of what equipment she has already that defend against magic and state attacks are clearly visible. All you need to do with a shield is to break it with a greater force. I activate a few skills on my body. Haste. Physical strengthening. Body strengthening. Enhanced sense of battle. Woong. The devil's sword cried. The storm of mana, which rides the sword, burns with purple sword energy. Erda's sword dance. The movements unfolded, and Han Sol's eyes widened. Spark. The opponent did not wait as she just looked. The five-stranded sword energy stretched out from Han Sol's sword, tears the fog like lightning. The flashes that threatened me intertwined and made a whirlwind. Goong. Collision. The confrontation of power did not last long. Soon, with a heavy sword noise, a purple storm swept away the sword energy of Han Sol and then swarmed toward the hidden body behind it. Han Solo's expression was very distorted, as if she saw a scene that she couldn't believe. Ugh. Han Solo blocks the purple storm with her sword and barely dodges it. A purple fang tore the earth sharply behind her back. No way! A voice shrieked. Han Solo's hand shivered as she bounced off my sword energy. It was the aftershock of overcoming the anti-elastic force. 3 months ago, I was surprised when I first saw the core of Han Solo. She, who was known as an A-list hunter in this era, actually had a mana equivalent to a high-ranking SS hunter. But then, you are not the only one hiding. If the sword amplifies my mana 5 times, it is like inflating my mana capacity 5 times. Swish. I threw my body at the speed of light. Following the sword cut horizontally, I drew a half-moon orbit. Han Solo's face turned pale after dodging it. The magic sword, as it sprinkled an arc of light while being swung, it completed a wave of sword energy. The sword energy left in the air like a remnant should have vanished. Wang. But now, along with the place I cut with my sword, the purple lines of arc remained afloat in the air. The afterimage became real. What? A wave of sword energy crossed the border between static and dynamic power. I knew it was a possible attack when one perfectly masters Erdiv's sword dance unfolded in front of Han Solo's nose. It's not the end even if you avoid it. Every time our swords struck each other, a storm broke out. The earth was cut off, and the fog faded for a while. The cold sweat of Han Solo twinkled in the mist and disappeared. I could see that she couldn't pull herself together. It's a situation where even if she concentrates all her senses on finding a chance to attack, and being wary of the sword energy that remained after I swung my sword wasn't helping her. The number of purple flashes surrounding us increased. Furthermore, the sword energy did not stay in one place every time. It slipped to an exquisite position to interfere with Han Solo's movements while not interrupting my path. Like setting a trap, I scattered shrapnel of sharp sword energy around me, but I predicted that I could not swing the sword energy for forever. That's enough. I drew in the trajectory of the sword energy that wrapped around me. Following the suction created with the mana, a group of purple stars floating in the fog tilted a blunt force in one direction. Suction. At the same time, a purple rain shower fell. It was rain against the flow of gravity. A fierce sword energy 360 degrees around Han Solo, pouring towards her body. At that moment, mana flashed in Han Solo's heart. Boosh. Subsequent vibrations shook the spine and the bones. Boo 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 boom. Hundreds of sword energies collided with Han Solo at the center and sprayed light. Dust storms caused by shock waves pushed the fog away, after a while, in the place where even the dust was settled. Huff. Huff. Han Solo was ragged but stood still, hacked by the sword energy. In front of her were thin curtains of light like the aurora, countlessly overlapped and softly flowing as it made waves. It was a shield that had stopped the attack just now. That was also disposable, as was the Mirage shield. There's no next time. The attack now was of a destructive force that did not have to be stopped by using that item. Being in the defensive position, she had no choice but to mobilize it urgently, and I went easy on spending mana as I knew she would block the attack once anyway. Poof. I kicked the ground. With the shock wave, I rushed to Han Solo. When she was dodging and making a distance from me, I sensed something approaching me at an alarming rate. I was a little slow to notice it because of the fog. Damn it. It stopped about 10 meters from us. Han Solo has not yet recognized its existence, but my eyes grew more prominent when I saw the thing swaying beyond the fog. Hoong. A red mana sword up in the fog. I couldn't believe my eyes, but it was unfolding in front of me. I'd seen that skill. Not in this era, but in my previous life as Choi Seung-yoon. Is this it? The connection? My assumption was wrong. Was the connection was made here? Feeling like my heart was about to explode, I changed the sword's path that I swung as if it were attacking Han Solo and sent the sword energy into the fog. The skill that someone beyond the fog was preparing was halted. Then, through the fog, some cognition permeated my mind. It was telepathy that anyone within a specific range could hear. You're quick to sense. I thought you wouldn't be able to see me if I was this far because of the fog. Han Solo and I faced each other. And some being that has sent telepathy to us, away in the fog. The situation entered an unexpected area. It was not telepathy that shot an opponent specifically, but a will that was scattered within a certain range like a wave of sound, and the magic sword which listened to it too told me. Huh? Wait a minute. I've heard of this telepathy somewhere, didn't I? The being, hidden in the fog, revealed itself. Han Solo looked at her in dismay. Then, the magic sword suddenly burst out. Oh, I get it. This wave is ... immortal. Immortal. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Hey, we need to run now. If that uses a skill once, we'll end with that. Come on. No, or just accept my offer. We're all going to be finished here. Han Solo's eyes were fixated on the combat uniform the opponent was wearing. It's Nicole's clothes. On the other hand, my eyes were fixated on her face. My voice squeezed out through my teeth. Angelica. The sword pecked at me like it was convulsing. Hurry up. You should be glad the monster doesn't know the language yet, so it uses telepathy. I wouldn't recognize it if it imitated a human. Run. Run. Am I not telling you to run away? Immortals can manipulate all beings and take out their memories. Are you not hearing me? Whatever happens, don't give my handle to that monster. No. Then, in the fog, Angelica suddenly triggered the skill again. At a much faster pace than before. The red mana was woven long and clumped together in the form of hands and arms. One of the two hands rushed to Han Solo and the other to me. Spark. Skills: the successor's eyes, rank, X, resists this skill. Dominating touch, rank, SSS, active. The moment the red hand touched my body, the spark popped. It's the same as then. The message continues since I had contacted the skill effect. Dominating touch, rank, SSS. Skill effect, able to freely control nearby targets during the time the skill is cast. Passively, the subject's memory can be read, and simple memory manipulation and suggestive injection are possible. Manipulated memories or infused hints are maintained even after the skill's casting time is over. Restrictions: 1. The number of objects that can be manipulated once activated is limited to 4. 2. If the manipulated memory or suggestion is extremely different from the target's common sense, values, or deeply desired goal, the memory and suggestion will be nullified after the skill ends. However, this penalty does not apply during the casting of the skill. Han Solo twisted and turned in great agony. Ag. Why is it so resistant? Did someone touch it first? As if it was delightful, it was followed by shady telepathy. Communication through the medium of consciousness, not sound, took place at the same speed as light. Still, it's only a matter of time. Now, come on. Stop resisting. And open everything. Tell me everything about you, about your kind, and everything about the world. Soon, it whispered joyfully. It seemed to read the memory of Han Solo. Oh. Future prophecy? Alright. That's a rare ability. I'll take you. Taking her? Ha ha ha. That's a catch. Don't worry, you must have been unable to control it properly even though it was your unique skill. I'll teach you how. You can put away the unconscious fear that you might lose your mind. My head was spinning. I think at the speed of light as if time had slowed down. I heard a notification that the boundaries of the third stage of the dungeon had collapsed. Hunters at different levels or people left on Earth did not hear of it. And the being that must have come through by going over the stage 3 boundary was an opponent in Nicole's clothes and Angelica's face. And it was taking Han Solo? Now, I get it. On what transpired in this era. The 3, who entered the third stage in their previous lives, were the original Seo Jin-wook, who was considered the greatest geniuses of all time. Nicole with a unique, specialized skill, and Han Solo, the leader of the expedition. The Stage 3 portal, which was opened only once then, would have led to the same dungeon as it was now. In the end, they succeeded in clear, but none of the 3 returned to the second stage. In the end, the only thing the latecomers could see was evidence of clear not far from the portal and the key to the dungeon. People judged those 3 to be dead. 17 survivors returned to the first stage with the key, where they were told strange things by the hunters who were waiting there. The message on the portal showed that there were 18 entrants in the second stage. But only 17 people were back. Likewise, there was one more person in what the Earth's gate indicated. However, they could not keep the very unstable dungeon open because of one unidentified person. Because they only got the key to close the gate and the possibility of the dungeon break has not yet disappeared. The government had returned all hunters and soon confirmed that the gate entrance changed to 0. And they shut the gate relentlessly. A mystery that had never been solved. Now, The scene in front of me is combined with future historical records to create a story. The number of entrants in the system message doesn't count to the number of people who didn't enter through the portal. In other words, the message does not count alien races that cross the border. The gap between 18 and 17 people meant that the one unidentified being was a human hunter. What if one of them came back with another survivor? Stage 3 to Stage 2, then to Stage 1 and finally to Earth. Probably in a state similar to stealth, being suppressed by someone else. And, only then was Angelica interested in me. What are you? This isn't resistance. What is this reaction? I could see what would happen if it stayed like this. Hansol is gradually collapsing. Angelica concentrates on her skill from afar but no longer approaches. Can't she move during a skill activation? There was definitely a penalty that does not entirely reveal in the system messages. Then, at this window. G.R.R. She was struggling as if in great pain, but Hansol did not take her gaze off me even in the midst of pain. It was great resistance, unlike how even my former colleagues were manipulated at once. However, it only took time, but the red mana was slowly dyeing the brain of Hansol. I could see that she wasn't far. In the end, Hansol will kneel. Jin. Wook. If I can't have you, I'd rather. With my own hands. It took only a few seconds for all of this to be recognized and determined. If Hansol could be brainwashed. Before the enemy, who had already tried to kill me, attacks me under its domination. I aimed first for the incapacitated enemy who was closer to me. I started with a definite reduction in the number of enemies. Crush. As I focused my attention, the successor's eyes crushed the red hand on my head. What? At that moment, I threw my body. The other red hand was still connected to Hansol. The skill was active, and Angelica was still standing there. As I ran away from the grip of the hand's domination, the magic sword then murmured as if it had realized it. Perfect, mental type immunity? But before Angelica could respond from afar, I, much closer to Hansol, concentrated mana on my hand and thrust her into her heart. Crush. Q. Like Park Chang-hee, Hansol was alive for a while even though her heart was penetrated. I'm not handing over Hansol to Angelica. I activated the skill in that manner. Mana Drain. Chapter 53. Shihong 8 Dungeon, 6. Hansol's body lost its strength and fell. The light of the mana core disappeared from the torn heart. It was ironic that the end of the person who wanted to own me all to herself faced death in the form of absorption. Thud. The corpse rolled on the floor. Her eyes were staring at me even after she died. As expected, there it is. It was a curse. I could see it clearly. The thread-like energy left the empty heart where the mana disappeared. Like the last time with Park Chang-hee, I quickly leapt away from the corpse before the curse that lost its host goes ballistic. What? As soon as she died, the red hand connected to Hansol's head disappeared. Angelica, the alien being, which had not yet decided on a name to disguise itself as a human being, seemed baffled. The telepathy carried its emotion. No way. It's a race without a defense against this. What kind of powerful brainwashing agents is there that's left to interfere? In that short time, it seems to have acquired knowledge of humanity from the memory of Hansol. Boosh. The alien being did not give up and activated its skill once again. I then saw a much bigger hand that was stronger than the two red hands. It came to my head and opened its palm to grab my entire head. This time, it gave its best. But then. That is a critical mistake. If it doesn't work once, one should give up immediately and try to bring out another method. However, the mediocre knowledge gained through Hansol seems to have instilled false confidence. It was a good thing for me. The sword spoke in a soft voice while the red hand was fiercely hovering around my head. It certainly seemed to know something about that alien race. An immortal? Does immortality mean a limitless lifespan? Or some kind of resurrection that brings it back to life? Which one is it? It didn't answer immediately, unlike before. It thought it was shocking that I have perfect immunity to metal-type skills. A strategy for a person like me was to keep trying the whisper of the sword for years, which was an attack to the mind, to induce action and to let me consent to the proposal, aiming for a weakened state in mind or when I'm careless. It found out that the strategy would never work for me. Shutting your mouth? At this moment? Of all the times? This kind of shitty tactic wouldn't work for me. I vaguely knew why the Devil's Sword is so afraid of people with brainwashing skills. Are you going to let me die here and let it hold this handle? Are you okay with that? Although there was a physical thing called the sword, the demon sword is more like a cognitive being that cannot control its own will. The possibility that someone else could take over the will, which was the only factor that proves its existence as a cognitive being, was equivalent to its presence being erased, so it must have felt fear towards death. The answer came right back. The immortals are parasites. The current host is Nicole. When the host dies, it moves to another entity or changes its species to continue its life. No one knows how old it is. The secret of immortality is the ability as a creature to change the body and the unique skill of manipulating the target and being able to read memories. There is no better defense than being read and manipulated. What, then, it means I can kill it. If the brainwash doesn't work, and, if I don't give it a chance to move on to another object. On the other hand, this thought came to mind as I listened. Parasitism and brainwashing. It was too similar to the skill effect of Mercadius seed. What's the connection? The only way and purpose of its life is to reign over all beings of the species and to make fun of them by manipulating its fate from the shadows. Depending on the tutorial's progress, if it is believed that the lifespan of the species and society has expired, it discards them and transfers to another dimension. If the race has the means to fight against a mental attack, it runs away. If it thinks that civilization's level is too low to be interesting, it also throws it away. It's rare to find a species that fits all of these conditions, and that is also in the early stages of the tutorial and are connected to the dungeon. I remembered what Angelica said in my previous life. I told you. A year ago, too many died than I expected. That's all. Did it lose interest in Earth, which was so crumbled that it could not sustain civilization, even though the tutorials had started? It said this. I'm not going to break the egg. When the egg hatches, the gate and the dungeon do not disappear even after the tutorial ends. Rather, it will link this place to more dimensions. With more choices. If we had broken the dimensional bird's egg, all dungeons would have been closed, and Angelica would have been trapped on Earth. So the reason for it to climb the Tower of Choice to the 100th floor, instead of running away to another dimension through the dungeon, was so it could connect to more worlds? To increase its chances of finding the right species? Angelica indeed predicted in my previous life that the tower would rise, but the system explained the meaning of the tower anyway. Humanity would have somehow climbed the tower in that situation. Even without Angelica's prophecy. Is that why she climbed together with us and intervened? I grimaced. An uncontrollable rage rose within me. In the end, it pretended to save humanity, but when it lost interest and did not need it, it simply threw them away. Spark. Angelica gave up and retracted her skill. This skill, which continues to consume mana while it is activated, has already consumed a considerable amount. The Devil's Sword asks, are you really going to fight? No one has ever beaten that monster. There was something that the Devil's Sword can't see right now. Nicole's body, which was probably thanks to Han Solo, did not have a single defensive artifact. It did not have a battle backpack or items such as a mana potion. In other words, it was impossible to recover the consumed mana. Without the rune stone, magic became less efficient. The odds are good enough. I rushed right into it. Swish. Boo-boom. The purple sword energy rips the earth. It used its skill right away. It avoided the attack and hid as if it was melting into the air. It would need this type of skill to escape the hunter's eyes and return to Earth with Han Solo. Stealth, of SS rank. However, stealth skills must also use mana, and the mana that spouts from the heart and fills the body does not disappear just because it becomes concealed. I stiffened and waited breathlessly as if I had missed it in sight. I looked around intentionally and watched out. Once separated from me, the alien kept its stealth and approached me again quietly. The highest level of skill, having completely eliminated sound and presence. It created a blade by restructuring its hand. It must have believed that I wouldn't be able to respond to it, as it approached quietly to my side without a clue. I stuck my knife in it without turning my head. PSHK. Karg. Terrible telepathy reaches my mind, a manifestation of terrible pain. It managed to appear when, stealth, was broken. I aimed for the heart but pierced its shoulder as it must have twisted its body at the last second. How? How? Now that it knew that, stealth, doesn't work, it won't approach him like this. It was the first and last chance. I didn't mean to drag this to a long war. I needed to end this before it learns more about my abilities. Thuff. A storm-like shock wave blew up inside Angelica's body using the Devil's Sword as a medium. As it lost its right arm, it made distance while having lost its balance. But still, its heart was fine. The mana core remains in shape. And BLGH. The severed arm sprang up in an instant to form a sword again. It freely manipulated its flesh. I caught up and attacked. A heated battle came and went. Angelica poured all her skills on me and attacked me by concentrating her arm with mana, which she shaped like a sword. Every time the two of us clashed, the atmosphere shook. In a single moment, 33 pieces of light needles poured from the surrounding area. TSK. It must have been hard to withstand the power amplified by the sword. It ran away quickly, making distance. I intercepted before there was more space. Lightning Buster. The lightning-type rune stone sparkled, and a whirlpool that housed lightning poured out from my hand. Heavy current, pouring like a waterfall, hits the opponent. Pot. The immortal clustered the mana together to defend itself. I kicked the ground and followed. I continuously activated several skills while I was in motion. Even if it was impossible to cast several simultaneously as Hibiki, I could cast them continuously. Overture for the Resentment. Gravity Compression. Magma Field. Dozens of opaque hands appeared in the air, wrapping the immortal's body, and the rapidly strengthened gravity in a certain area weighed it down. Then the land in the direction of its escape suddenly melts into magma, boiling and blocking its retreat. He used a counterspell without a rune stone to get rid of the hand that held him. Risking her bones being crushed, it turned direction in the compressional force and leapt to a high altitude in a place where there is lava. No, to be exact, it flew by using magic to the middle of the fog. Levitation without a rune stone. The mana consumption will be enormous. The sight of its back as it flew in the air as if it was going to get away. It's too slow to miss. Immediately, I spread the Stardust Wing, and flew to catch up. Whip. This would not have been expected. The distance that she ran away with all her might returned to zero in an instant. I see Angelica's face distorted by embarrassment in front of me. What is this? I didn't miss the flow. I kept swinging the sword without giving it the leeway to run further away. I then guided it in the direction so that it could not go down to the ground. To let it consume mana without being able to stop. Also, it needed several times more mana than I had used to prevent my amplified attack through the Devil's Sword. Every time the sword cuts through the air, the purple sword energy pushes out space, creating a shock wave, and blares out the air with heat. I shuffled a series of attacks. Every time I sliced the air, some of the arcs of light left behind following the trajectory stayed still, while others fiercely attacked Angelica with varying speed. Others were shot forward like a remote-controlled missile. What the hell? It is gradually being pushed back as if it was unbelievable. I blocked its path when it tried to get down to the ground. It's the heart. I was looking at the embedded core in its heart, what was once Nicole's, waving in a strange form. A sight not seen in Angelica in my previous life. Has it not been fully established because of the short time it was used as a host? At first glance, it is no different from the normal human core, but whenever a shock was applied, it scattered like light smoke and gathered again. It was said that it was a parasite. I presume that's the real source. Poof. A storm created by several layers of sword strikes intertwined with each other and cornered Angelica. Magic followed. Titanium imprisonment. Dozens of titanium metal bars intersect in the air, horizontally and vertically, governing the immortal. Then they tightened towards Angelica, who is located in the center. Pot. And another counterspell. In an instant, the prison of metal rods disappeared. Angelica's mana disappears in chunks. Stumble. It began to affect levitation. Now, it's enough. It was enough to de-energize the prey. Now it was time to pierce the neck. Wung. On the blade of the Devil's Sword, a mountain of sword energy was clustered together. High-density energy is drawn to the limit and concentrated at a point. Along with the sword, the light and atmosphere are distorted and effervesce. The hands holding the hilt felt numb. Angelica's face is ruined as it directly faces it. This was the critical shot. The opponent no longer has the power to escape. I struck it without hesitation. Goong. The shockwave spread in all directions. Angelica, who barely managed to block it with her hand, was thrown away without withstanding the force's weight and shock waves on the sword. Ag. This time, as I intended, to the ground. Bang! Angelica fell to the ground at a dreadful speed. The crash site created a crater of enormous size. Between the clouds of dust, there was a shadow wriggling in the cracks of the earth. "It's over." Quietly, I got off next to it. It was pathetic to see how a being, which had been avoiding all risks by relying on its skill of mental control, was responding when it met an enemy that was immune to it. The secret of living long enough to be named immortal was not because it was strong, but because it was only against enemies whose minds could be controlled, and when it was impossible, it was evident that it ran away and saved itself. Angelica's body, which is stuck on the ground in a bizarre form, as if all the bones in her body had shattered. Its regeneration is slower than before. It moves slowly as if it fitted a broken bone. Mana was also needed for physical manipulation. Wait. Just before saving the Earth, the faces of my colleagues, who had died because of Angelica's betrayal, flashed in front of my eyes. The bad luck of my past life. I took a step closer. Sees its end, here. Wait. Don't kill me. I've lived a long time that you can't even imagine. Knowledge and secrets such as treasure acquired throughout many dimensions must be useful to you, too. I swear my loyalty, please. If you're with me, you can read the memories of all the humans in your world and control them as you please. It was the last struggle for its life. I can't die like this. To think of how long I have It was a physical injury to the level that even if one's a hunter, it is natural that one must die, but Angelica is still alive. Still, whether the ragged state affected it, the heart was not maintaining its shape and was shaking as if it was about to collapse. Instead of human cores that look like crystals, it tries to change into smoke-like forms. In the words of the Devil's Sword, immortals are beings that are at the border between matter and non-materials. The human-like species held monocores in the heart, but the body of the immortal that I see now is almost integrated with the monocore. The monocore itself is part of the body, not the monocore inside the body. If I leave it like this, it may find another body and move on. A way to completely extinguish this body that is neither material nor non-material. There was a much simpler way. Mana drain. Crush. My hand that broke the rib stopped right in front of Angelica's heart. In that state, I didn't use my skills just yet. There was one question that was not answered yet. From a being called immortal, I found something too exquisite and common to be a coincidence between brainwashing and parasitism. I don't want to let this kind of alien roam around Earth anyway. Every man, every hunter, was like a weapon in the hands of the immortal. It was impossible to neglect such a monster and let it free in the human world. Such an ulterior motive is kept only in the heart. As I felt my finger touching the heart wall, I asked it. Tell me everything you know about Mercadius seeds. Chapter 54. Mercadius seeds. I had not yet guaranteed that the immortal possessed knowledge about this skill. However, I knew I couldn't kill it right away without even attempting to ask. After all, the similarity between the immortal and Mercadius seeds seemed more than just a coincidence. And so, as I prepared to absorb it with mana drain, I asked it straightforwardly. But then, the answer I got in return was Merca. What? My attempt proved to be fruitless. Either it really didn't know what it was, or it was busy coming up with an underhanded scheme. I didn't mean to go easy on it, so I added some more force on my finger. At this, the thing hurriedly spoke once more. Wait. Do you know how many skills there are in the world? Including unique skills, it's impossible for one to know everything. However, there is always a pattern evident among them. Explain it in more detail. I contemplated for a moment. Upon sensing my hesitation, it continued. Let me start with something I can infer right now. Since there is a proper noun in the skill, it is currently someone's unique skill, or even if it weren't, it originated from a unique skill. And it could mean that an awakened has made a deal with the system to modify or change it. Wait, what did that mean? Modifying the unique skills? Change it? As I showed interested in this information, it quickly began to pour more details into my mind. This option could only be revealed when the being meets the special condition in the dimension where the tutorial has finished. The transaction condition is that the system retrieves the unique skill acquired at the moment of awakening. The awakened one has nothing to lose. Instead of the unique skill being retrieved, the system opens the path for the awakened to obtain an enhanced and modified version, or change it to a completely different kind of unique skill. Unique skills retrieved by the system will be set up to reduce performance and be converted to a normal skill card, so that other awakened people can learn. Only the system knows how many dimensions it will distribute the skill cards to and how many it can duplicate. It was information that could not be known in the past, seeing as we had not finished the tutorial. 2 more facts could be inferred from the words of the Immortal. A unique skill is something that the system can't create by itself. If it could, there would be no need to trade one with an awakened to retrieve it. If it was possible, it could just make such a skill by itself. Aside from that, it was apparently also possible that the very generic skills that hunters learn through cards may actually be unique skills of awakens that existed in other dimensions long ago. Are you saying that we can trade in skills with proper nouns by modifying or replacing them again? It is possible. That's how all of the normal skills with proper nouns are made. If so, then that should be the case with Urta's sword dance. I remembered when the devil's sword witnessed my sword movement. It immediately recited the name of King Urta. Is the proper noun in the skill's name of the awakened person who modified or changed the skill? Was the name of the man who planted this curse in me Mercadius? Not necessarily. Depending on the awakened's intentions, it may be named after a mythical and legendary being that are passed down to the society instead of their own names, or the name of the region, country, or any unique concept. I found it all ambiguous. However, the more I thought about it, the more it hurt my head. Modification of unique skills was an option only available in a world where tutorials had been completed. Based on the monocolor, my body's curse was indeed a unique skill that the creator had unfolded by himself, not a normalized skill. Then that meant that the being which had cast this curse upon me was not human. This is too much. I would be prepared if I could at least know their race. With this, I asked, have you ever heard of Mercadius? I haven't. I threw some keywords to the Immortal that would specify the skill, Mercadius seeds. Have you ever seen this kind of unique skill? Or something similar to it? Then, as if it found it surprising, it replied with agitated telepathy after a brief silence had occurred. What is this? It was too similar to its being. I don't know who the caster is, but it has reached a tremendous level. The unique skill may not have been modified only 1 or 2 times. You judge this skill as of 2 functions, brainwashing and parasitism, but what's more important to note is that it is linked to a parasitic creature on the host. These were red tentacle-like creatures that made a cry like an animal's whenever they were overpowered by the successor's eyes. They then implanted a seed that would be hidden in the heart of the host via a yarn. There is no life-creating skill, but it is possible to modify something that already exists. This is a skill that is very rare and can only be accomplished by consuming a huge amount of mana. Who the hell was I up against? How do I track down the caster of the skill? A permanently invoked curse cannot be quickly scattered. Dominating Touch alone was subject to limitations, and the mana was consumed throughout the duration. However, this skill had already been maintained for 10 years. Special conditions must have been met to plant the curse. Therefore At this point, the Immortal looked hopeful. To find the criminal, you must keep me alive. What the hell was it saying now? Allow me to stay in this host or, if not, prepare a body of another awakened to become my host. Not the woman whose heart is torn. Restoration of the host's body is possible once I have settled in the heart. I wasn't even thinking about it, and it still had lots of requirements for the creature in danger. Listen. I can search through the memory of living things without missing out on anything to determine what happened throughout their lives. There must be a special occasion where curses were invoked even if you don't realize it yourself. I can search the memory of the cursed hosts, and you can find out what they have in common. If you follow that link, you'll find out who the caster of the skill is. I could see what it meant by its words. With this skill, I could look through the minds of Han Sol, Park Chang-hee, and the original Seo Jin-wook. Seo Gyu-chul was also a possible target. In other words, if this being could look through the memory of all of them, I could gather valuable information. I can bring up memories that you yourself have forgotten for a long time. Therefore, you must save me. The Immortal had obviously guessed why I had asked it this. No, it decided in the first place that the reason why I didn't get affected by its dominating touch was that I had other kinds of brainwashing. This was the reason behind its confidence. However, am I crazy? To let you go to Earth? I asked as I let it flow with the other ear. Can you read the memory of the dead? It's impossible. But you can still bring all the suspicious ones among those still living in front of me. I found that part meaningless. I asked a few more questions, but almost all of the answers it gave me were speculative ones. Instead of things about Mercardius seed, it gave out general concepts about those similar kinds of curses. Knowledge that was unknown to the Earth in my previous life was quite helpful. By this time, I was certain that I had almost all the information I needed. An idea suddenly popped into my head. One more thing. I was hoping that this might be the last. Your race, what's the population? How many more are there besides you? There was something that I couldn't understand when I heard the explanation from the Devil's Sword. This was because this being that was called an immortal seemed to be the only one existing in the entirety of the dimensions. The alien answered with a short silence. I existed alone from the moment I gained my will. Of course, I don't have any memory of before I existed. Other beings of the same race have never been seen even after traveling through so many worlds. In short, this was a species with only one individual from beginning to end. Of course, this was not normal. There was only one reason as to why such abnormal races exist, from my point of view. Someone touched it. What? There was a concept that had always remained in the explanation of the immortal. There was a kind that could modify a life form among the unique skills. A parasite was linked to the Mercardius seed. Therefore, the seed may be such a modified entity. If so, I called it with a name that I thought fitting rather than calling it an immortal. Parasite, you could also be someone's skill-modulated existence. Your existence itself could be a byproduct of some other skill. As soon as I said this, I could feel the creature's utter disgust. Undecoded telepathy had started pouring into my mind. The raging anger swirled and poked my mind like a thorn. However, it still couldn't do me any harm because of the successor's eyes. The parasite itself couldn't have not thought of what I had inferred. After a long period of self-examination, it must have come up with this possibility, the idea that itself could be a component or byproduct of a skill. The only difference between it and the seed was the intelligence and presence of Monocore. Must it be the same being that made the curse on me? The idea itself is very similar. I can't tell at this stage. Furthermore, the interrogation could no longer continue. I had already noticed the raging parasite sneaking its smoke of mana out of the heart. Let's get this over with. It didn't even know that I could see mana. It must have thought that my stealth was unusable due to some kind of detection-type skills. Because of the missing link in its information, the immortal was now making vain attempts. PSHK. I thrust my finger into its heart. Damn it. When it was clear that it would lose its host, it escaped as fast as it could. Even if you can do such a thing to the host, you can't easily destroy my... I didn't even give it a chance to finish, I activated my skill. Mana Drain. At that moment, a shriek of the mind that sounded like its living soul was being ripped away echoed in my head. What is this? No. No. The swirl of suction at the tip of my finger began to absorb the Monocore, much like a wispy cloud of smoke that integrated the parasite's body along with it. No, my being. My existence. If I had to liken it to a creature with a body, would it be like being eaten by a carnivore whilst maintaining its consciousness? The speed of Monocore absorption was different from the usual. Perhaps because of the peculiarity of existence, the Monocore, which had mixed in with the parasite, slowly absorbed into my fingertips. As the absorption progressed, the telepathy at once screamed now became dull and faint. No. I'm being consumed. I'm middle. The wall between emotions, thoughts, memories, and cognition collapsed. It both mixed and shattered. I am middle. I am middle. It was never a pleasant experience to witness the collapse of a being's spirit. Everything that had made up its world melted and shattered, and eventually left a very thin, shallow mass. Middle. I am. Once it had been fully absorbed into my finger, an unbelievable silence enveloped me. I said aloud, "It's over." With this, I put an end to the bad blood of my past life here. After completely finishing Angelica, I approached Han Solo's corpse. The common denominator of the Shirley Curse 3. It meant that I had to find it in my memory, right? Even if one didn't realize it for himself or herself, I recalled the end of Park Chang-hee. If a situation similar to that happens, when I pierced through the heart of Han Sol, I only confirmed the existence of a curse and immediately distanced myself from the body. I didn't want to create a situation where the seeds would fight each other in a setting where I also had to fight off the aliens in the vicinity. Is it already gone? I looked down at Han Sol's body, and my worries proved to be unneeded. It's livid. I could hear it, even from here. Geek. Red energy was rumbling in the fragments of the already torn heart. I observed its size. It's almost like the one that Park Chang-hee had. Even when I looked at the one inside my heart or now, it was exactly double the size of that thing right now. This meant that the size wasn't different from the host's potential mana, or its progress on brainwashing the host. Geek. From the seed that had lost its host, a cry similar to that of a small beast came out. It sounded like it was throwing a fit. Is that going to rush at me too? However, things were different this time around. Swoosh. Like a predator in front of its prey, the curse hidden in my heart produced a red tentacle out of my body. I knew a similar thing would happen now. Destroy that seed as it was then. When Park Chang-hee's seed was dying, the memory of Park Chang-hee was reflected in my mind. His whole life flashed before me. It was all vast information that one couldn't remember all just by looking at it once, but ... I'm different. Once I saw it, I could always remember it, no matter how vast the content was. Memories of original Seo Jin-wook that are slowly being pieced together, and the memory of Park Chang-hee. And the memory of Han Sol. If I compared all these memories, I would eventually find common ground. On who placed this curse on me? Chapter 55. Seo Jin-wook. Geek. Geek. Unlike that of Park Chang-hee, the curse of Han Sol did not even get a chance to try and infiltrate my body. The seed implanted in my heart had evidently first attacked and penetrated with its tentacles. With this, the seed of Han Sol struggled, spreading something like a red tentacle around it. It's perishing. Witnessing this scene made me wonder about the curse's mechanism that the system message did not fully expound on. Why did it want to attack and destroy a seed that had already lost its host? Geek. The seed of Han Sol had now clearly reduced its size. A similar phenomenon occurred once more. A psychological wave had begun to seep from it, connected by the tentacles of my seed. I could now hear a voice. He's going to be the greatest hunter on Earth. Even if I survive the collapse of Shihong Dungeon, I can't be as strong as him. Voices gradually overlapped, echoed, and changed into different senses. The life of Han Sol unfolded before my eyes like a vision. The introduction had begun with a hunter's desire for heroism. Oh, I have prophecy. I'm special. I was chosen. It was both self-delusion and hypocrisy to say that she didn't need other people's recognition and was only doing her duty. Han Sol wanted to stand out. She wanted to be recognized by people all over the world. However, she found out that she couldn't rise to be the best, even if she continued to live away from her scheduled death. I can go up to the SS rank with this potential mana. But that's it. The hunters she had seen in the future had the ability and strength that was the equivalent of a godlike state in her standards, which they had long transcended beyond the boundary of SS ranks. If I stay like this, I'll only be a prophet. Jealousy bloomed in her mind. Even though prophecy was her unique skill, she couldn't perfectly control it. Prophecies always came to her out of the blue, delivering incomplete scenes and information about the future, and then disappeared. With this in mind, she changed her direction. The kid that will become the most powerful hunter in all of humanity. The overwhelmingly strong one, as she had seen him in the future. However, he was close to a tyrant who committed Sukden madness, beyond the boundaries of law and morality. The state couldn't act against that one hunter. Even with their all-out efforts, they could not contain him. Han Sol saw him fight in a scene her prophecy emitted. She trembled. What if I could own that kid? His only weakness was his anxious mind. By being with him from a very young age, to make him only listen to me. She had to become the only light that he never had in his childhood. The plan seemed to be going well for a long time. Even in the process of his madness worsening, Seo Jin-wook trusted only one person in the world and followed Han Sol sincerely. However, recently, everything had gone wrong. The future has changed. After Park Chang-hee died, Seo Jin-wook suddenly began to get out of her control. Moreover, He's gotten stronger at a much faster rate than I had seen in the prediction. Seo Jin-wook's performance under the guise of Bill Russell was indeed frightening. This was the power of a hunter that only awakened 3 months ago. At this rate, he could become much more powerful than she had predicted in decades. First of all, she couldn't find the same madness in him as before, and she couldn't control him as she once did. If I can't have him ... Han Sol had not realized that a shady madness had now mixed into her desire. If I can't have him, I'd rather. I frowned at Han Sol's life as it flashed in front of my eyes. The curse's effect that controlled her was the same as Park Chang-hee's. Its goal was to amplify a person's desire, the most vivid feelings, and to flood it with madness. All the nonsense she said in front of me was true. She was just trying to kill me because she didn't think making me her puppet would work anymore. She wanted to kill me before I could grow even more. The moment she had decided to kill me, she had been completely devoured by madness. How could one understand a crazy person? I shook my head. Like Park Chang-hee, there is no specific memory of someone planting a curse. Han Sol's memories had rushed through me in an instant, but it was quite time-consuming to compare them and analyze them one by one in order to find suspicious commonalities. Nothing to see after the madness has completely taken over. I'll have to look at her process of reaching that point. I needed to find clues hidden within her memory. It wouldn't happen in a day or two. First of all, I should return. I completely erased the traces of Han Sol and began to move with Nicole's body, which had been mutated by the Immortal. As I approached the portal that led to the second stage, I saw 2 lost expedition members that were unable to move due to the thick fog. One of them pointed their finger at me. "Oh, look over there. It's Bill Russell." It was now time to go back to Earth. I knew it was necessary to mix truth and lie in moderation. This was in order to explain why 2 hunters had suddenly died when a dungeon attack had already been completed. I revealed that an alien race from a different dimension had decided to invade as soon as it was cleared. The proof of my argument lay in Nicole's body, which had been mutated by the parasite. The existence of an alien race with unexpected abilities now shocked the world. It parasites in the human body and changes the flesh? And then it pretends to be human, and even manipulates it? How many of them are there? What's the number of species? If many of them were to infiltrate the Earth, wouldn't humans be completely devoured? So far, the alien race that we had encountered in the dungeon had already existed within some predictable category, whether it was friendly or hostile. However, the new species had completely changed the concept of potential enemy classification. Each government now struggled to come up with a manual on how to respond if they were to re-encounter such creatures. Well, it would be hard to come up with a reasonable plan right now. I was rewarded as Bill Russell upon successfully playing my part, and I returned to the United States after rejecting all the fuss about being rewarded by order of the nation. It was now the time to shift my place with the real Bill Russell. As the hero who played the most important role in stopping the S-Class dungeon collapse, he had come to the media's attention around the world and expressed disapproval, saying that it became a bigger fuss than he thought it would be. In a few days, Bill Russell would flip the media again. He would be announcing his retirement. We'll need to be on the same page, so I should inform him. Bill Russell had to know what had happened in the dungeon in preparation for further interviews, so information on that part was completely conveyed. In the meantime, there was news as big as Bill Russell in Korea. It was about the Celestial Dragon Guild. I heard that Han Sol, the assistant guild master, is dead, too? After Park Chang-hee Hunter, the bad news only continues. But this time, things have been a little weird. Many of the top-notch hunters are showing signs of leaving the Celestial Dragons. They believe in Han Sol and follow her, so does that mean they don't want to continue working under Seo Gyu-chul? There was a rumor going around among the hunters about the internal situation. Guildmaster Seo Gyu-chul has long lost his internal support. They said his guild operational capability is actually worse than that of Han Sol's. The saying that it is the best guild in Korea should soon become history. Just as she completely captured the heart of the original Seo Jin-wook, Han Sol was considered a true leader who could be trusted and was followed by other guild members. I clicked my tongue at the news brought about by her death. It's a talent to hold the people's hearts this far without brainwashing skills. Internally, Han Sol's status was strong and mighty. However, it had been enough to push Seo Gyu-chul behind. In the meantime, there are rumors that his son, who Seo Gyu-chul was pushing him to be his successor, is also missing. He desperately wanted to hide an internal situation, but word seemed to leak out as the guild had been shaken to its core. The media's reaction was divided. While praising Celestial Dragon Guild as they contributed greatly to the attack, others presented a dark analysis of the future prospects in a subtle tone. And, as it began to show that the hunters were actually leaving the guild, senators called for me. It had been a long time since I saw him face to face. They were parasitic alien kinds? I'd like to hear more details. With a much darker expression than I had ever seen before, I delivered everything I could say in front of him. Some of them were more detailed than what I had reported to the government. It was unlikely that another immortal being would appear in terms of circumstances, but it would be helpful enough to broaden the scope of information about alien races. When the talk was over, senators remained silent for a while. Then, he breathed in deeply as he lit his cigar. I watched the smoke spread through the room, and he spoke with a lot of sorrow infused in his tone. "Losing Nicole hurts my bones." I nodded. Nicole also seemed to be a person worthy of senators' attention. She could have been dispatched to Korea even though she was only an SS-class hunter because of his help. The US government may not have wanted it. We were able to successfully clear by your help of sending her with us. I had to admit this fact, since I didn't have any skills to replace that unique skill. In case a dungeon collapses, the judgment that it doesn't matter since it doesn't direct one only shows that he only knows one but not the other. We have yet to experience a collapse of the S-class dungeon. No one can guarantee how fast the fire will spread. That was the senator's belief. Human beings should make all-out efforts to prevent disasters beyond the borders. He tends to measure risk as conservative as possible. His direction of lobbying people in Washington is also focused on deregulating hunter and dungeon items because he believes that humanity's preparation for unknown threats is still absurd. Considering what would happen in the future, the senator's judgment was right. Making a black market so that if anyone needs to, they could circulate items outside the boundaries of the law, was of the same intention. Our thoughts coincide in this aspect. As expected, it was good to make ties with him as soon as possible. This was to not underestimate future risks. It was a mindset that proved to be the most necessary for humanity now. But then, he glanced at me. "Are you going to continue your major career in the US? I'd like to recommend you to do so, too." He may not have been saying this out of patriotism when he had just expressed the need to go beyond selfishness among nations. The following words were just what I had expected. The US is one of the countries that gates are mostly discovered in the world. No matter how much power we have, we still don't have enough. He was recommending, for realistic reasons, that the US needed a lot of hunters. What do you think about maintaining a state of a freelancer like now, but signing a loose contract with my agency? I don't want to tie a leash on you, so you don't have to worry. You're asking me when you know I'm going to reject it, right? TSK, he clicked his tongue. He spoke once more in a disappointed tone. Tell me whenever you change your mind. I'll take care of you a lot more than one would take care of a freelancer. No matter how loose the leash may be, the leash was still a leash. Considering what would happen in the upcoming days, it was only natural for me to choose to belong to the group that would move according to my own will. And I had already decided where the group would be. By the way, I'm not a freelancer. The senator's eyebrows wiggled. I thought I understood that the relationship between the father and the son was dreadful? That the family situation is a mess, too. I was sure he already got the details of the Celestial Dragon Guild. The senator spoke once more. Are you going to keep the enemy around as you live as a runaway child? I smiled lightly. It's about time that runaway kid returned. The Shihong 8 dungeon entered a precarious status much faster in this life than in the future. Was it a butterfly effect that I had made? Questions still lingered over this assumption. To make a wild guess, did I influence the Shihong dungeon, simply because I cleared the dungeon that was supposed to be removed later in my previous life? There may be some system behavior that I don't know, so it's too early to say. Anyway, if one event was advanced, the others could be, too. One couldn't just wait to see disasters, such as the collapse of the SSS-class dungeon, to occur simultaneously as in the past. From now on, I can't do it alone. Because of this, I was thinking of using the Celestial Dragon Guild as my stepping stone. The person who planted the curse could not be identified, but I couldn't always live while keeping my head down. I will rebuild the Celestial Dragon with my own hands. It would be a waste to start at the bottom to prepare for the future. There was no need to give up the items, capital, and reputation that Celestial Dragon had already accumulated. As a first step toward the acquisition, I was going to make Seo Gyuchul come down from his spot soon. Of course, I have to show them that I deserve it. I was going to put an end to moving around with another identity. From now on, I would prove my worth as Seo Jin-wook. Chapter 56. Team Building 1. After finishing up my transition with the original Bill Russell and having watched his retirement declaration flip the entire world, I quietly returned to Korea. The first place I decided to head to was a private luxury villa in Hanam-dong, which had been rented under the company's name. Has it been a month now? Nate and Hibiki. It had been that long since I last saw them. It was because it took quite a while to clear Sewing 8 dungeon, and I ended up staying in the US way longer than I planned to. Hey, it's Jin-wook. They must have been waiting, seeing as I'd contacted them in advance. They were both waiting for me in the living room instead of training. Nate was beaming. Have you arrived? Hibiki greeted, still with a composed expression. Huh? What's that? What is it? Nate's eyes were fixated on the big paper box that I was holding. Something to eat. He took the box from me and opened the lid. Whoa. It's been a long time. Inside, 10 burgers from his favorite fast food chain were neatly organized. Nate's favorite food was among the things he had eaten in a few days since being rescued from the research center and coming to Korea. The food remained as warm as if I had just ordered it. This was because I had the snake eat it up before vomiting it back out. I looked at Nate as I spoke. I'm surprised you've grown so tall in a short time. Did you gain weight as well? Nate's body, which had been small and skinny compared to his age at the time of the rescue, had now begun to find a shape suitable for his age. It had done so with the speed of several times that of normal people, just as a hunter's flesh should be. Considering that, however, the meat on his cheeks was unusual. For a hunter whose body tended to find its sufficient shape as the active mana increased, it meant that he had eaten up ridiculous amounts of calories until now. Hibiki confirmed this. People who came to help us began to doubt us. Even if they filled up 5 restaurant-class refrigerators with groceries and food, there weren't any leftovers. They asked themselves if we were hosting a free feeding program in this house for all the people in the neighborhood. Even if he had gotten fat now, he would return to normal if he did a round in the dungeon. Nate picked up a burger and offered it to us. Let's eat. I already ate before coming here. Hibiki, how about you? No, Nate. Thank you. Like in the past, when only 3 of us were together, we communicated in English. Of course, Nate had no problem with this, and Hibiki's English proficiency wasn't the same as in the previous life, but she also had no problem communicating. It was a big deal that a Japanese person who had only gone through primary education could practice this pronunciation and grammar level. She was sharp in her senses, but she naturally was brilliant. In addition to this, Hibiki would absorb anything faster from the things she learned from now on than she did before. She had been born with the intellect, and now she even had a unique skill that could easily overpower others. By the way, this is a franchise that does not have a store in Asia yet. Did you get this from the US? Then. Did the snake eat it and vomit it out? Hibiki already knew of the abilities of the black snake. I nodded awkwardly, and a shadow was cast on her face. Then, was that stored in the same place as the things that they usually ate? Hibiki had not seen the snake eating a human yet, but she saw it eating another thing. She must have recalled the scene of 5 giant-sized snakes, each eating a whole pig, and she looked as if she had lost her appetite. I knew she imagined that the burger box had been mixed in with those meat chunks. The space inside the stomach of the snake was a type of subdimension, so I tried to explain that it was not of the structure she was worried about. Still, Nate, who was already hurriedly munching down the burgers with his inflated cheeks, spoke back in a tone to ask what the big deal was about it. What's wrong with that? Bringing Nate, who easily finished 10 burgers in his seat, and Hibiki, who ended up not even taking a bite, we headed to the sunken garden, which was connected to the first basement floor. Nearly 4 months had already passed since the day of reincarnation. The season now entered early autumn, and the wind was cool while the sun remained hot. By going through the basement floor door, the garden we entered was open to the outside, but due to no sound could leak out. It was a training ground specially prepared for the 2. Well, shall we check your assignments? Nate shouted cheerfully in reply. Okay. I'll go first. All right, show me. He quickly settled himself. He concentrated his mind and stared at the garden in front of him. I could see the mana slightly clouding in front of his eyes. This was not even a skill, but a way for any trained hunter to handle their own mana. The active mana stimulated the hunter's strength and body. Nate's gaze was much sharper than usual, capturing everything that could not normally be seen. Wow, I've already got so many of them before, and they already gathered like this again? He was looking at mosquitoes hiding in the grass because the sun was still out. How many are there? About 20 of them in my sight. He would be able to see more if he used penetration, but he hadn't learned such skills yet. He had used his ability purely with the control of mana, and this was a big deal, considering the training period. Sweat dripped down Nate's forehead. He then asked, "Should I catch them?" "Okay, get them." He concentrated mana to the tip of his finger and scattered it forward. Swoosh! A pale blue membrane was now visible only to Nate and me. It brushed against other objects as if they were simply passing through and disappeared by making small flashes of lightning throughout the bush as he intended. Pat. Pop-pot. In each of those places, tiny creatures fell off as pesticides hit them. Meanwhile, I could see a much more detailed and clear picture than Nate was seeing. Instead of crushing the mosquitoes completely, he gave them mana waves by creating a finely coordinated shock that killed them. The weak body of a mosquito that burst just by pressing it with fingers had its tissues almost intact. That's way more than I imagined. Natural talent never goes away. I recalled Nate's condition when I first met him. It had been quite a while since he had awakened, so the mana was somewhat activated, but he was still behind on the aspect of mana control. It was bound to happen since he did not have a teacher. Because of this, the first assignment I gave Nate was to practice how to handle it elaborately. All his training had now paid off. "Then, how about you do the next one?" Nate was reluctant to do the second homework at first. I remembered his reaction. "What did you say, Jinwook? Do I have to do that? I don't like bugs. Do we have to make the bugs as friends?" I wondered if the Institute had ever dealt with measles because of bugs, but soon I felt that this was not the case. They would have thoroughly maintained sanitation for the control of the experiment environment. Listening to him, Nate's deep disgust and hatred toward bugs were due to the intense experience he had within his memory before he was kidnapped. In other words, it was a kind of trauma. There's nothing good about bugs. When I try to sleep at night, they make noises nearby, make my skin itchy. My skin got irritated because of their bites. They hide under the leftover pizza I ate the day before and they surprise you, lay eggs in the bathroom. If there are dead animals in the street, they eat it by digging in. The streets close to the slums where he grew up were miserably unhygienic, and Nate seemed to be filled with memories of suffering from insects since he was very young. Especially mosquitoes. Mosquitoes are the worst. Mosquitoes need to be gone from this world. For Nate to grow into a true necromancer in the future, he could not stick to the current principle of making only those he liked to be under his control. I felt the need to change his mind. Otherwise, Nate wouldn't be able to increase his controlled ones unless the people he liked would die. In the end, he had to increase his troops in the same way as he had done in the previous life. I needed to implant a principle that instead of making a being he liked as a friend, he should hunt those who would prove to be harmful if they were kept alive, and then use them as subordinates. "Nate, we're going to explore the dungeons together from now on. Until you get sick of it, we have to hunt more monsters than you can ever imagine. If we don't, we have to stop the monsters coming out of the collapsed dungeons from the earth. Then the world outside the lab where you barely came back will collapse." "I understand. You are going to kill those who will only cause harm on Earth if they are alive and make them your subordinates. They're not friends. Why don't we think about these two as separate things?" Nate agreed with me. As a result, the scene unfolding in front of me now. Woo-oh-ong. Mana's flow from Nate reached the mosquitoes that had fallen throughout the garden, and had now rekindled the tiny creatures with the flames of life. No, to be exact, they had mutated into something else that wasn't a living thing. Wang. What I wanted to see now was how many subordinates could be produced at a time. 20 of them, they all turned into zombies. The difficulties would differ according to the characteristics of the being, but this level was good enough at current standards. From now on, in the dungeons, if the monsters were kinds that could be made as subordinates, he would be able to convert 20 of them at once. Nate gazed at me with eyes that seemed to say, "What shall I do with them?" "Now, should we see the assignment of Hibiki? Nate, command all the zombie mosquitoes to fly moderately around Hibiki, please." Nate nodded and spoke by opening his mouth. He could command them in his mind, but he told me that it was easier to say it with clear words. "Fly freely around that area." Right then, it came true as he spoke. When Nate manipulates the dead beings, he does not need to control the detailed movements of each object. One of the conclusions we had made about his future skills was that even the zombified individual had some judgment or fuzzy logic. How it performed to commands once they were declared depended on the subject. More precisely, it meant that something in the subject functioned instead of a damaged brain cell, rather than some of its cognition remaining. Buzz. Buzz. Mosquitoes began to fly around Hibiki in their own manner to replicate the movements before their death. Unlike the living mosquitoes, which flew a little and had to rest again, Nate's mana was burned and used as an energy source. They could fly around without catching a break. One needs a different skill to calculate each flight path of the 20 subjects in one's head. Nate doesn't have that ability. However, this was possible for Hibiki. Hibiki? She nodded and closed her eyes as if she was concentrating. As for her training in multiple cognition, I had no choice but to repeat what I heard from Hibiki herself in the future. Think of it as dividing the room in your head into different sections. And fill each room with completely different ideas all at the same time, without interruption. But the flow of each room is not completely cut off from each other. Each room is complementary. You're the only source of the will to control that diversity of thought. It was an awkward experience to repeat what I myself didn't fully understand. However, having already encountered multiple cognition's unique skill, Hibiki quickly seemed to understand what it meant. As a result, Whoong. Hibiki activated a skill. Light. This was a basic and straightforward skill for magic. However, the movement of the mana was unusual. 12 simultaneously? 12 luminous objects that were smaller than a crystal appeared around her simultaneously. It wasn't exactly like the original that the skill card guided. She injected her will and modified it. The luminous object was much smaller than the standard light magic. This was the magic that she had drawn simply by controlling her own mana. And those 12 were activated at once. It was of the same process, but she formed 12 mana patterns simultaneously. But it is closer to having the same thoughts 12 times. It's like dividing the calculator into 12 and giving the same for it to perform. From now on was the important part. Wang. Boom. According to my command, Hibiki leaked out her mana. Then, each of the 12 luminous objects drew a light trajectory, following each of the zombie mosquitoes. It didn't attach itself too near or too far, marking a fixed distance between. To make a magical sphere did not equal a nerve interaction like a simple finger movement. Each trajectory properly passed through the brain, establishing proper judgment. Therefore, the scene in front of my eyes was proof that Hibiki's cognitions, divided into 12, were each performing a different process. Alright, that's enough. The results of the two were satisfactory. The light disappeared, and the mosquitoes lost their movements, falling into the bushes at my signal. If it's about this much, the basic training is over. Then. Nate stole my words as if he knew what I was going to say. Then, finally? Yes. Both of them had completed their hunter registration ever since they came to Korea. I ordered Nate to come out with a moderate E rank, and Hibiki, who was newly awakened, to naturally come out with an E rank without manipulating it. It had only been a month since then. Nate developed a lot in that short time, but Hibiki also grew faster than Nate in terms of mana's activation and control. It's going to be a lot different from the results of then. Shall we go into the dungeon soon? But before that, let's get a promotion test first. And this time, with me. I was going to apply for my promotion test, as well. Oh, team leader. Secretary Kim was again on holiday, which was why he did not go to the guild. He kept it as a secret from the Celestial Dragon Guild that he would meet me. Oh, thank God. You're all right. I've been well. His smile was full of color. There were eyes that could not be expressed in words. However, there was an underlying emotion as well. How are things going on? I had already heard the broad story, but I couldn't help asking again. And then, the Celestial Dragon's current situation, which came out through Secretary Kim's mouth, was much more severe than what was known outside. Chapter 57. Team Building, 2. After he had finished rubbing his face, Secretary Kim spoke with a slightly hollow look. The hunters are leaving faster than we'd thought. They had experienced something in the previous life, and the rumors about the internal situation were still spreading. I did not feel surprised upon hearing this. Hunters who were recruited by the late Assistant Guild Master hope to leave almost 100%, and many have already notified the guild. This was also expected. However, The bigger problem is that seems to be a serious commotion among those originally in support of the assistant guild master, and those who took a rather neutral stand. About how many people? Please read this. Secretary Kim sent me a file. I naturally frowned while reading the contents on my terminal. I don't think it was this bad in my previous life. The number of people trying to leave at once has increased. Meanwhile, did you, Secretary Kim, figure this out by yourself, investigate, and organize it? Yes, that's right. You must have had a hard time. Thank you. No, this wasn't something you could make just by working hard. Even though his personality may seem misleading, I could tell that he was definitely bright-eared and quick-footed. Just looking at this one sheet clearly tells me what's going on inside. The data he created was about the tendencies for certain ranks of hunters belonging to the guild to possibly walk out of the guild. Even those hunters who didn't follow Hansel mean to leave if they are above A ranks. Yes, and the reason that's a big problem is ... It's the guild stake. Yes, it is. A hunter guild's organization was easy to mistake as just that, for its name was in the form of a loose union of the Middle Ages, but this was 2038. For many reasons, such as taxes and voting rights, preferential measures under the special law, and limitations of responsibility held by individual hunters, large hunter guilds mostly had the form of corporations. Chance of hunters above A rank owning a stake is about 100%, and they own stakes that are either a lot or small, right? That's right. Seogyu. My dad's share was 32% when I left home. Has there been any change? Since there were no official announcements on such, there was no way to track it in real time. It's about 35% now. It had slightly increased. It must have been the pie that he completed under the purchase of stakes of hunters who had already left. 35% ... including the existing friendly shares, it would still be slightly over 50%. That's right. Being the heir of Celestial Dragon Guild meant that some of those 35% would be passed on to me in the future. No matter how talented you were as a hunter, you couldn't control everything with your power, as this was not the kingdom of animals. However, Seogyu Chul's stake is very ambiguous. To pass the inheritance to me was only Seogyu Chul's delusion, only possible on the premise that Hansol is alive and all the other hunters are in favor of it, and that the power structure in the guild will not change at all. Only 35%. It's not small compared to other guild situations, but ... In the case of a hunter guild, no major shareholder alone had more than a majority stake. This was because they had to attract high-ranked hunters with the shares. Hunters who had acquired such shares received dividends on guild profits in cash and items in addition to annual contract salary and performance-based payouts. It is not even enough in this situation. I then asked, what if all the hunters who want to leave summed all their shares together? Excluding the assistant guild master's share, which the search for the successor is ongoing, it's about this much. The statistics made me frown. If someone bought all the stake that would suddenly be released, they could join hands with the friendly forces under Seogyu command in order to change the head. This could lead to a casting vote. Since it is a one-sided notice of withdrawal, the guild master has the right to buy their shares first, following the terms of the contract. But my father doesn't have the cash to buy it all by himself. With his private money, and not of the guild's treasury, I mean. Exactly. The guild master must purchase their shares in cash within a certain period. Otherwise, the negotiating power would be offered to the outside. We're also contacting the financial sector to raise money, but it doesn't seem easy. No matter how popular the industry was, the fact that being a hunter was a high-risk industry did not change. Banks were reluctant to lend large sums of money. It was the same for all industries that were in danger of dungeon breaks, but fighting in the front line was not comparable. But then ... What did you mean when you said, outside? The Grand Qua Guild, the Destruction Blade Guild, the 6 large business groups and the government organizations that are openly expressing their intention in purchasing the stake. In the previous life, the conclusion of the incident was stopped when Celestial Dragon's rivals, Grand Qua and Destruction Blade, were involved in voting rights. After that, the guild itself began to deteriorate rapidly. However, Seogyu Chul remained a guild master and CEO at that time. Things were different now. The number of hunters wanting to leave had increased from the previous life. In this case, the owner may change. That's not going to work. I had to take the Celestial Dragon under my command. It's understandable that even large corporations, not guilds, are showing interests. Since it was not in the form of a union, individuals and corporations, and non-hunters could buy shares of the guild. Large companies' path to operate the guild under their leadership had long been available, and Celestial Dragon was prey that seemed delicious enough from looking at its reputation, capital, and know-how accumulated or even as a symbolic meaning. However, why is the government getting involved? If we're branded as a government guild, more of the high-ranking hunters will leave. It seems that they want to buy the stake of Celestial Dragon from the Reconstruction Fund and have a guild that can do whatever they want them to do, even when they are not in a state of emergency. The workforce they need doesn't have to be above B rank. Lower-ranking hunters may welcome them rather than leaving. They're just going to gather a mediocre level of hunters and create a multi-job specialized guild that is assigned by the country? I guess so. My brain calculated things fast. The situation was a little different from my past life. First of all, I needed to find the cause. Even if the people of Hansol were bound to, why are the neutrals and the support of the guildmaster acting so in all of a sudden? Oh, well. Only then did I hear why Secretary Kim's expression looked so emaciated. The guildmaster ... I think. He hesitated for a long time, unable to find a suitable word. He was not the same as he used to be blunt. I think ... After some hesitation, he managed to get the word out of his throat. I think he's gone mad. Let us imagine in the previous life, what Seo Gyuchul's state must be in after the Shihong 8 dungeon attack. Han Sol, who served as the lighthouse that shed light on the guild's future with a vision of the future, had died. Seo Jin-wook, a rare genius who expected to improve Celestial Dragon Morris's successor, had also died. He must have struggled with despair, anger, sadness, and loss. At this point, it would be strange if he did not lose his sanity. But it didn't go that far in the previous life. He did not literally become insane. Although Seo Gyuchul had continued to decline since then, he led the Celestial Dragon Guild until the end. On the other hand, aren't things better now? For Seo Gyuchul, his son was missing, but was still alive. Instead, his mental damage should be reduced. But why are there more people who want to leave? I had asked. If he's out of his mind, what state is he in? Secretary Kim spoke with a dark face, even after hearing the results of the Shihong 8 dungeon clear. He's getting even more heated on the team leader's search. Me? No, yes, of course. He must have looked for me. Even though he considered me his tool, he still had no successor, so how could he be relaxed? However, Secretary Kim's subsequent description was not what I expected. It's not just a level of search. As I see it ... this is more like madness. Obsession beyond normal levels. It's not the parents feeling that worries about what happened to their son. I've never heard him worrying about your state, and I have never felt that way from him. It's only that there's a constant sense of enmity and a sense of hostility to bring you in right now. Secretary Kim crushed his lips as he spoke. So far, when it came to things about me, people had changed, but it wasn't this bad. The man, who seemed like a being carved with ice, which rarely reflected his feelings, had already disappeared. The office was said to be observed with things flying and shouting every day. I understand the situation, but this is not the time. They even gave orders to hunters belonging to the Celestial Dragon to find the team leader. Oh, dear. I hit my forehead. I understood why everyone now wanted to head out. While the guild was still reeling from the departure of Hansol's hunters, the guild master was giving out a personal order to find his son without focusing, and was now losing his sanity. Would a hunter with a sound mind want to remain? At this rate, the guild will collapse before I can assume it. I felt the need to own the voting rights of the guild quickly. But why is it worse than in the previous life? There was only one difference. In the previous life, Seo Jin-wook died, and this time, he lived. Considering that the madness was definitely due to a curse ... Did the living status of Seo Jin-wook affect Seo Gyuchul's curse? A clue resurfaced to mind once more. Those who were cursed all showed an unusual obsession with Seo Jin-wook. There was also the case about the size of the seed in my heart, which was much bigger than the others. It's clear that the curse on me somehow interacts with the ones on them. Secretary Kim asked while I was thinking, "Are you coming back?" Upon peering at him closely, I could guess how much Seo Gyuchul was tossing him, who was my escort, around. Not right now. Please be patient for just a bit more. Every day would be hellish days, suffering from Seo Gyu-chul's madness. It may be worse than suffering from the original self from the past. I felt genuinely sorry for Secretary Kim. He was also a man who could leave at any time if he wanted to. However, he remained in the Celestial Dragon and continued to be my ears. "Don't worry about me." "Thank you." I greeted him with sincerity. Secretary Kim asked me carefully, "Well, what's your plan for the future?" I told him what I had been thinking of. It is almost certain that Seo Gyu-chul is cursed. Still, it is not very helpful to take over Celestial Dragon by even immediately assassinating Seo Gyu-chul, which only makes me a bastard. If Seo Gyu-chul dies and his son, who inherited the 35% stake, takes charge, would other hunters follow me? At the point that it has only been a few months since my awakening, and with the notoriety of being a mentally ill person? The smoothest process is to have enough shares to have more than that of Seo Gyu-chul has right now and to prove my ability. Secretary Kim listened to it seriously and said, "I don't doubt that you'll come back with an ability that everyone can approve of you. I've already seen some of it. But capital is a little different. Is the way to raise that kind of money quickly mean dungeon exploration?" "Yes, that's right. As I said, even if you inherit all of his shares, you still have to worry and buy other hunters' shares. We need to add additional benefits to beat our competitors. To raise such money, we need to dispose of a huge sum of items in a short time. For now, the Korean Hunter Society is not capable of handling such a quantity at once. So will the Hunter store in Yangji, as well as the black market." "You don't have to worry about that at all," I reassured him. "If the Korean market can't handle it, we can sell it through another method that can digest it neatly, without any problems, and quickly." I couldn't tell him about the senator's identity, but I told him that I had already made connections in the foreign black market. "Ah." Secretary Kim looked surprised. "That's what you went abroad for?" "Well, that was not all of it. Also, for the time being, I'm going to be busy making the rounds at dungeons in both legal and illegal ways. So far, my top priority when choosing the dungeon had been focused on whether there was a high risk of collapse if left it as it was. And when I chose items, I focused on strengthening my colleagues rather than selling pricey ones and receiving expensive money. The reason why I searched for dungeons where mana cores were available the most was not to sell them to the government, but to increase my mana capacity. However, I knew I would have to go out for a while in the next few weeks. There were no dungeons on the brink of collapse right now, so I just had to focus on one purpose. Dungeons that don't help build up power right now, but those that have items that can be disposed of expensively through Hunter's store or black market. Among them were monitored dungeons that were already identified by the government. Including expanding Nathan Hibiki's training, it was like killing two birds with one stone. But they won't let E-ranks in. The promotion review was scheduled for tomorrow. Well, after we raise our ranks, shall we make some money for a while? Chapter 58. Team Building, 3. We've booked a promotion review for 2 persons under J Corp. Yes, please wait a minute. The measurement center I had stopped by for the first time in a long while remained unchanged. The ministry official in front of me spoke once more after checking the computer system. "The reservation has been confirmed. Nate Hope and Amano Hibiki?" I answered on behalf of the two. "That's right. Since both of you are foreigners, please present your passport and hunter's ID card together to confirm your identities." I then asked the official before the registration process was complete. "I didn't make a reservation in advance. Can another apply for a promotion review?" He paused, checking something for a moment. "Since there is only one team of hunters, which is your team for this morning's review, I think it would be possible. By the way, there is no problem with the mana output review and mana control capability evaluation. Still, the combat capability assessment may not be possible on the same day. Is that okay? You may have to visit again later." It didn't matter. He hasn't guessed it yet, but I wouldn't need a combat capability assessment anyway. There was no need to make unnecessary trips. That's all right. I couldn't book a promotion review in advance under my name. As I had already witnessed in the first measurement, the insider from the Ministry of Constitutional Affairs would soon tell Seo Gyu-chul about it. Before things get tiring, I should disappear after finishing the screening. The receptionist spoke with his eyes still fixated on the monitor. "Please tell me your name and the guild you belong to. Please give me your hunter's card, too." "I am Seo Jin Wook." "Seo Jin huh?" The public official who heard the name raised his head and looked at my face. His expression changed dramatically. "Oh, My picture had never gotten in the press, so it was natural for people to not recognize me just by looking at my face. However, they couldn't be unaware of the name, since I was one of the factors as to why Celestial Dragon was so famous on the news these days. As a runaway heir, that is. The government official asked, "Do you belong to the same group as the other two?" Instead of giving the name of a company made up with the senator's help, I stated a different affiliation. It was not impossible to belong in multiple companies at the same time, depending on the terms of the contract, but I intentionally stated the name of the guild still on my hunter's card. Celestial Dragon, please. There was a commotion among those waiting for the first measurement in the waiting room. Everyone's ears were sharp, so they could clearly catch conversations from the reception desk. Seo Jinwook? Did he just say Seo Jinwook? Oh wait, isn't that really him? I saw that face when I went to the Celestial Dragon. Why all of a sudden, at this point? Is it a promotion review? There was more commotion among guild employees who came with them than the hunters who came to be measured. It's not all of a sudden. It's been months since he has awakened, so it's about time he measured again. I heard he's never been in any exploration teams since the auction dungeon. Didn't he lock himself somewhere because of the shock? It's the other way around. There's a lot of rumors going around that he did not lock himself up in his room, but that he also did not return home ever since he ran away. How long can the dearly raised young master hold out? He came back home because he couldn't take it anymore. Although they tried to speak in a small voice that even the awakens could not hear, it was still not enough to escape from my ears. It was natural since they would regard my state as a D or C ranked hunter at best. Seo Gyuchal must be a mess because of the internal situation of the Celestial Dragon. Did he send him to a promotion review right away? There's no way he's done rounds at dungeons ever since he left his house, so wouldn't it be the same if they measured him now? In fact, I had done my rounds. A whole lot of them. No. Seo Gyuchal wouldn't send his successor to a promotion review without thinking when he's someone who can't let his reputation down even if he could give up eating. I'm sure he allowed him to do so, now that he has reached a certain state. There's a lot of rumors going around that he's got an extreme potential, he should at least be C rank, right? That's the rate that's possible after months of serious rounds in the dungeon. How can a man who hasn't even poked his nose at the gate get a promotion already? I don't know. Even if he didn't go to the dungeon, he could have been madly engaged in activating mana training. That method is less efficient. That's only your opinion. There's nothing scientifically proven for one method to be any better than others yet. Everyone was talking with an empty tongue. The general public opinion was on speculation that Seo Gyuchal had intentionally sent me to the promotion review, as I had made some achievements when no one was looking. Their guess was that this would serve as an opportunity to reverse the Celestial Dragon's image, whose reputation was under fire, by showing off my undisputable growth to the public. Their predictions were only half right. I was trying to show off my ability, but my real goal was to take Seo Gyuchal's seat, the man that had only been holding on to his position thanks to his symbolism as the first S-ranked, and his shareholdings as a founder. But who are the people who are with him? Isn't the boy minor? No way. Leaving the murmurs behind, we went into the promotion room. Well, we will start with Ms. Amano Hibiki. This is mana output evaluation. Please put your hands on the stone. Hibiki concentrated on pouring mana into the artifact, and the official's eyes grew slightly larger after checking the figure. You've got a C rank. Hibiki had indeed been trying pretty hard. This is by just pure effort and talent. Even if the way one's awakening method had changed, the person won't change. The official tilted his head. The records he saw now would show that she was an E rank at the initial measurement. It was not that there weren't any instances where an E rank had risen to C rank within a month of measurement, but it was still shocking enough. Contrary to that, the official's reaction was rather calm. There was a reason for this. Well, you guys are from abroad. You must have had a complicated situation. He concluded that a hunter, who was originally a C rank, pretended to be a non-awakened when she departed from Japan to avoid trouble. She then registered, as she said she awakened from Korea and manipulated the results last time, since receiving a C rank in the initial measurement would make her appear on the news. There were cases where an E rank quickly rose to a C rank, but nobody got a C rank from the first measurement. I said with a grin, "It's not going to be a problem, is it?" Well, it happens sometimes. From the government's point of view, it was appreciated when the best hunters gathered from abroad. The official no longer dug in for the details. As you know, From the promotion review, there are 2 additional tests, including output testing. One wasn't confirmed to be of C rank even if it measured so from the mana output testing. According to the results of the subsequent tests, the rank may increase or decrease. Unless other test results were superior or disastrous, they were most likely to show the same result, and they usually moved one class even if there was a change. We will start with a mana control capability assessment that we can do inside the center. Hibiki moved away, and Nate and I looked at the scene through the glass window. 10 metal artifacts were placed in front in size and shape. Think of it as a 3-dimensional puzzle. It was based on the pattern of the maze-type dungeon. If you assemble the 10 pieces in the right way, they will form a cube. Refer to the holographic images on which piece should be assembled to where and how. Indeed, a video that came up next to her was explaining how to assemble it. Hibiki said in a dry voice, "You're giving me the answers. It's not a test to assess spatial perception." In fact, it was not easy to assemble those, even with the correct answers. Each of those pieces was an artifact, in other words, it responded to mana. Mana, which was concentrated to a specific pattern without the awakened having to use a particular skill, contained a semblance of physical force, and it was called psychokinesis. The evaluator must assemble the pieces with the force of the force lifted from the air. It is a given that each piece has a different weight, size, material, and other properties, and it responds to the mana by changing its mass and volume. Some types turn when it comes in contact with mana. The pieces shape on how much mana was injected, so the awakened must maintain the mana output optimized for assembly. It's not as easy as one thinks. For example, that huge cone piece was usually the heaviest, so you had to consume a lot of mana, but if you were to pour it in without controlling yourself, the shape of the pointed part changes, so you had to keep a fine line. On the other hand, a crown-like piece weighs light, but one couldn't simply assemble it since it spun when it touched mana that had been fired randomly. She needed to find an output that would stop it from turning. It gets quite tricky if one doesn't train regularly. The official then spoke. Scoring is done by giving 100 out of 100 points, and then is reduced every time a minus factor is found. If any piece touches the floor during assembly, you will get a 5-point deduction per frequency. From the moment the assembly time has passed more than 5 minutes, the points will be deducted by 1 point per 10 seconds. Then, we will get started. When the start signal went off, Hibiki concentrated on raising all the pieces of the puzzle in the air. And ... Multiple cognition. Instead of touching the pieces one by one to examine their temper, Hibiki tapped everything with mana simultaneously. The 10 pieces as the targets to see the reaction. The precise experiment, of course, was only visible to my eyes. Officials would mistake the scene in front of them as pieces reacting all at once because of random mana. This test result comes out perfect if she assembles it within 5 minutes without dropping any of it. Of course, the perfect score didn't come out that easy. How many seconds has it been? Hibiki, who gazed at the piece in the air, nodded as if she got the feeling. She muttered, "I understand." Huh? Officials, who were watching the scene, held their breath. Now, they could see it too. Not the mana, but the state of each piece. Is everything stabilized? None of the 10 were uncontrolled. It was all in the optimal condition to be assembled, fixed, and floating in the air. No way. Hibiki gathered her 2 hands extended in front of her as if she were conducting a band. The change took place immediately. Tuck. Tuck tuck. Tuck 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 tuck. There was not an ounce of error. It was to the point that it would make you mistakenly think that you were watching a replay of a cubic object receiving a shock and breaking apart into 10 pieces. All the pieces of the puzzle were assembled in the air, finding their exact place. I saw the terminal. 45 seconds. At this, a happy smile arose on my face. This time, it had been a new record ever since the Hunter's promotion review began. The official spoke in a quivering voice, "The test is over. You can put down the completed cube." Despite the significant weight, Hibiki's psychokinesis-controlled cube sank like a feather on the floor. There was not the slightest sound of shock. The score was automatically shown by the program that had analyzed the video. Well, they wouldn't have had to calculate for it. The official who checked the screen spoke, "Discount factor ... none. It's 100 points. Congratulations." Clap, clap, clap. Nate's enthusiastic applause rang out. Hibiki bowed to the officials. "Thank you. I appreciate your hard work." Her pronunciation was unbelievably accurate for someone that had just started studying Korean. Nate was rated A in the mana output evaluation. Officials didn't fuss with it this time, either. However, he looked at us as if he knew what was going on, but chose not to comment on it. It must have been a while since you've been awakened. However, Nate was already an adult, and they had no evidence of the exact point of his awakening. Like the stage set by Park Chang-hee, there is no problem if one is not caught underage. In the ensued puzzle assembly, there was a deduction by dropping the piece on the floor in the middle, but as a result of making the 5 minutes cut, he received an excellent score of 90 points. It's been a long time since I've seen such great people. I understand why you invited them from abroad. I nodded without supplying a verbal answer. Well, next is Mr. Seo Jin-wook? I put my hand on the stone. Curiosity flared in the eyes of government officials. They must have heard the rumor of a man with enormous potential, who in turn had caused several psychokinetic storms before his awakening. So, what would the rate of growth be like? It should get at least to the point that it would be engraved in their memories. To the extent that it would leave a deep impression on the public. 2. Mana gathered in my hands and started to intertwine. I could see the stone shining blue. The figure in the monitor has already begun to rise, and officials have noticed at a glance that the rate was unusual. How many measurements should they have seen, all while sitting in that place? However, they had never before seen a scene like this before. Woo-oh-ong. The stone would have for sure been crushed and turned to a powder if I did not regulate the mana output. Hold on, someone murmured meaningless words. He wasn't aware of what he just had said. 2. Woong. The stone kept sucking my mana. They should use a good artifact in this era. It was not distributed until Korea. I kept injecting mana at the rate that artifact could take. That alone made me take some time with my task. A trembling voice could be heard over there. The mana's still getting absorbed. No, wait a minute. Didn't he already go over C rank? He already passed the C rank a while ago. He's at the high B rank state now. But it's too fast. And it's still going on. Isn't there something wrong? Their murmur of bafflement died down. Around me, only the resonating hum of the artifact and the low breathing of government officials reverberated. The stillness had been created by confusion. Everyone was suspicious of his eyes, but they couldn't take their eyes back from one direction. And there I was. Gasp. One of them made a rumbling sound like a drowning man when mana's total amount absorbed by the stone exceeded A rank. It's not enough yet. A hunter who had grown to A rank in just a few months of awakening. This was slightly better than the original Seo Jin-wooks of the previous life, who had been labeled the century's genius. I can't stop at that point now. More, I poured in more. Heavy movements like ocean currents headed continuously in one direction. So that no one can disagree with me even if I become the symbol to represent the celestial dragon right now. It was the first step toward meeting the requirements. 2. When I finally finished injecting mana and took my hands off, people couldn't even breathe now. After a while, someone broke the silence. Oh, my God. Their faces were full of distrust. Their expressions showed that this couldn't possibly be happening. However, they knew best that no errors or mistakes could occur in the measurement process. That was why their heads were more messed up. The person in charge of the measurement spoke urgently. Let's do it again. I'll get the mana potion ready. I merely shrugged in reply. This was the consequence that I had already been expecting. I answered with ease, well, let's just repeat it to the point where I won't get a potion shock. They didn't even turn their heads to hear what I had been saying, but they just looked at the screen. The pupils shook relentlessly. Someone managed to bring out the result, which everyone dared not to speak of it as if they could not readily admit it and believe. Active mana, over 30,000. SS class. Except for Han Sol, who kept her talents and herself hidden under Seo Gyu-chol, it was the moment an SS rank hunter officially appeared for the first time in Korea. Chapter 59. Team Building, 4. Several measurements were repeated, but the results remained unchanged. The air was permeated with a heavy thrill and a breath of astonishment. By the result of Mr. Seo Jin-wook's mana output test, SS rank was entered. With the announcement of the person in charge, a collective murmur rose among government officials again. One of them had muttered, pre-awakening? I blatantly gazed at the face of the man who said so. Realizing his mistake, He covered his mouth with his hands, with his face turning red. I don't know about anyone else, but the Constitutional Department shouldn't say that in front of me. I then went on in a lively manner, wasn't it the people of the Constitutional Department who directed and certified the scene where I came in contact with the awakening stone? I'm sorry. I made a slip of the tongue. Since Hibiki and Nate were foreigners, there was no way for them to figure out how they had awakened. However, I was different. Suspecting me, who had gone through all the standard procedures, in the act of spitting on one's face, and making the Constitutional Department be considered as an unreliable organization. The person in charge spoke in an exaggerated loud voice as if he was trying to change the atmosphere. Congratulations. Other government officials clapped their hands as he took the lead in applauding. Finally, there is an SS-ranked hunter in Korea, too. And such a young man. I cut him off, it's not the finally determined rank yet. Shall we proceed with the next evaluation as soon as possible, at least to stamp it? He gave the instructions as if he felt ashamed, and I then moved to the next room. 10 pieces of the same puzzle were now placed in front. There was no need to explore every single characteristic of the pieces as Hibiki did. Then as now, I could clearly see the characteristics of all the pieces. But if I finish it all in 3 seconds, they can guess my ability. Such a performance is not possible with a typical mana detection skill, and it cannot be explained as replica, that I will reveal officially and push forward as my unique skill soon. This was moderately faster than Hibiki, which was enough to shock people. Swoosh. I raised my hand and swung it in the air. 10 artifacts then soared into the air at once and began to float. Gulp. There was a heavy silence in the assessment room, to the point that one could clearly hear someone swallowing his saliva. I shook the pieces in the air a few times and then when I thought that it was time, I swung my arm once again and clenched my fist. Instantly. Cha-cha-chock. There was a cool and satisfying sound. The cube was assembled at once without a single mistake. Still, everyone had gone silent. When I put down the cube easily, the person in charge managed to say, End of test. It took 30 seconds, and there was no deduction factor. It was a new record, after Hibiki's. Of course, the score was perfect. Damn, that's no joke. To be honest, I still suspected that there was something wrong with the artifact that we didn't know about. Is that an area that's possible just by being a genius? I don't understand. It's not the genius of what we've experienced in the first place, I suppose, on that level. I let the whispering around me flow out in one ear, and I hasten once more. Shall we proceed with the combat capability evaluation quickly? The news must have already been delivered to the Celestial Dragon side by someone. I had to hurry, and so I disappeared from the center. Oh, maybe Mr. Seo Jin-wook won't need a combat capability assessment. As I had expected. However, in case of a promotion, for the final assessment I know that hunters, the combat capability scoring officers, are also the ones to assess the final rating. Let's get going. To the gate. With a government official, who had taken on a guide's role, we moved to the gate, which was situated 5 minutes away by car. It has not changed from a very stable state for more than 10 years since the clear, and the maximum number of entrants was 300, so it is a place used by the Korean government. In particular, it was a good dungeon to trap monsters that were too dangerous to be accommodated on Earth, experiment, or used for other purposes. One of the other uses was the promotion review. Woong. Through the waves of light, another level of scenery unfolded before me. This is a dungeon. Nate and Hibiki were busy looking around. I noticed the hunters staring at us from close quarters. They were the evaluations proctors, and those who had the authority to determine the candidates' final grades for promotion. It was my first time seeing them in this life, but I knew all of their faces. Kim Ji-hoon, an S-rank hunter. A-rank hunter Shin Kyung-pyo and Lee Ji-so. Among them, I clicked my tongue inwardly, looking at Kim Ji-hoon. Damn it, of all people. It's that bastard. He had been criticized in the previous life, and moreover, he was the worst grading officer in the present situation. Please wait here for a moment. 3 hunters and government officials talked for a while with us in the distance. Huh? I heard there were 2, but there's one more? Yes, there was an on-site receptionist. And where did I see that face? They looked at my face from afar. The first person to recognize me was Lee Ji-so, the only woman among the 3. Wait, Isn't that the son of Celestial Dragon's guild master? I heard he ran away from home. The rumor must have spread widely in the hunter world. Oh, really? I remember. Shin Kyung-pyo also recognized me and nodded his head. And middle dot middle dot middle dot. Oh, really? S-rank hunter, Kim Ji-hoon smiled maliciously at me. He didn't live a long life in his previous life. He wasn't killed in the dungeon. Another hunter murdered him. There were not only a few hunters who had a grudge against him. He had a ferocious personality, and did not hesitate to use any means for his profit, and tended to regard hunters in other guilds as potential enemies. Although the general atmosphere in this era was such, Kim Ji-hoon was particularly intense. It's my first time seeing him in person, he spoke sarcastically. Kim Ji-hoon planted enemies everywhere, but among them, especially middle dot middle dot middle dot. He is the son of that sociopath old man? He doesn't look much like him. In particular, with Seo Gyu-chol, they were like an archenemy to each other. That's the brother of Grand Qua Guild Master, wasn't he? The same guild seeks the opportunity to eat up Celestial Dragon's shares little by little, as a toxic competitor to bring them down from their current position. Kim Ji-hoon continued to speak with a giggle. Of all people, we meet him here. It's superb, that thing called fate. Then, Lee Ji-so spoke as if to stop Kim Ji-hoon. Hey, you should tell the difference between work and private matters, right? Oh, of course. We're not amateurs. At this, Lee Ji-so glared at him with disapproval. They didn't seem to have a good relationship, either. Mediating them, Shin Kyung-pyo stepped forward. Whether the one being evaluated is Seo Jin-wook or Seo Gyu-chol, we're here today as evaluators. Let's stick to our duties. Although he pretended to stop him, the guild to which Shin Kyung-pyo belonged to also has a deep connection with Grand Qua. Calling the names of the heads of other guilds so recklessly in such public places was evidence of bad blood. Two of the evaluators are hostile to the Celestial Dragon, Kim Ji-hoon had said. Well, we're getting paid a lot to do this, so of course, we should do it right, he said so with his mouth, but he also gave me another glaring look. I could read through his head. He was now thinking about how to cook me. Perhaps it would be hard to move on quietly. The government official stepped up to restrain their conversation. Let's put off the personal concerns and proceed with the assessment from participant number 1. It then began. After receiving their signal, we went close and greeted each other. I took the role of an interpreter for Hibiki and Nate as if I hadn't heard anything prior. Hibiki needed little translation, but Nate still needed help. After brief introductions to each other, Lee Ji-so quickly took out a pile of magic scrolls as if she had been waiting for this moment. Okay, let's get started. The public official, with his terminal, sent out information about Hibiki to hunters. Lee Ji-so, who was reading it, nodded. The output is C rank. 45 seconds for the control capability evaluation? Her face was filled with quiet admiration. When she looked at Hibiki and praised her as she was great, she just bowed politely and answered in clear Korean, "Thank you. We have a great foreign mercenary here. Fortunately, just in time, among the monsters, we've got now. Oh, there's one. I'm thinking about proceeding with this one. What do other evaluators think about this?" "I approve." "As you please." When Lee Ji-so tore a scroll, the light flashed and vomited out a monster. It was an ogre, with its hands and feet tied with magic chains. Grr. The atmosphere changed in an instant. Hibiki's face, which had remained expressionless, shook slightly. As portrayed in the video, the impression and feelings witnessed by her eyes were naturally totally different. There was a low cry over the metal cover that covered the mouth of the ogre. Even though there was quite a distance, the foul smell permeated the entire vicinity. Don't be too nervous or worried. There is a reason that 3 scorers above A rank were assigned here. If we think it's a dangerous situation, we'll run and subdue it. Alright, let's go. When Lee Ji-so tore another scroll, the ogre's chains disappeared. Care. As I told her, Hibiki only casts spells that could be activated as with Fire Mastery instead of casting all that she got here. With multiple cognition, she did not activate it all at once, but continued each one to the appropriate timing. At this point, if rumors about multiple cognition spread, those who monopolize S-class magic skill cards will be interested in her. The time when Hibiki's unique skill will be revealed is delayed to a little bit later. Her spells followed. Fireball. Flame Field. Burning Spear. A huge fireball hit the rushing ogre and exploded. She pushed it back far, and then a fire barrier bigger than its height appeared and surrounded it. Boosh! A direct blow finished it. A fiery flame struck the air in the form of a spear and penetrated the ogre's head. Boo-boom! The ogre, who lost his head, promptly collapsed. The flames emitted by the flame field, which still was in castration even after cutting off its breath, burned the corpse to ashes. Shin Kyung-pyo whistled. Whoa, 20 seconds. Lee Ji-soo looked at Hibiki with a strange look. She was also an awakened who used magic skills. Every spell has been modified. There's no original version. How many years have you been in this field of work? No one believed the profile on the document that she had only been awakened for a month. It's not uncommon for foreign mercenaries. And I think they've definitely had over 5 years of experience. They were completely mistaken. Hibiki still kept her ground with a slightly harsh breath. I could see drops of sweat running down her forehead. Although it was a form of test, it might as well have been her first real fight, considering that she confronted a monster. She would later destroy hundreds and thousands of monsters with her fingertips, but it was not always easy at first. She would have been very nervous and scared, even though nobody could see it on her face. I approached her and patted her shoulder encouragingly. You did a great job. I was a bit slower than in training. She mumbled as if she was disappointed even with the record of 20 seconds. I shook my head. No, you did a great job. I can do better next time. That regret was solely about not meeting her own standards. Yeah, this is how she used to be. There was no concession to magic. It's already amazing that you didn't panic or lose your focus against your first monster. It feels different to see the ogre in person, doesn't it? It looks disgusting as in the video, but it wasn't as scary as I thought. In fact, it's the scariest thing when basing on looks. Hibiki looked at Nate, particularly the shadow cast beside his body. Ah. The two trained together. In other words, Hibiki would have seen how Nate fought. Well, that's true. Hibiki nodded silently. After a brief discussion with each other, the hunters came up with the results. Amano Hibiki, I'll confirm your final rank is B. It was one level higher than the C rank given at the time of output measurement. The 2 additional tests acted as a bonus. The public official signed electronic documents and saved them to the terminal. Now, once we exited the gate, the government database would be updated immediately, and the contents of Hunter's certificate would be automatically revised. Fortunately, they are not doing anything irrational to force their grades down because of me. Well, there is going to be evidence left. However, it was too early to relax. It was something to wait and see. Next, participant number 2. Nate Hope. Nate stepped up at the call of the public official. I'll be back. After a similar process, the monster that appeared in front of him was a twin-head troll. That's a tough one. Trolls, with remarkable regenerative power, could only be killed when their heads were completely shattered. However, a twin-head troll could regenerate even if one head was cut off, as long as the other remained. To kill it, you had to blow both heads with almost no time difference. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr were bloodshot, perhaps because it has been stimulated in advance not to avoid combat. It was to the point that my skin was tingling because of the murderousness that filled the air. Nate remained calm in front of the monster, which was determined to tear him up right away once the restraint disappeared. This was a different reaction from Hibiki's, who was confronted with a slightly stiff expression. As expected. Nate turns his head and looks at me, and whispers. I can tell it by looking at it. I think I can, but I won't. I lifted my thumb and nodded. As soon as Nate saw that he could make the monster into his subordinate, he seemed to know it naturally. However, he wouldn't reveal that ability today. I just have to kill him, right? Yes, in a comfortable way. As an interpreter, I stepped back and told the scorers that he was ready. Then, the troll's chains disappeared. The eyes of the human and monster intersected sharply. I pondered over this. There are things that can be hidden, and that cannot be hidden in a unique skill. Only a small number of my former colleagues knew mine and Randy's unique skill until the very last minute. Hibiki's was initially kept secret, but was forced to be revealed in the process of doing raids under the guild union. Nate and Angelica, on the other hand, made it public from the beginning. He doesn't have to show everything here, but he doesn't have to hide the existence of his unique skill. Traces across boundaries was his most efficient offensive skills, and I was not planning to teach him any other offensive skills for the time being. If he wanted to hide his unique skills for good, he could not hunt in front of others. Even at this time, he would build up his reputation as a necromancer. He's going first to reveal it in Korea in this life. Krrr. A troll rushed in. Nate, looking at it, didn't turn his gaze nor move his body. Nevertheless, his shadow faltered for a while. Huh? Bewildering voices were coming out among the evaluators. A wind blew. Whistle. 10 zombies surrounded Nate's body in an instant. What's that? Shin then Kyung Pro shouted in a perplexed voice. Zombie? That's a zombie. The one that comes from a dungeon. Seeing that scene alone, it was impossible to jump to the idea that an ordinary human died and became a zombie. Of course, they would think of a similar monster they saw in the dungeon as they watched Nate's control over his subordinates. Ooh. Woo. Nate's lips opened. He spoke in a calm and friendly tone as if he were sharing the news that he heard today from his friend. They say that it only dies when both of its heads are broken at once. That short remark was enough, and that was all that it needed. At a faster pace than a running troll, 10 zombies sprinted to the front. What? Why are the zombies so fast? Oh my god, what is that skill? Zombies crawled up on the body of a giant troll. Ka. The troll felt embarrassed and was desperate to pull the things off its body, but the zombies, which rushed at it with their fingernails and teeth, clung to them with a sound that sounded much like a war cry. Fat. Some transformed their bodies as if they realized that they lacked weapons. Sharp bones that did not belong to the natural human skeleton formed out of their elbows and wrists. Then they began to stab the troll's whole body without mercy. Thuk, thuk. Splat. Thuk, thuk, thuk. It was a familiar sight that I had seen a lot in the future. Bone blade . All hell had now unleashed. Blood splashes, flesh scatters. A herd of zombies tearing up the body of a troll faster than its rate of regeneration. The zombie, who climbed to the stomach, dug through the abdomen of the troll. Lifting out a large intestine from the peritoneum, it ripped up and hugged it in both hands. It kicked the pelvic bone of the troll and jumped to the ground with the recoil in that state. Troll, whose intestine was taken out of there alive, howled and fell. Kurg. Thump. The troll fell on the floor. The stomach, which had been badly sliced, was already showing signs of healing. However, as soon as the monster fell, most zombies were approaching its heads. Blarg. While several zombies hacked their legs to prevent them from getting up, the other zombies surrounding the heads all moved on to the next movement. They aimed their left elbow at the troll's head and hammered their left fists with their right fists. It was a picture reminiscent of a quarry scene in which many miners rushing to the huge rock. Boom. 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 Squeal. It didn't take long for both skulls of twin-headed troll to break simultaneously. Crack. Crush. 2 different colored pools appeared side by side, unlike the color of the blood pools that had been created in the process. A round stain made of cloudy pink color drenched the floor. A silence had descended upon the onlookers. Nate, who confirmed that the troll was dead, said softly, "Thank you." Whistle. A wind passed by. Nate's shadow shook. 10 zombies disappeared without a trace. At this, Nate alone remained alone, staring at Troll's body, as his eyes were full of hostility. Chapter 60. We improved the quality starting Chapter 61. Thanks for the patience. We also are reworking all at the rate of 5 to 7 chapters per day. We're still stabilizing since we've just started this series. I apologize for the inconveniences. Team building, 5. That's crazy. Shin Kyung-pyo murmured as if he couldn't believe it. Even among the known unique skills, there are none that are of the same category. It's different from the taming type, which controls the monsters, since the creature that did not exist in the first place suddenly appeared. Lee Ji-soo let her words out with a pale expression, but why zombies, among all the monsters out there? Even if she had seen and gone through a lot in her life, that scene a while ago must have been shocking for her. That's not important. It is a one and only skill that has no replacements, so he gets to call his own price, won't he? Shin Kyung-pyo poured out questions to Nate in English as if he found this all fascinating. You wouldn't be creating those zombies in an instance. Are you summoning them from other dungeons? Or from another dimension of Earth? How do you control them? If the effect is this much, the condition to add in the subordinates must be tricky, am I right? As I was about to hold back Nate from answering the questions, Lee Ji-soo unexpectedly stepped forward. Hey! Wait a minute. Her expression, in the meanwhile, had changed completely. The slightly loathsome expression had been gone in an instant, and she spoke to Nate with a face of determination. "You don't have to answer." However, Nate raised both of his hands and shook his head as if he had not intended to answer easily in the first place. "Jinwook told me not to say useless things." As he repeated what I said without a filter, a bitter smile came out without me realizing it. "Yes, of course." Lee Ji-so opened her eyes wide and glared right at Shin Kyung-pyo. "Hunter Shin Kyung-pyo. Are you trying to take advantage of him just because he's young?" "And no. It's not like that. I was just asking because I found it peculiar. I didn't like that bastard, either." Although Lee Ji-so had stopped him quickly, I didn't intend to stay still without a protest. At this I spoke up, looking at Shin Kyung-pyo, "If you have any business with them, please speak to me as their agent. And since you're the evaluating officer, we'll definitely be polite to you, but I hope Shin Kyung-pyo Hunter will also be respectful to the participants. Just because we're a junior and an applicant for a promotion, we don't have to throw away our guaranteed rights, should we?" One did not ask about one's ability to the extent that the person did not disclose to others. Of course, there was an unwritten code between the hunters. Shin Kyung-pyo apologized a few more times, saying he was sorry, but it was all meaningless. He purposely did so, seeing that no guild affiliates tagged around. "Oh, sorry. Excuse me." He spoke alternately in Korean and English, looking at Nate and I. I was surprised and did so unknowingly. "I'm sorry." At that time, Kim Ji-hoon, who was looking at Nate with a strange look, suddenly said, "Based on the data we just received, he doesn't belong to the Celestial Dragon." His intentions were obvious, so I cut him off at once. "The full authority over activities in Korea is already tied up to this side." This side did not refer exactly to Celestial Dragon, but my own company, but I didn't have to tell him the details. The official stepped in, "There, so the rating is middle dot middle dot middle dot." Again, the discussion was short. Nate Hope, final ranks. It was a sure result. "Well, then let's move on. This is applicant number 3. Everyone's eyes looked sharp. They should have been curious, wondering how much my mana output would be. The public official, who knew that the repercussions would be huge, sent the data to the hunters with a slightly nervous look. He waited until now without giving any heads up. Ding. The data was sent to the 3 evaluators' terminals. Immediately, a similar scene from the center was reenacted. Silence. Nobody could easily open his or her mouth. Are my eyes seeing the wrong thing? Is the terminal showing an error, or is the analyzing artifact faulty? Shin Kyung-pyo stopped murmuring and looked at the public servant beside him. "Is this, perhaps?" The public official spoke with a determined face. "Unlike the foreigners, the awakening process was recorded in videotapes. There is no possibility of unlawful elements being involved." "But this is a bit too much." Kim Ji-hoon, who was glaring at the hologram with a stiffened expression, spoke. "Let's skip the useless chit-chats." His words were icy. Him being brought to this place only means that he was verified so in the previous stages. The public official stepped forward. "With that, is there a need for him to proceed with the combat capability assessment? As you know, because mana output capacity of the applicant is over S rank, the evaluators get to decide on the method of grading." Lee Ji-so shook her head. "Would it mean anything? The situation now calls for us to skip the process since we cannot safely catch alive monsters to assess S ranks. We are now dealing with an SS rank." "But then..." Kim Ji-hoon extended his hand to stop Lee Ji-so's words. "Wait a minute. We don't have to necessarily skip the assessment process just because there are no monsters for him." Lee Ji-so's gaze sharpened. "What are you saying?" I smiled inwardly. "Obvious bastard. Yeah, I knew you would be that way." Lee Ji-so protested. "No matter how well he does, we can't give SSS rank in the promotional examination conducted in Korea. He would be assigned to SS rank as he was graded in the output evaluation. What would there be more to this? The combat capability assessment doesn't necessarily have a positive effect." "You can't be serious." "The rating adjustment is at the discretion of the evaluating officer who is in charge of the final evaluation. We're evaluating whether that applicant has the right combat capability to match the SS grade. Isn't it a rule that if we think he lacks competence for it, we can decrease to an S rank? Or even worse than expected, to even lower ranks?" Shin Kyung-pyo Hunter then chimed in. "Yes, if it's only been a few months since Hunter Seo Jin-wook to have awakened. Wouldn't he lack the sense of combat and skill you can expect from hunters of S rank and above? No, but we don't have any monsters to assign to him. Without monsters, wouldn't we have to follow the practice of foreign countries? In cases of foreign countries. Wait a minute. Are you saying you're going to fight? There are such countries that replace the combat capability evaluation with a battle among hunters instead of hunting. Kim Ji-hoon continued, I guess I'm the right person for the opponent. To base it on the ranks. I was grateful for Lee Ji-so, who stood up for me, but she alone was not enough. The decision was ultimately subject to the evaluator's majority vote, and the current situation is 2-1. It was not enough to turn it over. I stepped out to shorten the time. I understand. Put your sword against mine, right? Kim Ji-hoon smiled grimly. I'm glad you understand quickly. Then, a magical voice from Lee Ji-so rang in my ear. It was sent to me secretly so that only I could hear it. Kim Ji-hoon, that bastard, he's setting you up purposely. Don't expect him to be clean on this official occasion. If it's that bastard, he could cleverly disguise things as an accident. You are aware that the recovery position isn't an all-around, right? Even if he doesn't kill you, he can make you stay in rehab for months. I cut off her magic voice. I replied using the same skill as she used. Thank you for your concern. But I think I'll be okay. Her eyes widened because of the contents of the unexpected answer, and the way it was delivered. Okay. Let's get this over with. The whole process will be recorded on video. Don't worry. I'm not worried about that. But there's something else I'm concerned about. If the battle intensifies and either side becomes unconscious, what happens to the promotion? Don't worry. The examination won't be invalidated even if you turn unconscious. The final rating will be given by evaluating the abilities shown during the competition. I shook my head. No, not that, I said with a smile. What about the other case? In other words, I meant what would happen if Kim Ji-hoon, an evaluating officer, fell unconscious as a result of the match. Ha! He smiled, showing his teeth as if he were dumbfounded. I heard it's by a vote of the majority. Do the only two people except for unconscious people who can't express their opinions have to agree? You're funny. It's a probability that you don't need to expect, but we'll automatically give you an SS rating if that happens. Do you all agree? Shin Kyung-pyo agreed as if it was ridiculous, and Lee Ji-so also nodded with a determined look. I looked at the public official and asked him in a carefree manner. You've recorded all these comments, haven't you? ... What a naive bastard. He has a thick face differently with Seo-gyu-chul. Nate, who was observing the situation, asked Hibiki about what was going on, and she delivered the content to Nate as if she understood most of it. Then, he murmured as if he could not understand. If Jin-wook's output is SS rank, isn't he stronger than S rank? But how can an S rank judge evaluate Jin-wook? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Kim Ji-hoon's face changed completely when he heard those words. At this, I suppressed my laughter and stepped forward with my sword. Then, I turned to Nate. In the end, he just can't accept it. Kim Ji-hoon was now shaking. So, you just need to prove it in front of me. What a shady, ugly thing. After a brief time for the public official to revise the electronic documents, we stood with the sword, facing each other due to the changed standard. He would want to step on me before my existence becomes the igniter that pulls up again the celestial dragon, which was falling apart. He wouldn't be able to kill me here, so is he planning to cut one of my limbs off? Staging an accident, that is. He knew that if he cut me up in a disorderly manner that it would be impossible for the limbs to be attached again. I would need to find a rare item called the elixir, and it would take months to search for it, even if it were the celestial dragons looking for it. He would think it's hitting two birds with a stone if he puts the newly awakened hunter to a hospital bed and if he gets traumatized by it. It is like declaring war against the celestial dragon. It would be considered impossible in the past days, but in the present situation, he judged that it would be worth it, risking a war. As Jisoo said, it's easy to stage it like an accident. To the extent of evading legal responsibility. There is going to be a lot of criticism that will follow, but he's not the kind to care about it in the first place. He then said, since this is not the actual fight and it's for evaluation, let's limit the sword energy to this much. Cloudy sky blue sword energy covered Kim Ji-hoon's sword. It was shallow enough to cover only the blade. I twisted my lips. That much? Alright. I also covered the common sword I brought instead of the devil's sword with normal blue sword energy. Well, come first. I'm glad you made concessions. Instead of shooting the sword energy, I took the sword and dug directly into him. Chang. The first moment when the two blades crossed each other, Kim Ji-hoon's face seemed like he realized something was wrong. He must be dumbfounded. I had already noticed the trick that Kim Ji-hoon had just hidden on the blade. That sword mastery, chain blade. It was a skill that raised Kim Ji-hoon's notoriety in the previous life, but his true ability was not known yet in this era. The skill, which was used by assassins at different dimensions, later became famous on Earth for its unique deception tricks and brutality. That sword energy reflected on the blade is not all that it seems. It seemed to have limited the effect of the sword energy very weakly, but in fact, if you looked closely inside, the small saw blade-shaped sword energy was vibrating and spinning at a very high speed. Just by grazing yourself on that, the flesh would get torn, and tiny pieces of sword energy would dig into the body like shrapnels of the grenade to rip off blood vessels, causing severe internal bleeding. In the process, the accompanying pain was severe enough to make you want to cut off the body part. It's a much notorious skill. Cling. Clang. Kim Ji-hoon was busy trying to stop my heavily struck sword for a while. I didn't give him a chance to fight back and cornered him. Just as Kim Ji-hoon's thin sword energy had a cruel trick hidden, my weak-looking sword energy actually had a powerful force that had been condensed several times. Huh? There was also a strange reaction among the hunters who were watching. What? Why is he so good at fighting? When it came to combat evaluation, it was natural that evaluators must lead the flow of exchanging attacks with each other. However, now, the scene looked different from what they had been expecting. Kim Ji-hoon is falling behind. Meanwhile, my opponent looked displeased. You. What? What? He couldn't even speak properly. He was in a hurry to stop my sword path that flowed like rain. As, chain blade, wrapped around his blade like a quiet rain shower, general attacks bounced off immediately, but on the contrary, he was being pushed back by my attacks. He finally noticed how powerful the energy wrapped around my sword was. This. Crazy. I could also hear Shin Kyung-pyo's desolate voice. Isn't that the output of a hunter, who had awakened during the cataclysm that had lived the way of the sword for more than 20 years? 20 years, that was such an underestimate. Wouldn't it be over 500 years if the owners of these sword movements were combined? Coop. Kim Ji-hoon clenched his teeth. Swish. That sounded the first barely executed counterattack. The sword energy that he released passed right next to my face. Did he aim for my face? He's reckless. Lee Ji-so's expression looked distorted. Hey, wait a minute. She beckoned to the public official. She was trying to stop the evaluation through him as he supervised the procedure. It's the end. I wound up his sword with my blade and bounced it back. The movement was flexible, as if measured with a ruler and fast enough to leave no afterimage. His face was distorted. Staring at him, I got rid of the blue sword energy and put a different kind of mono pattern on it. A light, sky blue sword energy, which is different from before, now covered the sword. No. The faces of the hunters stiffened. They all had noticed that the sword energy I executed was the same as what Kim Ji-hoon had performed for his attacks so far. In that state, I drew the sword against the leg of Kim Ji-hoon, who was currently defenseless. Check. And a gruesome scream. Ah. Beep. At that moment, the public official pressed the stop button. Stop evaluation. Stop evaluation. The hunters came running. Start with a hemostasis. Shin Kyung-pyo poured out the healing potion. Kim Ji-hoon was crawling on the floor and scratching the ground with his fingernails. Ah. Son of a bi-5-itch. He seemed to be out of his mind because of the severe pain that felt like it was crushing him. His eyes were bloodshot and protruding as if they were about to pop out. His face turned red, then blue again, and then darkened. One of the two legs was completely cut off, and the other was half cut. Hunters who watched the scene quickly realized that it was more than just pain from dismemberment. I can't stop the bleeding. The sliced surface isn't healing? They just poured the potion into the part that had been cut off by my sword, but it didn't work well. In fact, if it had been executed as Kim Ji-hoon was originally aiming for, the bleeding should have stopped by now, even if the pain continued. I gave the sword energy a variant, very lightly. Shin Kyung-pyo argued against me in protest. What the hell are you doing? At this, I willfully put on a darkened expression, as if I felt guilty about the whole thing. Oh. I'm really sorry about this. No, I don't care about your apologies. What on earth have you done with the sword that It has only been a few months since I've been awakened, so I'm a little clumsy in controlling my unique skill. What? Small, sharp fragments of sword energy, like broken glass, continue to mutilate, penetrating all parts of the blood vessels beyond just pressing against the nerves. That's why even if they used a potion, the wound quickly opens again. I looked down at his leg and said, even if I didn't intend to, if I think it's a dangerous situation, it comes out so middle. I've just imitated Hunter Kim Ji-hoon's skill and returned it. In this manner, I was going to leave hints about my fake unique skill, replica, that I would soon officially announce. Listening to me, Lee Ji-so's eyes sharpened. Imitating the skill you gave it back? I think she now understood the implications of the words right away. Before the end of the battle, everyone had seen that my sword flashed exactly the same light as Kim Ji-hoon's sword energy. She spoke while watching Kim Ji-hoon foaming at the floor and bleeding from every hole in his body, other than the cut surface. You mean to say? Disgust spread in her eyes. Do you mean that Kim Ji-hoon actually received the attack that he gave to you? Yeah, this is it. I smiled inwardly in reply. Chapter 61. Team Building 6. No additional, Chain Blade, skill cards had been found since Kim Ji-hoon had learned them. Unless a card suddenly popped up from the ground, I needed to explain how I used the skill. I found my way around it with lies about my unique skill. Lee Ji-so checked again. So, you mean that you, Seo Jin-wook, could have been the one to experience what Kim Ji-hoon is experiencing now? The public official's face stiffened rapidly, having learned the meaning of the current situation. Nate's eyes turned fierce when he heard Hibiki's interpretations, and the shadow shook slightly. Fortunately, Hibiki stopped him right away, and the shadow stopped moving. I spoke with an air of innocence. I didn't know. It was such a scary skill. It was activated regardless of my will, but I would have been in trouble without my unique skill. The real, replica, didn't work that way. But what did they know? With his eyes turned upside down, Kim Ji-hoon spat out a cry and screamed hoarsely, "Ag! Arg!" He couldn't even faint. I would have killed him here if I could. After my reincarnation, my beliefs did not change. If I left the man who was after me as he was, he would definitely come back to do more harm. Of course, I didn't intend to let him live, but I put the plan on hold slightly. I looked down at Kim Ji-hoon with contempt. Wait for a while. I'll find you again. Wang. When Lee Ji-so tore the scroll, Kim Ji-hoon, who was frantic, fell asleep. It was not just sleep magic, but magic close to an anesthetic that paralyzed the nervous system. The bleeding on the leg barely stopped when I applied the paste artifact from the emergency box. You. Shin Kyung-pyo glared. Kid, you're so blatant. I hastened the public official. He did not have the authority to grade but oversaw the overall process. As promised in advance, officer. Shin Kyung-pyo intervened. Wait. Are you going to believe his words right now and move on? He shouted, spraying spit everywhere. We all know that the relationship between the Celestial Dragon and the Grand Kwai is bad, but wasn't this an opportunity to set up a trap in advance to keep Hunter Kim Ji-hoon in check? Scratching my head, I said, I told you, my unique skill isn't perfect yet. And that's quite unexpected from you. What? If I were to side with Grand Kwai, I would never mention what Hunter Shin Kyung-pyo just said. It was only then that he realized his mistake, and his face turned red. It was not me but Kim Ji-hoon, who proposed a fight in the first place when the guilds were not getting along well with each other. He had been acting up against a hunter, who had been awakened for less than half a year, and was beaten in reverse. He was the one who tried to set a trap. He was blatantly after my neck. A non-awakened public official might not have noticed it, but a hunter would have noticed it. It was Kim Ji-hoon who would be at a disadvantage when Lee Ji-so testified. On seeing my ability, I sensed he struggled and attempted releasing sword energy in my direction. It would be a mistake, however, though I laughed inwardly at the baffled look upon his face. This. Shin Kyung-pyo struggled for speech. Well, being awakened doesn't correspond to intelligence, so. I hurried us on. I think we need to get Kim Ji-hoon Hunter out of the dungeon as soon as possible. Let's wrap this up and head out. The official nodded his head. As agreed in advance. We will confirm the final grade of Seo Jin-wook Hunter as SS rank. I watched him sign the electronic documents floating on the holograms. It's done. The promotion process was finally over. There was no need to go back to the center to reissue Hunter's card. The database update for promotional information was made immediately, and the contents of Hunter's certificate were automatically changed without a separate reissue. "Wow! This is amazing," Nate murmured when he saw that his Hunter's rating had changed to S. Shin Kyung-pyo called someone on the phone, and then came back and talked with the public official. Someone might have thought he belonged to Grand Gua. The official sighed and said, "We can't reverse the result of the promotion. Implementing their discretionary power means that the standards for promotion were made by the evaluating officers, yourselves. Overturning the rules would mean it has to be done before it is implemented. However, we promise to conduct a separate investigation into any unlawful acts in the process of the battle." Even if he looked back at the video for 100 days, nothing would come out. All that would be found would be the color and shape of the sword energy that covered my sword, perfectly matching that of Kim Ji-hoon. Kim Ji-hoon tried to do me dishonestly, but he was counterattacked. If Lee Ji-so, who seemed to have a bad relationship with him, testified what she saw, things would only be against Kim Ji-hoon. If the rumor spread, I'll kill two birds with one stone. The SS-ranked, who was like a freshly awakened, beat the S-ranked veteran. Besides, I had a unique skill that has never been seen, and I also had talented people from abroad. This was how we built the game. I was about to disappear with Nate and Hibiki, but suddenly Lee Ji-so came. "Congratulations, Korea's first SS rank. The country is going to be turned upside down from today." I received the greeting calmly, "Thank you. Can I talk to you for a second? I won't take much of your time." Kim Ji-hoon was transported in an ambulance, and Shin Kyung-pyo attached himself to him as if he had become a servant. They disappeared together. Since we decided to return in a separate vehicle instead of returning to the center in a public official car, there were only the three promoted people, and Lee Ji-so left. I decided to listen to her for the sake due to her favorable attitude. "We don't have much time to move to another place. It's enough to talk here. First of all, here's a business card." I accepted her business card. Her name and contact number were written on the background of the Golden Circle Guild's emblem decorating the center of the card. Golden Circle was the next tier to the four major guilds. They were keeping their distance from all four major guilds. Keeping a neutral position. Although they were now reeling, Celestial Dragon had long been regarded as Korea's best guild. Grand Kwa, Destruction Blade, and Gatekeepers threatened Celestial Dragon's position by scale and force. Gatekeepers, who walked their line, were not involved in the force fight, but the other three guilds were engaged in a dirty battle in alliance with minor guilds. Like Grand Kwa and Shin Kyung-pyo's guild being in the same boat. It was pathetic, with not enough time to prepare for the future altogether, they were dividing themselves and picking fights with each other. I would need to clean up this floor as soon as possible. With this in mind, I spoke to her. "I don't have a business card yet." "That's okay. I'm just going to ask you one thing." Straight to the point, she asked, "I was wondering if by taking those mercenaries and moving with them separately from the Celestial Dragons, it meant you might be thinking of building a new guild. Is that so?" I shook my head. "That's not the case. Everyone will know what I'm going to do from now on anyway." Lee Ji-so shrugged her shoulders. "Really? Too bad. The rumors about the internal situation must have been exaggerated." She may have been talking about the conflict with Seo Gyu-chul and rumors about me running away from home. If she was, as the rumor went, they might have thought I was leaving Celestial Dragon for good. With that possibility in mind, she wants to make a separate tie with me. If, as she predicted, I was to make a guild with a small number of people, I'll probably work in conjunction with a big guild like the Golden Circle. The 3,333 rumors are pretty accurate, but oddly enough, all those related to you are only empty shells. Oh, except for one. They say you're a genius, who will rewrite the history of Korean hunters. She had the gift of speaking the kind of praise that would flatter and cause embarrassment. You must know a lot of jealous people, huh? Did you have some internal forces that kept you in check? Why are you being ridiculed and being called sick? Now she was talking about the gossip regarding my mental illness. It seemed like she was genuinely curious, but I didn't answer and gave a bitter smile. She shrugged her shoulders. Well, there must be some background situation that I don't know. Anyway, contact me anytime if you change your mind. You know why I'm doing this, right? To be honest, I want to get along well with you in the future. I understand. If the Constitutional Department asks for an interview because of Kim Ji-hoon, I will make a statement as I saw it, so don't worry. She knew what I want to hear before I asked her for it. I liked her. Oh, wait a minute, I said quickly. Can I ask you one question? Of course. Do you know anyone from the Gatekeepers Guild? Blinking curiously, she replied, Gatekeepers? Of course, I know some. But they're not of the 4 major guilds. Why? Can you introduce me to them? I need an idle dungeon. But it's not an official request. You want a route you can approach carefully, so the press or into other guilds don't get wind of it? She was sharp, of that I was certain. Yes. Lee Jisoo looked around me, then towards Nate and Hibiki, as if she found us interesting. She sensed my intentions immediately. Okay, I'll introduce you. Secretary Kim parked in a refugee protection zone located somewhere in Gyeonggi-do. Many people had yet to return to their previous lives after losing their homes and jobs due to the dungeon breaks that followed the cataclysm. The place he was visiting was one of the residential areas for such people. Here we are. Secretary Kim looked at the map that was displayed on his terminal and walked onward without hesitation. Then, coming to a prefabricated building, he stopped, and rang the bell on the shabby door. The door opened, and a stench poked Secretary Kim's nose through the crack. A middle-aged man with blank eyes and a bushy beard looked at him wearily. Mr. Yu Kyung-jae? You are expecting us? After a moment of hesitation, his mouth opened. That's right. I didn't expect you to come. I thought it was a prank call. He led Secretary Kim inside with a perplexed look. After sitting down, Secretary Kim put a copy of a document on the table. Yu Kyung-jae picked it up with a trembling hand. This isn't some kind of scam, is it? I don't have the money to consult a lawyer. Secretary Kim said with a serious look, this is no joke, and not fraudulent. Yu Kyung-jae looked at the first page of the document. Written in large letters at the top, were the words, Conditional Sales Contract. The man said hesitantly, so. Please let me know if I understand this properly. Yes. I heard that Han Sol had passed away from the news. But. You mean that none of her family members or cousins are confirmed to be alive, right? It's likely to be that way. Sol said she lost all of her family and relatives during the cataclysm. The man seemed unsure of the situation but went on, but Sol had a stake in the Celestial Dragon Guild. And if it stays like this, the stake will be transferred to the country? That's right. The look for an heir is ongoing, but no one has claimed the right to inherit it yet. Over time, ownership is automatically transferred to the state. But I don't have a single drop of blood mixed with Sol ... So, we are willing to spare all legal support so that Mr. Yu Kyung-jae can be recognized as a special benefactor by the court. I just lived with Sol for a few years. And that was a long time ago. Secretary Kim swallowed his words inwardly. In fact, they only lived together for a few years before Han Sol Assistant Guild Master awakened. An event of a few decades prior in her life. There was not much evidence left to claim that there was actually a marriage. But how the hell did the team leader find this guy? The man that the guild master hasn't found yet. He continued the explanation, shaking off his unimportant thoughts. We're going to argue to the court that you two are actually married. If you are recognized as a special contributor, you can inherit some or all of your shares. Our goal, of course, is for you, Mr. Yu Kyung-jae, to inherit all of it. And the contract says that if I sell all the shares, I will inherit it in the future at a price set by the company? Correct, but this sales contract is conditional. Apart from future sales, we will pay you cash for the amount stated here as soon as the contract is signed. Yu Kyung-jae's jaw dropped when he saw the amount. The tremors in his hands also intensified. Taking in the scene, Secretary Kim said, after that, we will provide you with a certain amount of monthly living expenses throughout your lifetime. What happens if I don't inherit it? In that case, we will not return the promised down payment, and the living expenses will continue to be paid. If Yu Kyung-jae actually inherited what was promised, he would take additional down payment and living expenses from the sale price. Even if he didn't, the down payment and living expenses were in his pocket, so there was nothing to lose. In fact, Secretary Kim opposed the clause. If the court rejected it due to lack of evidence, the stake would be lost, and only useless money would be spent on Yu Kyung-jae. However, Seo Jin-wook was so confident. He even said they didn't even need to look for another relative of Han Sol. I mean, are you sure the court will recognize my right to inherit? They can't accept it if it's this way. There's not enough evidence. But where there are gaps, we'll fill it in. It was an indication that he would fabricate evidence if necessary. The man held the pen in his hand as if he had made up his mind. Yes, I'll sign it. There's nothing more to lose anyway. Secretary Kim, on obtaining his signature, had a glow in his eyes. The other company in this contract was, of course, owned by Seo Jin-wook. If this person inherits Han Sol's stake and sells it back to the team leader, the game will greatly be affected. Secretary Kim was still not sure whether everything would go as planned. But he's not going to do this for no reason. Secretary Kim said as he received the signed contract, "Well, why don't you move from this place first? We've prepared a quiet and comfortable place for you to rest." Even if Seo Gyu-chul, or other guild members who belatedly learned of the man's existence, started searching for him, there would be no trace left. In this way, preparations were being made everywhere for Seo Jin-wook to take over Celestial Dragons. Chapter 62. Sensation. Ring, ring. Immediately after parting with her, the terminal on my wrist rang. It automatically searched and showed the phone number of the caller. It was the line used by the Constitutional Department. It must have been the officer in charge who guided us. After finishing the final grading, the officer advised us to stop by the center. Upon receiving the SS rank, the Constitutional Department database was updated, even though the entire department seemed chaotic. All he wanted us to do was to stop by and chat with the high people, but I didn't plan on doing so. As he failed to persuade me, he went back to the center by himself, and of course, he must have been severely scolded by his superiors who were expecting him to bring me with him. "Jin-wook, won't you answer the call?" "It's all right." Just in time, the unmanned vehicle I called stopped in front of us. "Come on, let's go." Secretary Kim, who was driving alone after secreting Yu Kyung-jae into a hidden place, turned his gaze to the suddenly noisy terminal ringing incessantly. Isn't this a guild number? Even though he'd taken the day off, he still allowed emergency calls through, which meant that it was an emergency or someone was causing a scene again. Is the guild master acting up again? Just a day or two ago, Seo Gyu-chul tossed him around, as he was assigned as Seo Jin-wook's security, but he couldn't help but frown at times like these. Since we are operating the guild like this in 2038, it's no wonder hunters keep trying to leave. A company that calls and bothers on vacation. He stopped grumbling and answered the call. "Yes, this is Kim Byung-ho." "Hey, Secretary Kim. Did you know of this?" The voice was that of a senior. "Huh? Senior Choi? It's my day off today." He protested, but the other guy didn't bother to listen. "About Seo Jin-wook. Did you know or not?" Secretary Kim tensed at the mention of Seo Jin-wook. He knew that he was going to the promotion review today. Did something happen there? Or did Seo Gyu-chul come running faster than expected and confronted him after hearing the news? "What about team leader Seo?" he asked, masking his confusion. "He lost the title of team leader a long time ago ever since he took a leave of absence." "What team leader? You really didn't know? If you keep talking like that, this conversation could go on all day. Look at the news, you punk." Secretary Kim pulled over to the shoulder. While keeping the call on, he manipulated the terminal to display the video. It was a news channel. The reporter's voice followed. "This is information consistently being heard through several people involved in the Hunter Management Department. A spokesman said that he would make an official statement within the day. Unlike previous gossip, it is almost certain that they did not immediately deny them. I repeat. Upon today's regular examination held at the Hunter Center in Seoul, information that Korea's first SS-ranked awakened was found as rapidly spreading among hunters. The awakened person is known as Mr. Seo, the eldest son of the nation's leading hunter guild, Celestial Dragon." Secretary Kim gasped instinctively and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The subtitles remained unchanged, and he blinked his eyes in frustration. Korea's first SS hunter is born? He is the eldest son of Celestial Dragon Guild, Mr. Seo. The eldest son of the Celestial Dragons. There was no point in using an alias. A single search would bring up all his personal information. No, even if that's true. But he knew that what he showed was not an ordinary level of growth. Even though he didn't know how it was done, not only did he fight against Park Chang-hee of A rank, but he also showed the amazing ability he experienced for the first time. But this was unexpected. An SS rank. It seems that the guild master received the information in advance through the connections he planted in the Hunter Management Department. Everyone tried to dissuade him, but he already ran to the center. There's a whole bunch of reporters out there right now. Ah. That was certainly a problem. In those days, Seo Gyu-chul's words and actions were not presentable in front of the press. No. Secretary Kim immediately changed his mind. Is it rather better? He roughly knew Seo Jinwook's plan. Secretary Kim laughed quietly. Maybe it's a chance for our team leader. Hunter Center, Seoul. In front of the center, adjacent to the Hunter Management Department complex, reporters had already gathered for the coverage. Having many excellent hunters was equivalent to national power, and the birth of a high-rank hunter had always been news that shocked the country. In the crowd, there was a stream of grumbling where people were standing shoulder to shoulder. "Geez, won't they open the press center? Why are they telling us to wait outside? That place in the lobby on the first floor is already full of reporters. They told us to wait here since they're trying to make the room as we speak." "What? That big place is full? It's like all the journalists in our country are gathered." A black vehicle then arrived in a public parking lot used by the center and the Hunter Management Department. "Oh, there's the Celestial Dragons Guild Master. It's Seo Chol." Click click click. The cameras flashed all at once. "It's rather a good thing we waited outside." Reporters rushed to Seo Chol and pushed the microphone in his face. "Guild Master Seo Chol. There's news that your eldest son, Hunter Seo Jinwook, has received the SS rank this time. How do you feel?" The reporter's face, who had barely won the physical struggle and had asked the first question, gradually stiffened. Seo Chol did not say anything but looked at the reporters, who had blocked his path, with a cold gaze. What kind of stare is this? The reporters were taken aback. Seo Chol was famous for his cold attitude, but he at least kept his courtesy to the media. Known for his obsession with his reputation of being Korea's #1, he was aware of the importance of the media. He was famous for gathering reporters and holding a press conference at every opportunity, even if a small achievement was made, a person of a very pro-media inclination. This is. Most reporters handling Hunter-related issues were familiar with Seo Chol, but were still taken aback with his gaze. It was completely different from his usual face, a beastly gaze filled with hostility and hatred. And even madness flowed out of his eyes. Seo Chol's fierce eyes were captured in the camera. Everyone felt the murderous stare. The gathered reporters felt the weight of the air pressed on their lungs. As they were not awakens, they were overwhelmed by Seo Chol's explosive aura. Then, a crushed voice rang their ears, "You better back off." Reporters and cameras made their way for him as if the sea were splitting. In between, Seo Chol walked silently. All those scenes were being broadcast live and nationwide through the camera. "Come on, Guild Master. What were you thinking of doing so outside?" The Assistant Secretary of the Hunter Management Department welcomed Seo Chol instead of the minister who was called to the Blue House, or the Presidential Palace, for a meeting of officials. Seo Chol said with fiery eyes without paying respect while standing up without waiting for him to sit down, "You can't do this to me, Mr. Secretary. Consider how much money I have given to the Hunter Management Department so far." Like the reporters, the Assistant Secretary felt chills as he was standing in front of the beast. Without realizing it, a cold sweat flowed down his back. He spoke, barely holding on to his spirit, "I don't know what this is about, but let's calm down and talk." Only then did the Vice Minister feel that heavy atmosphere, that had been heavily weighing on the room, disappear. He took out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat off. After hesitating, he sat face to face with Seo Chol. The scene where you just confronted the reporters was broadcast live across the country. Whether looking at the Guildmaster's expression or the tone, it seemed like an awakened hunter was threatening a powerless civilian. Anyone could see that. You broadcast yourself that way when we are trying so hard to improve the image of the hunters. Seo Chol did not wait to listen to all the words. "Why was the news that my son came here delivered so late? And you just let him go without knowing where he was headed to?" The Vice Minister also had a lot to say. To sum up what the employees said, the speed at which the words leaked out to the Celestial Dragon was their best, and there was no excuse for the officials to hold the SS Hunter down when he insisted that he should go. "I mean, wait a minute. Guildmaster, you're not doing this because of Hunter Seo Jinwook, are you? Is it because of that rumor lately going around? The rumor that the government is interested in the Celestial Dragon's stake? I told you there's nothing we can do about it. The stake purchase itself is carried out by a different department from the Hunter Management Department, and it reflects the intention of the people above. Don't change the subject. I'm here to talk about Seo Jinwook." Upon hearing his words, the Vice Minister was beyond being baffled and was now speechless. So, he really came here to complain about his son? The look on his face suggested he was ready to kill a few people right now. And the subject of the complaint was, why wasn't his son held down here? Furthermore, He didn't seem to be interested in the government's plan to buy stakes that could easily be a bone of contention. The vice minister said hesitantly and cautiously, "Excuse me. Guildmaster? Don't misunderstand my words and listen. From the way I see it, I don't think you need to do this here, but perhaps some professional counseling." The vice minister made a note to instruct the staff after Seo Gyul left. As soon as rumors spread that his mentally ill son was completely cured, this time, the father went crazy. "Man, they're an ill-fated family." The vice minister planned to instruct people to dig into the rumors that Seo Gyul's reputation was flawed. More precisely, to focus on the rumor that his mind was fluctuating. The internet was riled up. Media, social media, and communities were all talking about the newly born SS Hunter. Yeah, this much attention is natural. The more I became the center of attention, the better. In the course of looking into such news, I found an unexpected article. Along with Seo Gyul's photo, a provocative title continued. Threatening words and actions shown in front of the press by Seo Gyul, the head of the Celestial Dragon Guild. Why did he appear alone in the Hunter Management Department on the day his son received the SS rank? The discord between the father and son on the rise. That crazy person. He must have gone to the center himself to find me. In the process, he even caused a scene with the media. I clicked my tongue inwardly and turned off the hologram just as a call came through the line. "It's the gatekeepers." I answered the call immediately. "Yes, this is Seo Jin-wook." More than 1,000 dungeons were opened in Korea every year, but the clear was carried out by priority. The dungeon was not always infested with monsters, the difficulty of clear is different, and there was a difference in stability and change patterns. Based on the monster's characteristics, if the risk at the onset of the break was fatal, the ranking was high, and if the word unstable was attached to the state, it was of top priority. Falling behind in the priorities was precisely the opposite. Especially if it was difficult to ascertain the conditions for clear in the dungeon. The government allocates the gates to a guild for up until a year. After that period, they have to bid again among the guild, and there are some gates where no one bids, for various reasons. Dungeons were less profitable because they were difficult to attack compared to the ranks of their hunters. Simultaneously, the dungeon was either very stable or stable, so there was no need to set up a team. Gatekeepers Guild volunteers to manage the doors to those dungeons. For some of those dungeons, I would get a license to use as an individual this time. To train the two people and mine the treasure buried there. Yes, thank you. I'm looking forward to it. I ended the call with a Gatekeepers Guild member, introduced by Lee Jisoo, and I smiled satisfactorily. All right. I could feel the gaze of Hibiki and Nate staring at my face. They must have been curious after hearing the contents of the call. As soon as I looked at them, Hibiki asked, "Was the place that we could train decided?" I nodded, "Yes, there are only 3. Nate's face was filled with expectation. "Wow. 3? From when?" "Right now." "Yay." Hibiki said, "I heard that dungeons used for training are usually borrowed 1 to 2 weeks at a time. It's going to take a month to go around, right?" "No, what are you talking about?" "How can you say that, for a month?" I said with a smile, "By the end of the day, we will finish all 3. "Yes?" The contract with the Gatekeepers Guild was made through electronic documents using the terminal, without the need of a face-to-face meeting, and was effective upon deposit. The destination entered in the vehicle's navigation was the nearest dungeon. Sleep in the car to ready yourselves. For the next 24 hours or so, you won't have time to sleep except when you're on the move. Training would be tough from the outset. Chapter 63. Expensive and Useless, 1. A gatekeeper hunter was waiting at the destination, clearly contacted in advance. No official from the Hunter Management Department was present at the gate, so he alone welcomed us. Welcome. Looking at the way they worked, it was difficult to consider them as an organization that simply, after earning money, regularly checked the gate's status message, or went inside the gate to inspect the internal structure of the dungeon instead of clearing it by themselves. And if there were guilds or individuals who wished to mine or clear, they could sell their fixed-term licenses at a reasonable price. Dungeons postponed by the big guilds did not easily collapse, but they often succeeded as well. Such a case once appeared from the type of dungeon that could not be taken by force. "You're really an SS rank. Congratulations." After confirming my hunter's license, whether he had already heard the news through the internet or not, he exclaimed without any notion of surprise, "This is a real national celebration." His eyes contained a mixture of envy, curiosity, and admiration. He looked at me with such intense eyes and asked, "Don't you have to go back to Celestial Dragon right now and prepare for the press conference? We don't have much contact with your side. But I know that the guild master is a man who cares a lot about those." He must have seen the news about me, but I guessed he hadn't heard Seo Gyuchul's information yet. Seo Gyuchul was now poised to be made a villain by all reporters. With public antipathy, I laughed bitterly. "I have some personal matters." Hunter tilted his head and said, "Well, all right. Then. You must have already received the basic information about the dungeon. By the way, you only paid for 1 day's fee. Then it'll end after you guys have a hard time at the entrance. Even if the 3 of you take turns using levitation, you can't go far because of the potion shock." Even though all the dungeons protected by the gatekeepers were like this, there was also a reason why the attack on this site was slow. "Well, it's not for mining or attack, it's for some sort of field trip." "Ah, for sure. All 3 of you don't have extensive careers yet." He nodded as he saw our members Hunter's card. "It's definitely one of Korea's rarer dungeons. Today's dungeon exploration would not be very useful for the 3 of us, but we chose places where the acquisition, which makes a lot of money if sold, came out. As with other goods, the value of most artifacts over time. In the future, the price may fall or become worthless, but now, the price is as we demand." While he was checking Nathan Hibiki's belongings on behalf of the public official, I glanced at the ring on my finger, a ring that I reported as an ordinary artifact. It was the compensation I received when the S-rank, Shihong 8 dungeon clear, was over. It was also an item that could not be traded, as it was invaluable. I recalled the moment when I got my hands on the ring. When I was summoned to the place where I selected the additional rewards, after annihilating the 3rd stage dungeon monsters, my heart went crazy. It's SSS class. This was because, among the numerous options, the item matched the SSS rank standard in mana concentration, as would be expected. Nonetheless, I couldn't decide and hesitated. I'd never seen such a pattern, either in my past or present life. It was not a type used for offense, and it was not a defensive type, or a support type. It was hard to guess. I was even more perplexed because there were many SS rank items that I was already familiar with. Having no clue, I still had to choose. But it was an item whose performance I was vaguely aware of, so I was sure I could upgrade my battle power if I carried it around. And it was an item I was sure to be of an SSS rank, even if I didn't know its effect. But then I saw a description of the rings in my hand. I realized that it was not something I could sell to the senator or hand over to anyone else. The item description was as follows. Door of Hope, item description. The last emperor of the Sabrarian Empire secretly instructed his aides in preparation for the final war. It was to find a way to evacuate all the citizens in case of emergency. Thus, the miraculous legacy was born, after the best brains and powerful men of the empire gathered together. Unfortunately, the emperor's evacuation plan was never put into practice. By the time R&D was over and mass production was available, there were no dimensions left for them to evacuate. Note: 1. If the correct coordinates are not entered, there is a risk of being swept away by the dimensional storm. Movement within the same dimension is impossible due to the operating principles that leverage the population resources between dimensions. The farther the destination dimension is from the origin dimension, and the more the population there is to be transported, the more mana cores are consumed. If the user to whom the item is attached is transferred, the item will also be sent to the destination dimension. It was an unexpected item for real. The words dimensional storm was taught by the system in my previous life. I was told these dimensional storms had once been on Earth as well. Much like sailing a ship, in this case through dimensional waters in the midst of a storm, the purpose was to navigate in such a way as to not cause a collision and leave oneself stranded or even shipwrecked. In the explanation of this ring, the empire named Sabrarian was mentioned, another familiar word. It was a unique noun that was also described with the Stardust Wing, which was rated SS. It was a huge empire that existed in a different dimension, in the past, and had several planets in its territory. As I looked at the explanation, I realized it was an item that made it possible to move between dimensions, a tool that opened the door directly to the destination without passing through dungeons, just like when the alien race had sought to invade the Earth. It was a treasure I have never encountered in my previous life. After attacking the Shihong 8 dungeon, I returned to my place and tested the ring's function. 1. The condition to wake the artifact up was simple. Just like other things, I did it by simply injecting mana. The ring naturally slipped off my finger, and grew in size, making a hoop-like shape large enough for a person to enter. The void inside the rim was filled with blue light. It looked like a gate. Then, the telepathy of the artifact flowed into my brain. Please enter coordinates. I paused. Coordinates? What coordinates? I had no information on the correlation between specific dimensions and their coordinates. Right now, I didn't even know the coordinates of the Earth dimension I was in. I could not enter any number and jump in, or else I could be swept away by a dimensional storm if I entered an incorrect coordinate. So, with no intention of entering the door, I entered a random number in the group of lights floated by the artifact and looked at what results it gave. And then, coordinates confirmed. A mana core containing 890,000 mana is needed to transport one human species to the destination you entered. At that moment, I unconsciously checked my mana. Active mana, 55,500, plus 23,400/32,100. Potential mana, 96,100. The minimum condition for SS rank promotion is 30,000 active mana, and my potential mana was already several times that. It was clear that my growth would go beyond anyone's expectations from this moment on. Nevertheless, if I had a core of 890,000 mana in my hand, I would surely absorb it with mana drain. After that, I put in random coordinates a few more times and eventually just closed the door. And back in the form of a ring, Door of Hope, remained in a sleeping state. Perhaps the artifact's reason to require a tremendous amount of mana was that the destination was a great distance away. The greater the distance, the more mana would be required. It was not even possible to estimate how much core it would need for a nearer dimension, and I had no least amount of material to experiment with. But I knew it was a really great item, but nothing I could use at that moment. While I was thinking of the past, the hunter of the gatekeepers called me up and woke me up from my thoughts. All preparations were completed. Well, have a safe trip. We entered the dungeon. A terrible heat greeted us as soon as we crossed the gate. Blarg. It's hot. Nate immediately zombified his whole body to stop feeling the intense heat. The process killed all his nerves. To be fair, it was not a bad choice with the temperature being too high, because it would slow down decay or rather sterilize it, but I didn't like it. Heat resistance. As I cast the spell onto everyone, only then did they give a look that suggested they could stand it. Nate returned to his original form. He asked, with his eyes wide open, "It's completely different from the place where we took the test." Since it's a different dimension. The scenery beyond the blazing haze was filled with red magma. This dungeon was a kind of volcanic zone. Magma rivers, covering the dry land, flowed everywhere. There were no sign of living creatures or organic life forms, at least for now, except for a few dark red trees with their roots on the ground. How can a tree live in this hot weather? That's not a carbon-based creature, like a tree on Earth. I approached the huge tree and cut off a branch. Instead of sap on the cut surface, something like a dark red jewel glistened. Oh. I see. I put the branch in my backpack instead of throwing it away. Jinwook, why are you taking that? You'll find out soon enough. This dungeon's clear was difficult because it was hot, but the overland route was often cut off over a long distance due to the river of magma flowing here and there. I thought of using levitation, while preventing a potion shock, but the distance I could move forward, in a day, was limited. But, of course, I didn't intend to waste mana that way. Wang. I opened the Stardust Wing. If I controlled the speed well, my exceptionally efficient artifact would be far greater than a levitation spell. Nate opened his mouth at the sight of particles of light gathering to form 6 wings. "Are you going to fly by holding on to both of us?" he said, incredulously. "Yes." Hibiki paused, "Wait, hold. And fly?" Whoosh. I relied on the map in my head to put my passengers onto an island-like ground floating around the magma. While flying in my arms, Nate enjoyed flying. Hibiki said nothing, but stiffened her entire body. I didn't recall her having a fear of heights in the previous life. I wondered if she had overcome it later. There was a huge, hill-like rock on the island. On the surface of the rock, lizards, whose whole bodies were wrapped in flames, were sleeping with their bodies close to the rock. As we approached, they remained vigilant. "It's a fire lizard. They have a bad reputation with zombies, so Hibiki, take care of it alone." "Okay." Hibiki, who was catching her breath, nodded with a firm expression and immediately prepared the spells. The runestone I gave her shone, and huge magic circles appeared in front of her, 3 at the same time. Ice Spear. Freeze Arrow. Blizzard Storm. Ice spears and arrows stretched out from her hand and penetrated the fire lizards while an ice storm enveloped and trapped them. Swish. Even those who managed to avoid the fierce attack slowed down in the ice storm, and the attack hit accurately. In the process of overlapping several ice-based magic, the freezing effect was maximized, so we forgot the heat for a while, even if we were a bit distant. Ugh. It's cold. Even the heat resistance overlapped, so it reached the point where even a slight chill could be felt. After Hibiki finished all the monsters and recovered mana cores, I asked Nate, "You see that big rock? The ones where the lizards were resting against?" "Yes." "Can you please cut the rock about 2 meters from the surface? Don't break it completely, just 2 meters." 2 meters? He quizzed. It was clear he was not familiar with the metric system. I showed my sword energy in a long stick shape to illustrate the length. "This is the length." "Yes, okay." This was also mana control training. He concentrated his mind, rallied mana at the end of his hand, then shot it. When the wave reached the huge rock's surface, it caused a violent shock and smashed the rock. Boom. "That's too bad, it needed just a bit more." Man. He couldn't cut as much as I wanted him to, and the shock wave of the psychokinesis stopped along the way. I shaved off the remaining stones by blowing a shock wave. Then, the thing that was hidden in the middle of the rock was revealed. Huh? There's a fire hidden in the stone? It was a brilliant green flame, rumbling in the middle of broken, exposed rock. The flame was held by the rock. This is why the lizards gathered here and were standing close to the rock. "Would you like to come closer?" The expressions of the two, who were walking, changed. Strange heat surrounded them. "My body feels good and warm," Hibiki said admiringly. "Has your fatigue gone away and do you feel energized?" "Yes." "Wow, Jinwook, what's this?" When exposed to the effect, the item description comes up. Vital Flame. Item description: this flame, which restores fatigue just by being up close, burns stronger, consuming the sleeping potential mana in the mana core when it is contacted. The enhanced heat generated during combustion heals damaged cells, stimulates cell division, and recovers the gene's telomeres. If it consumes all of the potential mana, the effect stops. Most hunters would avoid it because of the description that it burns up the potential mana when it was attached to the core, but some of the world's awakens were not interested in dungeon exploration. Some wealthy people were awakened just because they wanted to have a healthy body and a slight increase in life expectancy. "What this is?" I began, thinking that this was an item that was expensive but useless to me. In my previous life and my present life, I didn't need it for different reasons. I continued, "It's the medicine for rejuvenation." Chapter 64. Expensive and useless, 2. Perhaps the reason why this was the first thing that came to mind when I thought about items that would be money was because of my past life. I laughed bitterly at the thought. At the last moment, unlike my colleagues, who were all SSS ranked, I was facing aging alone and could not benefit from Vital Flame. What this is. I explained briefly to Hibiki and Nate about the effect of the item. From the moment the flame was attached to the core, the reversal of aging began, and youth could be restored. The state continued until all potential mana was consumed. Instead of being young and maintaining great physical abilities like a hunter, who is B level or above, it only rejuvenates a person. It's about exchanging the rejuvenation with growth as a hunter through the activation of mana. It's not something we need. Hibiki tilted her head as she listened, "So, it only works on an awakened. People who might want this are rich old people who are awakened and don't go to dungeons." As expected, she understood it at once. "That's right. But then, isn't it hard to sell the awakening stones to anyone? To prevent the awakening of those who can't be active as hunters? Are there that many awakened old people in the world?" The physical conditions at the time of the awakening affected everyone, even after the awakening. In short, an older man in his 90s couldn't do 100 meters in 5 seconds like a hunter in his 20s. Therefore, most countries were controlling the distribution of awakening stone. Most of them, but not all. Not every country has strict control over the awakening stone like Korea does. Even in areas like the Middle East and Africa, only the powerful and the rich have all awakened. If one has a lot of money in those places, one can be exempted from being hunter recruits in case of a national emergency. They were not worried about conscription anyway, so they freely awaken. After my explanation, I put the Vital Flame on the red-black branches I had packed earlier. Then the fire that the stone had held spread to the branches, and nothing was left in the broken rock. Now, we're going to go around a few more places like this. Hibiki sighed, very shallowly, when I said we had to fly again. During the 2-hour trek around the island, Hibiki hunted for the fire lizards, and Nate practiced mana control over the rocks. When the stone broke and a new flame came out, I kept transferring it to the branch I was holding. Then the flame, which was smaller than a fist at first, grew as big as 3 human heads combined. Well, I don't think I can make them a subordinate. Unlike the troll, the fire lizards could not be zombified. It seemed to be because of the nature of their whole body burning up. I knew in advance, from my previous life's experience, but I advised Nate to try. He needed to experience things by himself. Nate, who had moved away from Fire Lizard's dead body, looked at me as I lit the branch, and asked, "That thing, doesn't that go out?" "Don't worry. It'll never go out." I thought this was enough. At this size, at least 50 elderly people can be rejuvenated. Of course, my plan was to use a middleman to sell Vital Flame, instead of meeting all end customers. I planned to sell them all to the senator. He would act as a wholesaler. He'd find the best customers, but we would not release this amount to the market at once. Little by little, he would test the waters and increase the prices according to the demands. This is the best condition to sell. After 2 years, it would be found in other countries' dungeons, so then the supply will be even greater and the profit will be less. The Firela tree branch was inserted into the box-type artifact, and sealed, and then fed to Snake 2. "Come on, let's go back." Nate's eyes widened. "Huh? Aren't you going to go clear this place?" "I'm not here to clear. We've collected enough flames." The target condition of this dungeon was to eradicate all monsters on the border. It's a C-class dungeon, so the extra compensation won't be worth it, and the monster's low population density will take up a lot of time. Hibiki nodded as if she understood. "So that's why you told us that we're going around all 3 dungeons in a day? We will literally just go around and not clear?" I shook my index finger from side to side. "Don't be so argumentative. We will move until clear for the next dungeon." When we came out of the gate, Hunter, who was guarding the door, nodded. It really must have been just a field trip. He couldn't imagine that we finished item farming successfully after coming back in 2 hours. "Well, the procedure is a procedure. So, I'll check your belongings." The procedure was to check whether items such as Mana Core, Awakening Stone, etc., or dungeon creatures, controlled by the state, were carried out. Yes, they all match exactly what you all had when you entered. Thank you for your cooperation. I had already absorbed the Mana Core, and he could not have guessed that the snake wrapped around my wrist had momentarily swallowed the Vital Flame. The next dungeon was just around the corner. The gatekeeper Hunter guarding the gate was a man with a slightly irritated impression. But he greeted us sincerely. "As you must have heard, you should never go up the mountain. That is a non-clearable area. Even if you've received an SS rank." "Yes, I understand. But are you sure you're okay with only 3 of you? That's supposedly a 5S ranked man dungeon." The hunter looked anxious. "We were only allowed to enter the gate because I received an SS rank. If I'd got a mediocre rank, the entry would have been impossible." As I pretended not to hear, we entered the second dungeon for the day. Weeing. The system message popped up. Dungeon information. Level, S. Maximum number of entrants, 5. Clear conditions, combining characters to complete the prophecy. Time to evolve, 9 years, 16 days, 7 hours, 44 minutes. Status, stable. Moving on to the dungeon, the first thing I saw was a sky full of dark clouds, and a field full of an unknown grass. In the center was an altar made of wood, and behind it was a tall, wooded mountain. I explained, "This is a prophecy-type dungeon." Nate asked, "What's that?" "A kind of treasure hunt-type dungeon. Within the boundary, metals are hidden, carved with the alien world's characters. When they are gathered and combined at the altar, the rest of the sentences pop out, and the prophecy is completed. It is mostly about when, where, and which level of dungeon appears. It's not an easy dungeon for a general hunter because not only does the combination change every few days, but it also keeps disappearing and then appearing in different places. It was not too long ago that humanity, of the previous life, depended on the prophecy-type dungeon. Angelica, the prophet, shared a much more accurate and detailed future-telling with humankind than the Book of Revelation. Of course, It was actually Hansel's prophecy that Angelica had manipulated and used to imprison. Hibiki frowned as if she didn't understand. It tells the dungeon breaks in advance? I guess it's the system that designed all of these, right? That's right. She was lost in her thoughts for a moment, and then she continued, I don't know the purpose of it. If it's the system that made the dungeon and the system intended to collapse, can't it just stop the dungeons from opening or collapsing, rather than helping us with something like a prophecy? It was one of the topics that we agonized a lot in our previous life. Was the system something that made fun of humankind like a cruel deity? Or was it an intelligent creature that uses us for unknown purposes with a mysterious plan? I couldn't figure out the answer. I thought my life had given me some answers. When I was awakened as Seo Jin-wook, I saw them at the altar of trials. They were shaped with mana. It was not a mechanical message. It said they were ministry spirits, serving a sentient being. I let go of my thoughts that filled my head, and spoke to Hibiki. It's clear that whatever the purpose of the system is, there's no immediate intention of annihilating humanity. The prophecy proves it. Of course, we still don't know whether all of this will ultimately benefit humankind or not. In my previous life, everything ended in vain. So, what would happen if Angelica had disappeared? Rather than worrying and guessing, I only tried not to repeat the same thing. That was the goal of this life. I moved my steps. Let's go. Nate asked, where? I answered back as I pointed my finger, over there. There was a high mountain where the gatekeeper's hunter warned us not to go. Squeal. The mountain was like an orc field. I purposely let my two companions take care of it without interfering in the battle. Hibiki's spell froze, burned, fried, and carved the orcs. In the previous dungeon, Nate, who took a step back from the battle, was also as active as he could manage. Ooh. Zombies, who ran faster than orcs, bit the monsters mercilessly. It was a completely different movement from the dungeon zombies, as noticed in the fight with the trolls. Also, their bodies were much harder and more flexible than any other monsters. The bone blade, which popped out from the limbs, boasted efficiency beyond sword-type artifacts. Squeal. The battle was, of course, overwhelmingly against the orcs. However, like most monsters in the dungeon, they rushed to death as if they had no retreat strategy. Oh. It's over. Finally, the last orc fell. Nate and Hibiki were gasping among the blood-stained orc corpses. Hibiki drank mana potion, and Nate, who had relatively little mana consumption, moved on to the next stage with a familiar move. His body was engulfed in a red mana when he activated his unique skill. Traces across boundaries. I could see a handful of mana coming out of his core. It seeped into fallen orc corpses everywhere. Swoosh. Ooh. Half of the dead orcs became zombies. Swish. The wind blew, and all the orc zombies disappeared into Nate's shadow. With this increase in the number of subordinates, he would now rarely use his friends who suffered together in the laboratory. Just like he did in the past life. Nate looked closely at the bodies on the floor that didn't zombify and said, as expected, if their body is ruined too much, I can't make them my subordinate. The remaining bodies' commonality was that their heads were blown away or were damaged beyond recognition by being torn apart or shrunken by flame. Nate tried the skill one more time in front of the charred orc, but there was no response. I see. I knew this, but I nodded my head and agreed. I absorbed the recovered mana core while the two rested. It's still amazing, no matter how many times I see it. Hibiki asked while catching her breath, didn't you say we had to collect pieces of text like a treasure hunt to clear? That's right. But why have we been? She meant to ask why we were climbing the mountain, and not looking for the pieces. You'll soon find out why. Hibiki continued, still keeping her eyes fixed on the orc carcass. By the way, the higher we go up the mountain, I think the weirder the states of the monsters get. That was perceptive. At the entrance to the mountain, they were only blindly rushing, but it feels like they're getting more and more like they're being chased by something. I corrected her words, they're not being chased, they're frightened, to be exact. Frightened? Of what? Suddenly, I could hear the sound of something flying from afar in my ears, the sound of heavy wings, speak of the devil. After a while, Nate heard it, and after some time, Hibiki seemed to notice it. What is that sound? The question was answered by a terrifying roar. Quiet. The air trembled, the forest trembled, and the ground shook. All the flying animals hidden between the branches flew up in unison. Orcs screamed loudly in the highlands of the mountain. Hibiki frowned and covered her ears, and Nate opened his eyes wide toward where he heard the sound. Whoosh! Sweeping by our faces, a harsh wind began to blow. The origin was the top of the mountain. It wasn't just the flow of air that changed. The shadow that covered the top of the mountain quickly began to descend to where we were. It was huge, and from our perspective, as big as the mountain. But what we thought to be an illusion of perspective became reality as the creature flew from the summit. It really was as big as the mountain. And, roaring again. Ka. The next moment, the sky, which was filled with clouds, was engulfed in darkness. The body of the huge creature that flew over us covered everything. Ka. My ears felt like they were being torn apart and I frowned. It's damn noisy. A system message came up in front of me. The successor's eye defends Dragon Fear's psychological interference. However, Nate and Hibiki stiffened as everyone's eyes were on the monster that covered the sky. Hibiki's lips opened. Dragon. She noticed something strange about it, recalling her studies about the dungeons. This is an S-class place. But why is there a dragon? The fact that she could communicate, even with the effect of Dragon Fear, meant that she had a strong mind. Meanwhile, Nate was gazing up at the dragon with his mouth wide open. That reaction was different from fear. They are both not completely fine, but I don't have to worry about them panicking. I answered Hibiki, knowing this kind of conversation helped to relieve the fear's effects. This is an S-class because you can clear the dungeon without knocking that down. That's a kind of trap set up in this dungeon. The original textbook strategy of attacking this dungeon was to collect the pieces of characters that have been scattered throughout the field as quietly and carefully as possible to complete the prophecy without waking that dragon up. In other words, if you didn't pay enough attention or made too much noise, you would encounter the dragon. Perhaps, destroying the dragon was not something the designer of this dungeon considered in the first place. And then, a black dragon, floating in the sky, sent telepathy like a strike. Humans? Ha ha ha. It has been a long time since I saw your kind. My collection will expand again. Nate and Hibiki's faces were distorted. It would have been their first time to be exposed to telepathy this violent. However, it was not a big deal for me, who had become accustomed to the Devil's Sword's behavior recently. Many people have settled in first so that you won't be lonely. A huge magic circle appeared in front of the body of the black dragon. As seen in the records, it was trying to capture us alive instead of killing us. I didn't wait for the magic circle to be completed. Whoosh! In an instant, I opened the Stardust wing. The 6 wings of light particles were formed. Flying vertically, I dug into the heart of the dragon like a retrograding meteor before it could respond to the speed. Wang! My sword was engulfed in purple energy. Urda's sword dance. Pat! The closer I got, the more I saw this overwhelmingly large dragon. I glared at a part of the huge body. You don't have to avoid hunting it because it wasn't left to be not hunted. The purple sword energy wrapped the sword, spread, and wound around my whole body, and I became a stream storm and thrust myself into the dragon's heart. Chapter 65. Expensive and Useless, 3. Zing. The attack was prevented by a huge magic circle that suddenly appeared in front of the dragon's chest. Woong. What? As the speed was unexpected, the telepathy rang with mixed bafflement. When conditions were ideal, the activated magic circle quickly sucked mana from the dragon's core and created defensive magic. As a result, an opaque energy barrier was created, blocking the sword right in front of the dragon's chest. Substantially, the dragon was like a moving barrier and a breathing composite magic circle. The mana absorbed from the cores was enough. A great purple glow of power was concentrated on one point. With a boiling high-density pressure, defensive magic and sword energy collided. There was a gruesome sound and sparks caused by friction. The contrast between the dragon's black, giant body and solid shining lines were reminiscent of a flash of lightning in a dark thunderstorm. GRRRNG. The more mana I injected, the stronger the sword's pressure. The surrounding air fluctuated, and a haze arose. The wall that protected the dragon began to lean in like a bubble prodded by a finger. No way. And finally, rumble. I broke the shield with a loud noise. But the moment my sword was about to pierce the dragon's chest. Polymorph. The body of the massive dragon suddenly disappeared from the air. As I'd seen in my past life, it was a magic that was activated instantly. Mana's movement was so fast that my speed of perception barely kept up. The thing that activated polymorph, reappeared as the image of an elf, floating in the air away from my sword. Swoosh! In that state, he made the distance in a flash and unbelievably returned to the dragon's giant body as fast as lightning. "You, bastard!" Angry telepathy shook our heads. CRRRRRRR. The dragon opened its mouth. Mana's torrent flowed from the heart. Boosh! A torrent of blue light emitted from inside the dragon's body, where the mana was concentrated, and a scarlet river of fire crossed the sky. It was both intimidating and disturbing to my eyes. Swoosh! The fire that passed through where I stood evaporated the dark clouds that filled the dusty sky and distorted the air. I flew at almost the speed of teleportation towards the bottom of the dragon. Hot steam flowed from the mouth where the breath stopped, but he failed to see me, mainly because of its physical size and shape. I swung the blade over my head again, which was wrapped in energy, and as if tearing the sky, I sliced at the dragon's gut, leaving a purple-colored slash on the dragon's chest. Whiz! Boom! A roaring sound noised around us, and then a shockwave followed, as a result of the barrier blocking my sword. The magic circle sucked the dragon's mana frantically, and a blue beam rampage covered the entire dragon's body. The stronger I applied force, the faster the mana moved. But in the end, my strength went beyond the limits of the spell. Shatter! The dragon avoided an attack to the heart, but instead, the shield was broken again. Every time a shield was shattered and recreated, it consumed a huge amount of mana. Once again, the dragon spread its wings and shot out its breath. Boosh! Heat and flame waves were intensely condensed as the murky sky turned red. I escaped with a shield around my body. The situation was dangerous even if I was not directly hit by the explosive attack. The heat storm along the dragon's breath's path was enough to burn me to ashes in a second. I approached, taking advantage of an opportunity. I drew another stroke of the sword. After another blast of power, the shield broke. This was the third time. Magic lines and mana patterns surrounding his body were clear. The dragon was now defenseless, as if it were stripped of all his armor. Shocked, the dragons lost balance, tilted, but alarmingly, pushed back. Its telepathy revealed just how confused the creature was, as the dragon's eyes flashed with a certain determination. "Where did a bastard like you?" Dragons had strong egos, and unlike other dungeon monsters, they did not rush into death. He had an instinct for self-preservation. Therefore, though exceedingly rare, these dragons ran away immediately if there was any indication that it might be in danger. This fact was unknown to humankind because there are only a few talented people who could realistically threaten a dragon. Hoo-oh-oh-oo. In its vast heart, mana took shape and flowed. I knew the spell it was making. Teleport. It was attempting to flee, but before the mana was concentrated, and the dragon spell completed, I also fired a spell. Counter spell. A cloud of light flashed, surrounding the dragon's tail, and disappeared in an instant. Now, the dragon's eyes flashed a look of horror. Clearly, it was baffled. This is no way . Teleportation was the least efficient SS rank magic that consumed 30,000 mana for one activation. Even Hibiki wouldn't use the skill since she said it was a waste of a skill slot, requiring one to have a dragon-sized mana capacity. You saw through this? To invalidate a spell, counter spell, of the same or higher rank was required. But more mana was consumed than the mana used by the subject. The dragon shouted with a furious mind wave. You're not human. It was common knowledge that the mana capacity of the human species would not be as big as the dragon believed. No, I'm a human. The one prepared to end you. Right now, I'd absorbed a vast amount of mana core. Instead of wasting the cores collected in the US on the output test, I'd absorb them all at once after the promotion review. As a result, active mana, 63,900, plus 28,000/35,900. Potential mana, 102,300. Even though I had just consumed a large amount of mana, it was still over 60,000. I looked at its core with the successor's eyes. Every time the shield is broken, the mana was wasted, so the available mana was only 40,000. It had enough mana to use teleport once more. But considering the thinking process of the self-preserving dragon race ... it didn't know how much of my mana was left. Once it had realized that I had surpassed ordinary humans' limitations, it was impossible to gauge how many times I could use, counterspell, to thwart its plans. Ka-ire. Suddenly it howled, shaking the mountain. Squeal. The cry of a creature, other than a dragon, responded. Along with the tremor, a flock of orcs began to form and poured down like waves from the mountain's highlands. A roar and a murderous shout resonated, and the echo shook the very ground. They fell into a state of rampage due to the dragon's influence, dragon fear. The orcs, which were blind with wrath, stepped on the backs of those that had fallen. A few seconds later, the orc that fell to the ground became a clot of blood. Some were even killed instantly by hitting their heads on trees and rocks because they couldn't orient themselves properly. It was chaos at its best. The number was so large that they looked like muddy water sweeping down a ridge during the rainy season. I didn't care how fiercely the orcs attacked me since I stayed afloat. However, my gaze turned towards Nate and Hibiki, who were left on the ground. Swish. A rough wind blew. Oh, that bastard. I saw the dragon's tail as it ran across the horizon, drawing a black line. Nate shouted from the ground. It's running away. I gestured to Nate. He understood the meaning. Nate's optimistic voice was heard from below. Come on, Hibiki? Should we move in for now? She stammered, unlikely of her. Oh, Nate. Wait a minute. Swoosh. His shadow shook. There were two zombies, whose skin was melting. One grabbed Nate's ankle, and the other completely escaped from the shadows and walked towards Hibiki. Wait. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. 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 Hibiki screamed and shouted in Japanese, revealing her panic. The zombies quickly grabbed Hibiki's wrist. Swish. The two zombies disappeared into Nate's shadow. The place where the two were standing left only the shadow of Nate standing on the ground. It was a technique using the sub-skill, Shadow Grave. The flock of orcs gathered from the mountain, maintained their craze even if the object disappeared, and ran down the mountain with a roar, past where Nate was. I glared in the direction in which the dragon flew away. If it crossed the boundaries of the dungeon, I would miss out on catching him. Monsters could come and go at will, but hunters couldn't cross the line. I focused plenty of mana in my Stardust Wing. It was the largest mana used on it since the day it was first acquired. The landscape instantly changed. My body flew freely from gravity and resistance. Rather than recognize myself as moving, I slipped through the air smoothly. I approached below the dragon's giant body as it was flying away, but it sensed a sudden change in the atmosphere and became conscious of my presence. What? The distinctive pointed eyes of the dragon chased after me. It sensed the danger, and it contracted. As if it would not be fooled twice, the dragon immediately stopped flying and prepared the spell. Its gaze and mine looked at each other obliquely. But it was already too late. Neutralizing chains. The magic skill of S rank was unexpectedly cast. A web-like chain was summoned around the dragon's body as Kit flew and wrapped around it. But I could not hold the dragon's giant body for long. Buzz. When the chain, which was made of substances that do not belong to this world, was exposed to the counterspell of the dragon, it broke into pieces and seeped into the air. Magic could not completely stop its flight, but it succeeded in delaying the movement for a short time. That was enough. Guong. I drew the sword path in my head with my eyes wide open. I saw it. I threw a wave of sword energy over my head, aiming for a window of opportunity. This time there was no defense circle to protect it. An unprotected chest was revealed. Urta's sword dance. A blow from the bottom to the top, and the sword, this time, pierced the dragon's heart without resistance. With a scream that shook the atmosphere, the dragon breathed out a dry cough. The next inhaling breath did not follow. Woong. I used my psychokinesis to keep the dead dragon from falling. In that state, I absorbed its mana core first. Mana drain. In terms of the dragon race, it was clear that it was a young one. As I had noticed, there was more potential mana than active mana. And this time, if I was lucky, the potential mana absorption rate, which was up to 10%, was triggered to the limit. Active mana, 67,100, plus 31,000/36,100. Implied mana, 139,200. Its potential mana exceeded 300,000. My potential mana also increased by more than 30,000, thanks to the absorption of 10%. No matter how much I continued to activate, there was no window for the potential mana to decrease. Originally, it was normal for potential mana to decrease and activated mana to increase as I grew. But, mana drain, was stopping both from growing. Rather, it made me think that the speed of converting potential mana into active mana was slower, which was different than the beginning. Hunting and core absorption is good, but I'll have to focus more on activation. I flew back to the place where my two companions were, dragging the dragon's corpse using psychokinesis. If I had brought the sword, I would have finished it faster and consumed less mana. From the day I returned from the Shihong 8 dungeon, the Devil's Sword changed its strategy and tormented me with telepathy, using curses and profanities. It intended to make me give it up. It was brainwashing anyway, but the telepathy, which was constantly talking nonsense, was irritating. Thanks to the senator's timely delivery of the statue I ordered, the Devil's Sword, to be precise, the cognitive being contained in the sword was now in mental education. "Oh, Jin Wook." Nate waved at me. His eyes, which had just witnessed the battle, were sparkling. I also saw Hibiki sitting next to him, her face extremely pale. Come to think of it, I'd never been in that shadow. It would have been nice if I had been hiding in that when I was climbing the tower in my previous life, when I had no power. Still, it was impossible for me because if someone other than the subordinate entered the shadow, the mana of the person would be consumed, too. I slowly laid the body of a giant dragon on the ground. There was only one reason why I hadn't totally destroyed the dragon, but neatly penetrated the heart to kill it. I asked while looking at Nate, "What do you think? Is it possible?" He understood what I meant right away. A big smile spread over his face. Nate looked first at the dragon's body, then to me, and exclaimed clearly and firmly, "Yes. Totally possible." Chapter 66. Expensive and useless, for does it mean that we can control that dragon, too? Hibiki's gaze shook slightly. Of course, what else would it be? Then, let's get to it. I handed a mana potion to Nate, and he found his stance after he chugged it. There was no instance that a dragon was made a subordinate in the previous life, so we were stepping into new territory here. In a few years from now, humanity's workforce would strengthen much more than now, and dragon hunts, which are classified as a natural disaster to mess with them, would become active. The mana core of a dragon was called the dragon heart, and it had much mana, incomparable to any other out there, which was technically much more valuable than connecting thousands of small cores to create similar outputs. This was the reason why humankind became obsessed with hunting dragons. Young dragons were rare. By the time that Nate began to be active, they were almost extinct. On the other hand, those strong dragons that did not get hunted were impossible to make a subordinate. In other words, this was the only chance. Whoong. Sweat fell like a waterfall from Nate's body. The most violent reaction of mana that I'd ever seen. The red energy emanated from him and wrapped the dragon corpse. Rumble. The mountain began to shake. Slither. The huge dragon slowly moved. "Ah," I exclaimed. The dragon that once lost its life, and crossed the border between life and death, moved its body. The scene was more like a geological reenactment, mimicking the formation of a mountain range but in time-lapse. Rumble. The long neck rose as if it were to pierce the sky. Undead dragon. It was not the kind of small dragon that we saw in the Shihong 8 dungeon. Nate had made a real dragon into an undead. A concept that existed only in theory. It was my first time seeing it in person. Phew. Nate's sweat poured out as he spent his mana to the limit. I hurriedly handed him a potion. "Take only half of it. The shock might kick in." "Okay." He took the potion, chugging at the powerful elixir. His eyes were fixed on the dragon, its shiny black scales, covering its entire body, shimmered slightly, but it was clear the creature was alive, in a fashion. The two black horns placed on its forehead, and the sharp wings were the same as when it was alive. The rate of decay will be delayed from now on. Even if its tissues disappeared as it decayed, it was of little concern. Like the other monsters that I saw in the past life, it would pledge its loyalty, as a subordinate, even if it was only left with bones. I asked Nate, "How is it? Can you handle this?" He did not respond but nodded, focusing on the task at hand. Afterward, he experimented by moving the dragon around. A few minutes after. Swish. Seeing the dragon open its wings and fly, Nate spoke, "It's done." He proudly placed his hands on his hips. "How's the mana consumption?" "I think it does require more than when controlling smaller monsters." That was understandable. I would encourage him to keep experimenting on how much of its original power could be reanimated, and how much mana would be consumed from doing so. In the case of humans or orcs, After they were made subordinates, they became stronger than when they were alive, in exchange for Nate's mana. How about the dragon? How strong would Nate's mana capacity allow it to be? But I think it's manageable. Huh? Then, as he looked up at the dragon, Nate's expression changed. What's wrong? He frowned and put his hand on his forehead. His brows furrowed as if his head was throbbing. There was still mana that remained, so he was not exhausted. Something came into my mind. Oh, already? Nate spoke. Jin Wook, that thing. I think it did something awfully bad to the people who came here before us. I just see it. Those kinds of scenes. His face froze when he saw the undead dragon on a test flight from far away. There was already another sub-skill that opened. Through the sub-skill, Memory of the Dead, some of the dragon's living memories flowed into him. It's much faster than the period in a previous life. No matter how young the dragon was, at that size, it would have the largest collection of memories compared to creatures previously subordinated. It seemed to be the aftershock of having successfully made that dragon his subordinate. Nate shook his head and muttered, looking at the memory of the dragon. Perhaps. They're all dead. If it was that bad. That judgment was correct. There would be no survivors. Let's go to the lair that it used. There was a lair entrance disguised with a barrier spell, by the dragon, at the top of the mountain, but it didn't fool me. The rock wall swayed and split, creating an entrance. Analyzing the internal structure through penetration, I first headed to the place where it was used as a prison. Ah! The scene in front of me was devastating. You up? Hibiki couldn't stand it and ran outside, and I could hear her vomiting outside the door. On the other hand, Nate was quietly watching the scene in front of him, silently taking everything in. He didn't shout, and he didn't run wild, being unable to control his emotions, but his breathing indicated he was the most upset now from ever since he was rescued. I murmured, "That's cruel." Inside the prison, made of transparent glass, the gruesomely twisted and reassembled human bodies hung on hooks like butcher's meat. From the traces left on their corpses, I could concur that they lost their lives after being disturbingly tortured. One corpse had more than 30 suture marks on the abdomen, all of which have different levels of scarring. It meant it had been tortured for a very long time. That son of a bitch. This was where the hunters that entered this dungeon, and climbed the mountains before us, had found themselves after facing the dragon. Nate's eyes remained long on the incisions that remained throughout the corpses. I could guess what he was thinking. They would remind him of his past, when he'd suffered from biological experiments. Swish. I broke all the magic barriers that protected the display case by blasting with sword energy. Are you going to move them outside? I shook my head. All the orcs held up by the dragon ran away. This mountain is empty now, so I think it is better to leave it to the government to take care of the rest. Let's report the situation here after the clear. Instead, let's destroy all the barriers for those who come here after us. Nate and I began to break down the artifacts that protected the display cases, one by one. Hibiki, who came after calming herself, helped us. After taking preliminary measures to ensure that the government's follow-up team could move freely, we moved to the dragon's treasury. There were no artifacts that humans could use, but instead, there were various jewels. Some of them were elemental crystals that did not exist on Earth. In addition to jewelry, we saw artworks, such as sculptures, showing traces of civilization. Habitually, the dragon must have gathered these things from all over the middle dimensions and piled them up in its lair. They would act as a magnet to any would-be hunter, and so encourage them to enter. We swept it all up. Some were fed to the 5 snakes, some were kept in Nate's shadow. In the middle of doing so, Nate asked suddenly, "Jin Wook?" "Yes?" "If a dungeon break occurs, and if this dungeon were to collapse?" "Yes." "The dragon here could have come out to the earth, right?" The scene he just saw must have remained heavy on his heart. I answered, "Yeah. These dungeons will evolve to SS class and then collapse. Since there was a monster that did not fit the S-class dungeon, which was the dragon." Nate thought of something and said, "The reason why we do all these is to prevent that from happening, right?" Of course. I had fully explained the purpose of why we did what we did. Nate, who was thinking about something, said in a determined voice, "I'll work harder from now on." I grinned, "You just have to keep it up as you're doing now." After obtaining the items to be sold through the senator, there was the last assignment left for the dungeon to be dealt with. Dungeon clear. I wandered through the field with penetration and telepathically told Nate and Hibiki the location of the pieces of text to be collected using the battlefield command. We scattered to gather the text, but this process didn't take long because I gathered the pieces while flying with the Stardust Wing. The reason why the dungeon has not been cleared so far was because of the dragon as well, but the contents of the prophecy periodically changed, and all existing pieces disappeared every time. In other words, if the treasure hunt process were too slow, you would have to do it again from the beginning. I found another one. You said this was the last one, right? Yes. Nate handed me the last piece. It was a metal cube embossed with otherworldly characters. We immediately moved to the altar. Then we stopped in front of a rectangular metal plate located at the center of the altar. That's the prophecy. At the top of the long plate, there was a row of grooves. After placing all the cubical pieces in the air by psychokinesis, I found the ones that matched the symbols on the grooves and inserted them. In that instant. 2. Below the first line of the text, new lines of lettering began to appear until the entire metal plate was filled with letters. At that moment, the system message rang. You've met the clear conditions of the dungeon. Clear condition, combining characters to complete the prophecy. The boundaries of the dungeon are weakened. Then a message popped up that only I could see. The user's contribution to the clear is number 1, contribution rate, 95%. Additional rewards are available according to your contribution. Do you wish to accept it? Nate asked, are we going back to Earth now? We first need to take the prophecy and rewards. I pointed to a metal plate with completed sentences. Hibiki, who was looking at it carefully, said, the inscription here doesn't belong to Earth, does it? I nodded my head. This was called the Archid script, written in the prophecy. I didn't know what dimension it existed in the past, but I knew for sure that it has a very deep connection to the system. For example, like this prophecy, this text was often observed with means by which the system, such as this, explicitly intervenes with hunters. Well, should we use an evaluation scroll to read? Human beings of this period had yet to decipher the Archid script fully. They needed help with skills or items. That's usually the case. But I didn't have to tear a scroll or to use analysis magic. Of course, it couldn't normally be interpreted until the characters were read using the successor's eyes. Then how did I read it? It was simple. I already knew this text. The top 3 lines are simple information explanations. In 191 days, about 6 months from now, an S-class dungeon will open, and there will be about 3 months left until the dungeon break takes in. Everything written under it is a kind of number. Those translate to values that refer to the latitude and longitude of the Earth. Wow, you know how to read those? Jinwook is really amazing, Nate said with a truly admiring expression. On the other hand, Hibiki still had an expression that indicated it was hard to figure out what she was thinking. Beep. I took out the terminal and converted the values of the prophecy into earthly values. The place is in London. I clicked my tongue. The prophecy is unpredictable like this. Time and place. Don't come out in the nearest order. Swoosh. I took out a dagger and wrapped mana around it, and then I started to carve the metal plate. Swish. Huh? Blue sword energy made numerous string-like lines and crosses across the prophecy. As Nate couldn't understand what I was doing all of a sudden, his eyes widened. Jinwook, why? After some time had passed, the surface of the prophecy had completely changed. In the place where the Archid scripts were grooved in, the original symbols disappeared, and only the newly engraved letters that I grooved remained. Hibiki spoke, guessing my intentions. Did you write a different prophecy from the original content? Yes. What would happen to the S-class dungeon due to opening in London, I knew from the future experience. It appeared as very unstable from the moment it opened, so they hurriedly gathered high-ranking hunters, and they succeeded in clearing right before the break took place. There were no prophecies, and it was before the period that Angelica appeared, but they defended the catastrophe with humanity's potential power. But I wrote down something more urgent and much more dangerous, so people would know right now. I could read it since I'd written it myself, but I experimented to see if the contents could be clearly delivered to others as well. Analysis. I activated a spell. It showed what kind of explanation it would give if other people would use analysis spell on this prophecy. That's done right. The exact contents that I had carved appeared. It said that a month from now, a gate would be opened in a rural city in Korea that connected to an A-class dungeon. That gate, which would appear in a very unstable state, unlike the one that will appear in London, will give enough time of 3 months, it will turn right away to the break state. Those dungeons were called this by humanity, Immediate break type dungeon. Now, it was time to choose a reward. I'll be right back, so don't panic if I disappear. Shortly after that, I disappeared, leaving Nate and Hibiki with blank expressions. My view changed, and instead of the altar that I was standing on, I could only see thick textured darkness. Please select a reward. White stars were scattered in the dark space. I looked around calmly at the fragments of light. That's too bad. There are no SSS class ones. It was disappointing considering that the compensation could be offered at a higher level from the dungeon's difficulty. There was a mechanism that I didn't know about yet? Why was it offered, even with a lower contribution rate in the Shihong 8 dungeon, but not offered here? Perhaps, simply luck? Thinking in that manner, my gaze stopped at one of the starlight's clusters as I looked around. SS class skill. I was able to predict the identity by observing it closely. Teleport, rank, SS. It was a skill that the dragon used to escape before it died. Some magic skill cards are given in the form of mastery, while others come in the form of single-unit spells. For the former, if one takes up the Fire Mastery skill of a particular rank, it allows multiple spells such as Fireball and Flame Field to be used as a package, so it was preferred, but the power of the spells did not go over certain standards. On the other hand, the latter spell, which did not belong as a mastery card, was magic with a powerful or unique effect, beyond the standards mentioned earlier. As precious as it was. I'll pass on this. I'd seen this skill even before I met today's dragon. It was the same I had learned since I saw the scenes of it being used by alien races in my previous life. However, it was inefficient for other colleagues besides me to learn. Is there anything else? In the meantime, my eyes fixated on another place. Yeah, that would be better. I'll choose this. A mechanical system message answered me. Granting user-specified rewards. Thank you for your hard work. A white star came up to me out of the black sky, and it circled and seeped in me by sprinkling powder of light. After the white glow had been completely soaked in, what remained was a small marble that glowed in amber. I held it in my hand. Chapter 67. Mental Education, 1. A system message appeared. Slot Activator, rank, SS. Item that allows users to open up 3 more skill slots. Good. SS rank activator was hard to find even in the previous life. This item started with A rank, and even if it opened only 1 slot, it was a precious item that everyone was anxious to find. More than anything, an SS rank. It was easy to mistake the SS rank activator's value, which opened 3 slots, as 3 times the A rank activator that could open 1 slot. However, actual transactions did not take place that way. Of course, it was sold at a price that was well over 3 times the standard. As the A rank slot activator was also rare, because the supply cannot keep up with the demand, it saved time and effort to get 3 such items. I don't mean to sell it, of course. But that didn't mean that I wanted to use it. I was still empty in all 4 slots given as soon as one awakens. I should give it to either one of the other 2. Who needs this more, Hibiki or Nate? Rather than Nate, who can solve all the battles with his unique skill, Hibiki would be a better choice to have it as she would get stronger as she learned more magic skills. So, I decided to go back to the dungeon. Here. I handed over the thing in my hand to Hibiki. Upon hearing my explanation, she brought the beads near her heart, where the monocore was. The gem melted and disappeared without a trace, like salt in water. How's it? Hibiki checked the system message and nodded. My skill slots expanded to 7. She had already filled all 4 slots before entering the dungeon. Universal Mastery, rank, A. Fire Mastery, rank, S. Ice Mastery, rank, A. Lightning Mastery, rank, B. Now that she has opened 3 more, she could collect all 7 kinds of mastery. After that, she could upgrade her skill cards to a higher level along with the increase in mana capacity. Hibiki's unique ability is, the more magic she learns, the stronger the synergy effect. She would be the first to collect 7 types within a month of awakening. Furthermore, she achieved that through a bridge, which was me. Still, the magic knowledge and spelling modification she was learning now was what the future Hibiki herself had already accomplished. Like Nate, I was looking forward to her future, where she would gain strength and become stronger at a much faster rate compared to her previous life. As we returned to Earth, Hunter of Gatekeepers, who was in a hurry to contact someone, saw us with a surprised look on his face. Seo Jin-wook, hunter. Looking at the time, it had been less than half a day since we entered the gate. He said in a quivering voice, with his mouth trembling, whether out of fear or an inability to speak well. How the hell did you clear? His irritated expressions were clearly seen, and his eyes were full of envy and astonishment. I can't believe it. He was aware it was a difficult dungeon where people had to start the treasure hunt from the beginning again when the prophecy was reset while searching for the cubes. He also knew that some of the sculptures could only be found in the mountains, and since a dragon would kidnap the expedition member, if given an opportunity, the chance to clear was continually given up in that dungeon. I will submit a detailed report to the Hunter Management Department later. Please take this first, I replied, handing him the metal plate that had the changed prophecy. Oh, yes. Prophecy, I've confirmed it. He received it with a puzzled expression. After confirming the contents by analysis, I hoped that they would hurry to prepare for it without a doubt. It could not prevent the immediate collapse of the dungeon itself, which would explode as soon as the gate opened, but it would be possible to evacuate the people living there in advance. Hunters will gather in advance and prepare for a massive monster hunt. Of course, we'd head there too, when that day came. And many corpses of the previous explorer hunters were found in the lair on top of the mountain. We had no choice but to leave them there because we couldn't bring them all down, so please report it to the Hunter Management Department. What? Lair? You mean, where the dragon lives? How did you? He tilted his head, put his hands together, and brought his fingers to his mouth, clearly in deep thought. Finally, he concluded, aha! It must have been the mechanism for the dragon to disappear from the dungeon after the clear, right? That's a relief. He didn't seem to want to imagine that we had even hunted the dragon. Well, he'd soon find out where the dragon went. Not only this hunter, but everyone in the world would. The next dungeon did not require hunting. It was the last of 3 dungeons, as it was contracted with the Gatekeepers Guild for one-day use. You are going in there? The doorkeeper hunter snorted as if he didn't understand. Well, if you say you've already paid for it. All right. Be careful not to step into strange places. As we left the hunter's warning behind, the place we entered was a chaotically topsy-turvy world. The sky above our head was broken into pieces, like broken glass. And each piece had a completely different view. Many parts were constantly moving and pushing each other away as if repelled by some invisible force. Nate was overly excited. It's like a scene from a movie. Yeah, the kind of movie where a jealous god tears up the sky as if it's some photo he's become tired of looking at. It's all mixed up. Even the directions. At first, what we considered to be the sky was only an extension of the land. Pieces of dimensions floated around everywhere. They clashed with one another and tangled, stuck together by forming a slight fused surface, or bumped into each other and passed in different directions. We have to be careful in going around, only picking places that have stopped moving. The path we walked on was a more stable area. In particular, never get close to a place like that, I said, pointing my finger at the 2-dimensional fragments that were interlocked. Rumbly. The horizon, beyond the rough seafront, met vertically with the dark green lightning desert. If someone were to swim in that ocean, he or she would fall beyond the edge of the world into the desert. The sudden change in the flow of gravity's direction would throw him into the middle of the lightning cloud, with seawater falling like a waterfall. Come on, follow me slowly. Even the Stardust Wing was not opened here because I would end up flying to an unintended place due to the botched gravity and direction. Hibiki asked, what is this place? Sometimes, these types of dungeons come out. It's one of the proofs that the system is never omnipotent. I unraveled knowledge that people of this age still don't know. The middle dimension, which has a dungeon, is a space made from normal pieces of the dimension, like the Earth. The ecosystem shows a combination of life and environment that is not normally found in one dimension. Suppose you expand the dungeon boundary after the clear and check out the larger area. In that case, that's much more noticeable. They listened intently as I continued the explanation. I think this kind of middle dimension comes out when the combination is messed up. The system message shows the clear condition as unknown. I guess it was because we couldn't proceed with the clear in this state. This kind of dungeon didn't even collapse, so it was just left alone. There were no monsters to hunt on arrival. This was because a proper ecosystem was not created. Monsters could only survive if they could hunt and eat. We soon arrived at a place that illustrated just how messed up this ecosystem was. Tree? There was a small cluster of dried, twisted trees on a small island covered with gray soil. The tree roots that pierced the border of the fragmented ground were seen everywhere. It's supposed to be dead, but it's still alive with incredible vitality. But it can't grow anymore in a place that lacks soil. I plucked out some trees carefully so that the roots didn't get damaged. Trees were pure creatures and were not treated as items, so there was no separate system message. After feeding the whole thing to the snake, I said, "Let's go back to Earth." Nate's face was glowed. "We've been to all 3 places, so we're going home now?" "No, we just walked around. We didn't train. So as a bonus, just one more place." "Wow, that's too much," Nate complained to me with a teary face. Hibiki coughed silently, but I didn't even snort and moved right away. "Come on, let's go." We got out of the gate and moved to the car. The next destination was the mountains outside of the populated area where normal people wouldn't normally go. There was a gate there with neither the hunter management nor the gatekeepers. Even if I used this dungeon for my personal use, no one would notice for a long time to come. "What is here?" "Undiscovered dungeon." Nate was amazed, the look on his face betraying his emotions. But I saw an unusual light in Hibiki's eyes. "Of course, this." "Yes, I'll keep it a secret from the others." Nate tilted his head. "Why?" Before I answered, Hibiki said, "All this is about preventing a future catastrophe?" The word future has a strange emphasis. I nodded my head. "Wang." As we stepped over the gate, gray ground surrounded us, as we had just seen in the messed up dungeon. "Ah." Nate nodded as if he knew what was going on. "Maybe it's the same debris as the small island we saw earlier. It's a mess in the middle dimension, but it's a stable, large mass assembled here. If you plant the tree here, yes, it will grow very well." Meanwhile, as soon as we entered, I could see Mana's unique blue light coming from beyond the horizon. "When you came in, you saw it, right? The condition for this dungeon is the annihilation of the monsters." I pushed their backs. "Before we plant the trees, we need to clear the ground first, right?" "All right, sweep it away." It was only 24 hours after the promotion review when the last dungeon was cleared. The tree was planted on the gray ground where the monsters had disappeared. After a long day, Hibiki and Nate fell asleep in the back seat of the car. No matter how one came to be a hunter, it was natural to become tired under so much activity and harsh training. I glanced at them in the rearview mirror. Deep in sleep, they snored silently with their heads pressed against each other, each head propping up the other. The sight of it permeated my mind with a strange feeling. The relationship between them in their previous lives was completely different. Both of them had different personalities from when they met each other in their previous lives. For Hibiki, it was a complete turnaround. They fought together for the same purpose, but in terms of personal relations, they were enemies to each other. However, in this life, I did think that the aspect of their relationship might be slightly different. The next day, as soon as I woke up, I came down to the accommodation basement. Boosh. BLRGH. I made an artifact with all my heart and soul leaning on the memory of my previous life. I was making a barrier that completely blocked the heat from leaking out. In it, a high-temperature furnace that would never be extinguished if the mana continued to be applied. On top of the fire's flame, which could be used as a weapon, was a huge pot made of a material from an alien world. BLRGH. Smoldering away, inside the furnace, was a gold-colored metal. As soon as I received the statue from the senator, I melted it down. It's useless to me in the form of a statue. The statue, made by residents of a dimension after the gods they served, was cast with precious metal containing holiness attributes. Just 5 kilograms of the metal could make a holy sword that could blow the neck of a decent mid-level demon. But then, the weight of the statue that the senator got me was 0.5 tons. The huge statue had to be melted for other purposes as well. I'll keep it like this for a while. I approached and grabbed the sword's handle, which had its blade completely submerged in the molten metal, at the furnace's center. I saw a system message that explained this item. Devil Slayer. Item description: it was said that a legendary being first used this sword to make mountain ranges out of the corpses of countless demons and make the ocean out of their blood. If you listen to the sword's voice, you will learn the essence of the sword that the previous owners have learned. Precautions: this sword amplifies and releases the user's sword mastery and may take a long time to get used to it. Immediately, there was telepathy that could not be converted to language. I remembered what it said when I first held him in my hand. It said that its senses were back. If it didn't come in contact with an awakened for a while, it fell into a deep sleep, but once awakened, it could see, hear, and feel other senses. However, It would not be able to stimulate the sense of pain for obvious reasons. So, I chose this method. A sacred metal furnace that attacked the existence itself, beyond just beating and scorching. It should be the kind of pain that would make it want to delete its existence. BLRGH. The name, Devil Slayer, sounded like a weapon of warriors fighting evil for justice. However, as the original owner's identity suggested, the weapon was far from holy. Nevertheless, the names and descriptions of the sugar-coated item were enough to attract many hunters. Adding to it, the sweet words from the sword's cognitive being made others unable to think that this item was dangerous. Therefore, many people fell for the trick without knowing what it meant to be the sword's true master. In fact, the true owner of the sword is the spirit contained in the sword itself. Thus, the meaning of the phrase that the awakened person would become the true master of the sword meant that it became one's extended body, which moved like a puppet according to the cognitive being's will. Some enjoyed this kind of wordplay and contract. Although they are called different names depending on the dimensions, the most common expression is devil. BLRGH. I took out the blade completely, which had been submerged in molten metal. Only then did the combined telepathy hit my mind with a clear meaning. It was something that the sword gave off. You bastard worthy of being fried in fecal water. A desperate cry drenched in anger and hatred, called. I thought to myself. It is still undereducated. Chapter 68. Mental Education, 2. The devil's sword relentlessly poured out profanities and curses. The old scene of attempting me with sweet words, like a tongue in my mouth, was nowhere to be found, unlike when I first held it in my hands. Now it seemed that it had nothing, but wickedness, left in it. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you by any means. The holy type metal that constituted the molten statue was called Telebrium. The pain the thing with the evil property had felt while being submerged in the Telebrium furnace for a few days must have been more terrible than the torment of a man being set on fire alive. Thanks to my adjustment of the furnace's temperature, the devil's sword's blades did not melt, but it was exposed to endless pain, resulting in it losing all reason and proper judgment. Listening to the struggle, I snorted and spoke. How can you kill someone when you're just a soul trapped in a sword? You're only a stationary object that has no power to crawl out of the furnace by itself if no one holds you in his hand and moves you. You son of a bi-5-itch. Come on. It's been a while since we've talked. When I first found it in the dungeon, the sword lost its senses and fell into a deep sleep. The same thing would happen if I didn't regularly talk to it while holding the handle. It was something I never wanted to happen. The sword had to suffer hellish pain and gradually feel fear beyond anger. The goal of the mental education, as I intended, was to instill appalling and hopeless fears into its mind. Now, are you ready to accept the contract? It answered with much malicious telepathy, crazy bastard. I don't know where the word contract keeps coming from, but mentioning those in front of me as a puny human like you is. You talk a lot for an immobile object. Puck. I didn't even finish listening to the telepathy and stuck the blade back in the molten metal. BLLGH. A mental wave screamed, as if its soul was squeezed, and echoed in my head. I had a headache, but I held it in. Instead of dipping it and waiting, I stirred it around the furnace while holding the handle, like how one stirs a liquid with a spoon. As I did so, the scream became more ferocious and desperate. TSSSS. With acrid smoke, the sword reappeared over the gold-colored molten Telebrium. You motherfucking middle. Bastard middle. Perhaps it is a bit weary, the mental wave was filled with deep agony and despair. There's no way to manipulate me anymore since the whisper of the sword is fundamentally blocked, right? To put it in other words, I can do whatever I want with you, when you are only a sword, as I hold the handle. It was a mistake to be complacent even in this situation. You can bother me with loud telepathy, but you jumped to the conclusion that there's no way that I can't bother you. But what do we do? I've found a way. So, have you thought about it when you dipped yourself in the warm furnace? About the contract? Such a puny human like you. Is it hurting your ego that a human like me is talking about the contract in front of the devil? Perhaps it's something in your area of expertise? You bastard. I'm sorry, but I know better than just hearing about you. About the contract of your kind. The devils were the ones who tempted, harassed, and dominated. The contract was the tool they used to dominate those who have the slightest crack in their minds and had shown their true colors. The temptation to become the sword's true master was also a tactic to sign a verbal contract. As soon as one accepted, he handed everything over to the devil, A devil's contract is simply to put each other's souls as collateral and create a binding force. Contract for the soul. For it to come true, both parties must accept the contract with free will. Is that right? The devil's sword did not immediately respond. Their contract is a terrifying double-edged sword that damages the spirit of the one who breaks it. Concluding the contract is an act of risk for the devil as well, for both souls are held as collateral. Therefore, the devils write the contract in their favor. The devil himself, therefore, does not have to break the contract, as he has numerous rights and no obligations to partake. The former masters who accepted the offer without knowing the meaning of true master would have all become your faithful servants. After hearing the sweet words of that, they will be able to know the sword movements of all its past owners, without knowing the truth behind it. Even if so, a contract must have been made. Just as paper contracts that are signed without properly having read, still hold power. Simply put, a fraudulent contract. However, there was no court to accept the nullity suit because there was no escape clause. The devil's sword let out its mind waves in dismay. "What the hell? Are you, bastard?" I went on, "I want you to make a proper deal with me, the contract that your kind loves so much. But this time, I drafted it. And let me tell you in advance that I have no intention of negotiating the contents or changing it as you wish. It's a draft, but it's already the final version." The devil's contract was plastered with provisions, in its favor, to then seduce the man. Now I was trying to do exactly the opposite. Instead, I made a contract in my favor, forcing the devil to accept it. "You crazy human." The devil's sword snapped at me, "You were going to design and compose our contract? It's not even funny. If that were possible, all kinds of species would have done that long ago. Of course, I am not a real devil, so I can't make a verbal contract like you. So, I prepared a more formal contract." I took out and unfolded the magic paper used to make the scroll. Then I stuck out the dark red text written on it in front of the sword. And as the sword saw it, "This can't be." It was the most violently agitated response ever. It was natural because the letters written on the paper were familiar to the devil. How can you speak the official language of demons? This was their own script that encompassed all dimensions and was used by demons to form a contract. It was one of the basic materials that made up the contract magic. I, who was not the devil, can form a contract if I had this. It was very old, and a language and text composed through a difficult principle so that other races couldn't learn easily. Still, I'd already memorized it perfectly in my previous life. Whether the species may be of Archid or devil, there was no problem in remembering them. But he tried to deny it. "Even if you imitate our texts, you can't activate them. Stop making all these silly tricks and make me." "You mean that the most important component of the contract is missing, right? The name of the contractor." I smiled as I had expected it and flipped to the next page of the contract. The devil's sword's mind wave stopped when it saw the page. It must have been the reaction of being unexpectedly baffled. A text was written at the bottom of the page, the second and last pages. "To comply with the above provisions, the promisor and promisee undertake this thorough implementation with their souls as collateral." And it was identified who the promisor and promisee were. Promisee, Seo Jin Wook. The name of another being written next to it. Promisor, Genegrake. The name required for a contract could not be a socially promised title, but rather an identity in which the parties to the contract and, more precisely, the spirit of its existence, perceived itself. In addition, he saw something unexpected in the Mahjong script written at the bottom of the contract. His real name, which was called a long time ago. You. As the shock sunk in, like cold water being poured over a hot head, the devil's sword calmed. After a brief pause, the mind waves were even more subdued. "You knew everything from the start. Yeah, I knew. The first owner of this sword piled a mountain with demon corpses and cut off so many demons, their blood could have formed an ocean. It was also the devil and was called Genegrake. And somehow, after it died, its soul was sealed to the sword that it was using. Since then, the spirit trapped in the sword had dealt with the frustration and anger accumulated over the years in a wicked way. By dominating the body of the sword wielder and slaughtering innocent lives. Yes, Genegrake." I pointed my finger at the last line of the contract. As a human trying to recreate the devil's contract, there were many troublesome procedures that could be skipped if it was only a verbal contract. But it was easier since I already knew your name. It murmured as if it had belatedly realized a shocking conclusion. "I was caught in your trap from the beginning." "No, Well, it was hard to define it as a trap. "You, what the hell are you?" The spirit of the sealed devil murmured vaguely, showing a perfect immunity to mental-type attacks that did not exist in reality, setting the stage as if you've known every moment of the future, even my name that was forgotten ages ago? How can a human, such a puny human, do so much? It scattered its mental wave as if it were defeated. Why must it be a guy like you that gets to hold this handle? The truth was, if I hadn't stepped in, it could have slaughtered more over the next few years. It would have seduced and harassed Randy when it got itself in his hands, instead of completely giving in. However, I had changed it in this life. I thought about it. It's about time. It was time to wrap this up. I stimulated the fear that must have begun to bloom from its mind. Actually, it's not impossible for me to swing you right away without you accepting this contract. Even if you try to blur my mind with all kinds of curses and profanities. My mental strength is not weak enough to fall for such things. It's just a little annoying. It must have begun to think that way. However, if you don't accept the contract, I will always, every day, unconditionally, put you in this furnace, aside for the short time that I swing you. This, Delabrium, furnace will be a sheath and sanctuary. As if it couldn't control itself due to the heightened emotions, intense telepathy leaked out that could not be translated into words. It had only been about a week since I put him in the furnace. It barely managed to survive that hellish time, and it would no doubt be able to survive if this continued. Some kinds of pain didn't diminish just because they were repeated and prolonged. On the contrary, there are types of pain that you become more sensitive to the longer you are exposed. The pain caused by the properties of the pole belongs to the latter. Now, aren't you getting scared? If this torture continues, you'll go mad one day. Being crazy doesn't make you feel less pain, you know. Rather, you'll be exposed to pain without protection because of your mental state and hit rock bottom. The willingness to hold on and endure will have completely disappeared. And being crazy means that the only factor that proves yourself right now will have altered or disappeared. I was speaking of the fact that this spirit had no physical body other than the sword. Mental illness would have been totally different for him. Could crazy humans be considered as the same person, compared to before they went mad? Apart from the existential criteria, at least from a physical perspective, it may be so. But the body remains unchanged and exists. However, being crazy for a spirit without a true body in the first place is no different from the destruction of its existence. It meant that the only component that proves itself was flawed and broken. It was a death sentence for them. I'm willing to give you one last chance, even though I might just sit by and watch you go crazy. Because I like things to be certain. Now, read it again. The contract listed a long sentence, but in summary, it was like this. The promiser, Devil's Sword, shall not engage in any direct or indirect harm to Promisee Seojin Wook, and shall obey the order of Promisee Seojin Wook. The promiser, Devil's Sword, must be as sincere as possible in responding to requests and questions from Promisee Seojin Wook. The promiser, Devil's Sword, shall not recommend or induce any other person to sign a separate contract without the approval of Promisee Seojin Wook. I.e., you can't say anything about being a true master to anyone. As long as the promiser, Devil's Sword, complies with the contract, Promisee Seojin Wook, does not torture promiser, Devil's Sword, with the Delabrium furnace. This agreement shall remain in effect until either of the parties expires. If this guy goes crazy, it may shut its mouth for good, but on the contrary, there is a possibility that it may be more frenzied and run wild. It can't even be guaranteed that it won't affect the performance of the sword. It's not necessarily a desirable scenario. And my biggest concern was someone other than me would grab the handle and fall into a fraud contract. What if it seduces a person and runs away even if it has gone mad? For the devil, a contract relies on instinct. It's best for it not to be able to try such things. Bounded by the contract. If it went mad, I would become a little uncomfortable or uncertain about the sword's performance, but it would be like ceasing to exist from the point of view of the Devil's Sword. If it accepted the contract, I could keep my mind at ease, and the Devil's Sword gets to keep its existence. And intentionally, I put in a condition that the contract is valid only while I'm alive. If I completely blocked its retreat, the Devil's Sword could conclude that it will be trapped forever. It may choose to go crazy. I had to give it a window for the retreat. And he probably already understood this plan in its head. Even if it could predict what I think, there is only one option for it as long as the furnace exists. I spoke to it again as I was enticing it. Once again, the contract only lasts while I'm alive. I didn't know when that would be, but of course, I'll be thoroughly prepared for what happens after I die. Considering Randy's existence, who was the original owner in the previous life, there were several ways. I hastened it to answer. Now, what do you do? The longest silence since the conversation began flowed coldly in the basement. I waited patiently. Maliciously, I thought about putting it in the furnace again so that it would make up its mind faster. Can I add a few more lines to the contract? I clicked my tongue. I pulled up the sword and pretended to dip it in the furnace again. As I did that, "You were a bastard, worse than the devil." "Okay. Fine. I'll sign the contract. Let's make a deal," the sword screamed. I smiled inwardly. Chapter 69. Dungeon Break, 1. About a week after I'd sent the vital flame and treasures recovered from the dragon lair to the senator, Oh Jinhua contacted me. When I pressed the terminal, I heard the familiar voice of Oh Jinhua. "It's been a while since I said hello. Have you been well?" Ever since I'd opened a deal with the senator, she was designated as our liaison, and she has always maintained a polite tone and attitude toward me. "Please understand that I'm contacting you on the phone when really, I should have visited you." "That's all right. Please go ahead. I'm calling to let you know the settlement details of some of the items you've asked me to sell." Considering the expected price and the variability of prices being adjusted by auction, the senator decided to give a down payment of some of the money to me and settle the rest following the amount sold at auction. I burst into laughter as I listened to her following words. "Oh, really? Is that what he did?" The senator was said to have had invited 50 people from all over the world who had been awakened but had never roamed around dungeons for him to sell Vital Flame. It was a selection of those who were old enough to have money laying around, or their adult children openly sharing the inheritance, and those who had the conditions to respond to such transactions. The senator conducted a test on a man to prove its effectiveness for those rich but suspicious people. The experiment showed a middle-aged hunter returning to his young body in his 20s using a trace amount of flame in front of everyone. Soon after, he even conducted a thorough physical examination. And then he put it up for auction, right? What impressed me was the condition of the product at auction. Unlike ordinary fires, the fire extinguishes itself if it burns mana to a certain extent, so if a lot of mana was burnt to increase the maintenance time, you needed a bigger fuel source. So, he sold it by dividing it, to the point that it would only burn the potential mana for a month and then would go out? It was a kind of trial period. The size of the flame I handed over to the senator was enough for 50 awakens with average potential mana to burn for 10 years, but he'd sold only a portion of it. Oh Jinhua answered, "That's right. Of course, we notified the buyers in advance and traded after getting their consent. Saying that after about a month of rejuvenation, even if there's more mana left to burn, the fire will go out, and they will return to their original bodies. Aging couldn't be stopped even through awakening. Now, let us say that the flame of life was slowly extinguishing, and you suddenly regained your youth just before you were due to die. The days you dreamed of would unfold. But then, if you went back to being an aged person after a month, even if you prepared yourself in advance, the psychological shock, and the loss, would leave you dumbfounded. They say that the taste of the meat could only be known by only those who tried, so that they will search for the item again much more desperately. It was akin to letting drug addicts sample the wares, knowing that the sample was enough to form an addiction. Customers for life. From that point on, the senator will slowly release the volume and raise the price. He said that it's not a bad trade for self-preservationists who are awakened but do not contribute power to humanity, since it offers them to contribute at least financially. If he sold at a high price, I would get more money, so there was nothing bad about it. So, the amount to be settled first, is a little over $700 million. I nodded when I heard the number. More than half of the treasure retrieved from the dragon lair was yet to be disposed of, and in the case of Vital Flame, the quantity sold this time was about 1% of the total inventory. As more goods were sold, the amount of the settlement would increase beyond control. First of all, I can collect some of Celestial Dragon's shares with this settlement. From then on, the number of sales coming in would go into a vital military fund to prepare for the future. As you may have guessed, it's a bit big to move in the dark. So I think the remittance will be made words, she meant illegally. The price of the product is expected to rise significantly in the next auction, and the volume is expected to increase as well. From then on, it will be impossible for our customers to pay in full cash. Therefore, the settlement should be done in a complicated way. I recommend that you prepare ahead of time. This meant that we should plan for a few more windows, for traditional ways for money to travel. Can I leave that to you, too? Yes, I understand. I ended the call. Alright, now the live ammunition is ready. Soon, it was time to start shopping. What? Are you buying my shares at that high price? Of course, I appreciate it. Among the group that wished to leave the Celestial Dragon, those who followed Han Solo planned to establish a small elite guild as before. Therefore, they were in dire need of initial capital. Even the artifacts that they were using, except for the distributed personal belongings, needed to be returned to the Celestial Dragon to require much financial assistance. Well, please sign here. Instead of Seo Jin-wook's name, I used the company name that I owned and kept secret. I couldn't do much about those hunters who have already sold it, but more people tested the waters by showing them the suggested price from others as well. Since an amount much larger than what was negotiated from others was offered, the sale contract proceeded quickly. Also, a special statement was added to each contract, in which that they would receive the money in advance. Still, the final timing of the transfer and the renewal of the account holders, shareholder, list would be carried out on a specific date. Thank you. Oh, no, thank you. I sold it at a much higher price than I thought it would be. Watching the scene of the meeting with my representative on CCTV, the hunters' faces were all full of smiles. The fact that all guild members who followed Han Solo, who leave, will be the same as in the previous life. I can't hold on to them. However, I would be in trouble if more left all at once. Therefore, the person I met for the next staff meeting was a man who was not in support of Han Solo and still held shares of the Celestial Dragon. Team leader Yoon Ho-min. I met him at a high-end restaurant in downtown Seoul, avoiding the public eye. Wow, are you really Jin-wook? I've heard rumors, but I never thought people could change like this. He was one of the original members who founded Celestial Dragon with Seo Gyu-chul and led the Exploration Team 1. He was a hunter who had maintained the A rank for a long time, although he has been relegated to third place with Han Solo joining and gained a high reputation among hunters who are not part of the Han Solo faction. The fact that you're meeting me today. Of course, it's a secret to the guild master. That he secretly came to see me, even though he knew how much he was looking for me, meant that he, Yoon Ho-min, had already given up his hopes on Seo Gyu-chul. How's the situation these days? From his mouth, words similar to what I had heard from Secretary Kim before poured out. I pretended to listen, but as soon as his mouth closed, I told Yoon Ho-min. I think you can guess why I asked you to meet me. Instead of my father, I'm going to take responsibility for the Celestial Dragon. Yoon Ho-min's eyes narrowed, searchingly. You want me to push you, right? Yes, I don't think I need to explain everything as to why my father is no longer qualified to lead the Celestial Dragon. Don't get me wrong. There will be a backlash because of the underlying rumors and the fact that you are too young. Of course, it was the surprising news that you received the SS rank this time. That's why I'm asking for your help. Since you're the most influential person who can lead public opinion at this point. He remained silent for a while as he chose his next words. As you see, those who followed Assistant Guild Master Han Solo are virtually impossible to persuade. From the first place, it wasn't because of the value of Celestial Dragon's name, but rather because they followed the person of Han Solo. That's right. However, the problem now is, the hunters who don't belong to that population are shaken. Focused on the top rank, that is. If all those hunters leave, the whole guild will be shaken. It was also time-consuming for me to bring in outside talents, and the plan should have been carried out step by step. I didn't want the pillar to be pulled out and the roof to collapse in a day. We will need to regain their trust in our name. To prevent more from departing, we need something symbolic to lead them. Just like my father gathered them through the title of the first S-rank hunter in Korea. I'm going to play that role. I heard of the recent performances. You turned the Grand Croix bastard, and left him unable to fight, and attacked the S-level dungeon with a small number of people. You've also retrieved the prophecy for the dungeon break that is only a month away, am I correct? The last part was to be distributed to the media tomorrow because the embargo was still on the line. But it's not enough just yet. Considering that it hasn't been a month since you received an SS rank, your career as a hunter is too short, and you haven't shown enough performances. The old rumors were so harsh that it takes such a great achievement to cover up its notoriety. Crucially, the leave of absence has been too long. This situation is something Jin-wook needs to understand. He was lost in thought for a moment and soon stroked his chin and said, wait, perhaps the prophecy. That could be the key. The timings are just right. Timing. He would never dream that this timing was not a product of chance but of my creation. The hunter management will soon order each guild to form and convene a break response team. I'm expecting it. An instantaneous dungeon that collapsed as soon as the gate opens, now that the prophecy had been given, meant we had to start preparing. And in such a disastrous situation, the state could convene a hunter, and each guild will organize its own arrangement according to the level of force standardized by the state. There will be all 4 major guilds, including Celestial Dragon. I could guess what he was about to say because it was a conversation that I induced. If you really show your qualification to represent the Celestial Dragon there, you'll have a point as an irresistible trend. In other words, he asked for a proper performance on the dungeon break. Of course, I was going to do so without him asking. I nodded my head. All right. Everything was going as I intended. The day after I met team leader Yoon Ho-min, the president's public statement was broadcast live. The government immediately released details, and the media reported on the instantaneous dungeon. There's a reason they put up a few days for the embargo. From the government's perspective, it would have taken time to come up with a response plan. The room for doubt of the prophecy found in the dungeon was very low from the past cases, so the government declared a state of emergency and martial law throughout Gwacheon City after a careful and thorough review. There is still enough time left until the expected dungeon break, so Gwacheon citizens should calmly evacuate under government control. Korea's latest experience with the dungeon break, of A rank class, was 3 years ago. People who remembered the nightmares of that time were in extreme anxiety. How many people died during the last A rank break? 20,000 dead. 8,000 missing. The missing are practically dead, aren't they? What should we do? Gwacheon is just below Seoul. Shouldn't we evacuate too? There would be a case to answer, where the dungeon that they were trying to clear turned into very unstable without a sign, and then it suddenly collapsed. Wouldn't it be okay this time since we know the timing in advance? No, I can't be here because I'm nervous. I think I need to take my family away from Seoul for now. In addition to Gwacheon City, evacuation processes continued throughout Gyeonggi Province, including Seoul. The entire land of Gyeonggi Province did not empty at once. Still, compared to before, it significantly reduced the general vehicle traffic on the road, and military vehicles filled the vacancy. Then, an emergency gathering was made for the hunters. Each hunter guild is required to assemble a break emergency response team according to the government-proposed standards, by the following day. The government did not issue an order to rally all hunters across the country before the prophecy's coordinates mentioned it. Instead, they ordered the guilds to configure forces in accordance with the protocol created by analyzing A-class breaks at local and international levels and placed the called personnel in several stages. It was obvious that if the government gathered all the hunters in one place and an accident occurred, it would be the day of the Korean hunters' annihilation. And a few days later, my name was missing from the list of the first line of defense submitted by the Celestial Dragon Guild. That fact was soon leaked to the press by someone. Various discussion took place on message boards. Is it because an SS rank hunter is a national treasure and the treasure of celestial dragons? But then, boldly speaking, isn't hunter supposed to fight and protect people at times like this? Aside from the fact that saving it only makes it useless, what if they can't stop the break and the country goes to shit because everyone dies? Nah, I bet he's excluded to the back to be inserted if ever the first level of defense goes down. By the way, isn't it Seo Jin-wook who brought out the prophecy from the S-class dungeon? Yep, even only considering that he retrieved the prophecy, I think he deserves to be treated well. If not for him, without knowing anything like 3 years ago, the dungeon might have collapsed, and the monsters would have poured out. It gives me chills just by thinking about it. There were many stories about the contents of the prophecy. But isn't it rare that the prophecy is about the country's dungeon? Our country is lucky this time. Is Seo Jin-wook lucky? True. An expert said on TV that it's a very low probability. But isn't this too coincidental? They roamed the prophecy dungeon on the day he got the SS rank, and there he was, holding the prophecy about the dungeon break which happens in Korea, of all places? It's either that he knew it in advance, or isn't it fake? Notice sudden conspiracies here. How can he alter that when Seo Jin-wook isn't the system itself? If it's as you say, either Seo Jin-wook knows the future, or he can use the texts that can't be interpreted without magic, as he wishes. To be honest, though, does that make sense? Anyways, so what is Seo Jin-wook doing, and where is he? If it were in Celestial Dragon style, they must have done continuous press conferences for 3 hours, but he is nowhere to be seen. Within the deadline set by the government, most Guachin citizens completed evacuation, and some of the remaining people, who did not comply with martial law, were forcibly taken away after several warnings. In the meantime, the Blue House has broadcast several public statements. Once again, for those outside the area where martial law is imposed, please concentrate on your livelihood with confidence. According to global statistics, more than 95% of the predicted A-class breaks tend to evolve early in the coming days. The government has thoroughly analyzed existing cases and worked closely with each hunter guild to form groups with sufficiently responsive forces. The message was aimed at those who were anxious about the fact that there was no foreign support group, unlike the Shihong 8 dungeon. The A-class break could be prevented enough with the country's own power, and all 4 major guild chiefs in Korea, except for the gatekeepers, would gather at the first line of defense to prepare for possible situations. What that meant was, I'll be reunited with Seo Gyu-chul there. So, time went by, and the day that I left on the prophecy came. I packed a bunch of artifacts that I had prepared, in the meanwhile, handed them out to my 2 companions, and I also equipped myself. I even held the Devil's Sword, bound with the reinterpretation of the Devil's Contract. Shall we? The 3 of us headed to Guachin. Chapter 70. Dungeon Break, 2. Hunters gathered in front of the primary dungeon coordinates, which was tagged with Guachin 5 dungeon's name when the gate was opened. The A-class break response team was formed according to the government's standards, and those who were assigned as the first line of defense belonged to the top 4 guilds that represented Korea. Well, then, we'll step back to the third line of defense. We are honored. After grimly greeting everyone, military officials and the Hunter Management Department personnel all withdrew a few kilometers back. It was inefficient for people, aside from the Awakens, to be mixed in the front line where the wave of monsters would be fought. Furthermore, this time, the gate was going to open in the middle of the city, so they could not adopt the tactic of pushing the area away with modern firepower. As the government estimated the possible risk of both the first line of defense being breached and demolition of Guachin city infrastructures, they chose to war using infantry warfare. With all the non-Awakens backed off, those who gathered to represent the 4 major guilds stood shoulder to shoulder. Activate barrier. As soldiers retreated, physical barriers were activated along the line of defense. A circular opaque membrane was formed around the gate. There's an hour left. The Book of Prophecy accurately predicted the opening and collapse time of the gate. Kim Kyung-rok, the guild master of Grand Kwa, turned his eyes from the terminal, looked at the man standing in front of him, and spoke privately, away from the ears of the Hunter Management Department. Why is that precious sun absent this time? Immediately the surrounding air got cold. It was a question that everyone had in their heads but refused to speak. The target of Kim Kyung-rok's question was Seo Gyu-chul, the guild master of Celestial Dragon. However, Seo Gyu-chul didn't bother to respond to him, let alone even turn his eyes to Kim Kyung-rok. He spoke with an expressionless face to Yoon Ho-min, the head of the Exploration Team 1, who stood beside him. Go back to our assigned ground. I will do the final check for the barrier myself. Kim Kyung-rok's face hardened when he realized that he completely ignored him. However, he quickly changed his look and spoke, baring his teeth. Even if you dearly invested in him, did he turn out to be a defective product too shameful to be let out there? You should have had high expectations, you must be disappointed. You must be groaning inside. Responding to his words, Seo Gyu-chul's shoulders stopped turning. Kim Kyung-rok shot his words at him, thinking it was an opportunity. What do you do with the title of an SS rank? You can't use it for important events like dungeon breaks. What's the reason this time? Is he still crying about the trauma from the auction accident last time? Or did the father and son throw things and fight, and he left the house again? Kim Kyung-rok, who was well aware of the internal situation, did not know the latest situation. Then, Seo Gyu-chul's gaze reached Kim Kyung-rok, and he felt a shiver down his spine without realizing it. What the hell? That punk. Kim Kyung-rok has been an archenemy and rival of Seo Gyu-chul for decades. He already knew that he was an asshole, which was one reason he hated him. The man in front of him seemed off. His damn eyes. However, the strange energy in Seo Gyu-chul's eyes disappeared immediately after some time. What was that just now? While Kim Kyung-rok was baffled, Seo Gyu-chul looked at him without saying anything, opened his mouth. Aren't you the one with defective products? If an S-ranked veteran of 10 years were sliced by a year-old Awakened because he was playing a trick, I'd be ashamed even to come here. Come to think of it, I can't see him here. Is he still in bed? His words were aimed at Kim Ji-hoon, the younger brother of Kim Kyung-rok, who had his leg cut during the promotion review of Seo Jin-wook, as he tried to play a trick on him. "Do this." Kim Kyung-rok rolled and spat out words like he was chewing them. "The Hunter management is still investigating the case. Who played what trick on who?" This remark was deliberately spoken aloud, being conscious of the ears of other hunters. Kim Kyung-rok, who knew the truth of the case, quickly changed the topic as he knew that it would be disadvantageous to talk about. "Huh. You must be sick when you should be selling your son to promote the Celestial Dragon. I heard that there are a lot of A-ranks who wish to leave these days." Kim Kyung-rok bit down on Celestial Dragon's personnel management crisis. In the end, wasn't the title of ranking the first nationally thanks to the rich A-rank hunter pool? How does it feel like to kick away the only strength of the guild with your doings? Even if we count those A-ranks left after those bats leave the guild, we still have a lot of them than your group of empty carts, so you don't have to worry about it. After speaking so, Seo Gyu-chul turned his back and walked to their territory with Yoon Ho-min. Kim Kyung-rok, who was watching the view of his back, wrenched his lips and smiled. "Let's wait and see if that happens so." As Seo Gyu-chul walked with Yoon Ho-min, he quietly asked him, "Did he ever contact you personally?" It was obvious who he was referring to. Yoon Ho-min, who secretly met Seo Jin-wook not long ago, was surprised inside, but shook his head, trying to act calm. "No? Anyways, we weren't that close, were we? If he had contacted me, he would have contacted Secretary Kim." While Yoon Ho-min was trying to calm down his surprised heart, another head watched, without engaging in the verbal conflict, but analyzed the situation. She was the guild master of Destructional Blade, Seo Moon-ga-in. Destructional Blade was the only group among the four major guilds to open up trading areas beyond the Korean black market and material goods to the informational services. Destructional Blade's special grant was gained through a case in the past. However, the information update on Seo Jin-wook had been completely cut off for some time. The update was completely discontinued because they could not provide false information to its client, Destructional Blade, but could not sell Seo Jin-wook's information, which the senator recognized. However, it was impossible for Seo Moon-ga-in, who did not even know the senator's existence, to infer the truth, and this situation led her to a wild misunderstanding. The reason why it's not being updated is that they don't know where it is. Even the black market failed to track Seo Jin-wook, which meant that he wasn't in Korea. A hunter who had reached the SS rank the fastest and a genius who passed all the tests with unprecedented success. Judging only from the known facts, it was enough to have the attention of foreign countries. He must have already been taken by other countries without the Korean government knowing. Seo Gyu-chul's recent activities have supported her theory. He should have included his son here if he was in his normal state. If he didn't, it means that even he can't control Seo Jin-wook. She turned her head and asked the assistant guild master of the gatekeepers, who attended instead of the guild master. "I'm just curious." "Yes?" Gatekeeper's assistant guild master, Lee Dong-hyun, was a man with a water-like impression. When it seemed that all the duty in the field meeting room was over, he calmly packed his luggage and prepared to leave. He saw Seo Moon-ga-in with a look of annoyance. "I heard that the prophecy-type dungeon that Seo Jin-wook cleared was a gate that you guys were managing? Has he asked you to borrow another again since then?" It was impossible to see all the entry and exit records of others. Still, once they were successful in the clear, the report remained on the official government database and could be freely accessed by hunters. She said in a low voice and winking, "Come to think about it, it's strange. On the day of receiving the SS rank, he took an unprecedented act to clear a dungeon, and so far, no dungeon has been cleared under Seo Jin-wook's name." Lee Dong-hyun shook his head. "You know, we have no intention of getting involved in your power conflict. We can't divulge customer information about purchasing licenses as individuals." Seo Moon-ga-in would not give up and tested him again. When a kid gets a stick in his hand, he swings it around for nothing, and when someone rolls a ball on the floor to him, he pretends to kick it, right? That's human nature. If he gained that much strength in his 20s, wouldn't he want to show off as much as he wants? Clearing other dungeons one by one as well. He replied as if he were not interested, "I wouldn't know. I've never done so." Then he got up and said that he should get ready. Looking at the empty seat where he was sitting, Seo Moon-ga-in thought, well, Lee Dong-hyun barely makes his name on the exploration record even though he has an S rank. He must be distanced from continuous dungeon clearing. Anyway, they're weird guys. For her, the gatekeepers were an incomprehensible group that could not efficiently use skilled people and were rotting them. It's weird to play the role of a gatekeeper instead of clearing the dungeon with such a powerful force, and having a very closed internal structure was suspicious. The guild master, whose information is almost unknown except for name and age, is also out of the norm. Anyway, it's fishy. Soon, Seo Moongain returned to the thought of Seo Jinwook. Anyway, if he's already abroad, I don't have to worry about Seo Jinwook in this country's competition in this field of work. I can erase him out of my head. She made a completely wrong conclusion without knowing the truth. There will be no room for change. The celestial dragon is about to fall. I should sweep in the stakes that the withdrawn hunters spit out as much as possible. I should throw them away after I suck out their items and clearing rights for dungeons. The Seo Moongain smiled satisfactorily. As the scheduled time gradually approached, there was a tight tension between the hunters who formed the first defense line. Each guild leader encouraged his and her guild members in their own way. Come on, come on. You don't have to be nervous. It's a piece of cake to stop the breaks when time and location are known in advance. Can you see how many hunters are here on the primary line of defense alone? It's over 1,000. Assuming that the dungeon has a limit of 10 people, 1,000 people will catch the monsters that were originally going to beat up for a party of 10. How easy is this? Like Kim Kyung-rock of Grand Kwa, some commanders pointed out the actual difficulty and tried to prevent excessive tension. The system also gives extra compensation according to the contributions for dungeon breaks. You know that, right? You probably remember, every time a break is fixed somewhere over the past few years, the world's dungeon item prices have plummeted. That's how many different and generous rewards they give us. This is a great opportunity. Like Seo Moongain, from Destructional Blade, there were those guild masters who mentioned the rewards they would receive after the dungeon break to keep everyone's spirits up. Let's not forget our motto. We are the swords that defend the door. With our sacrifices, the world will become safer. From this place. Yeah. We get rid of all creatures that do not originate from our world. Like Lee Dong-hyun, of Gatekeepers, there was a commander whose words themselves seemed like a declaration based on a sense of duty, but the tone was stiff as if he was reading it from a book and powerless. The subordinates were rather baffled. As with Seo Gyuchol, of Celestial Dragon, a person gave up communicating with their subordinates for good. While waiting for the door to open in their own ways, the time finally came. TSSSS. A blue glow appeared in the air that everyone focused on. Hunters checked the system messages. The crowd seemed to be slightly bewildered. Damn it! The rank matched the prophecy, a rank. However, the problem was the limited number of entrants not normally mentioned in the known prophecy. Dungeon information. Level, A. Maximum number of entrants, 150. Clear condition, annihilate the monsters in the dungeon. Time remaining to evolve, 39 days, 2 hours, 31 minutes. Status, very unstable. It's a 150-man dungeon. Curses came from everywhere. The fact that the number of limited entrants was large meant that there were more monsters to kill. The gate is immediately entering the break sequence. The system message they were looking at changed in an instant. Dungeon information. Rank, A. It's a dungeon in collapse progress. Monsters become rabid and more powerful. The gate will delete its entrance limit, and the monster may come out of the gate. The primary defense line felt the direction of the wind change as it became more intense. The gate, which was shining blue, changed color and turned blood red. It swelled in size, expanding rapidly. The gate the hunters were looking at would make them believe that they saw a vision of the future. Woong. The red gate, which seemed to grow endlessly, finally stopped expanding. It's begun, someone's little murmur quickly got buried in the tense air. A hunter, who had experienced dungeon break defense, and another who had never experienced it, stared at the gate surface in extreme tension and caution for reasons they kept to themselves. They swallowed their dry saliva, wrapped their mana on the sharp weapons, and covered their whole body with a barrier. As they knew beforehand, combat preparation was perfect. After a minute, there was no sign of monsters popping out of the gate. It looks like the field's quite wide. It takes time for them to get to the gate. Well, it must be a dungeon with a lot of monsters. It's going to be a tough fight, Seo Moongain thought and maintained the tension on her pulled bowstring. After 5 minutes, hunters, who had little experience, were a bit baffled because things were not happening as expected. The skilled veterans were shocked. How wide was the field that it took the nearest monster more than 5 minutes to sprint to the gate? How many monsters were there if the field was so wide? They began to resent the government's choice not to ask for foreign aid. And they were worried that they wouldn't be able to go back safely today. By the time 10 minutes had passed, some began to think something was wrong. 30 minutes elapsed. The 4 major guilds were staring at the red door right in front of the gate. Small and medium-sized guilds were observing the situation from the secondary perimeter. Soldiers were on the third line of defense. The Blue House was checking the live feed on a drone. All of them fell into an awkward silence. Then, someone whispered, "The prophecy, perhaps something was wrong with." "No, look over there." The dungeon opened and turned red at the exact time. The red gate means the break is here. But originally, the break happens as the gate color changes and the monsters pop out within a minute. A minute is long, 10 seconds, and a hell of a wave starts. But what's wrong with that? An experienced hunter came up with a hypothesis: if the field is that wide middle dot. No matter how wide it is. Some monsters can go halfway around the world in 30 minutes. None of them expected it. In the dungeon that faced a break, someone else was inside, someone who's not a monster. Chapter 71. Dungeon Break, 3 Rip them all up. Quack. In the interior, and out of view from the guilds, where the dungeon break was in progress, giant-like, humanoid, white-skinned monsters appeared. These beasts were in a frenzy but could only come near the gate and could not move out of the border, causing them to be more riled up as they rushed towards the gate. 3 people, and a corpse, blocked their path. Boom. Boo-boom. Rumble. Crush. A mountain-like giant being, covered with black scales, came down from the sky. It hacked, ripped, and made the white giants explode without mercy. Right beside it was a vacuum made by a mixed explosion of lightning, ice, flame, and blast that made the monsters inside that area blow away into dust. Beyond that, among the white waves, which came in groups like a herd of water buffalo in the dry season, purple storms blew continuously, and energy bullets were carpet-bombed. It met the white waves, red bubbles boiled, and a mountain of flesh was formed every time it met the white waves. Amid the fierce battle, suddenly, one person shouted, "Oh, there's one running away." Right away, the instructions come back. "It's small. Let those little ones be. The waves are gradually getting stronger, so we can't help but miss a few from now on. They'll take care of those that escaped outside from Earth." I add a word, however: we have to stop the big guys from leaving. The screening criteria is this guy I just chopped up. Okay? All right. Yes. About 30 minutes had passed since the gate appeared. At this point, there were opinions that hunters should enter the gate and take preemptive attacks, but they were rejected by the government, who had the final say. High-ranking officials expressed reluctance, fearing that they would take responsibility if something went wrong after taking a method that no one had tried before. Among the guidelines they referred to, there was no sending the hunters first to the breaking gate. A call went out: "Oh, something's coming out. TSK, it's finally starting. Everyone, get ready for battle." While everyone was staring at the gate with weapons, a giant creature popped through the door. What is that? It's new. It was a giant. It was about 5 meters in height, a bare and scrawny thing, naked with pale white skin and visible blue blood vessels. Black body fluid bubbled down in the pitch-black pupils, without the white's distinction and the black in the eyes. The white cheeks were covered with layers of tar like tear stains. The giant screamed as soon as it stepped out of the gate. The sound was high and sharp. Kya! When the scream had violated everyone's ears. Pat! The giant disappeared from the spot. We missed it. As most hunters felt a sense of failure, boo-boom. The defensive barrier behind the first defense line fluctuated with great shock. In front of it was a giant who twisted its limbs in the air in strange directions and stuck itself to a white wall, as if it were miming. Grand Gua Guild Hunter, close to the barrier, ran to the giant with a sword. Swish! He aimed at its neck, but because the giant pulled itself out, long arms, like dry branches, sprang up into the sky instead. The hunter, who flung his sword close to it, covered himself with the blood of a giant. BLLRGH. Save me. The hunter's whole body, covered in blood, began to swell like a balloon. As cancer cells increased, the flesh covered it at a wicked speed. His nose and mouth were so swollen that he couldn't breathe because of the fat on his cheeks and chin. Kim Kyung-rock, who caught the idea that this was an abnormality due to magic, quickly ordered, "Potion. TSSSS." The hunter's body went back to its original state when his colleague poured a recovery potion over his body. In the meantime, the giant, who was fleeing in the other direction with one arm blown away, once again collided violently with the barrier. Kuong. Other hunters did not miss this opportunity. Instead of rushing in, the close-range types threw sword energies from afar, and wizards actively sent out spells. After a few seconds, there was no flesh or drop of blood in the place where the giant was located, but only a burnt and scorched mark was left. Dash! Seo Moongain flew in and landed in front of the giant's cut arm, which remained intact. They were in combat, but she had to hurry to identify it before the next one came. Out of all the times, it's a new type during a break. She took an collection item out of her arms. An item that identified the property of the living monster that, analysis, couldn't. When she breathed mana on it, the book began to float in the air and automatically passed the pages. The inside was all empty pages, but one of the pages separated from the book and floated in front of the severed arm. Watching the scene, Seo Moongain prayed desperately and sighed. Please, I wish the explanation is kind. There were many cases where system messages often said only a part of the fact or explained in a sly way that tricked the reader. TSSSSS. Black smoke came out of the pale arm, and it took a certain form and filled the blank page with black letters. It was an Arcade script. Analysis. She interpreted it with magic because she couldn't read it as it was. Seo Moongain immediately shared the following content with all the hunters. Plague Giant. At every step they pass by, a plague spreads, and at the place where they fall, there is even more death. Each time the monster breathes, spores cultured in the lungs spread through the air, causing demonic diseases. Be aware that direct contact with the tissues and blood of the monster will trigger a powerful effect that is incomparable to that transmitted through the air. The power of the plague they bear becomes stronger as the individual ages. The plague giant grows bigger as they age, but on the contrary, it is not difficult to distinguish them since it moves faster and becomes more durable. Hunters frowned at the explanations. Its identity was a monster that scattered disease through the air just by breathing and doing nothing. If it's a demonic plague, we have to stop it with mana barrier, right? I figured that ever since it got out of the gate, we've been consuming mana a little bit faster. Even when still. Mana barrier blocks the spores that it sprays while breathing. Without us even realizing it. At that time, the hunter, who had collapsed while covered in blood, opened his mouth. He had recovered to normal thanks to the potion. That thing, it's fast, but its body is like tofu. I was ready to be hit back for cutting in a hurry, but it was cut too easily. That means it has a terrible defense. Is that why the difficulty level was set to A? Barrier will stop the transmission through its breathing, so we can drive it away, avoiding contact with blood and flesh. It's not that difficult. Then, a hunter said, no, but the respiratory infections may be okay with us, but those non-awakens are defenseless, right? The same thought crossed the mind of the hunters who heard it. If they hadn't evacuated the people here in advance, it could have been the worst biohazard in history. It was the kind of threat that level A rank hunters found hard to accept. However, everyone noticed that the worst catastrophe could occur if the monster began to spread beyond the dungeon's threshold to the human world. The potion doesn't work for the non-awakened people. They will literally just die. The government, which listened to their conversations in real time, recognized the situation's seriousness and quickly began preparing for additional setbacks. No, but there were still unresolved questions. Oh, my God. Is it the only one? Why aren't there any monsters coming out from the 150-member dungeon? No, wait a minute, brother. Don't say that. Kya. Another one. Several more giants were, but it was slightly different from the usual break that everyone was aware of. Normally, as the word break suggests, monsters would pour out frantically as soon as the gate opens. But this break was so weird. Monsters were coming out in a gap. Brother, don't breaks normally happen that they come out all crazed up? Wasn't the scene of them coming out while screaming crazed up enough? Why do the crazed up ones keep trying to run away instead of running towards us? An hour has passed like that. So far, were there about 100 in total? It was a ridiculously small number compared to the power gathered in preparation. Brother, was I the only one that noticed it earlier? The one a while ago had half of the body crushed the moment it got out. It's common for too many creatures to come out in a hurry and end up fighting and bite each other. Seo Moongain thought, seeing the scene. This is not good. Hunters' tension was getting lower. The idea that they should check what the hell was going on inside stood strong, but the government's permission still stood. The scenario where the monsters stormed in at the beginning and gradually decreasing in numbers is preferable. If this continues, we might get ourselves in great danger from lowering our guards. Her concerns eventually came true. We got another one. Kya. The scream was different from before. The scream was nothing but an intrusive high frequency and rather a haunting scream, distinguishable from the rest. Blrgh. One hunter, who had been relaxed, reduced the mana barrier's thickness, knelt, and vomited blood and gastric juice. It's big. The new giant was 3 times the size of those we faced until now. Seo Moon-gain recalled the explanation she had seen in the collection. As they age, size increases, but on the contrary, movement becomes slower and durability decreases, so it is not difficult to distinguish. It must be the adult. Swish. Just like the little ones, the monster ran away at high speed. Hunters tried to hunt it down according to protocol. They thought, in a little while, it will reappear when it collides with the barrier head-on. Shatter. Hunters' faces turned pale. The barrier is broken. The worst-case scenario came to the mind of Seo Moon-gain. That's a problem. All the hunters gathered could not give up the first line of defense and chase after it, and it was uncertain whether they could prevent it from the second line of defense. How many humans can a giant infect? What about human-to-human transmission? I have to catch that bastard, whatever it takes. I'm after it. Seo Moon-gain decided to be the one to move, having little choice, mainly because she was sure that she was the one who could move the fastest. But just half a second after she made up her mind, she found her judgment was wrong. Swish. She heard a sound from the gate. Is it another one? Swish. Most of the first-line hunters didn't recognize what it was. This was because the speed of it moving was too fast. All they saw was a stream of black wind spreading out of the gate and swirling behind the giant. The first person to notice the identity of the being was Seo Moon-gain, who invoked her unique skill. Dragon? Hunters waiting on the second line of defense looked at the scene with a soulless expression. Kaya. They knew that the white giant was approaching them through the first line of defense. It was hard even to keep track, and they knew it would reach the second line of defense in a few seconds, and in their nervousness, they tensed their whole body. But, before it could even reach them, the thing faster than the giant made a surprise attack. Crack. Most did not catch the first attack. The black gust blowing scene was followed by the white giant rolling and making a large ditch, being swept away. It was as if an excavator had passed, scooping a large trench on the ground where the giant had been swept away. Only Seo Moon-gain, from afar, recognized what was happening accurately. The incident's reality was that a large black monster suddenly appeared at the gate, spreading its wings and flew to the giant. The scene was like a kite descending fast to snatch a chick. In that momentum, it placed its power, drove its head towards the back of the giant's head, and rammed it. And it was only when the large being, who had just finished a cool beating, stopped in the air and turned its neck so that everyone could recognize what it was. Dragon. My God, it's a dragon. What? The prophecy is completely wrong. What kind of A-rank dungeon does a dragon come out of? The scene that followed caused any murmuring to become dead quiet. Swoosh. The dragon approached the giant and bit its neck violently. Crush. Kya. The giant, whose neck was crushed, kept screaming without dying. Although it was over 15 meters tall, it looked like a child compared to the dragon. As it bit the giant's neck, the dragon briefly turned to the left and opened its mouth while rotating to the right. The giant was lifted into the air. And then it took a turn and hit the giant hard with its tail before it fell. Bam! Swoosh! The wind swirled vigorously around the tail and spread heavily everywhere. Facing the wind in their faces, people saw the giant flying like a baseball into the distance before completely disappearing beyond the horizon. The dragon's mouth opened. No way! All the witnesses thought the same thing. Boosh! A red flash emitted from the mouth of a dragon and crossed the sky. It hit the white giant flying away. There was a momentary silence. Soon a devastated voice spoke. How? Can we beat that? How the hell does a dragon come out of an A-class break? Hunters on the second line of defense did not dare to attack and looked at the dragon standing there alone. They had yet to guess that the dragon's condition was slightly off. However, a hunter recognized the familiar body shape and characteristics of the dragon. Oh, that dragon. No way. That dungeon. The dragon lifted its head in the direction of the gate. Then, its head tilted slightly as if it was listening to an inaudible sound. Swish. The dragon returned to the gate in such a short time that the distance was meaningless. As the dragon reached, a strong gust blew around the red door, scattering fallen leaves and dust. Seo Moongai's eyebrows twitched. Is it going back in? The surface of the red flash swirled, and another giant appeared. It was as big as the one that just came out. It was also an adult. The eyes of the giant and the dragon met. The new intruder's bluish lips opened, and a scream leaked out. Kya WP. Crush. Vertical bar. The giant's scream ends with the last syllable tightly closed. The dragon lightly slammed the front foot and crushed the giant's skull. The dragon pretended to hear something again and wrapped its tail around the giant's legs. Then he dragged the giant into the red gate. Thump. Thump. Every time it took a step, the ground shook heavily. Kya. The dragon and the giant disappeared back into the red gate. Hunters were left speechless. Chapter 72. Deal 1. While hunters, who formed the defense line, were outside the gate struggling with the confusion, Nate, Hibiki, and I were inside the dungeon, butchering the monsters. It's about the time someone should have noticed and sent someone inside the dungeon to take a look. They're slow. This is what happens when the government takes control of the dungeon operations. Due to these shortcomings, I knew hunters would take control of the break response team in the future. This is the most effective way to respond to breaks that the location and the time are known in advance. Later, they will create a protocol as well. Logically, it would be much more efficient to catch monsters before they come to Earth than to kill them after they have crossed the gate. The sole reason the bureaucrats hesitated was due to nobody ever going beyond the red gate. The entrant limit disappears as soon as it enters the break sequence. The message that indicates how many people are inside disappears as well. Therefore, the three of us waited nearby with stealth on and came inside as soon as the gate turned red. And the first thing we did in front of the plague giant, running rabid, was to make a trap. The traps I constantly repaired and created were still faithfully deterring the armies of monsters. Urta's sword dance. Swift. Swish. I drew the sword numerous times, front of the door that led to the earth. As a result, the web-like mesh of sword energy was created. The net, which was woven with purple flashes, was still floating as it preserved the energy even after the sword stopped its movement. And when the giants reached there. Kya. Pat. The accumulated destructive power and kinetic energy burst out in an instant. The giant, which tried to advance through the net, rolled with its whole body diced up. Perhaps because they already had undead properties, they couldn't be made subordinates of Nate, so we didn't have time to kill them neatly. As a result, the corpses became a mess and scattered everywhere. Ooh. Zombie orcs scavenged around the body fragments. Nate's order was for them to go around the battlefield and retrieve mana cores. Crush. Boom. They approached the broken giant's chopped-up body, smashed the ribs, and tore the heart membrane. Dusk. They pulled out the mana core quickly. The cores were piled up in the rear, and I absorbed them with mana drain, while going in and out of the battlefield. Swish. I can't hear my thoughts. It's busy, so busy. I was the one who had the widest movement range and was busily moving the most in this dungeon right now. I spread the Stardust wing, and flew around non-stop. While I bombarded those rushing from the front with sword energy bullets and reduced their mass, I repaired the sword energy net that acted as a trap, and if it seemed like I was running low on mana, I returned after absorbing cores. While I was constantly moving, the other two didn't move outside of the black net. But of course, it was not like they were playing around. The trap over there is broken down. Crush them all. Quiet. Nate had almost complete control of the undead dragon. Unfortunately, it was impossible to pull out 100% of his previous life's ability. In particular, he could not reenact magic at all. But instead, Ka. The black dragon, spreading its wings like a predatory bird trying to snatch up prey, descended toward the herd of giants. The giants were storming through an opportunity of a layer of the purple net that has collapsed. The dragon, which was flying low in that direction, extended its front feet down like an aircraft preparing to land. Maintaining close proximity as if it's about to touch the ground, the dragon scratched the giants at the speed of flight. Po 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 pow. Kya. Along the straight line drawn by the dragon, giants bounced from side to side as if to divide the sea. The sound of flesh being crushed quickly buried the scream. In the white waves that spread in pigtails, red streaks bloomed and mixed. Okay. That direction next. Instead of using magic, the dragon that had turned to an undead had a comparable. No, rather a strong body that reminded me of when it was still alive. It was the same as when humans and orcs became zombified. Its performance transcended the normal idea of the undead, appearing as a dungeon monster. Come to think of it, Nate's mana wouldn't have been able to handle the undead dragon's magic. Since the subordinate's characteristics not having a core, it would have pulled all its needed mana from the master. It wasn't such a waste even if he couldn't use its magic, as the dragon's symbol remained. Boosh. The breath that is poured down towards the giants caused the gloomy sky to turn red instantly. Along the area where the flash crossed, the giants fell without leaving even a pile of ashes. Oh, the big guy just ran away. Hurry up and get him. Quiet. While Nate's controlled undead dragon plays a role in defending the rear and catching the running adult simultaneously, destroying those that had crossed the sword energy net. If it's about this much. As soon as I had a chance, I looked at the number of remaining giants and my colleague's performance. It had only been an hour, and I could already see the end. Instead of letting the fast-moving giants disperse, the key was to use their instinctive rushing to the door to destroy them at once. It would have taken several days to track them down and catch every one of them if they had been allowed to roam around the world as in a previous life. In the meantime, the number of casualties would have increased ridiculously, since they sprayed spores just by breathing. That was the first reason I came all the way here in such a small number, instead of blocking the break outside, preventing a biohazard, which had killed tens of thousands of non-awakened victims in the previous life. And the second reason was about to appear in front of us. Huh? After some time has passed. It's over. Finally, we heard the message we had been waiting for. All monsters have been eliminated. The dungeon break will end. Be cautioned that the gate that connects to this dungeon closes automatically without using a key. Hurrah! Nate joyfully yelled to the top of his lungs. Hibiki, who was already on the verge of a potion shock, collapsed on the floor. She, who always remained composed, must have been quite shaken, as she leaked an empty smile, this time, saying, "Ha! Ha! They've done well." It was a battle close to the two's limit. I had constantly observed and cared for them, but they'd faced a threat to their life several times. This experience must have been a stepping stone to a large growth for both of them. And then, to all users who have contributed to preventing the dungeon break will be rewarded accordingly. The gate would close by itself, and the boundaries had not been weakened, so the key to the dungeon was not given. All we could get was extra compensation. No matter how powerful the four major guilds may have been, the reason why they volunteered to make up the first line of defense was here. Among the break rewards, Hunter doesn't have to choose from many options. The system selects the best option for them to receive within their contribution and gives it to the hunter. In other words, nobody loses. There was a reason why the price of the items worldwide fell exponentially after suppressing a dungeon break. Since all of them who participated would be given a definite reward based on their contribution, they become less rare. The user contribution ranking is number 1, contribution rate, 88%. Additional rewards are available according to your contribution. Do you want to accept it? This is within my expected range. There was only one case in which an individual exceeded 50% of the break contribution rate in a past life. When a break occurred, it was not easy for individuals to make more than half of the contribution rate. As usual, about 1,000 hunters gathered to build a defense line. But today, I ended up setting a new record, including all my past and present life. I will accept. I saw that each compensation appeared in front of Nate and Hibiki. But then... Huh? Nate asked me as he approached me. What? Didn't Jinwook get anything? I was not baffled by this situation. The phenomenon experienced by a hunter, who barely passed 50% in his previous life, was just unfolding in front of me. I'll take a while. The system message that only I hear had been changed to something abnormal from just a moment ago. Hash. It was a distorted and disturbed system message. I'd experienced this phenomenon before. On the day I awakened as Seo Jinwook. The message now penetrating my mind clearly conveyed some meaning, but I couldn't understand it right away. It felt like a part of my mind had become clouded. Hash. But then. The phenomenon did not last long. The successor's eyes, rank, X, detects interference with this force. Attempt to recover filtered semantic fragments. Recovery complete. The meaning of the system message has now normally flowed into my head a tempo late. The message was actually telling this. A 150 grade contribution 88% confirmed. Spent time 1 hour, 12 minutes and 45 seconds. Error. Error. According to Regulations number 2942-19048 Compensation Evaluation Process according to Dungeon Break Response Contribution Rate and Regulations number 18100921 Dimensional Item Supply Criteria for Quest Progress Rate, a conflict is confirmed. Decisions to correct this error are beyond the control cognition's autonomy. Requesting to summon the Ministry Spirit. When I checked the message, I sang joyfully to myself. Alright. I think what the hunter in the past life experienced will follow soon. I told the two of them. I think I'm going to disappear for a while and then come back. Just like when we were attacking the dungeon. The look on the faces of the two people showed they couldn't understand. According to what they studied, a hunter doesn't have to choose break compensation. So, they wouldn't understand why I was going to be summoned. For more information, I'll explain when even before I was done talking. Swish. I was summoned there. There you go. I was surrounded by darkness in the blink of an eye. It was a space full of dense darkness. I'd experienced two similar places like this. One was the altar of trials that I visited as soon as I awakened, and the other was the space to select additional rewards after clearing a dungeon. However, there was no silver altar here, and there were no white lights that surrounded me like the stars of the night. If I wait like this, I will hear another message again. In a form that anyone can understand. However, the message my previous life received here was not general and mechanical telepathy. It was a more human message, as I heard when I first awakened, by the standards of the Earth's people. To hear such a message means that I will see that being again. A few seconds of waiting made my prediction a reality. Swoosh. The black hair opened, and a woman's body, glowing blue, appeared, a body shaped with mana. At the same time, the system message rang. I'm sorry to keep you waiting so long. Something unexpected happened. To explain briefly what the user is currently experiencing. Floating in the dark were screens of different shapes float wrapped around her. The woman-shaped being looks at one of the screens seriously. I remembered. She called herself the military spirit. Her eyes widened as if she had found something on the screen. The head turned, and our eyes met. The system message followed the movement of her lips and spoke in my head. What, it's you again. There was a strange silence between us two. What lingered in my eyes now was a little anticipation. On the other hand, there was an explicit feeling of annoyance in the eyes of the spirit. You're a being of many strange cases and ways. Your name is Seo Jinwook? This is the first time in history that a system message directly mentioned Hunter's name. They are usually referred to only as summoner and user. Does she mean that it's an exceptional case that she had to check my name? From that spirit's point of view, that is. However, right after making such a short comment, the spirit turned its annoyed gaze back to the screen. The wall made of blue mana was filled with arcade characters. I could simply read them and distinguish the shapes with my knowledge, but there were too many words I didn't know. They weren't words that I'd forgotten but were words I never learned in the first place. For now, I made myself store the shapes in my head using the successor's eyes. Anyway, I'm busy, so I'll explain it quickly and briefly. The reason why you were summoned and why you met me here is simply because I couldn't give you items that fit your contribution on the break. I didn't have to reveal that I had heard all the censored messages, so I quietly listened. This meant that it could not give items with the automated message's authority or control cognition. Your grades are abnormally high. In the first place, it wasn't a level of difficulty set for a single individual to get this grade. Anyway, you had a contribution rate of 88%, and the time it took was extremely short, so the expected compensation rating went up very high. But the problem is, I knew. Whether someone clears the A-class dungeon or blocks the A-class break, the limit of compensation is the next higher grade. The compensation rank limit I can receive is SS class. However, according to a different standard from that, it concurred my contribution should be higher than the SS class. Because my performance broke through the difficulty they set. Something of theirs called the operational regulations were conflicting with each other. I guessed what the spirit would say. It would say that although it is a grade that is right for me to receive an SSS class reward, it is not available by the regulations, right? However, The words that returned were not what I expected. Items that match your grade cannot be supplied at the dimension where the tutorial is still in progress. What's that supposed to mean? It's different from what the hunter had heard. Although they are of limited amount on Earth, SSS class items will be released in the past or the present life. Therefore, the item that the spirit was talking about wasn't SSS class, but a class higher item than that. If it's after the SSS class, it's the X class. In the past life, humankind learned about the concept of X class by discovering an X class skill. X class items had never been found on Earth. Wait a minute, then, if everything. It wants me to bug off with receiving an SS class item instead of receiving an X class item. Contrary to my expectations, the value of items I have to give up had gone up a notch. So, I'd like to give you an SS class item at the discretion of the power given to me and at the same time give you an additional reward. By any chance, is there anything you are hoping for? So far, it was in line with the direction I was aiming for. In the first place, I was going to make a deal with the system by increasing my contribution rate abnormally high for this break. However, if the price to give up was an X-class item, I think I should have asked for more than I originally planned. No, wait a minute. Before I decide like that, let's test the water one more time. If you mean an item that can't be released in the tutorial, I think you might be referring to an X-class. You know the concept of it. Yes, that's right. But I can't give you this. What if I made extra results? Or would it be possible if I overcome the ordeal? The spirit was determined. No, no condition is possible. The principle that one can't release an X-class item in a tutorial is an absolute regulation. I clicked my tongue inside. Damn. Given the existing case, the thing was impossible once the system message said that it was impossible. By the looks of it, it looks that it is annoyed to death. I should get what I can scrape up from this as much as possible before I agitate her even more with the X-class item. Therefore, I threw a deal that was a steep upgrade from the request I had originally prepared. Right now, among humankind, SSS class items are valued for 10 or more SS class items. Then, X class could be valued as 10 of SSS class items, right? No, wait a minute. Stop there. That's hard. I understand what you're trying to say. I went on without caring about it. Then, in the condition that I would receive an SS class item instead of the X class item, I'd like to receive 100 of them, by my choice. Unless the word never was mentioned, I had to give it a go. Chapter 73. Deal 2. The Ministry Spirit sighed. Sigh. She shook her head and said, "You people, the desire of the mortal, is a very hard concept to understand. Why the hell are you so eager for? For what? To survive, to be prepared." Seeing that it was classifying humans as mortals, did this mean that the spirit's identity was immortal? I wasn't sure, but I was a little upset to hear that. Well, whatever I may feel like, I just have to get what I need. I asked as if to hurry her up, "What do you think?" "I think it's a fairly fair and reasonable deal." I was saying it with much boldness wrapped around my face. In fact, the story I just told her was a lie. Well, not a complete lie, but rather my subjective value judgment. There is no conventional understanding or an international agreement that 10 SS class items were equivalent to one SSS rated item. I just said it without any basis. In the beginning, there is no record of SSS class items being traded in this era just yet. Even though I knew for certain that what would return is a rejection, there was a good reason to risk it. This should be the first and last time someone can make a deal like this in return for stopping a dungeon break below A class. A hunter, who had similar experiences in my previous life, said that the system message added him a hint. That wouldn't include any additional benefits for him in the future because of the gap in compensation at a difficulty lower than A class. In other words, to try this kind of deal again, he had to show similar performance on the breaks above the S class next time, which was next to impossible. I had to do everything I could this time. The spirit looked at the monoscreen in front of her with a look of great annoyance. A few subsequent gestures follow. The diagram and arcade characters inside were quickly rearranged and create strings of text like flowing water. Considering the general process, and ignoring the unknown words, it's kind of a simulation. The screen that the spirits see seemed to be connected to the system. Assuming a situation in which 100 SS class items were given to one awakened, it checked the result of it. It's too lazy to argue with me, so she's doing the math right away. The result came out immediately. The arcade word that popped up was very easy, so I understood it right away. Impossible. The spirit spoke determinedly. What you asked for is an excessive reward. 100 SS class items are not of the same value as one X class item. In the first place, item classes are not calculated by simple mathematics, and the criteria you gave are calculated to be accepted among the natives of that dimension, right? It's impossible to impose a 100-to-1 value comparison here. This much of the response was expected. I knew it wouldn't work, so I just did it. I didn't have to bend down from the beginning. Now it's time to listen to the other party's suggestion. Then, to what extent is it possible? As suggested in the beginning, one SS class item, and if you tell me about the additional requirements, I will review them and accept the available ones. She was robbing me. I clicked my tongue inside, rather than it only being able to do so. It's just lazy for her to give me this and that. With the personality I have encountered so far and concluding from the data that piled up, later on, the ministry spirit's attitude was like a bureaucrat who was tired of excessive work and tried to resolve as possible. That doesn't mean that I have to back off immediately. The more I annoyed her, the more likely I'd get what I want. That was how they work every time. If 100 is too much, let's go with 50. Then the spirit's eyes were filled with explicit emotions. If I had to put it in words, this would be the right description for it. She thought I was a pain in the backside. Ah. Seriously. She frowned heavily, but she couldn't kick me out right away. Only when she is done giving me the reward, by any means, and has to agree on the reward, could she get out of this place too. The guest turned to conviction. Wait a minute. She didn't even pretend to think or contemplate. Instead of finding a way, she immediately entered something on the screen and interpreted the result. After a few attempts were repeated several times. 10 SS class items. I recommend that you be satisfied with this much. How is that? I had already checked the screen that the spirits saw, so I knew that there was still room for that counteroffer, even if I didn't understand it 100%. I hit it back without delay. 20 SS class items. All of them by my designation. And an additional request apart from the item. If she reduced 100 from 50 to 20, it was natural that she should pay a corresponding price. I'm not accepting the offer yet, but I'd like to hear what the additional requests are before we go further. When the tutorial is over, I know it's possible to upgrade your unique skill or change them to a completely different kind. How do you know that? That's strange. That information can't have been announced at this dimension yet. I have been in contact with an alien race who have been wandering in various dimensions. So? My tutorial is not over yet, but I want to upgrade my unique skill at this point. Whether it was Mana Drain, or the successor's eyes, it was a bigger win than acquiring a decent SS class item if any of the two's performance could be increased. But then... Impossible. The spirit refused immediately without looking at the screen. I was calm because it was the reaction I had expected. Supplying an X-class item is impossible. Upgrading my unique skill is impossible. What they have in common is that it's not a choice until the tutorial is over. I asked, "You're saying the end of the tutorial is such an important reference point? If so, even if I don't upgrade it right away, can I know in advance what options exist in the future?" The spirit sighed lightly. "I'm not assigned to you in the first place. Compensation that I can give you can only be made within my authority." I immediately changed my requirements. Well, what about this? So far, I've been requesting, well knowing that it would be impossible. But from now on, there was something that I was determined to receive. I want all the information about an awakened with a unique skill called Mercadius Seed. She made a strange face. If it has a skill of that name in the first place, the being wouldn't be from your dimension. It was consistent with the explanation of the immortal. In any case, I can't access or intervene with someone's unique skill. I don't have the authority. The person in charge of that case will not be involved in this dimension until the tutorial is finished. Then let's change the terms. I want information about an alien species that came to Earth at least before 2023 and had direct or indirect contact with me. 15 years ago, the original Seojin Wook first experienced the symptom of the curse, so there was no need to consider those who had come to Earth since then. If the range was reduced as much as possible, it was focused under this condition. I am aware. The information about the awakened of the dimension where the tutorial is in progress is protected. She wouldn't answer if someone asks the ministry spirit for my information at the altar of trials. But then, the name of the skill, Mercadius Seed, has a proper noun and means it has already been modified, right? The being I'm looking for must have completed the tutorial quest and should not be subject to information protection, yes? The spirit stared at me for a moment without saying a word. And, there was a slight frown between her eyes. I can't refute that. You really know a lot of things. And whispers softly. Oh, that's a real hassle. That doesn't mean it's impossible. There we go. But I can't give you all the information you want. It's not my authority in the first place. I can extract a list of the awakened beings who have already completed the tutorial, and their current location, which visited Earth before 2023. Do you accept? That alone was a huge step forward. Since I was making a breakthrough with a situation where I had no idea where the curse originated, I wanted to know at least. However, I wanted to sing for the joy of it. Before I put an end to it, I should get what I can. I didn't mean to be satisfied with only this, then, 20 SS class items and the information of the awakened according to the conditions I suggested. Do you agree? No, wait a minute. I think you're mistaken now, but I didn't accept the condition of 20 items in the first place. Wait a minute. She looked at the simulation again on the screen and said. Not 20. 10 for SS class. You can't adjust the amount of the item any further. That wasn't a lie, but it wasn't solely the truth. There is still room for this offer. If I could manipulate the item, I could ask for something else. Well, I suggested again. Now there was a look on the face of the ministry spirit that seemed to say, what a disgusting human being. A sickening look. I said without hesitation, 10 SS class items. Provide the information I requested. Add one more. Give me the authority to receive the selection quest. Have you heard the concept of the selection quest from the alien being? I lied, yes, I have. The concept of a quest was unfamiliar to humankind now, but in fact, all hunters were still performing the same kind of quest. The quest was named Tutorial. Tutorial quests are quests shared by all hunters. The content was simple. When a dungeon opened, clear it, block the breaks, and become stronger. Everyone forgets because it didn't provide an exact target, but we are all currently conducting the quest at this moment. However, from the latter part of the tutorial quest, only a select few hunters would experience additional challenges. The system classified them as chosen when they show outstanding capabilities and performance compared to other hunters. Such an awakened is entitled to receive and perform quests shared only with individuals or minorities. If one succeeded, the individual gets a reward that others can't get from an ordinary dungeon. For example, the dagger that Angelica held in her previous life. Becoming Angelica's attributed item, it was the only item that could break the dimensional bird's egg and as a reward for finishing a personal quest. Come to think of it now, Angelica must have completed the quest and taken the dagger to gain control of the egg. Since it's a personal item, no one could break it as long as Angelica is determined not to break the egg. She created a situation where someone had to kill Angelica to take the knife away. Before that, she killed everyone on the other way around. I need to be qualified before others for it to be advantageous. The spirit hesitated for a moment. Is that impossible too? It's going to be in the tutorial anyway. Isn't it a different story from X-class items and unique skill modifications? That's true, but I was thinking of starting the screening quest in a few years in this dimension. If I open the quest to only one person in advance, she would not say that it was against fairness. In the first place, tutorial quests were made up to become stronger and weak ones would be left behind the wall. The following words were as I expected. Getting a little annoying. It's not impossible, is it? The spirit, looking at the screen, suddenly startled and screamed. Wait a minute. It seems that it had noticed something. Oh, my God. Have I been here this long? How long has it been? I think it's been less than 10 minutes from my point of view. But the spirit was frightened and fed up by it. Yes, okay. Alright. Let's wrap it up here. 10 SS class items, information about an awakened that meets certain conditions, and sharing a screening quest only to you in advance. She glared at me as if she would not tolerate me anymore. Do you agree? I didn't think I should play any more tricks, I'll have to settle for this. I nodded my head, I agree. The spirits rushed to type something into the screen. Then, we will proceed in reverse order of what you requested. I'll give you your last request first. Swish. A cluster of light, like the stars, poured out of the sky and fell on the back of my hand. A blue flash illuminated and created a pattern on the back of the hand. Mark of the Chosen. It was similar to the seal engraved on the body when I awakened, but it was different. This is a kind of a secondary awakening. I received the certification to access a kind of a main quest within the tutorial quest. As soon as I looked at it, I heard an automated message. It was not a ministry spirit, but the control cognition. A total of 108 quests are currently available for the user. At this moment, I was the only one who could access this quest list on Earth. Said the spirit. Now, the next is an alien being that came over to Earth, right? She kept grumbling. Ah. This is such a hassle. At that moment. Wang. The landscape around us changed at once. This is. I had a cognitive impairment for a second then. I returned to normal due to the unique skills effect. I see it now. The thing that suddenly appeared looked like seeing a part of the vast galaxy or the map of neurons that I saw in a book somewhere. Countless dots were spread out, and each of them was connected by a fine line, creating a net-like dense mesh. I could see for sure what it was. It's a type of a map. It was a three-dimensional map that used all the surrounding spaces. I checked the center of the map that the spirits looked at. On the small dot she stared at, a long arced text string was arranged, most of which were numbers. And the short word next to the number meant, Earth. I felt goosebumps all over my body for a moment. Oh, wait a minute. This thing right now? While the spirit was working, I was busy keeping this huge three-dimensional map in my eyes. If what I'm guessing was right. Well, let's see. That's a lot more than I thought. The spirit's task was to observe the past record of interactions between the interconnected points. For example, the point marked Earth and the other point connected by a line has the word Crashin written in arcade characters and the long number next to it. As the spirit gestured, additional text strings appeared above the line, describing the 2 points relationship. A physical passage between the 2 points was temporarily created in 2021, followed by the description that an awakened being had crossed from Crashin to Earth. And before the awakened crossed to Crashin, it was in another dimension connected to it, and the name of the dimension and the number beside it was clearly stated. There were several other similar cases. I see. I understood the identity of the huge map that the spirit was looking at now. This was a map of the coordinates and names of all dimensions around the Earth. Chapter 74. Encounter. It seemed the ministry spirit even imagined that I could see this map and could remember it flawlessly. Frankly, right after the three-dimensional map appeared, it was hard to recognize it since my mind was clouded. Of course, thanks to the successor's eyes, it came back to me in no time. So, it is true that the unique skill of an awakened cannot be opened. At that moment, possibilities passed through my mind. Wait, if that's so. I recalled the SSS class item that I received, as an additional reward, after clearing Shihong 8 dungeon. Door of Hope. The artifact was said to be prepared by the Emperor of the Sabrarian Empire for interdimensional evacuation. I gave up the last time I tried to activate it because I did not have a way to input the exact coordinates. And when I tried to input a random coordinate, the response was that it required an unbelievable amount of mana. But then, what about the case of a nearby dimension? The map that the ministry spirit was looking at didn't seem to contain every single existing dimension. Still, it was a tremendous amount, even only for dimensions near to Earth. What if I input these coordinates in the Door of Hope? Thanks to the ministry spirit, I scored an unexpected victory. I can definitely make good use of this. In the early stages of the tutorial, the contact with alien races was minimal, but as the quest progressed, the exchange with nearby dimensions became more frequent. The two dimensions that met each other would relationships, whether friendly, neutral, or hostile. The only passage that the Awakens could travel through the two dimensions was dungeons that had collapsed. That common idea can completely be invalidated. The possibility of traveling even to a dimension not connected to a dungeon. If I have to fight with the aliens who were the enemies of Earth. The possibilities of the usage, including spying, ambush, extortion, and assassinations, make it limitless. The key was how much core was needed to get to the nearest dimension. Right after memorizing everything, the ministry spirit spoke to me. Now, the list is as follows. My eyes were widened by the hologram she opened. You're saying there are that many of them? Yes, it was quite peculiar. Somehow, Many of the alien races that were through with the tutorial seemed to be interested in this dimension. She suggested that an awakened, from a dimension where the tutorial had ended, had visited Earth before I got cursed. And all the more, you're saying that all of them are still on Earth, right? Yes. Looking at their behavioral patterns, I believe some are assigned there with the mission of spying. Before I heard the spirit's words, I was also prepared for the possibility that the perpetrator had gone back to its dimension so there would be no more way to track it down. But their current location, as indicated on the list, was unexpected. Every one of them was still living on the Earth. One or more among them may definitely be related to the curse. I had to feel even more ridiculous while I looked closer on the list. While there are aliens hiding without contact with humans, there are aliens who are boldly disguised as humans. Some of them were strangers that I'd never heard of in my entire life. What, this guy was an alien? There was also a mix of very famous top-tier hunters. I had never encountered them in my previous life. This was because they went mysteriously missing shortly after Angelica appeared in the world. Could the reason they disappeared so suddenly was because they came into contact with Angelica? Then there's a good chance these hunters aren't the source of the curse. The awakened that achieved the state to modify a living thing and upgrade the unique skill can't be considered weaker than the immortal. I had one unanswered question. Why did the so-called great alien that stayed on the Earth for a long time let Angelica be in my previous life? Or, was that situation also intended? I couldn't find an answer just by thinking alone. I didn't have any leads. Based on the list I'd now obtained, I would find a clear answer if I followed where they lead. Well, I've given you a list. Next is the item. Yes, I'll tell you what I want. I calmly recited the list of artifacts. I did not mention the items that I was sure I knew which dungeon I needed to clear to get my hands on. The ones that I demanded now either had insufficient quantity released, or I'd seen an alien race that used it but was never supplied, on the Earth, in my previous life. As it was quickly typing down the list I dictated, the ministry spirit paused for a moment. Hold on. You want me to give you 5 of Renace's ring? The condition was 10 of SS-class items, not of 10 kinds. You did not mention that it's not allowed for me to request for multiple quantities of the same item. That was a necessary item. In the past life, the alien race that was hostile to the Earth had it, and the strongest of them was wearing it, so we had a lot of trouble. I can't do this. She came out harder than I thought. I tried to protest because it sounded like she was breaking a promise, but I couldn't help but listen to what followed. We only have 2 of these in stock now. In stock? It was a word containing many facts. Did it mean that even the system cannot just print out the items as many times as it wished? If there is a concept of stock, is there a concept of production as well? It's something I can't mention. She was keeping her mouth shut again, not revealing critical information. Once again, a total of 7 items, including the other items and 2 of Renace's ring, can be provided right now. What would you like to do with the other 3? If this happened, this was out of my calculations. I thought about it for a while and made a decision. Okay, let's hand over the remaining 3 to the spirit in the system. Come to think of it, neither Stardust Wing, nor Door of Hope, were items that were unknown to have existed. Artifacts that have never been found in my previous life, but they have tremendous performance. What they had in common were certain words that appeared in item descriptions. I'm sure there are other items like this. The problem is I don't know their names. But the system would know. Since it was going in this direction, I decided to give it a try. I plan to leave the other 3 to the system. That's unexpected. Well, okay. Then for me, I could easily. No, wait a minute. There's a condition. The spirit looked at me with a nonchalant expression. I'll request 3 of SS-class items which have the keywords of Sabrarian Empire in the item description. When objectively analyzed, it must be of an equal or better performance from Stardust Wings. This was somewhat of a gamble. It left open the interpretation of equal or of better performance to the system. Come on, surprise me. Sabrarian Empire. Oh, my. I feel like I'm starting to hate you since you're trying to get the best of me. Hearing that, I thought I was going in the right direction. The arcade text on the screen waved, and the conditions I was talking about seemed to be entered. And the result immediately came up. Here you go. There were 10 lights in front of me. My choice acquired 7 items, and the system selected 3 items. All of them were SS class. Sigh. Whenever I meet Mr. Seo Jin-wook, it takes too much of my time. I've got a lot of work to do right now, and I can't believe I'm stranded on this one dimension for such a long time. That being called the spirit must have been dealing with a large amount of work. Whenever it opened its mouth, it was always of the same story. She glanced at me and said, "I hope we won't meet again like this." I answered with talent, "Next time, I'll see you after I've stopped an S-class break." Humph. The darkness parted, and her figure disappeared, indicating she had had enough of me. Suddenly. Whiz. I came back to the dungeon in a flash. Jin-wook. Nate's eyes widened. "What did you pack up so much? Take this first." I handed Nate the small items I'd received this time. "What is this?" "Hold on to it for now." And he beaky. "Yes." What I threw at her was one of the two, Renaisse's ring, I'd received. Renaisse's ring, rank, SS. Item description, a ring that reduces the user's mana consumption by 30%. Even if items with the same function are worn together, the effects are not overlapped, and only the item with the most significant effect is applied. Item effects are similar to the Devil's Sword, the Devil Slayer. Items that reduce mana consumption. This artifact was valuable because it was applied, by any method, whether it was the sword energy, magic, psychokinesis, or unique skill. In fact, it's the same effect as increasing the mana capacity. If Hunter had finished the mana activation and couldn't increase the total mana by training, he or she has no choice but to rely on these items. Later on, everyone would go crazy, even about artifacts that have a 10% reduction. To have 30%. The larger the basic mana capacity, the more efficient these items are. I put the other of the two rings on my empty finger. Active mana, 72,800, plus 34,700/38,100. Potential mana, 139,700. There are 70,000 active mana now. But no matter what skill I use, only 70% of mana will be consumed, so it's the same as having 90,000. On top of that, it is a great synergy considering the amplification effect of the sword energy by the Devil's Sword. Hibiki. What are you doing? Put it on. It's an artifact that reduces your mana consumption, I urged Hibiki, who hesitated for some reason. Ah. I see. Yes. It was more efficient for her than Nate since she was equipped with a 50,000 mana capacity after activation. After distributing the items, I fed the rest of the items to the snake. A noticeable change was happening to the red burning gate. Now they're crawling in. They're too slow. The government, which had been watching the situation outside, ordered them to enter only after seeing the break termination message. 2 hunters came through the gate. It was Seo Moon-gain, of the Destructional Blade Guild, and Lee Dong-hyun of the Gatekeepers. The two were dismayed and stiffened by the scene in front of them. What on earth is this? The stuttering Seo Moon-gain struggled for words. Lee Dong-hyun looked around the inside of the dungeon with a keen eye. Looking at them, I thought. They should be dumbfounded. Soon after the break, the hunters would have confirmed their contributions. No matter what they think about it, they'd noticed that the figures were weird. Even if they caught a giant who ran out of the gate by groups, the individual hunter's contribution should be 1%. In reality, must it be 0.01% at best? Unless they are fools, they would have noticed what happened. The truth that there were more monsters than they'd seen, as with other breaks. But they would realize the majority of the monsters were destroyed by someone instead of the 4 guilds that formed the first defense line. Oh, my God. Charred and chopped up corpses of plague giants covered the ground. The 3 of us stood in the middle of the endless sea of death. Seo Moon-gain and Lee Dong-hyun noticed us. Our gaze crossed. Seo Moon-gain recognized my face and exclaimed, "Seo Jin-wook." The following words were beyond my comprehension. "You were in Korea?" I didn't give them enough time to watch the scene closely. The impressive scene of the giant corpses extending endlessly was enough. I'd burn them with the breath, but if they look closely, they'll notice a hole where the core was supposed to be. Seo Moon-gain repeated the same thing several times with an incredulous expression. "This break, by 3 of you. Only 3 of you killed these mountains of monsters?" I answered calmly and brazenly, "Yes, that's right." At the same time, I thought, yes, you guys are the witnesses. You've clearly witnessed the achievement that is close to a miracle, that only 3 of us stopped it, with your own eyes. The system message rang. Soon, the gate will close. I told both Nate and Hibiki, let's go back to Earth before the door closes. We're not sure if the returning stone will work in the collapsed dungeon, are we? Farming is impossible under these circumstances anyway. By ordering Nate beforehand, we left the monocores of a few bodies nearby. Lee Dong-hyun, who was looking around, murmured in a slightly suspicious tone. That's right. Seo Moon-ga inside. It's tough to believe, but seeing it with my eyes like this, I have to admit it. Did you sneak in through the first line of defense? But it would be considered as direct insubordination ignoring the government's instructions. They'll need an explanation. Don't worry, the explanation will not be made to the 4 major guilds, but by the Hunter Management Department as they hold the commanding power. The answer was already ready. Furthermore, as a result, it was the right choice to stop the giants in the dungeon. If so many giants had poured into the earth, of course, the plague would have raged. Come on, let's go back. Among the hunters of the first line of defense, a shock-induced chill flowed into the atmosphere as they saw Hibiki, Nate, and I, suddenly coming out of the gate. The first to recognize me was the Celestial Dragon Guild members. What, Seo Jin-wook? Why is he coming out of there? Lee Dong-hyun explained to everyone while scratching his head, Oh, I can't believe it even with my own eyes. I think these 3 have stopped the rest of the monsters. What we saw inside was. As they were being explained to, the hunters' faces were distorted by the facts, and their complexions changed color. At the end of Lee Dong-hyun's words, Kim Kyung-rok, the guild master of Grand Kwa, shouted in an unfriendly tone. That's why our contribution is this way. He pointed at me and shouted, this is an act of complete disregard for the government's command. Do you believe that in the first place, those 3 stopped the break? It must have been a prank by the Celestial Dragon. Isn't it that they prepared an SS-class item that no one knew? By abnormal means to monopolize contribution. Then, a man cut through the crowd and came to me at a rapid pace. Hey, wait. Seo Gyu-chul. Explain this. But Seo Gyu-chul didn't answer back and didn't even bother to look back. He walked toward me, glaring at me with his eyes, step by step with weight. And as he stood in front of me, he spoke in a whisper, we finally met. His gaze was that of a man unprepared to give anything away. Chapter 75. Seo Gyu-chul. Meanwhile, Seo Gyu-chul was approaching the crowd from far away. I whispered to the devil's sword in my hand in a way that would not be heard by anyone around me, It did not answer me immediately, are you ignoring me? This had been the case ever since it signed an unfair contract in favor of me. Since the hope of brainwashing me or enticing me has wholly disappeared, it didn't waste its energy on me. It was probably planning to wait silently for the day when my life would be over. It's okay to wait, but I never allowed you to ignore what I say. I said with strength added to my voice, did you forget about the contract already? Why don't we go home and light the furnace again today? Yes. Did you call me? Mr. Master, it said in a sarcastic tone. I quickly ordered a few things in a low voice, okay? We start right away when I give you the signal. It couldn't disobey my instructions no matter what its attitude might be. The moment I finished speaking, Seo Gyu-chul stopped. We finally meet. After deliberately arguing and running away from his office, this was the first time we'd faced each other like this. He spoke in a voice that was as repressed as a man who hadn't crapped in days, in contrast to the flames blazing in his eyes, let's go somewhere quiet and talk. The tone had changed slightly from a few months ago, and I felt a strange sense of distance. I nodded my head, let's. I looked at Nate and Hibiki. It was an expected situation, so they knew how to act and merely nodded. Seo Gyu-chul took a scroll out of his arms. I read the mana pattern in advance. Of all days, he prepared it for today. No, it would be appropriate to assume that he had it in his possession for any moment like this to come. He was about to tear it up when Kim Kyung-rok shouted, hey, you bastards. Can't you hear me? I said to explain, what the hell is? Seo Gyu-chul said in a cold voice, what you are complaining about, the management will handle. Shut up before I pull your tongue out. What? We've been letting him be, and that bastard's crossing the line now. Kim Kyung-rok, who was insulted at the gathering of the 4 major guilds, reddened with anger. Ignoring him, Seo Gyu-chul turned to face the Celestial Dragon Guild members. I'm going to talk to my son for a while now that the break is over. Number 1 team leader, I'll leave it to you to finish and aftercare. Ah. Yes. Team leader Yoon Ho-mi nodded with a puzzled expression. Seo Gyu-chul tore the scroll without hesitation. Wide-range teleport. I relaxed my resistance and left myself to the light that surrounded me. Yeah, there's too many eyes here. When it came to avoiding the place, our opinions agreed. After a while, we were in the middle of the woods. It was apparent that he had entered the coordinates beforehand. I thought he would talk right away, but unexpectedly, Seo Gyu-chul kept his mouth shut and only stared at me. But then. Yes, that was the gaze. I could tell by the experience of dealing with my companions, Park Chang-hee and Han Sol, that the pupil distorts with a strange glow when intense emotions are shown. I opened my mouth first and spoke in a deliberate calm tone. I saw it on TV. You looked for me anxiously. I pointed out his irrational behavior and excessive emotions shown in the process. Would Seo Gyu-chul be aware of himself? It wasn't like you, father, to turn the media around like you usually do. Did he know he was involved in a curse-induced madness? The original Seo Jin-wook objectively recognized his condition, but Han Sol and Park Chang-hee were encroached entirely and did not notice it. What about Seo Gyu-chul? That's funny, he said in a low voice. Father? Other guys can fool me, but you can't, his fierce eyes flashed. He says in a scratchy voice, what the hell are you? A sharp and cold wind blew in the distance between the two of us. I brooded over the meaning of what he said. To be honest, it was a surprise. Did this mean that parents could notice? With the affection and instinct by blood? However, looking at Seo Gyu-chul's usual attitude, I couldn't find the least amount of fatherly love. I denied it for now. I don't understand what you mean. You want me to say it again? I asked what the hell you are. Where did you come from, and why are you taking over my son's body? I clicked my tongue inside. He spoke in a confident tone that suggested he knew I was not the original one. The reason why you were in such a hurry to find me was because of that misunderstanding? It cannot be a misunderstanding. What the hell are you, with what right do you have? Can you do this to the one I've been raising so dearly for the last few decades? I tried to form a bleak smile. Raised him dearly? From the memories of him or as I experienced in person, he had never cared about Seo Jin-wook that much. Have you just snatched up the precious seed that has been raised so dearly, it was about to bloom? What? My face stiffened at an instant. About to bloom. Seed. It was a ubiquitous word. There was nothing strange about those who talk about seeds. However, considering the name and description of the skills that several guild personnel was exposed to, it was an entirely different story. Seed of Mercadius, rank, SSS, semi-active. Skill effect, interfering with the host's mind amplifies the most intense desires and emotions and induces thoughts. After its growth, the seed that completely encroaches on the host will bloom, and what will become depends on the intentions of the caster and the characteristics of the host. Restrictions: the stronger the host's mental strength and resistance, the slower the seed's incubation speed, and the risk of the voice of the seed being exposed to the host. The probability that Seo Gyu-chul would choose those two words without knowing the existence of the skill. What is the probability for such a coincidence? The assumption that Seo Gyu-chul was related to the curse was one of the scenarios I had in my head. When my seed destroyed the seeds of Han Sol and Park Chang-hee, the memories of the lives of the two people that coagulated there flowed into me. Since then, I have searched through piles of absorbed memories whenever I have time to explore the common triggers for their madness, including the original Seo Jin-wook's memory and the control group. I hadn't found the critical scene yet, but I had found some strangeness in an unexpected part. Seo Gyu-chul, what the hell is this guy? As shown in the memories of the three people, his words and actions were always beyond comprehension. First, Seo Gyu-chul, from the original Seo Jin-wook perspective, was considered emotionless, as he often drove Seo Jin-wook to the extreme. To start with, shouting at him to overcome a mental illness by will, he repeated the same behavior when he knows that his condition was deteriorating. Suppose he really wanted to raise his son as the next great leader of the guild and wanted to present him as a poster boy for Celestial Dragon's honor. In that case, he could have at least pretended to be an exemplary father, but he acted as if he were trying to be the worst father. Seo Gyu-chul, who Han Sol saw, was also strange. She indeed joined the guild for the original Seo Jin-wook in the first place, but Seo Gyu-chul acquiesced in knowing that she was spending too much private time with his son. When the power of Han Sol was firmly established in the guild, he left it clear that his son, who he was pushing to be the next guild master, was mentally dependent on Han Sol instead of him. Seo Gyu-chul, reflected in Park Chang-hee's eyes, was just a stupid man. He kept making Park Chang-hee and Seo Jin-wook, who were bitter against each other, together. That's how he constantly let conflict arise between the two. Calling Seo Jin-wook to the meeting, which he did not have to participate in, he also allowed them to go together in the first dungeon after awakening. It was also Seo Gyu-chul who told Park Chang-hee about Seo Jin-wook's training plans in advance. And in common, Seo Gyu-chul too frequently invited the three, Seo Jin-wook, Han Sol, Park Chang-hee, to his office. Of course, there was a reason behind it. They were each Seo Gyu-chul's son, assistant guild master, and the exploration team 2 leader. Looking back, however, Seo Gyu-chul was following the regular interval to gather them. As if he was taking time to observe their conditions. I spoke as I glared at him. Mercadius seed, did you ever know about it? I held on to the sword handle. Seo Gyu-chul said with a flash glaring from his eyes, you mean the seed? Of course. I'm a gardener. A faithful gardener who observes and cultivates the seeds he planted himself. Pledged to harvest a selected crop someday when it blooms to make an offering to him. The words contained one truth that could not be ignored. I clenched my teeth, feeling a surge of anger. The way I spoke changed drastically, unbeknownst to me, him? And a gardener? Seo Gyu-chul's unique skill was not related to brainwashing. It meant he was not the primary source of the curse, but he was connected to an alien. Not only did you let the curse be planted, but you also observed that it was eroding properly? Even if you knew I was going crazy because of a curse? What curses? This is baptism. His eyes had already been tainted with deep madness, a holy baptism to prepare the offering to be made perfect. For what? Is that a humane thing to do? To sacrifice your child for whatever the purpose is? The decision to sacrifice one's children is the noblest sacrifice and the pinnacle of the holy offering. Don't you know it's a sacred act that appears in almost all religious scriptures and myths? This wouldn't be solved by talking. I raised my sword. You cut in the middle, and everything went wrong. The day your consciousness came back after fainting, I felt a sense of change. That you have finally stopped resisting, given up, and you have begun to accept the will of the seed as your own. Just like Han Sol and Park Chang-hee did. But it wasn't like that. The content has changed. Who was he talking about? What was he trying to get in return for sacrificing his guild members, including his son, and what was the way to offer them? All these questions. It could be answered by reading his memory. You are out of the seed's control. If the seed had manipulated you, you wouldn't have run away from the gardener on purpose. From now on, I'll fix everything again. Seo Gyu-chul took out his sword, and I rushed towards him with several layers of energy wrapped around the sword. Cling. Clang. A high-speed battle ensued. Seo Gyu-chul's sword hadn't lost its sharpness, and he moved instinctively. But then. Erda's sword dance. The purple sword energy I poured out clashed with his sword, and instead of scattering directly into the air, it seeped into the blade. The sword energy agglomerated and began to resonate in a particular form. Clang. Coop. Seo Gyu-chul's sword broke into pieces before my eyes. His face, as he lost his weapon, turned dark, realizing the disaster. But soon, it was replaced with a look of determination. Wang. There was a storm of red mana around him. His unique skill had been activated. Etherification 3333, rank, SS. Seo Gyu-chul's whole body, his clothes, and artifacts all seeped into the air, leaving only an instant light shade. This was not just transparency. It was a unique skill that temporarily deviated a limited area around one's body from the material world. If he runs away like that, it will be the end. I deliberately rolled my eyes, missing his image. Even if he deviates from the dimension, it is because of the mana connected to the material world. I kept acting. In the ether state, it was possible to pass through objects without being resisted by material, depending on his will. If he seeped into the ground and ran away, I wouldn't be able to keep up with his speed, and even if I use penetration, he'd eventually be out of my sight. But then. He's rushing towards me. Seo Gyu-chul flew to me in the ether state. He didn't give up on capturing me. He can run away in that condition, but he can't fight. Since he now lost his weapon, he'll find a replacement. I leave him to come to me. Closing in the ether state, he pot. In an instant, part of his hand was returned to this reality, and he aimed for my wrist with his mana-wrapped hands. I responded late to the attack. But the angle of the sword narrowly missed the target, and his attack hit my bone. Swish. The sword that fell out of my hand flew into the sky. Seogyuchal etherized his body again as if he could not miss it and then kicked and flew in the air. Only the hand returned to reality and held the handle of the devil's sword. It was a plan of hitting two birds with one stone to disarm me and rearm himself. But this was also what I was aiming for. I shouted, "Now!" At that moment. Arg! Seogyuchal fell to the floor. His veins were protruding on his forehead as his body returned to this realm. Ga. He rolled on the ground in agony, yet he still held the sword firmly, refusing to let it go. I knew the meaning of that phenomenon. Whisper of the sword. As soon as he reached the devil's sword's handle, the cognition in it triggered the skill of A-rank brainwashing. Instead of urging them to agree to the contract as before, it would be smashing his mind with violent telepathy and injecting suggestions repeatedly. It's similar to Han Solo's reaction when exposed to the dominating touch. It seemed that if exposed to another brainwashing as one is in a brainwashed state, an extreme rejection took place. Even if it didn't last long, it was enough to create this window of opportunity. Snake 3. I got my hands on the artifact that the snake vomited. One of the SS-class items that I requested from Ministry Spirit today. Dane's new family slave master's whip, rank, SS. Item description: the whip of the slave master managed the gladiator slave units owned by the Dane's new family. To prevent slaves from striking back with sword energy, an additional function absorbs and consumes the opponent's mana. Unfortunately, the absorbed mana disappears and cannot be stored separately. As soon as the glossy whip swung, it stretched out and wrapped around Seogyuchal's body. Cup. The effect of the whip activated as soon as I squeezed him. Weeing. The whip began to suck up Seogyuchal's mana, preventing him from escaping by etherizing himself. Things got easier as the deal with the spirit turned out as I expected. I could see the mana from Seogyuchal's core permeating to the whip. As from the item description, the absorbed blue light soon faded and scattered since the artifact could only evaporate the mana and neutralize the opponent. At that moment, I completely removed mana from Seogyuchal's core. It's my first time to see this happening while someone is alive. Ga. Seogyuchal, whose body was tightly bound, and floored, revealed his teeth. I saw his core. Inside the heart, there was not a single mana left, but there was familiar red energy. It's the seed. I couldn't guarantee how the results would turn out from then on. Han Solo and Park Chang-hee had their seeds destroyed after the host had died. But Seogyuchal was still alive. What would happen to the host if my seed attacked and killed it? Would it live or die? I decided to experiment with it. Chapter 76. Man. An average man would be unconscious by exhaustion, yet Seogyuchal was still staring at me with bloodshot eyes. You bastard. Perhaps because the other host was still alive, the seed in my heart was asleep as if it were dead. I decided to force the seed to wake up, just as I used to do in front of the Iponia. As I was overpowered by the successor's eye, I had to somehow restimulate the dead cell in my core. The mana waves that occurred when the other seed was destroyed would get recreated inside my body. Geek. The curse had awakened. The red energy spread out of my heart. Now, what do you think? The host's still alive. Do you want to attack as before? Seogyuchal couldn't see the seed in the form of red mana. He struggled to understand what I said. What kind of bullshit are you? Despite this suggestion, the seed in my heart seldom attempted to attack as it had done before. Geek? It danced around the red tentacles as if it were testing the water. I didn't see any prominent sensory organs, but I felt like it was looking at the condition. The seed waited as if it were doubting. Geek. Suddenly, it stretched out its tentacles, drawing sharp lines. What the end was aiming for was Seogyuchal's seed. It penetrated my body without any resistance or injury. It was no different from pure mana, having no physical interference. Even if it dug into Seogyuchal's heart, there would be no physical damage. Coop. As soon as he encountered my curse, Seogyuchal breathed in, and his face hardened. His eyes soon turned upside down, and he became unconscious. Did the mana exhaustion take place late? And then. Geek. 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 The cries of the two kinds of seeds echoed in my mind at the same time. One sounded like that of a greedy predator. The other was like a scream from some creature in agony, as if on the verge of extinction. The seed was attacked while the host was still alive. The red energy that made it up was gradually disappeared. It's working. Seogyuchal's curse was disappearing for sure. I couldn't shake my bitter feelings as I cheered inwardly. Without the power of Iponia, I could remove the curse with the host alive, but the way for me was to attack it by provoking a curse hidden in my heart. Either way, I couldn't get rid of my curse. Unless I found a way to force my seed to commit suicide. While I was thinking, Seo-Gu-chul's memory, which was stuck in the seed, flowed in at the speed of the light. Is it a copy of the host's memory? Or will Seo-Gu-chul forget all the memories since this is the original version? That question didn't stay in my mind for long as I witnessed the memories of his past flooding my brain. It's been this long? I was expecting that Seo-Gu-chul's encounter with the source of the curse itself was about 15 years ago. But it wasn't like that in reality. The event of some being coming to see Seo-Gu-chul was a little over 100 days after Seo Jin-wook was born. 20 years ago, Seo-Gu-chul was holding his head in his mediocre office. He felt like he was pushed into a corner. Was my growth as a hunter just going to end like this? A year earlier, he was an A-rank hunter in Korea, and his future looked bright. Until the day when his mana capacity's growth was over. Was there truly no way to increase the amount of potential mana? Years had passed since the cataclysm, but the situation was gloomy because no one in the world had found a way to build more mana or increase consumption efficiency. It was inevitable to rely on very rare items, and the supply was not released in Korea at that time. The guild master of the Grand Kwa or Destructional Blade was rumored to have reached the potential mana of S rank. If that were true, no matter how slow the activation rate was, an S-rank hunter would be released in a few years. If the Celestial Dragon fell behind, it was inevitable for the talented to leave. The guild was also an issue, but it was bad news even for an individual such as Seo-Gu-chul. Was this really to be my end? No matter how good my skills were and how I have increased the masteries, the difference in combat power that follows mana seems absolute. This was not what Seo-Gu-chul always dreamed or what he always desired. For his position as a hunter, it reminded him of a time when he'd reached rock bottom but had managed to stabilize himself and to continue his successful life as a top-notch awakened. The desire to become a stronger hunter had been driving Seo-Gu-chul so far, and despair overwhelmed him when he realized he had reached the end of the road. It can't end like this. I want to be stronger. He was deeply troubled by individuals, family affairs, and even the guild's internal situation, but this now cast a shadow over his face. It was then that he heard a strange voice. "Congratulations on your latest son. I heard that your kind say it that way, am I right?" The moment he heard the voice, Seo-Gu-chul felt a chill down his spine. "Who is that?" He quickly raised himself, ready for battle. "You." In front of him, a man sat on the armrest of the sofa and looked at him in a relaxed way. He was an ordinary-looking man whose face was unremarkable and easily forgotten. He sat in such a way that looked comfortable, almost like he'd been there forever. Like some ancient tree that had been rooted deep in the ground for hundreds of years, or even a rock-like inorganic fragment that had been tested by time. "No, what am I thinking?" He shook off his confused thoughts. "I didn't feel any presence at all. When? And how did you get in?" His heart thumped erratically. Perhaps he was an awakened who has mastered a stealth skill. He could only think of one reason to break into the guild master's office this way. Assassination. He clenched his teeth. "From which guild did they send you?" Seo-Gu-chul guessed at the identity of the opponent. Either the Grand Kwa or the Destructional Blade. Although the tension had intensified due to the right to clear, were they that pressured to the point of attempting an assassination? Or was it because his growth as a hunter has been dampened and thought to be eliminated? Otherwise, he could have been hired by a small and medium-sized guild to replace his position by defeating Celestial Dragon. While thinking these things, the man opened his mouth and spoke comfort. "It's none of what's in your head right now." "What nonsense. The reason why I found you today is not that you are weaker than them, nor because you are stronger. To get to the point, it's because of your son." At that moment, Seo-Gu-chul felt his heart tightening with tension. His wife, a non-awaken, had died less than a month after giving birth to their first child. The cause of death was a disease diagnosed during pregnancy. Throughout the pregnancy, she suffered, but miraculously, she survived to give birth to their son. But then disaster struck, and she was taken. The pain of losing his wife was terrible, but he never forgot his son. But the moment the assassin mentioned his son, Seo-Gu-chul lost his reason. "How dare you?" Seo-Gu-chul pulled out a sword. The blue mana swayed on the sharp blade. Immediately, he rushed toward the man, leaving a blue trail of sword energy as he struck his blade towards the neck of the man. Seo-Gu-chul felt cold sweat dripping down. This is? As he flung the sword before the man's neck, an action he'd done so many times, The blade went through the body as if going through a mist. No tissue or bones were cut. Am I possessed by a ghost? Seo-Gyul barely suppressed the shaking of his hand that held the sword. He turned his eyes and looked around. Nothing has changed, but that was the problem. The man sat on the sofa's armrest, as he did from the moment he first appeared. It was as if nothing had happened. Hallucination? However, Seo-Gyul's sense of throwing his body was so clearly engraved in his head. Sweat began to pour down his wet back. I can't believe you ran right into me with a sword without care. You tend to be easily swayed by emotions. Like most humans do. You need a heart transplant. You need to be calm. The man gestured lightly towards Seo-Gyul's chest. Although there was no tactile sensation felt on the skin, Seo-Gyul felt as if there was a breeze. Seo-Gyul's heart, which had been beating like crazy, gradually regained calmness. The inner self, which had been swirling with anger, fear, shock, and suspicion, cooled down in an instant. The man spoke in a monotonous tone, "From now on, you won't be necessarily swayed by your emotions. Except for the circumstances I intend, that is." Seo-Gyul analyzed the situation in his cooled head, but he did feel like a new person. Unidentified skill. Strong enough to penetrate and activate in the short intervals of less than 0.1 seconds. After the agitation and intense emotions had died down, it was only then that he realized how dangerous the opponent was. Why did this kind of guy come in here mentioning my son? For a baby who was barely over 100 days old. The man looked at him and said, "Yes, it took more than 100 days to narrow the search and find him. I think it's rather late. But it took that long for your race's potential to be discerningly embodied. That was an area that I couldn't touch." Coop. Once again, hot steam rose from the inside of Seo-Gyul, which seemed to have been frozen just a moment ago. I have to protect him. If he's here for my son. Even if it costs me my life to kill him here. As soon as he had the thought in his head, the man said again. The protective instinct for the offspring that inherited the gene. It is an instinct for mammals that breed for a strangely long time as mortals, continuing their lives through breeding. It also stimulates your feelings unnecessarily. Fatherly love. You don't need it either while you're working for me. Let's put it away from now on. The man gestured again. There was a feeling of a wind blowing. How do you feel now? Seo-Gyul was immediately aware of the change. Any part that existed inside Seo-Gyul disappeared as if it were being cut out. He couldn't understand or empathize with what he was thinking just a second ago. Seo-Gyul realized that his attachment to his son had been completely erased. But the change did not lead to a sense of loss. He just observes himself calmly. Now, shall we get down to business? The man's two corners of his mouth drew a thin curve. Let's define your existence. What is the most important part that makes you, you? Tell me, what is the essential part that you operate in? His voice's tone was extremely calm, but Seo-Gyul somehow felt that the words contained the light of temptation. What is your most stimulating desire? Also, what is the most prominent emotion you have? Like the mechanical motion of an anatomical sample that touched the nervous system, something came into Seo-Gyul's head regardless of his will. I want to be strong, more than anyone else. I don't want to be pushed back like this. I want to fill a page of history. I want to engrave the name Seo-Gyul in the world. I want to brag about my achievement and alter ego, the name of Celestial Dragon, next to me. The man laughed. I see. You had a quite simple desire, too. I'll make it happen. As he reached out his hand, Seo-Gyul felt something sharp and rough flowing into his chest. Ah! He rolled around on the floor of his office, struggling with pain. A few minutes after that. Huff. Huff. The pain, like pouring boiling water, stormed his chest and finally stopped. Seo-Gyul got up as he struggled for breath. Something impossible unfolded before his eyes. Mana has increased? It was impossible for a hunter, who had exhausted his potential mana, to activate more than that. An absolute rule that no one has ever doubted, and taken for granted, had been broken. Seo-Gyul saw his latent mana, which was definitely zero a few minutes earlier, increased by precisely 10,000. Active mana, 11,913,100. Potential mana, 10,000. If all of this potential mana were to be activated, Seo-Gyul could become an S-rank hunter with more than 20,000 active mana. The man said promptly, "It's a gift from me. You don't have to waste years activating it like ordinary hunters. If you only focus for a day, you will be able to activate all that potential mana. In just one day. If what he said was true, Seo Gyu-chul would become the first S-ranked hunter in South Korea by the next day, making the impossible dream come true. It was an unconscious desire that filled Seo Gyu-chul's heart right after realizing the possibility. In return, you'll have to do something for me from now on. To compare it to your kind's expression. It's similar to a gardener's duty. When the day comes when your labor pays off satisfactorily, I'll give you a bigger gift than you had today. Seo Gyu-chul was already kneeling in front of the man. If it were any other day, he would have been suspicious and would try to figure out the other person's intentions, even if he had just experienced the miracle. However, Seo Gyu-chul's head was filled with euphoria at the fact that a part of his desires had already been achieved, and his desperation to fulfill greater desires remained. More. More from here. He felt hunger as if he had a hole in his chest. The urgency of having to fill that hole with something rose and reached the throat. In 5 years, I'll be back. Then I'd like for your son. And select 2 or 3 additional individuals for your son, to be planted with the seed. He couldn't understand what he meant, but Seo Gyu-chul just fell on the floor and listened to the man. His head, already clouded and messy, led him to worship the man. 5 years. Was it? On the back of Seo Gyu-chul's head, the man's calmly uttered words fell. Yes, they say it takes about 5 years for your species to develop a basic ego. I'll be back then. In the meantime, you just have to raise your son greatly. The more central the void in the spirit that becomes the soil, the better my seed roots out. The man said with a smile, it fits you with a cleared and organized mind, I'm sure you'll be able to raise him well. Seo Gyu-chul asked, feeling curious, then, why bother if you can organize my son's mind as easily as you did to mine? Sitting on the sofa, he answered Seo Gyu-chul's question, if your son were just at the level of you, it would be easy, but with a high probability, he wouldn't be. It doesn't grow by just planting the seeds, but the ground needs to be cleaned up and fertilized. I borrowed your expressions, but I don't know if this is the right analogy. Whether the analogy was appropriate or not was not crucial to Seo Gyu-chul. He was already perfectly reconstructed enough to accept and carry out everything that the man said. The reason why it was so easy was, the moment he spoke on the sofa, the seed had already penetrated Seo Gyu-chul's heart and deeply eroded his mind. Seo Gyu-chul, named the gardener, had no idea that the first seed he had to manage had already settled inside him. And 5 years later, when Seo Gyu-chul was Korea's first S-rank hunter, and with the help of Han Sol, was rapidly expanding the Celestial Dragon Guild, the man came back to see Seo Gyu-chul. Chapter 77. Man, 2. The man who reappeared in front of Seo Gyu-chul had a completely different face and physique 5 years earlier, but it was still a face easily forgotten. However, as soon as they met, Seo Gyu-chul instinctively knew that he was the one he'd met in the office 5 years ago. It's been a long while since we met. Seo Gyu-chul lowered his body and paid his respect. No one had told him to, and the man didn't require him to, but he felt like he should greet him this way. He could hear the man's voice above his back. It's only been 5 years, and your descendant is already so marvelous. Seo Gyu-chul did not know who he was specifically referring to. Whether it was the potential for the awakened or his talent as an ordinary human being, he was still too young to reveal such things. Instead of expressing doubt, however, Seo Gyu-chul waited for his next words. And soon, he found out that what the man was speaking of was a slightly different concept from what he'd thought. The heart is a heart, but I can't believe that is the mental strength of a young creature that has only lived for 5 years. It's truly firm and superb. I was impressed. Mental strength, he said. Seo Gyu-chul replied, bowing his head much lower, I'm not sure if the soil for the seed to root has been made. You don't have to worry. You did a great job raising him well. He barely had a gap in his mind. It was a hard rock-like spiritual soil, but the seeds were hard to take root because of the fertilizer called anger. He said that due to the method of raising him, which was somewhat closer to emotional abuse by Seo Gyu-chul, even his strong spirit, which was challenging to break down, had a crack. Have you already been there? Yes, I have planted seeds in 2 other humans besides your descendant. There were a lot of faces that weren't seen then. I choose among them. In the past 5 years, Celestial Dragon had achieved tremendous growth on the outside. Seo Gyu-chul was convinced, when he heard the names of the 2 men mentioned, he recognized they were the 2 strongest people in the guild except himself. Han Sol and Park Chang-hee. Both of them are the strongest here. There is a reason for that, but I chose one because she had a wicked desire, and the other one was also tilted in a strange direction. Anyway, I'll tell you what you have to do from now on." The man's instructions were simple, but the intention was hard to understand. However, instead of trying to understand, Seo Gyuchul calmly listened. "My seed will work in a way that amplifies their greatest desire and emotion. You only have to add fuel to the fire and fan it." Seo Gyuchul remembered every single word. Also, those who have seeds in their hearts are instinctively bound to get involved. In particular, your son will attract other hosts like a flower attracts a bee, so you can help them run more wildly, struggle harder, and pour out more violently. The man continued calmly, "If they depend on each other, bind them up tight. If they hate each other, drive them into a small room. Pity, obsession, murderousness, etc. Let them live on, shooting each other." Seo Gyuchul paid attention to one of the words he said. "Murderousness?" He asked the man, "What if they end up killing each other? Maybe the precious seed might wither away. If it is judged that the blooming takes too late, you can put them in such a situation. What your son has been planted with is a different class of breed from what other hosts have. If he is rather exposed to the danger of death, he will wake up, eat the ones around, and get closer to flowering. But leave that as a last resort. Instead of driving them forcefully, it's better to let it happen naturally." "Okay. Then. I'll ask you one last question. A few months ago, Han Sol and her hunters joined the group. It was a genuinely exquisite timing for Seo Gyuchul to judge. However, he didn't expect it to be tailored to the outbreak's time, predetermined by the prophecy. At this point, Seo Gyuchul was already aware of her unique skill. Han Sol, who you planted the seeds to this time, has the skills to see the future. It is believed that she has not yet seen the future of the seeds being planted in her chest, but if the aftermath of this incident is reflected in the future. As Seo Gyuchul also knew, there was a portion that couldn't be utterly uncontrolled with the prophecy. If she had known that seed would be planted in advance, Han Sol would not have joined the Celestial Dragon. She doesn't know yet. However, things could go wrong if the content of the man or seeds were reflected in the future she would witness. That was what Seo Gyuchul was concerned about. However, the man responded as if it was insignificant. "Do you think I would look so clumsy to be seen in a prophecy that even the master of the skill has no control over?" Hearing that, Seo Gyuchul felt chills. The man's words implied one thing. He was confident that he could control things to prevent his existence or act from being projected into a future scene that Han Sol would see. It was something beyond his imagination. "But if she sees my son in the future, wouldn't she be able to guess?" "She was able to see it until yesterday." His words were true. Han Sol came to the Celestial Dragon because she saw Seo Jinwook's distant future. "But it will be impossible from today. I've already dug into that heart. Don't worry, the future that she will see will be limited to trivial things that deviate from the big stem. As soon as she tries harder, her subconscious will feel terror, and she will stop doing so." Seo Gyuchul shuddered. This man. Seo Gyuchul did not guess about the identity of the man or doubt him. He was only admiring and strengthening his feelings of obedience. There are a few more things to note. The man consecutively gave additional instructions, such as never to let Seo Jinwook enter in a dungeon where the boundary collapsed, or if the seed erosion seemed too slow, there was no need to awaken him early. He added that the auditory hallucination, like the experience, was evidence that it had not yet been appropriately eroded. The man finished his speech suddenly and knowingly, reading Seo Gyuchul's mind. "That's all you have to do. If you do it faithfully, you can look forward to receiving a bigger reward. You don't mean to stop here, do you?" Seo Gyuchul realized what he was saying. The potential mana that he provided then was 10,000. The activation was finished in an instant. Thanks to him, he became the first S-rank hunter in Korea and had been defending the title of the best in Korea. But it's the same story that my growth has stopped again. He could only grow as much as the man allowed him to. What if he could get the same gift again? No, what if it's even a bigger gift? It was a cold but deep desire rising from Seo Gyuchul's heart. "Well, the next time we'll see will be after the seed blooms. I'll let you be until the day of the harvest." With those words, the man disappeared. Observing the overflowing memory, the shock stiffened my body. Many parts were far from what I expected, and all of these were in the first place. It was a very old plan, targeting the original. The man that Seo Gyuchul met twice, no face matched the list of the ministry spirits. He could easily be able to camouflage, seeing that he seemed different every time he appeared. Whatever it was, The alien was only after Seo Jin Wook. It meant that even Seo Gyu Chol, Han Sol, or Park Chang-hee, who had seeds planted in their hearts, were just tools to develop Seo Jin Wook's target as he desired. There was another reason why I was shocked. The seed eats the other seeds? So far, when the seed in my heart attacked another seed, I saw the red energy in their bodies decompose into the air and disappear. So, I concluded that their seeds evaporated. But the memory of the host was delivered to me as it was. So, what I saw through the successor's eyes wasn't everything that there was. What if something other than mana was absorbed? No, there were two possibilities. It didn't seem to be the man's expected plan for the successor's eyes to overpower the seeds in the first place. Therefore, my seed, which was supposed to eat something else, may have failed. Or the phenomenon in which memories were absorbed could be more like a feeding process for it to grow. Geez, I think I'm involved in something more ridiculous than I expected. I expected it wasn't just a curse, but what the hell was he trying to harvest? What did the host turn into when the seed bloomed? Seo Gyu Chol, who was already unconscious, was breathing slowly. I put my hand on the handle of the devil's sword he held. I asked the devil's sword, "What is the state of Seo Gyu Chol's mind?" The bastard answered, "The moment you just did something, what blocked this human's mind completely disappeared." Based on the reaction, he was brainwashed by another skill, but it seems to have been solved in no time. The devil's sword had an accurate grasp of the phenomenon. He asked curiously, "Is it that you have that kind of ability too? Can you cast absolute psychological immunity on yourself and override the psychological skills on another subject? I've never heard of such a being before." Instead of answering the question, I asked him again, "So, you're saying that he returned to normal?" Wait a minute, the sword seemed to trigger the whispers of the sword again. After a short silence, his mental wave returned. "Whatever the standard of normalcy you're talking about may be, it isn't fit to describe this human's state of mind." What, didn't it say the brainwashing effect was nulled? Or maybe it was because of the situation that his memories flowed into me. Is it a loss of memory? No, it's not the memory he lost. Yeah, it's not something like a memory. He hesitated as if he was choosing the right words to describe it and then spilled telepathy again. A fundamental piece to preserve one's cognition has collapsed. In easier words, until you did something to him, the human mind was infested with wicked desires and emotions. It was awful. But it has completely disappeared. I asked, baffled, "It's not that the fire died down. It's completely extinguished?" Exactly, it should be impossible for him to survive. The cognitive process or the memory as a living thing remains intact. But the desire to do something and the emotional function to respond to the surroundings have completely stopped. Only then did I realize that a person who was once consumed by a seed would not come back wholly when the curse is destroyed. The desire and emotion that the seed amplifies disappear together as soon as the seed is destroyed. It does not return to normal but completely disappears. The devil's sword continued to explain Seo Gyu Chol's condition. As the biological brain is functioning, breathing and the heart beats, but that's all. Even the basic desire to maintain one's life has disappeared. If he stays like this, he will die after breathing for a few days like a brain dead without eating anything or moving his body. Oh, damn it. I clicked my tongue. In a way, Seo Gyu Chol was one of the victims used by the man in the memory. All the more, if Seo Gyu Chol dies or disappears shortly after he disappears with me. Of course, the charges will point to me. I asked the sword, just because his desires and feelings are gone doesn't mean your skills aren't working, does it? No way. It makes it rather easier. It's like there's no ego to defend instinctively. The only thing left in this body is a computational device to perform cognitive processes like a machine. The free will to enter the command on its own has disappeared. Like marionette, that had lost its will. Then I organized my thoughts. Just give Seo Gyu Chol a few orders. The first order to command was, live. A command to maintain one's existence, the instinct of any creature. Scree. Seo Gyu Chol raised himself, but I felt it was more of an automatic movement rather than a desire of the will. I asked the devil's sword, by any chance, an order to restore its desire and emotion. Of course, it doesn't work. It's like creating something that doesn't exist. The devil's sword explained to me what he could and couldn't do. As a result of piecing those together, his life as a hunter. No, beyond that, it's as if his life as a social human being has ended. No matter how much content the devil's sword put into his mind, Seo Gyu Chol, who acted by instinct, was noticeably strange. It was possible to live by eating 3 meals a day silently, moving moderately, and taking a rest when it's time for it. Still, no more complicated activities or instructions were possible. Even with the ability to think, there was no emotion indicating a primary will or motivation to make any choices. It's a bit sudden, but I'm going to have to let him declare his retirement. After that, instead of appearing among people, he will live in a nursing home. I gave some additional instructions to the Devil's Sword. This was because Seo Gyuchul himself had a lot to do, such as deal with inheritance or retire as the guild master. The Devil's Sword, who was listening silently, said sarcastically, "This world strangely deals with family inheritance. It is common for a son to kill his father and take everything away, but it is also rare among the devils to completely erase his father's ego and make him one's puppet. It's more vicious than just killing. Demons need to watch and learn. It wasn't me that erased his ego. In the end, didn't you have to do something about it?" After giving all the instructions, I got the Devil's Sword back from Seo Gyuchul's hand. Initially, the effect of Whisper of the Sword was limited from the moment the contact disconnected. Seo Gyuchul, whose ego had already left him, moved according to the commands left in him. Wang. Seo Gyuchul teared up the teleport scroll and returned to the guild headquarters. Only after confirming the magic was activated, the flash of light completely disappeared in front of my eyes. Beep beep. Beep 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 beep. I saw the terminal on my wrist ringing like crazy. Hunter management has been trying to contact me. Putting aside the call for a while, I read the messages that have been accumulating. It's a mess. An official request from the Hunter Management Department minister said that he would hold an emergency meeting with Seo Gyuchul and me. Seo Gyuchul will never appear again in front of them. I replied simply, "I'm already done talking to my father. I'd like to request a one-on-one meeting with the minister." Chapter 78. Inheritance. The news that the Guachan City dungeon break had set a phenomenal record of no deaths, and ended perfectly, had stirred the whole world. And there was a name that was never failed to be mentioned when this phenomenal event was discussed. The whole world had eyes on him. Seo Jin-wook is said to be the first SS ranked in Korea. It is Korea's first and fastest rate ever in the world to achieve an SS rank. When the detailed process of how the dungeon break started, how they progressed, and how they ended, people were even more shocked. It's like the three of them stopped the A-class break, right? No. Give us some real news, not a hoax like this. You should be able to take out the fake news that not even a child would believe so that we can report something to our superiors. Koreans went too far this time. I know they're proud of Seo Jin-wook, but they have to wrap the story with moderation. Who would believe a story like this? Numerous governments, major hunter agencies, and guilds did not believe the news at first, and each tried to get to the bottom of the case through separate sources. Anyhow, it was confirmed that it was suppressed in a very short time for an A-class break. Then, those who heard the details through each media window were shocked. All the circumstances were proving the news pouring out of Korea were true. There has been a stir in Korea as well. I heard that monsters from there were the ones who carried the plague. I heard that the disease was the worst type of disease that could not be cured if caught by a non-awakened. They've tested the remaining bodies, and they say they can't prevent them, and if people get caught, they swell up and suffer for days. They spray germs in the air in that state and die. Damn it. It's already sad enough that I can't awaken, and now there's an infectious disease that only non-awakens get? At least it did not spread. I heard that it was a disease that could spread just by the monsters breathing around. No matter how they have set the line of defense, if thousands or tens of thousands of them had poured out, then Guachan City could have been a city of death. Also, coming to contact with corpses makes it more contagious. What if even one of them ran to another city? Since they say that it even spreads between humans, we went to the verge of a plague outbreak. The people who talked about those naturally ended up with one question. No, but did Seo Jin-wook know about this beforehand? How did we get in the dungeon first and stop them from coming out? The question of how the three of them could have prevented a cataclysmic event was now put behind the scenes. The assumption that they may have had a powerful combat capability and a unique ability that couldn't be compared to any other hunters in Korea was turned into an established theory. It was like it's been proven through the break. The remaining question was, how could he have shown such an astonishing performance with such adequate timing? It was not easy without being unaware of what monsters came out of the dungeon. By the way, isn't there a procedural problem with this? He did it all by himself, while the other hunters were sucking their fingers. Rather than him doing this alone, The biggest problem is that the Hunter Management Department's crisis management protocol and emergency orders were completely compromised. He completely ignored all of the government. But as a result, he saved a lot of people, right? The government must be troubled with what they should do with Seo Jin-wook. Other guilds strongly insisted on punishing Seo Jin-wook, but they lowered their tails because of bad public opinion. Is it about the national hero deserving an award rather than a sanction? But the procedure is the procedure, and the law is the law. So, although it may be rather ceremonial, there will be disciplinary action in some way. If he really knew it in advance, shouldn't he have shared about it in advance? However, their predictions were wrong. According to a government announcement a few days later, Seo Jin-wook was concluded not to be subject to disciplinary action. Several guilds protested, but they were forced to withdraw after being bombarded by angry public sentiment. And what made people even more surprised was confidential? Rumors had spread that several confidential meetings had occurred between the Celestial Dragon and Hunter Management Department, excluding other guilds. The Celestial Dragon must have made some moves in the meeting. The Hunter Management Department announced the precise reason for the behavior shown by Seo Jin-wook and Guachin was not to be disclosed to the general public for consideration of national interest. The phrase national interests hit a context that everyone could only guess at. Seo Jin-wook has some kind of special skill or item that they could not disclose to other countries. The majority of the people were surprised by the government's announcement, but the other guilds were the ones most appalled. Somewhere in Seoul, Grand Kwa, and the Guild Master of Destructional Blade, held a secret meeting. Although the two guilds were blinded by competition, they had no choice but to pretend to join hands in front of their powerful common enemy. Kim Kyung-rok, the Guild Master of Grand Kwa, said with a frown, "Is there any additional information from the Destructional Blade side?" Even if it was a secret that they could not disclose to the media, a leak couldn't be avoided within the relevant department. There wasn't a perfect, complete secret. An appropriate number of whistleblowers in the Hunter Management Department was essential to the four major guilds. "It's barely updated compared to last time," Seo Moon-gain said with a serious look. Seo Jin-wook had a good reason to enter the dungeon with a party of 3, and the government admitted it. There seems to be one more reason why they had to do so, other than the moral and heroic motives to stop the plague. Kim Kyung-rok clicked his tongue. "The problem is, we can't even guess what that is." The two guild masters had no idea. That Seo Jin-wook, who secretly had a one-on-one meeting with the minister, revealed that he would be the first person on Earth to carry out a quest granted only to the chosen ones. He explained that it was inevitable since one of the quests was for a party of 3 to enter the dungeon to slaughter as many of the monsters. The event that he received, after the selection quest, took place after they suppressed the dungeon break. Seo Jin-wook changed the order of events by lying. The Hunter Management Department interpreted the emblem on the back of Seo Jin-wook's hand using analysis scroll. Mark of the Chosen. An insignia given to the selected awakened. Those who possess this insignia are authorized to perform a special ordeal that no other awakened can access. Seo Gyuchul explained about the screening quest, on the condition that they would keep this as an absolute secret to other hunters. He mixed in truth with a lie, but the government did not know to tell them apart. According to Seo Jin-wook's explanation, carrying out a screening quest unavailable for hunter of any other country was equivalent to taking the initiative in the upcoming tutorial quests. Sensing that the substantial national benefit would follow this fact, the government promised to fully support all its activities in the future and keep Seo Jin-wook's secrets and even secured a contract between Celestial Dragon and the state. From Seo Jin-wook's point of view, it was like getting himself on the back of a dragon. Did you hear that? The government has stopped trying to acquire a stake in Celestial Dragon. They even put pressure on the corporations aiming for a stake, and they let their hands off. Didn't Grand Kwa get the cull as well? The Hunter Management Department spoke to us, too. Although it was through an unofficial channel. How did Seo Gyuchul and the kid roast the government for them to come out like this? However, neither Kim Kyung-rok nor Seo Moon-gain intended to put an end to the plan and step down easily. The reason why the two gathered like this was because of the sense of crisis. They had no choice but to fight against the Celestial Dragon this way. It could be rather a good thing. If Celestial Dragon's influence grows further in the future, it may be better to secure a stake in advance, so that we can influence them. Kim Kyung-rok floated the hologram. "This is the list of hunters we've conciliated so far." As Seo Jin-wook's performance became known, the number of A-rank hunters of Celestial Dragon that had hoped to leave had drastically decreased. However, since those who followed Han Sol still wanted to sell their shares in the guild and leave, Grand Kwa and Destructional Blade reached out to them early on. Seo Moon Ga-in, who was reading the list, found something. What? Almost all of them are verbal promises. Aren't they saying that the real sale of the share will take place later on? Isn't that the same with the hunters who are dealing with Destructional Blade as well? Seo Moon Ga-in frowned as she bit her lips. Everyone's attitude strangely changed. Those who acted like they would sell it right away if the conditions were met, suddenly postponed the timing. And they're dragging on to sign the sales contract by making excuses of this and that. The two did not know that the agents, hired by Seo Jin-wook, approached them and had already completed the contract. Hunters, who already promised to hand over their shares to Seo Jin-wook, were also playing with Grand Kwa and Destructional Blade by raising their hope as requested by him. A few days later, Kim Kyung-rok and Seo Moon Ga-in realized that their minds were being blown away by the events. The beginning was an email sent by Seo Gyu-chul to the Celestial Dragon Guild member. A declaration that he would resign from the guild and retire from the hunter world for health reasons. His son, Seo Jin-wook, would inherit all of his shares in the guild, and he would be nominated as the next guild master. The nomination required approval at the account holder meeting, even if the nomination was from the former guild master, so they updated the account holder list. Hunters, and outsiders with Celestial Dragon's stake, could see how the equity structure changed in the meantime. Then, when they all found the change, Kim Kyung-rok burst into anger. Damn it! Those bastards played with us. They had already sold their stakes to another company. Kim Kyung-rok and Seo Moon Ga-in realized that they were being played by the Celestial Dragon Hunters, who wanted to leave, and those they made a deal with. Most of the other parties that they sold their shares to had never been heard of before. The company's joint owner was revealed at a meeting of Celestial Dragon a few days later. I, including Yoon Ho-min and every hunter that holds the share, agree to appoint Seo Jin-wook as the next guild master. Yoon Ho-min, the head of the guild's Exploration 1 team, who had already finished talking in advance, had strengthened internal public opinion in the meantime. Of course, Seo Jin-wook's performance helped them solidify their choices. With voting rights delegated to 7 stakeholders, including the J Fortune investment firm, we agree to appoint Mr. Seo Jin-wook as the next guild master. The now deceased Han Sol's share was transferred to the company he owned through the intermediate heir without difficulty as Seo Jin-wook intended. Also, several investment companies bought the shares that hunters who followed Han Sol sold. Seo Jin-wook's agent, who represents all of the companies, naturally voted in favor of the movement. Because of those who sold their shares in advance, Grand Kwa and Destructional Blade held a minimal stake, but they did not affect the trend. Then, with the appointment and conclusion by the sufficient voting right holders, I appoint Seo Jin-wook as the guild master of the Celestial Dragon Guild. It was the moment when the Celestial Dragon Guild came into Seo Jin-wook's hands. On the day of the guild master's inauguration, I stood on the platform and looked at the guild members that gathered below. Took longer than I thought it would. Now, it seemed that I had gathered materials to prepare for the future. I created a stable channel to draw necessary funds through transactions with the senator, and the government also promised full support. I would bring in more prospects in the future, but I had also secured the 2 most important among them. I also had the largest guild in the country at this point, without having to start from nothing. I have already secured more than a majority stake, including what I inherited from Seo Gyu-chul, but I have to gather more from now on. From now on, I won't hire hunters as the share is the bait. I can prepare anything more precious than money. From this moment on, the guild had to move, like a hand and foot, only according to my will. To do so, it was necessary to reduce the number of rowers of the boat as much as possible. Grand Croix's shares in the Destructional Blade were minimal, but the mix itself was very irritating. Well, there's a lot of ways to get it back. Threatening and shouting at them wouldn't make them sell the shares they already had in their hands. However, if the building block crumbled, it would become a different story. Clap, 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 clap. The applause of the hunters followed, and I opened my mouth in front of the microphone. I feel a deep sense of responsibility and a sense of duty as I take on the role of the representative of the guild during this severe time. Some gazes changed when I, a young man, spoke more fluently than they thought I would. I could hear a whisper of "I'm sure the people under him prepared it anyways" as well. Such a speech was a familiar experience in my previous life, too. Even if I stand here and talk long, they won't listen. I announced my plans concisely and completely. In the future, I promise that I will do my best to ensure that the Celestial Dragon Guild will be capable of fulfilling its social responsibilities without being swayed by any environmental changes. On the other hand, I think the current size of the Celestial Dragon is a little small to achieve that goal. Everyone looked surprised when I say this about the nation's #1 guild. I continued calmly, "From now on, Celestial Dragon will not be limited to Korea, but will expand its territory to overseas activities." A smirking laugh came from a few people as it was considered absurd under the current circumstances. For the guild to work abroad, there were countless administrative barriers to overcome, including the relevant country's approval. That was why most guilds in Korea were devoted to domestic activities. In the case of administrative issues, I just have to give them the motivation to overcome those. Every time something big happens in the future, I will make all the countries look for Celestial Dragon. We have enough ingredients to build that position. I spoke to their faces, which were full of ridicule. As a first step, we signed an MO with Danton Corporation last week promising full cooperation in future activities. We also began fundamental negotiations to establish a joint venture as a stepping stone to the exchange of manpower and tangible and intangible assets. A short silence flowed in the audience for a moment. Next to the podium, a picture of a Westerner and I shaking hands and signing a document popped up in the hologram. The counterpart was a special executive who worked for Edward Danton. Danton Corporation was one of the leading companies operated by Senator Edward Danton in the light. The main business area was researching items excavated from dungeons and the development and production of products utilizing their unique characteristics. It will be an official sales window to mass produce and scatter the dungeon byproducts that have gone through an intermediate modification to the world after I bring them. Naturally, the U.S. government initially expressed disapproval, but it was also Senator's power that the country was lobbied, emphasizing Hunter's peculiarity, and eventually obtained approval. Chalk. Reporters present at the inauguration ceremony busily pressed the shutter buttons, and there followed bursts of flashes. Edward Danton? The billionaire? Danton Corporation is the largest core-related company in the world. I continued my speech. Also, in the future, the Celestial Dragon will not be operated the same way as before. So far, our guild has fallen behind in preemptive prevention of danger. When the gate opened, we focused on the passive process of targeting and farming the mana core. Of course, they had to be passive. The only way to know in advance when the gate opened was through a prophecy-type dungeon. And most guilds were passive in clearing prophecy-type dungeons. A look of questioning appeared in everyone's eyes when I stated an unfamiliar concept for them. There were murmurs everywhere that Celestial Dragon might be targeting only the prophecy-type dungeons. I declared in front of such hunters and reporters, Celestial Dragon will take the lead in preemptive dungeon clears. Instead of winning the right to attack and mine the dungeons that have already been discovered, we will focus on exploring the dungeons that have not yet been discovered. Most reporters laughed bitterly, thinking it was a bluff. You'll see it soon. It was the beginning of a full-fledged move to completely change the future I had experienced in my previous life. Chapter 79. Typher 2. As soon as I started working as a guild master, I did eliminate all regular meetings that I had to preside over. Therefore, most of the guild operations reports were made digitally or were carried out through Secretary Kim. Guildmaster, this is Secretary Kim. Oh, the call will be over soon, so please come in. The office door opened. Secretary Kim was now in charge of the position of Executive Secretary and Direct Chief of Staff under the Guildmaster. I was on the phone with the Hunter management, so Secretary Kim sat on the chair and waited for a while. When the call was finally over, I saw his mouth twitching strangely. Do you still like it that much? He replied with a bright smile, yes, every day is new and exciting. Whenever he saw me sitting in the chair of the Guildmaster, he looked so happy. He seemed so pleased and proud. Why don't you stay in the office a little longer, too, Guildmaster? That would help boost guild morale. About once a week, I stopped by my office in the office building. I knew what Secretary Kim wanted, but I shook my head. Boost of morale is not done by the boss showing his face often but by treating them well. Anyway, what about this week's report? Secretary Kim launched a hologram. Each department in the guild prepared regular reports. They reported how they had progressed with my long-term decisions rather than those that required urgent decision-making. First of all, the internal announcement of the final draft of the reorganization was sent out, as you see. As instructed, the number of mining team members was reduced, and the number of clear team members was increased instead. What's the reaction of hunters below Class C? According to the formation of a mining team that hunted monsters and collected cores in dungeons that were already cleared, hunters of C rank or lower accounted for the majority. There's been a commotion. They've been working in mining for a long time, so they have some psychological inertia. It was a natural response because clear is of higher risk. Please keep reminding them that we've increased the hazard pay for the clear team significantly, as we mentioned before, and that we've increased the level of item supplies compared to the previous times. I couldn't help it if they left complaining, even if the conditions were set high. Any other reactions? I know Secretary Kim reads the atmosphere well. He tilted his head and said, in fact, we have a lot of questions about the decision to reduce core mining because it is the most stable source of guild income. Especially in the back office where the non-awakened are concentrated. All the cores mined in such a way must be sold within a limited price range to the country. After the energy revolution caused by core, monocore indeed became a necessity to run the society. Still, Celestial Dragon did not have to be in charge of supplying the demand. Other guilds could take the place where Celestial Dragon had stepped down and would work hard for a low profit margin. The method of generating income was enough and overflowing even if not for the monocore. From now on, Celestial Dragon's personnel will focus on finding undiscovered gates and clearing those dungeons. I asked Secretary Kim, but the finance team doesn't say much, do they? Yes, that was indeed interesting. A reduction in supplying the core means that cash flows will be affected immediately, but the finance team leader has no complaints. The non-awakened finance team leader was now screaming with joy as he tried to figure out how to manage the tremendous amount of cash pouring into the guild through several investment companies. There would be no reason, or time, to complain about my management principles. If they found the origin of money, they would reach the auction including Vital Flame. And, as you said, we've made a massive announcement at a domestic and international level to recruit support-type hunters. Secretary Kim floated the next slide in the air. Through the headhunter, we've mentioned that the treatment would be of a level that would completely shake down industry standards. I nodded. As soon as they gather, we need to reinforce the gate search team. Okay. Undiscovered gate search was one of the state projects led by the country. Even in places with low population density, CCTVs were installed, and regular search flights were carried out with drones, but still, we missed gates now and then. Meanwhile, the 4 major guilds also ran gate search teams, but that was more for bragging rights than anything else. At least, the Celestial Dragon search team, led by hunters directly under Han Sol, had achieved the most so far. It must be action based on reading the future with prophecy. What I was trying to do, from that moment on, was to induce the Celestial Dragon to find the gate that would eventually lead to an accident they couldn't find in the future that I already experienced. Of course, I'll do the selection of the search area myself. The search team of Celestial Dragon, which operated like that, would produce unprecedented results. Our secret was that we hired many detection-type hunters with exceptional treatment. Still, the rumor will spread. Speculation that there is something special in Celestial Dragon to find the gate. That's enough. That was the short-term plan. The detection-type hunters will be the asset to prepare for the future. One of Celestial Dragon's major weaknesses was the lack of support types in the composition of personnel. Meaning, talents to overcome the dungeon's increasingly complex structure, were largely ignored in the latter part of the tutorial. Just as Nicole Thompson played a great role in the Shihong 8 dungeon, they would use their ability in many ways in the future. Beep, beep. There was a ringing on my terminal. Secretary Kim, who just finished the report, bowed his head and stepped out, with a slight skip in his step. When he'd gone, I checked who was on the other side. Edward Danton. When I tapped the device lightly, a hologram came up. The senator, who buried himself deep in a leather sofa, was staring at me. What's going on? That you would rather contact me directly without going through Director Yu Jinhua? He replied with a grin, I think I'll have to tell you the news myself. The prototype, it's done. I was impressed. Oh, already? Was it because I set up the table, and he just had to lay his spoon on it? It was much faster than it was in the previous life. Look, the senator gestured, and another video came up under the video call window as it seemed that his subordinates had prepared it beforehand. There, a hunter was seen holding a sword and concentrating his mind. The light fluttered on the blade of the sword with a buzzing sound. The blade energy, created by the formed mana's combustion, was also seen on a man-made video recording device. Okay. I clapped my hands, you have succeeded. Yes, it is the first sustainable weapon-type artifact made by human technology. There was a bomb that utilized monocore among the manufactured artifacts, but they were disposable. Most of the hunter's artifacts were picked up in dungeons or received as additional compensation after clearing them. Among them, weapons had always lacked supply compared to demand, But the game had to change completely from now on. The senator added a few words, "No, I'm a little suspicious that this is exactly the technology of mankind." I replied, pushing up the corners of my mouth, "It doesn't matter. Now that human hands create it, shouldn't we call it the technology of the Earth?" People of this era didn't have to know about the fight for technology between my previous life dimensions. The production of the artifact was made real thanks to the blueprint I handed over. The joint venture, in which Stanton Corporation and Celestial Dragon Guild co-invested, involved the planning of research and development and production as well. But the guy who was reporting on this said something funny. The three-dimensional image unfolded the artifact's blueprint, and the senator said, pointing out a part of it, although it was hard to understand the words of the excited engineers, as they were loud, I roughly interpreted it like this. "I heard that this part here is related to some kind of missing link." I smiled satisfactorily. It was intentionally arranged so that it could be recognized, and the geniuses representing humanity of this era noticed it as well. They say that it doesn't affect the performance of the artifact, but it's an indispensable part. And, I heard it seems like something's missing. It is expected that the performance of the weapon will increase significantly once it is completed. Still, with the knowledge gained through the current blueprint, it is impossible to reverse engineer the identity of the missing link. He grinned and said, "The reason why you left this was, to threaten me to not think of any funny business?" Not only was he a fast thinker, but it was also impressive that he had the balls to be so outspoken. I nodded my head. It is the minimum amount of safety. I was warning him lightly that if he were to steal the technology that I handed over to him to act independently, it would yield the same result as slicing open a duck that lays golden eggs. A hint that there was information at a level higher than that artifact in my head. It was a message suggesting that if they were to betray me, I would find another partner right away to pour out superior products than what they are producing. Don't worry. I made sure that those who will make such a stupid decision could not even get near this project. Even the senator himself didn't think that I doubted him. This was a warning not to the senator but rather to those who worked for him. Greed easily blinds. That is true. When will mass production be possible? About 1 or 2 months seems feasible. The moment that this is revealed to the media, the hunters' undersea ranks will have their eyes flipped over in an instant. That artifact was rather useless for more than B ranks. But it would yield an explosive reaction among those who comprise the majority of the hunter population. As it did in the previous life. No, it is released rather at the time of much faster than the previous life. The technology was stolen from other species. This was a time before the trade with them began, so the time had reduced significantly. In a previous life, in the fight with the alien race, humankind could not help but be placed on the losing side, initially, but if I increased the hunter's battle force, the flow of events from then on would change. As he turned off the experiment footage, the senator said in an indifferent tone, as if he had just remembered something, "Oh, and, the flame has sold out." "Yes, I've confirmed." The trial version, which could keep the rejuvenation for a month, was sold to 50. The stock left was of a size that 50 awakens could sustain the rejuvenation for 20 years. My eyes widened, hearing the words that followed. "What? With that volume, you sold it to over 1,400 people?" I also didn't know there were so many potential clients. As the competitors rushed in a dozen times more than before, the auction prices soared exponentially. The volume that each auction participant could secure was only enough to sustain the rejuvenation for a few months. Addicted to the sweetness of having back their youth, customers who pledged loyalty increased from the previous 50 people to 1,400 people. The supply could be accommodated more, right? Yes, as much as you need. I don't know why there are so many people asking me to sell them the rest in exchange for their entire fortune. But it is useless. They were the ones that stole the opportunity of 1,400 hunters that could have actively participated from being born. I intend to sell to the 1,400 by testing the waters until I receive all of their fortunes. After all, that old man was just as terrible as me. The supply will be handed over through Director Oh Jinhua. Oh, and I uttered a preconceived request. Do you happen to have collected information about someone named Adam Abrams? Abrams? Of course. Adam Abrams. The hunter that held the fastest rate of promotion to the SS rank before I appeared. He was also one of the few SSS rank hunters on Earth. In the previous life, he went mysteriously missing some time after Angelica appeared. I've never seen him nor found detailed information about him in the previous life. But since he was one of the most powerful hunters that lived in this period, the senator must have paid attention and, of course, collected related information. But then what's with Abrams now? Do you think he's going to cause trouble soon? Did you just figure in advance with your ability? As I glanced at him with a silent smile, the senator grinned, with his teeth showing. Do I look like a fool? I suspect that you have an information type of skill. Well, if you choose to keep your silence, I'll assume that it is right. Rather than being concerned about him causing trouble, there are things that I want to know more about. Anyways, I have data that have been compiled in advance so that I will forward it to you right away. The call ended, and I questioned the system message. After visualizing Adam Abrams in my head, I spoke to empty space. This awakened, what's his current position? It was one of the rewards that I struggled to receive after dealing with the ministry spirit. She said that she could only provide the people's location on the list I handed to her. And with that, I requested for it to be updated whenever I wanted in real time. As a result, the ministry spirit didn't appear every time I did. Still, the cognitive being that they watched over. In other words, the system message that most hunters encounter daily, answered my questions. The target's current location is as follows. The fact that it provided the information of Awaken means that the opponent had already finished the tutorial. Therefore, the opponent was an alien. The alien that has the lowest probability would be the perpetrator of the curse among the ones remaining in the list. And the one that has been staying on Earth for an unknown reason, pretending to be human. After identifying his current location, I called Secretary Kim and spoke concisely. Secretary Kim, 1 airline ticket for reservation, please. He answered right back, okay, where's your destination? Destination is Typher 2, one that leaves tomorrow, please. I see. The full name of the location they'd abbreviated to Typher 2 was Trust Territory in Far East Region 2. It was one of the select administrative regions of the Earth that appeared after the Cataclysm. Before the Cataclysm, the country that ruled over the land and what the UN now had a share of certain regions, as part of trusteeship, was the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Chapter 80. Adam, 1. The next day, I took care of a few guild-related issues in the car heading to the airport. In addition to the summary I received from Secretary Kim, I had a mountain of reports to read. Also, Danton's data was delivered directly to me without passing through Secretary Kim, so I had to check them one by one. After I finished reading the lengthy research report on the development of mass-produced artifacts, I wrote some feedback and sent it to the U.S. partner. The following email that I checked was about how they plan to move the remaining payment from the sale of Vital Flame. When they sold less than 1% of the stocks, the profit was already billions of dollars. When all the flames that were mined last were disposed of, the settlement was enormous, and it was impossible to dispose of such a large amount of money in the shadows at once. In the first place, the reason why I set up a joint venture also included a tunnel for the money to exist. Instead of transferring all of the funds in Korea, some were reinvested locally as development costs, and some were used as funds to recruit hunters through agencies. It was also used, in part, to purchase items that were not worth producing myself. But there's still a lot left. As I was writing a few emails like that, suddenly, the terminal's hologram changed, and the phone connection sound rang. Nate? Nate's face filled the screen as I brought my hand to the hologram. He looked like he was about to cry. Jinwook, he said in a hurried voice. I could guess at the purpose of the phone call, so I said in a bold voice, I'm a little busy right now. So, I heard. You said you're going aboard a plane. You said you were going abroad, he babbled as if he would be in trouble if he missed this opportunity. Take this off me before you go. Nate pointed his finger at a small tattoo on the back of his neck. I sighed lightly. It's impossible. I told you it's a completely fused item. After stopping the Guachin break, I requested the Ministry Spirit for 3 out of 10 items to be related to the keyword Sabrarian Empire. According to my request, the Spirit selected 3 items that I didn't know existed. It's an item you need. The crystalline item among the 3 was a kind of armor. After a brief thought, I gave it to Nate. It was indeed a useful item for both Nate and Hibiki, who had the summon and manipulative type skills. But Hibiki could wrap herself with her defensive spell and protect herself. However, as soon as I brought the crystal near Nate's neck, it flowed like water and left a tattoo-like pattern on his skin, according to the item's instructions. Well, that's that. Why didn't you explain it from the beginning? That something like this is going to come out. And, it wasn't just the tattoo that appeared. Nate is complaining, he's been following me all day. When I eat, when I sleep, when I train. His face was all distorted. No, at least it should go away when I poo. I sighed again with a small sigh. From the result of the experiment, The performance is excellent. No, I should say it's too good. As he saw my face, he spoke in a sulky manner. You can be so easygoing because you can't see it, Jin Wook. Actually, I could. The first time I tried to attach it and the tattoo was activated, Nate and I were surprised. The artifact, which settled on the skin, sucked up Nate's mana and rose above his head and shoulders like smoke. It materialized in the air and changed to a blue light shape similar to a human. I thought I was looking at the genie of the magic lamp. Its lower half of the body became thinner as it went down. The tail connected to Nate's neck was like the spirit of the lamp as I saw in a TV cartoon. The difference was that the whole body was made up of blue mana. The appearance resembled a familiar, feminine body. She looks exactly like the ministry spirit. But I didn't think she had free will like the one I had met. Instead, it was more like the familiar automatic message to the hunters, a controlled cognition. The spirit of the artifact, which revealed itself like that, spoke telepathically and in a stiff tone that displayed no emotion. Confirmation of the completion of the attribution procedure. Initiating a close defense around the protected person. The name of the item was the 3rd Class Imperial Guard Program, rank, SS. Item description: a defense system developed for the safety of the 3rd Class Imperial family of the Sabrarian Empire. Fully imputed immediately upon initiation and automatically performs an active defense procedure if a threat is detected to the protected body. In order to ensure the safety of the subject of protection, the protective actions of the item may precede the risk recognition of the subject. The spirit, which appeared like that, did not disappear but continued to follow Nate, mainly because it was connected to him. Instead of blood and flesh, she was made up of his mana, so of course, it was visible. I can see it as well. The description of the item that the system message informed was too inessential, and it tended to explain its performance and use vaguely. If he had known in advance that it would be worked that way, Nate would have refused. I read you the description of the item last time, didn't I? It seems that the people of the royal family didn't feel uncomfortable and found no issue even when ghosts like that followed them. So, wouldn't it be okay if you got used to it? I just can't get used to it. I said while half listening, and, be careful. Don't make a mess like last time. And train the spirit well. If you don't want to blow up another accommodation during training, that is. Even though the spirit that manipulates the artifacts does not have free will, it could learn, like artificial intelligence. Thanks to this, the spirit now has enough knowledge to distinguish between training situations and real threats. It was fortunate for Nate. Well, that doesn't happen as I wish. I changed the topic. Oh, you have one thing to do while I'm out. I asked Nate to mine more Vital Flame. I've spoken to Gatekeeper's side. If you go alone, you'll have trouble with traveling, so go with Hibiki. That, I got it. But then, is there really no way to take this off? I spoke calmly to try and alleviate his sulk. There is only one way to change the owner of a fully attributed item. Nate's eyes flashed sparks of hope. What is that? I answered calmly, the death of a former user. I hung up on him, leaving him hanging presumably. I knew he felt defeated at the fact that he had to be with a blue-lighted ghost until the moment of death. I checked some more mail through the hologram by changing the screen, and I could see the mail Hibiki had sent as well. I didn't ask her to report every day, but she's hard-working. In the process of stopping the dungeon break, Hibiki seemed to have felt that her skills were far behind Nate and me. Since then, she has been concentrating even more on training. Even though I explained that it is natural in the first place since Awakening's timing was very far, and there was a gap in classes. I think she was in a hurry. Since then, Hibiki had been accelerating the training on using her unique skill, multiple cognition, the combination of magic skills, and the training for mana activation. Also, she summarized the training contents and even reported to me without skipping a day via email. But I hardly sent a reply. In the beginning, the feedback was needed because she was misdirected, but the flaws gradually disappeared, so she didn't need any more guidance. Oh, shall I talk to Hibiki as well? Uniquely for today, I replied to her mail with the order to roam around dungeons, so that Vital Flame could be found with Nate since I already had informed him. There would be no problem bringing out the flame without the knowledge of Gatekeeper's hunters since there was Nate's shadow grave. As I sent out the short reply, ring. I got a reply in less than 10 seconds. The content was short. Yes, understood. It was training time, but her response was fast. Maybe she had been training her multiple cognition. Like a computer multitasking, She divided her cognition into parts in her head, and she used some to train by moving the mana in her body, and she used some to learn foreign languages such as Korean and English. Some were used to manipulate the terminal. In the process, the sensory organs and hands that were lacking were replaced by magic and psychokinesis. "Guildmaster, we have arrived." At the words of the driver, I shook off my thoughts and headed out of the car. I was at the airport. Typhoon 2. The overland route to the UN's Far East Trust Zone 2 was blocked, forcing people to use planes even if it was close. In a moment, our plane will land at the Fortress City Airport. Fortress City was the capital city located in the center of Typhoon 2. A city built solely for military purposes. Unmanned bombers were seen mooring on the airport's runway, which was used for military purposes as well. It was not surprising that North Korea was quickly ranked among the countries that completely collapsed after the cataclysm. The North Korean government, which failed to respond to the collapsing dungeons and pouring monsters, eventually collapsed. Countries worldwide could not neglect North Korea, which would turn into a complete monster den if left alone. If the gates continued to collapse in a land without a government in control, the monster's density would someday rise above the limit, and it would be evident that they would move across the border. For neighboring countries, this would be a nightmare. Thus, UN forces were stationed in a city once called Pyongyang, creating a vast military town and protecting survivors around the base border. The birth of trusteeship on the Korean peninsula was only discussed a few decades ago but failed. "Welcome. Where can I take you?" The taxi driver waiting in front of the airport was a man of Middle Eastern descent. I told him the hotel's address as he spoke to me in English as if it was natural. "Okay. We'll be heading there now." Fortress City's interior was clean and tidy, and the city's structure was not much different from what would be expected. But if one was to look a little deeper, the difference was noticeable. First, all the signs and posts were in English. More than half of the population wear military uniforms, and more military vehicles were seen than ordinary vehicles. Counting for more than half of the population, those walking on the side of the road were non-Oriental. It was a unique sight considering that it was only 200 kilometers away from Seoul. "We've arrived." He glanced at my face as I paid the bill, and the driver tilted his head. "Huh? By the way, passenger, I think I've seen you somewhere before. Are you a movie star?" I ignored the question and headed to the hotel entrance, where the front staff had thoroughly prepared to welcome me. "It's an honor to meet you like this, Guildmaster." For a while, the lobby became rowdy, as all of them, including the hotel manager, came out to greet me. I had become quite famous because of my performance in Watch and Break in the inauguration process of the Guildmaster, which happened as quickly as lightning. So, for some time, when my name was mentioned, a lot in the media and the government took advantage of that momentum to promote me worldwide. I could have mentioned in advance that I didn't want the fuss so that this annoying thing would not happen, but I silently checked in and moved to the room. The next day, I spent almost all of my time in the hotel except for a short tea with the government's United Nations commanding general. Instead of staying in the room, I deliberately came down to the restaurant to solve my 3 meals of the day, which only drew people's attention. After such a productive day, I turned on the TV, and as I turned to the Korean channel, the long-awaited breaking news was coming out. Breaking news! S-rank hunter, Kim Ji-hoon of the Grand Kwa Guild is missing. He was the one who had his legs cut off while he was trying to attempt some funny business on my hunter promotion review. After that, Grand Kwa managed to get their hands on an elixir and regenerated his legs, and today was Kim Ji-hoon's first return to the dungeon exploration after his injury. His whereabouts were identified until that morning, but the report explained that he suddenly evaporated while moving to the dungeon. On the road shoulder, the car that had lost its owner was parked neatly, and the surrounding CCTV was blacked out. That's been cleaned up. The only person that could touch an S-rank hunter was one of the same class or higher. But as I was now in the trusteeship region, I had made numerous witnesses and alibis. Considering that there was an incident during the promotion review and Kim Ji-hoon openly discussed revenge on me, I couldn't avoid the suspicious eyes on me, but they would not find any evidence. Well, shall I get out of here? After the deep darkness has set in, I hid with stealth skill, spread out my stardust wing, sneaked out of the hotel, and flew into the sky. The location of Adam Abrams, which the system had informed me, was a mountainous area equivalent to Yeonggangdo in the old administrative district of North Korea. As I was flying for a long time, I saw a trace of a figure down on the ground without being seen. Adam Abrams. I took out the item before approaching further. Another among the 10 artifacts obtained by making deals with the Ministry Spirit. Hermit's Grey Cape, rank, SS. Item description: a cloak that amplifies the effect of stealth and concealment skills. The functions subject to amplification include light distortion, blocking all physical waves such as sound and cognitive impairment, and amplified effect is 1 or 2 steps higher than the current skill grade. I even mobilized the item with the stealth of SS rank, which was the highest level that skill that I could use. I put on the cape and injected mana. I went down to the ground and chased Abrams, who was moving in the dark. Then I observed mana wriggling in his heart. I measured the size of mana in the opponent's core. That alone would be proof that it's not a human being, at least 200,000. What the hell is he doing in a place like this? I walked quietly behind him as he stepped lightly in the wilderness as if he had come out for a walk at night. Chapter 81. Adam, 2. When the Ministry Spirit first showed Adam Abrams' location to me, the coordinates were slightly different from where I was now. However, it was still in the middle of nowhere in old North Korea, just outside the trusteeship region. The land of death where the UN controlled the increase of monster population by regularly bombarding it. Even if I regularly identified his location afterward, his movement range was within the old North Korean territory. What was he doing in a place like this? I stared at his back from afar. His body was unnaturally, and under the roughly tied long brown hair, I could see his explosive muscles wriggle. He was only moving his steps leisurely, but his aura was phenomenal. On the official records, Abrams awakened in 2018. It was a year before Seo Jin-wook awakened. The look that I saw now was hard to tell if they were of the same person, in the picture before his awakening, that I saw in Senator's file. It was a rare case that someone grew suddenly over a meter just because one had awakened. Also, an awakened body finds its most efficient form, but it was not common for the whole body to bulk up to a massive chunk of muscles. To think about it, his past behavior didn't seem natural. He was a typical public school teacher who suddenly went to a related government facility to report that he had awakened one day. His awakening was suspicious as indicated in his testimony. He was the only one who reported that one had awakened after suffering a heart attack and then went into a coma, in the present life or even in the past life. However, there were 1 or 2 other suspicious things when they dug into his background. According to the witnesses around him, he was shy and introverted until he had awakened. But everything had changed after that day. After Abrams awakened, not only was he indifferent to everything in his life but he also continuously showed rude and incomprehensive behaviors. His wife received a one-sided declaration of divorce, and he cut ties with people, including his family, friends, and colleagues. There were indeed those awakened that displayed such behavior, but his change was too extreme. The media revealed his private life after Abrams had achieved SS rank. The sources tried to rush in to get his comments about it, but there were no replies. Following that, he received the SSS rank from the Global Hunter Organization and focused on dungeon exploration for a while. Then from a specific point in time, he stopped his official activities. It was said that he left this message to the secretary in charge of the agency, which he at least talked most often to. That now. He had almost identified the pattern. There was a lot of interpretation of those words' meaning, but there was no way to seek answers from him. Not even his secretary could meet Abrams again after that. Occasionally, tales of witnesses were heard everywhere, but the location of it changed every time. He's been roaming around in places like this? Because so many gates opened and collapsed, all kinds of monsters roamed around this area. It was impossible to tell how many different species existed precisely, and it was impossible to produce statistics. This was because once bombarded, the population decreased significantly and then increased again over time. In other words, it was a most dangerous area. What are my intentions? The goal of following him was to discreetly observe and identify his behavior, which I was sure was of alien origin. I had no intention of revealing myself to him. Abrams trudged around, surrounded by the cold night air. He stopped and stared somewhere. I also turned my head after his gaze. I expanded my cognitive range to faraway places, but I saw nothing. There was a sudden movement as Abrams threw himself away, kicking the ground. I also chased him, being careful not to break the stealth. How long must he run through the steep mountains? As he climbed to the highlands, I wondered what I had not seen until now revealed itself below. I couldn't help but panic when I saw it with my eyes. It's a monster that I don't know. Growl. The giant monster seemed to have felt a rapid movement toward it, and it became wary of him. It pushed its head up and showed its teeth. It was comparable in size to an elephant, and its shape resembled a hedgehog. The hard crust that protected the back was covered with sharp thorns. I understood that there are all kinds of monsters roaming around because it's a land where the breaks kept happening. But I was baffled because it was a monster that I for the first time. Was it that he chased it after seeing the monster from far away? It was more than 10 kilometers from where he started running. No matter what powerful penetration skill I may use, I couldn't keep my sights this far unless I had a special ability like Nicole's, all-seeing light. But I'm sure he didn't use any skills. His mana only moved normally. Rather than creating a unique pattern, he only prepared to run fast, and no traces of clairvoyance or detection skills appeared. While I was thinking so, swish! Abrams flew forward. Without a weapon? The only equipment he had was a worn-out battle suit. There was not a single standard armor artifact. Him running around in that state, in a land dominated by monsters, even if he was an SSS rank, meant that there was something that he trusted. It was time for the secret to being revealed. Ripe. The next moment, I thought that I saw Abrams' whole left body falling apart. However, I immediately reanalyzed the phenomenon accurately. It didn't disappear by collapsing. It swelled and expanded so fast that I missed it. What the hell was that? His arms and shoulders were, dark red flesh expanded and poured forward as if it were exploding. Rumbly. A waterfall of flesh that was several times larger than the original body shape, bones, muscles, and nerves continuously sprang up and tangled. Before I realized it, it had made a giant reptile's mouth. The thing that was connected to the man's body opened wide its mouth. The hedgehog beast instinctively rolled up its body and raised its thorns. But the defense was meaningless. Crush. Crunch. The mouth, which seemed to exist only to bite and crush, chewed the whole beast. The sharp thorn failed to hurt Abrams' mutated body. Crack. Crush. The eerie resonance of thorns breaking and failing to withstand the pressure was clearly audible, as I could hear the whole body of the beast snapping. Blood and crushed guts burst out between the sharp teeth. The beast could not even scream and died instantly. He was still maintaining half of his body in the form of a giant reptile. Adam scratched his chin with his right hand. Chalk. At that moment, the bizarrely formed left side of his body once again changed shape. The corpse of the hedgehog beast, which it had bit tightly, fell on the floor. The massive chunk of flesh that let it go floated and changed its appearance. It's fast. The movement was quick. The lumps that were split into the upper and lower jaws divided the body more finely and thinner. This time, it formed something like hundreds of spider legs. At the end of each leg, there were sharp spines and horns that seemed like surgical instruments. Nothing overlapped with each other in this form. Adam Abrams in that state. Cha-cha-chock. Like dissecting a sample on the operating table, hundreds of legs, separated by joints, moved in unison. The sharp structure on the end separated the back shell from the back muscles of the beast. Ripe. As a long sharp thorn slit sideways, the skin fell off clean like leather. After that, the corpse was chopped up, and the organs were sorted out and taken out one by one. It was a scene that looked more like dismantling a building than dissecting because of the beast's giant size. The amount of blood, and a terrible smell, that continuously flowed down to wet the mountain's foothills, made me not forget the axe reason. The Devil's Sword, who watched the scene with me, talked to me first in an unusual manner. He hasn't done this only once or twice? That's what I thought. It's the same among demons, too. He could have dissected it alive, but he chose to dismantle it after it's dead. He's not the type who enjoys the pain of the other person, but rather he purely enjoys the act of dissection. It was indeed an analysis of a demon. I was lost in thought instead of answering back. It's not a polymorph. It's not even a physical alteration skill. Mana didn't make any pattern when transforming the body. Although the mana moved, it was only in the level when awakened would concentrate on moving quickly or making a powerful attack. In other words, Abrams' alteration of the body was equivalent to an average person flexing his fist. The ability of the species itself? I wanted to see through his internal structure, but I held back because there was a high risk of being caught. Then, for the first time since observation, he showed something similar to a skill. He began to wrap the organs from the corpse of the beast with strange patterns. No way? I was impressed by it. A sophisticated pattern that I'd never seen before, whether this present life or the past life. It was a skill that I didn't know, but when I analyzed it, the effect was... What, even after making such a sophisticated mana pattern? All it is to store it in an original condition for a long time. It was just a skill of keeping the organs well not to be damaged or decay. After wrapping it with mana, the surrounding space shook and cracked. He swept all the organs into it. It was clear that he had activated an inventory item that was not yet known to humankind. Another clear proof that he is an alien. The Devil's Sword murmured, "Is he an organ collector? Well, that's a common hobby as well." As I kept hearing these stories, I was also suspicious. No way, was he a demon? I shook my head. The conclusion had yet to be made. He's moving again. In a way that I didn't know, he detected monsters from afar, beat them, dissected them, and put the body samples into the subspace. During the process, I also noticed something strange. Was the old North Korean land a place where there were so many rare monsters? There had never been a detailed census conducted as it had repeatedly been bombarded with artillery into vast areas and burned to ashes. But I saw a lot of ordinary monsters on the way back and forth. How did Abrams precisely find a place where such rare monsters were? When I had that question, Abrams, who had finished the dissection and gutted the monster, returned his body to human form. How many rounds a day was he trying to run? He's an addict. When the Devil's Sword commented on Abrams' taste, Abrams showed a different behavior than before. Instead of moving to the next place, he stared coldly around. The gaze changed direction several times. When he stared at my hidden place, I was honestly nervous, but I stayed still, careful not to let my stealth be disabled. Is it? I've even amplified the SS rank, stealth, with an item. However, suspicions happened to turn into reality. Abrams spoke into the air, "I'm offended. Will you stop peeking at other people working?" I kept my mouth shut in my nervousness. Abrams' eyes kept changing orbit. At the same time, he was scattering mana everywhere to look for a reaction. There was a flow around me, but the skill was perfectly applied, so it didn't work. He'd noticed that someone was hiding and watching, but he couldn't find exactly where I was. But how the hell did he know? The actual skill that he used so far was only for long-term storage. No way, instinctive sense? Is that possible? While I was baffled, he spoke again. "Let me guess, you're from the Union, right? I'd like for you to leave because this is unpleasant. I came here after paying a fair admission fee to the system. And I've never done anything against your treaty." A strange word came out. As there was still no response. TSK. Kicking his tongue as he was dissatisfied, Abrams transformed his back muscles to form enormous wings. Then he flew high into the sky. Until now, it was fast enough to travel by land, but to unfold such a thing. Swoosh. In an instant, the appearance turned tiny. How fast must he have flown? He was about to disappear beyond the horizon. It was clear that he intended to shake off my tail. But... wang. I also flew up after unfolding, Stardust Wing. I'm going to waste some mana. I struggled to catch up with Abrams, flying away, but I could follow him to the destination without losing him. After a long flight, where he arrived was Trusteeship Border. Crossing the wall of Fortress City, located in the center of the Trusteeship region, lead to a residential area where survivors of the former North Korean regime gathered. The furthest from the residential area, closest to the boundary, was a refugee camp that held on with their tents, having no suitable houses. At first, most people gathered to be protected by the UN forces, but some other populations began to mix in no time. Pat. Landing on the ground, Abrams entered the refugee camp without hesitation. Refugees with thin bones and strengthless bodies sat struggling everywhere. Their lethargic gaze sticks and falls along Abrams' path. While doing so, a man, who seemed to have the strength to move, but was still skinny, took courage and approached him. Help us. My whole family hasn't eaten for 3. Even before he was done talking. Swish. The refugee drops his jaw, seeing the ball of cash that Abrams threw. As if his reflex had been slowed down, he couldn't catch it but picked it up without hesitation when it fell on the floor. It was a visibly thick stash of cash. The refugee trembled. "What are you doing? Take it. You were about to say your whole family has been starving for 3 days, right?" The refugee stared at him dumbfounded, and he thanked him again and again, attaching himself to the ground, bowing. If one proceeded to the fortress city from the refugee camp, there was an area where the economy somewhat functions, so he would be able to find food there. It was enough money for him to do so. Of course, the reason why he was giving away money wasn't for the refugee to buy food, though. Does he do that on purpose? Afterward, Abrams roamed around here and there in the refugee camp, And the rumor must have spread, and those who were begging came before him countlessly. Abrams equally tossed the stash of cash to all of them. And those who received such money ran away as fast as they could, as if they were in fear of something. The one they feared soon appeared in front of Abrams. "You, brother." 10 awakened showed up, who seemed like Iranks. I watched that scene, hidden. "Looking at your behavior, you are an awakened. Why do you scatter your money when you've run away until here? Why don't you share some with us while being generous? Should we see you outside the refugee camp for a while?" Abrams, instead of replying, moved his chin with a gaze full of annoyance. He meant for them to lead the way. The crowd of awakened surrounded Abrams and led him outside the refugee camp. They feared that the military would come after them if they made a scene inside. "They are the awakened that committed a crime in South Korea and fled here, piece of trash." The problem that they hid inside the trusteeship was an issue for both the South Korean government and the UN military. When they took Abrams outside the refugee camp, he suddenly shouted to the void, "Hey! You're watching this, right? My life was threatened here. What is that bastard saying?" While the clueless man looked at him, Abrams shouted in the space around him, not even bothering to give them a look. "It's self-defense if I practice self-preservation and end up killing them. Okay? The treaty that you people made up and forcibly made to abide, it doesn't go against that." He grinned, then continued, "But then I might lose some while fighting them, huh? Then I will go to that populated area to find those bastards again. Ah, well. I'm still clumsy telling the natives here apart from each other. In my eyes, they all seem the same to me. In the end, I might kill some innocent beings in the search process. What do I do?" Abrams pulled his lips and showed his teeth. "If you don't reveal yourself, I will put everything I had just said into action. Why don't you come out already?" I didn't understand what he meant by treaty or union. But I understood his intentions. He did so to make me reveal myself. The act of scattering money, in the first place, was to lure those bastards here. I inwardly clicked my tongue. Chapter 82. Adam, 3. I contemplated. It's not my business if he kills all of those punks. But what he said after that bothered me. If those punks rushed on him, he would wrestle with them and let some go on purpose? And as an excuse to find them and finish them, he said that he would kill those innocent humans in the refugee camp. It was a threat brewed from an adequate misunderstanding. I did not know what kind of organization that union was, but they generally seemed to ban slaughtering innocent humans. He must have thought that I was a member of the union and was here to interfere with a possible slaughter. Although I was a human completely irrelevant to it. But the problem was, I couldn't let that alien massacre those in the refugee camp because of me. I observed his core once again. The active mono was 200,000. I asked myself, could I hold him down without killing him? An answer that it was least likely came back. Then, could I kill him by ambushing him? Considering my item, skill, and the fact that he didn't know me right now, that might be possible. But was it necessary to fight here? In the first place, I had intended to stalk him and identify who he was and what his motives were, but things had taken a wrong turn. The critical move was in stalking the opponent without having any idea of his abilities. I didn't know what combinations allowed him to, but he had noticed that he had a tail on him. After contemplating, I decided to reveal myself. Swash! As I appeared out of thin air, the punks panicked. What was that bastard? Abrams smiled and moved his finger, signaling me to come closer. Yeah. I knew it. Of course, the I hired by the union was following. He tilted his head, discontinuing his sentence. Huh? Are you a real watcher? You don't have the unique thing that those guys have. Before I replied to the alien, I decided to get rid of those roaches. To the awakened that surrounded him, I sent out a murderous aura as if I were trying to intimidate him. Then, they trembled as if they realized that something was wrong. Idiots that didn't know that their lives were like the candle in the wind. A few of them grabbed their sword handle instinctively. If you draw that could be the end of you. Fortunately, you can still turn this thing around, so bug off. They exchanged nervous glances. There were two opponents, but they were unable to easily give up because of the crowds. It was clear how many awakened had run away to here after committing crimes. Excluding the few that could be counted with my fingers, most of them were E rank, D rank, at most. If those assumptions were right, they were second-guessing if they could take care of us. I decided to end their contemplation. Weeing. I pulled up the sword at the speed of lightning. Even before they could react to it, fragments of floating sword energy, the size of a palm, surrounded them, aiming sharply. Gasp. They did not know what to do at all. They must have genuinely realized that I was not an opponent that could be touched. I once again said aggressively, "Get out." Only then did they waver their steps. One by one, they started to flee the scene. It took a few seconds for them to run away. After dealing with them, Adams and I locked our eyes again. He still tilted his head. "Your method of handling the natives was weird as well. What are you?" I observed him closely. Along his left and right clavicles, as he was unclothed at the top, 4 holes the size of fingers were present. And from those holes, a flesh-colored finger-sized tube came out. Still, there was no movement of mana. And that moment, each tube opened their mouths and aimed for my head. I had come prepared to respond to any situations such as retaliation, defense, or fleeing. But still, in my eyes, nothing could be seen, and he didn't attack. He suddenly murmured, "Mask slime? This is as weird as it gets. It's not the method of how they work. It was the item that I placed upon to hide my face as protection." "I see. You aren't a watcher. Are you just a native from here?" A native from a novice dimension, where the tutorial had just begun, stalked me. The 8 tubes changed their angles and aimed at my shoulder. Then, he exclaimed, "Ah, it's Hermit's Grey Cape. You must have been lucky. You got yourself a quite useful item, didn't you?" The tubes gradually aimed as if they were scanning my lower body. Adam's facial expressions changed. "What? Why does an awakened of a novice dimension have such grand items? Your whole body is surrounded with SS rank items." Then, at that exact moment, the tube aimed at my hands. Adam Abrams' body stiffened like a stone. He babbled, "TT that." In a panicked and baffled voice, he shouted, pointing at the ring on my finger, "Where did you get that from?" Of course, he was pointing to the Door of Hope, the only SSS class among the items I owned. The artifact, that if coordinates were given, one could travel to any other dimensions. He's reacting like his mouth was about to foam. I did not reply and silently observed him. Adam shouted with a look that suggested he would rush in on me at any given moment, "What was the coordinate of the middle dimension that you got that from?" No, they wouldn't know what dimension coordinates were. I did know. On the map that I saw when I met the Ministry Spirit, the normal dimension that connected Earth, and the middle dimension functioning as a bridge, was also listed. But I deliberately kept silent and watched his reactions. "Even if you did not know the coordinates, you must have gone through a gate that's connected to this world. Where was this gate? Did you happen to have closed the gate?" I knew that this item had excellent and outstanding performance. To react like that suggested that it meant a lot to the alien. Only then did I open my mouth. "Are you curious about the information on this item?" Only when Adam heard those words did he seem to analyze the situation and calmed himself down. "Damn, I got too agitated." He soon fixed his expression and snorted, "Your kind don't know the true value of that ring." It did not seem like he would rush in on me to steal it. He must have known that most of the human awakened were weaker than him. But not attempting, even if he knew, meant ethics of an alien? Or, because it violated the treaty that was mentioned a while ago? I spoke to him. "If you need information that you want from me," I continued calmly, "perhaps we could make a deal?" Abrams, on hearing the offer, seemed to contemplate something for a while. After telling me to hold on, he made a wavering mana pattern in a unique way. I realized that it was some sort of communication-type skill. Was he doing some interdimensional communication? I did not have to wait long, and as if he heard of the answer from the other side, he nodded and said, "Before I accept the trade, there is something that I need to confirm." He asked as if I was dubious, "How did you know my location to stalk me?" No matter how hard I think about it, I did not leave a trace that a human could follow. The system informed me. He had not expected that, and he whistled. It was a natural gesture like a human. The system wouldn't have told you that for free, and it's not yet the time for screening quests to begin. Ah, it must be. Did you deal additionally because the reward balance wasn't right? To raise an objection to the system or to make a deal was a concept that was unimaginable to the humans of this era, except for me. But since he was from a dimension that finished the tutorial and went through all the walks of life, he'd analyzed the situation just by hearing a word from me. He made an expression as if he were intrigued and spoke. "It is already amazing that an awakened, from a novice dimension, had thought of such an idea. You must have intended to find spies from other dimensions, right? But you've got the wrong one." Abrams continued his words, smiling. "The information of an awakened the system leaks were only limited to those from a dimension with finished tutorials." I nodded, "So it was." "That's right. And you people didn't need to observe me. I'm bound by the treaty anyway, so we could not cause hostile interdimensional behavior. What is that so-called treaty? And what is the Union? He sighed, well, the system wouldn't have taught you that far. It must have informed you of my location since you requested it. Without the explanation, you didn't need to do so. Adam continued his explanation in a tone that was tiresome. It was still a story far from you people, but to those species that entered the main request and had made some progress, were given time to relax. They questioned what the system really was, and if they could continue the situation with all the dimension giving their all and following their guidance. Earth was yet to climb to that level. Of course, your kind was still in that state where you were lost in the sweet reward of monocore and artifacts. It must also be hectic to end the creation of dungeons that lead to collapse continuously. But in a dimension where the main quest was moderately progressed, they start to ponder. To follow the system or to rebel. Rebel? The idea of being kept in the control of the system or find a way to detach yourself from it. He talked about what seemed to be a more fundamental concept than the opening and closure of dimensions that could be chosen at the end of the tutorial. And the Union is an organization that decided that it was right to follow the system for the development of each dimension. They think that they should support as many dimensions as possible to successfully complete the tutorial to get on track of going through the main quest. But I didn't remember Earth receiving such support until now? You must not have noticed, but it was already in progress. He continued his explanation. The system primarily protected the dimension that was carrying out the tutorial. The being from another dimension that started the main quest must pay the price to enter a dimension like the Earth. It's an entrance fee. He frowned. I had a similar case. To come here, I paid as much as 1.4 million experience points as an entrance fee to the system. Your expression is getting weird. You must know what this is. Anyways, let us put that explanation away. Actually, I was aware of the thing called experience points. I knew the only method to acquire them was in the tutorial stage. The reason why my expression changed was that I was surprised by the ridiculous figure of 1.4 million. Then, I understood the reason for the immortal for roaming around only in the tutorial dimensions. It was because, when the main quest started, there was a limitation to the movement. Adam continued to explain, there's only one thing that you need to understand. Even an awakened who finished the tutorial could come to a novice dimension like this for a price. Like me. And most of those were of higher standards than the natives. They all should have been equipped with superior battle power that dominates humans. Like Adam, in front of me. Among the contents of the treaty, made by the Union, there were laws that protect this kind of dimension. And they tend to oversee every dimension. In your kind's expression, they tend to perform the role of the police. Even those of our dimension that did not join the Union forced us to follow by leaning it on our faces. From the victim's position, it was an act that made them like bullies. He clicked his tongue a few times and continued, well, that went quite far. Anyway, the Union bastards had been observing Earth from the moment that the tutorial had begun, and they're watching if bastards like me were violating the treaty. I could understand. Then why did they let the act of Angelica be? I couldn't help but question this. Then why were you participating with Adam Abrams' identity after paying 1.4 million experience points to come to Earth? Where did the real Adam go? He replied bluntly, when I found the native that I borrowed the name and identity from, he was already dead. The cause was a heart attack. He must have inherited his life like a real Abaddon. Well, rather than inheriting it, it was more like flipping it around. And the reason I'm here. If I want to explain it, I must reveal my profession first, though. Profession? He frowned as if it wasn't easy for him and said, my profession was. There isn't a suitable word to be compared in your world. But to find something that is remotely close. And the following words were something that I had never expected. Yeah. My profession was. A student. What? And soon I couldn't graph $% at St. You don't need to bother trying to understand it. It is a pronunciation out of the audible frequency of humans, so it is hard to deliver it as it is. He contemplated for a while and spoke. Anyways, to explain in long words in line with your concepts, I would soon have to pass through the second hurdle to prove the knowledge and experience in a certain area of expertise. And my major was fairy hash it % at $. He scratched his chin as if it was quite troubling. There is no suitable word for this. To describe that, it is a study of research focused on the dungeon monster that appears in each dimension and their anatomical characteristics and behavior, and the change in characteristics of the monsters through the dimensions. Monster studies? Beast studies? If you translate it that way, the scope becomes too large. The major I had just said is an area of study that focused on specific topics. My head was starting to hurt. Then the reason why you're here is? Was it to do field study required for graduation? Should I believe this? Chapter 83. Suggestion. I spoke while pressing my temples. Adam, you. No, thinking about it, this wasn't his real name. What was your real name? Even if I pronounced it, it was a name that humans wouldn't be able to hear and follow. Just call me in the current identity, like Adam. All right, Adam. So, you are. I couldn't think straight. To speak in a human concept, it means that you're a student preparing for masters, right? It means that you're a graduate student. You insult me with such a comparison. Adam showed that he was appalled with his expression and tone. But you just said your profession was a student. This was why the mechanical translation of the words that ignore the cultural background led to a misunderstanding. The profession of a student in our world was completely different from that of Earth. And the hurdle that I'm preparing for wasn't as simple a process as you. Before he went on and on with his explanation, I was all ears for a while, but it didn't feel very sensible. I reached out my hand and stopped him. Okay. And the purpose of your stay on Earth was to gather samples of monsters? When I was tracing his steps, I saw the scene of him carefully gutting various monsters and storing them. I was wondering for what reason he was taking them. Was it for research purposes? Yes. I need a dungeon monster connected to a dimension in an early tutorial stage. He said that he came to North Korea after leaving the official activity scene to collect various samples from a region that breaks continually happened. For sure, for that condition, this would be the ideal place. A location where he didn't have to be appeared. But he's just a student? A being whose profession was in studying and research received an SSS rank when he came over to Earth, and he was equipped with superior battle power incomparable to humans. He also had a strange skill that didn't require mana usage. Were all of the species in the tutorial beasts like him? Well, have you asked everything that you were curious about me? Now, it's my turn to ask. Expectations glowed from his eyes. He asked as if he couldn't hold it back anymore, that item, where was the dungeon that you found, the Door of Hope? I explained the path that led me to acquire the ring, and I informed him that the gate connected to that dungeon had already been closed. And as I did so, Adam's face soon distorted with disappointment. What? It's not an acquisition, but it's an additional reward. The acquisition meant the things that lay around dungeons like the Devil's Sword, and additional rewards meant that it was acquired from the choices that the system gives after the clear. Adam sighed. You picked this among the random rewards? You're one lucky guy. I asked, does it matter if this was a dungeon acquisition? Of course, it does. It means that part of the Sabrarian Empire was used as a material to compose the middle dimension where the dungeon was. Sabrarian Empire? Those words were mentioned again. I spoke about the fact that I inferred from the item descriptions, that thing, I don't know which dimension did the country exist in, but didn't it fall apart ages ago? You know about it well, don't you? But since the middle dimension itself was of dimensions that transcends time and space, so the period didn't matter. What I didn't know about here was that it was a combination that even transcended time. It combines the space of different points in time, you said. Yeah, the reason why the monsters that have a certain level of civilization, and differ in clothing and weapons, depending on the dungeons, was that the dimension or the point in time it was taken from might be different. He returned to the original topic and asked about the internal environment of Shihong 8 dungeon. It was the information discussed in detail among the media, but seeing that he seemed to be unaware, he must have been here for a long time. He clicked his tongue after listening to my answer. Apart from the portal, wasn't it an environment without a trace of civilization? Indeed, it was. The fact that there were many floating wastelands in the air and covered with thick fog was interesting, but it was more like a natural environment that wasn't affected by the touch of civilization. It would be meaningless to go there myself now. As I was listening, I got curious. Are you looking for a trace of the Sabrarian Empire? Of course. He was excited after seeing my ring because he expected it to be an acquisition. He was excited at the hope that the field in the dungeon was an old downtown of the Sabrarian Empire and that he could find more items relating to the Empire. Those artifacts are separately categorized with a name of empirical heritage. Most species that finish the tutorial are frantically looking for it. What was such a meaningful thing? He explained with much more enthusiasm. Every item that mentioned the Empire was more valuable than those of the same value. Those items caused an interdimensional war. Wait, I have 5 of those on me. Adam identified the Door of Hope, which was the ring I had equipped, but I didn't think he had noticed the Stardust wing absorbed in my body, seeing that he hadn't mentioned it yet. Apart from the 2 I had equipped, I have 3 more, including the 3rd-class Imperial Guard program that I gave to Nate. These items contain the key words of the Empire. It was the right choice to put those conditions in the deal with the Spirit. I asked him, thinking that I should attempt something similar next time I have another chance to deal with the Spirit, "Then do you plan to stay here and continue hunting monsters?" For the pure purposes of collection and research, he'd never done anything significant in my previous life, apart from disappearing. It bothered me that he threatened to slaughter the refugees a while ago, but I had caused the situation by stalking him. He replied in a relaxed tone, Well, I was thinking about getting back to my original world within this year since I'm almost done with analyzing patterns over here." It was not much different from the time when his traces completely disappeared in my previous life. Rather than the possibility of something happening after he met Angelica in the future, did he depart because it was about time? It may only have been that their timings overlapped. But then, yeah, I was going to. There was a strange light hovering around his eyes that bothered me. "By the way, I'm sure I've never seen your face before when I was going along with the human race. If you had your whole body plastered with SS class, and you had got the Door of Hope as a reward, you'd definitely be on the top of the list in this dimension, but how do I not know? It hasn't even been a few months since I buried myself in this land." Clearly, the pace at which I grew was extremely rapid, and it hadn't been long since the global media began to deal with me. Most of the cases that made me known would have happened while Adam was wandering in old North Korean soil. The eyes looking at me were full of interest. "Let's check you out." Swash! The air broke apart, and a Hunter-exclusive terminal popped out. Since this was near Fortress City, it wouldn't be too hard to catch the signal. Quickly after manipulating the device, he seemed to have found something. "Oh, here it is. There have been so many articles in the past few days it's not hard to find about you." He laughed with his teeth revealed. "That's exactly the same face behind the mask." When he floated the hologram in the air, my face came up in a big frame with a newspaper article. He quickly read the article with his hand on his chin. Then he tilted his head. "It's weird. This is too weird. You have achieved this much in less than half a year?" He stared at me as if he were observing me. "I'd understand if you were of a species of another world pretending to be human like me. But it's not that either." His eyes grew bigger. "Literally, it means that you're a genius." It was hard to keep up with the suddenly changed topic of the conversation. He, who even figured out my name through the internet, grinned and said, "Hey, you. Seo Jin Wook." He must have reached some kind of conclusion by running some calculations in his head, but I couldn't guess what it was. "You said it yourself, didn't you? If we need something from each other, we'll be able to make a deal." His comment made me frown my eyebrows. What more was he planning to talk about? "Listen, it's not a losing proposition for either of us." He raised his finger and pointed at me. "Looking at the fact that you've been dealing with the system to buy my location information, you're in a place to actively jump into and intervene in the tutorial quest, aren't you? I don't know if the motive was the heroism to save the Earth by weeding off spies or a personal reason that I'm not aware of. Anyway, an enthusiastic attitude is important. If you stand out this much, you'll soon be chosen by the system. You still don't understand the meaning, do you?" Actually, I knew it very well. And even the selection had already been completed. There was only one person on the planet who'd been selected, which was me. "Looking at your equipment, the gap is too far with other people on Earth. It will be hard to narrow down in the future, too. Also, since you received an SS rank, you must have over 30,000 active mana, right? That's enough for you to be in the lead in the starting line." He said with shining eyes, "Well, here's my offer. I have a lot of useful information for you. You just asked me about the Sabrarian Empire, didn't you? Don't you want to hear more details about it?" He was quick-witted, that's for sure. Other than that, my head was full of useful information for beings in the tutorial dimension. Doesn't it interest you? It indeed was tempting. Instead of expressing my interest with a reaction or accepting it right away, I waited for an explanation that would follow. Adam pulled his lips to smile. "You may think highly of yourself since you're ahead of everyone else in the world called Earth, right? You may even wonder if you need help from an alien like me. However, it is better not to let your guard down too quickly. Your kind has no idea. The tutorial quest was literally just a tutorial. In my previous life, I died before we got to finish the tutorial quest. After completing the tutorial in this life, I only have a general idea of what would happen afterward and what the situation of the Earth was going to be like. At the end of the tutorial, all the handicaps imposed by the system that protects the Earth are gone. More gates will be opened, and dungeon boundaries will often collide. To make things even worse, in a situation with more contacts with other beings from other worlds, the entrance fee disappears. This meant that even those who were working on the main quest were free to come and go. This dimension belongs to the beginning of the tutorial. Even contact with other dimensions in the tutorial doesn't happen properly. But then, what if there was an advisor who can help you the best in this situation? I knew what he's trying to say. Yes, I'm going to be your information consultant. If it was about a dimension in the same level of standard, being in the tutorial stage, I knew a lot about them due to my previous life. However, the information on the main quest was entirely different. Only that, listening to his story, two things were bothering me. The more suggestions he made, the more thorough I needed to look behind them. Isn't it against the Union's treaty? An act of interfering in this dimension and spilling information at will. They don't particularly forbid it. In fact, only a few voluntarily come here to this kind of novice dimension like me. There's only so much you can get. The resources and labor that can be mined in this world are meaningless to us. Even in the former European powers, where the difference in technology was apparent, underground resources, mined from other continents and slaves, were attractive resources. However, if the difference was too broad, it was natural that the desire to touch disappeared. Then why do you volunteer to offer me such? That's because, of course, you're special. Because I'm growing fast? It's not just fast, it's overwhelming compared to other beings. There seemed to be no doubt in his mind that I would not be an alien like him. It was a firm conviction from the way he was speaking. Once again, you will definitely be chosen by the system in a few years. He began explaining the screening quests. I knew everything about them, but I listened quietly. Special trials were given only to a few awakened individuals selected by the system. If you overcame them, you would be given an intangible credit of experience points. You could exchange them for items that could directly affect the tutorial quest or change them to other tangible or intangible rewards. The only way to get experience points at the tutorial stage is through screening quests. He followed by saying that both the tutorial's experience points and the main quest's experience points had the same value. Also, after entering the main quest, you needed a lot of experience points for reasons. I'll be an information consultant for you, so you can hand me some of the experience points you'll get in return. No, wait, that doesn't make sense. I pointed out a hidden flaw in his words. Do you think I'm going to hand them over to you when you've stressed the importance of experience points? Listen. I think you'll monopolize most of the points you can get at the tutorial stage. It was an almost accurate prediction. I'm not going to take most of them, but I'm going to take them all. That's the plan for now. He continued, and there must be a limit to the experience point that one can use in the tutorial stage. There will be a remainder even if you use the points to proceed with the tutorial and things you need personally. This is why the system created the concept of point transfer. If you hand over the remaining points to me and get equally valuable information, it's a win-win deal for both of us. While he spoke so enthusiastically, raising his voice, I was quickly searching my memory, comparing the total experience points earned by all hunters in my previous life with the points needed to be consumed to actually proceed with the tutorial. Also, I added up all of the point consumption options that were irrelevant to the tutorial process. Certainly, that makes sense. Some screening quests couldn't be cleared in the past life, so considering all the rewards, points will remain. When I was seriously considering his proposal, Adam's expression distorted at the same time. Swash! Our gaze pointed to one place in unison, and our eyes were fixated. Someone was approaching over the horizon. What was that? We're in the middle of an important conversation. The man broke through the dust of the wilderness and led dozens of men behind him. Seo Do-hyung. It was an A-rank hunter who was wanted in South Korea. The Awaken, who must have proudly been among the runaways who were mostly composed of D&E rank. Are you the guys? I don't know where you guys are from, but you messed with the wrong people today. After gathering the Awakened in the trusteeship region and turning it into a criminal organization and starting with human trafficking by selling the refugees abroad, they later even distributed drugs into the fortress city and got caught. And they were pieces of trash that would immediately be executed on the scene after being arrested by the UN military that cooperated with the International Hunter Union. The man, who would die within a year even if left alone, giggled and said, "I'll kill you both here." The moment I heard it, my irritation exploded. Adam also clenched his teeth so tightly that his molars threatened to crumble. Of course, he doesn't know any of us. I was wearing a slime mask, and Adam disguised his face as he could transform other parts of his body and couldn't be identified by him. He must have thought we weren't much of a hunter because he didn't know our faces. Hearing from my men, you two seem to be about B rank. Did you think that you can do as you wish if you came all the way here? It's a mistake. Do you know who I am? I am a man who is supposed to receive S rank. At that moment, Adam and I yelled in unison. Shut up. Fuck off. When my sword energy exploded, Adam's right hand turned into a long whip and rushed towards him. Boo boo boom. Ah. What? After a while, when the dust had settled, at the place where Seo Do Hyung stood, the remains of the man who had turned into a lump of blood and flesh remained. Only then did the remaining men start to run away in confusion. Now, then, Adam, who recovered his arm that had turned into a red whip, spoke to me with a peaceful expression and a tone that seemed like nothing ever happened. That's all I have to offer. What do you think? Chapter 84. Introduce. I eventually accepted Adam's offer. The details on how the duration of cooperation would be, how many experience points should be shared, and other things were agreed to be decided later on. For now, he expressed his intention to follow me for now. The point is important, but I have an interest in awakened, such as you. You're a research-worthy subject. What? You said you were planning to return home. Can you extend it like this as you wish? It doesn't matter. Won't the advising professor come after you? Since the graduate student, who was supposed to assist him or her run away. Perhaps, is this avoidance of graduation? I'm not a graduate student. He negated with annoyance and murmured, and, why do I assist them? They should assist me. Anyways, there seemed to be no problem on the part of him extending his stay on Earth. I had contacted Secretary Kim beforehand, and his quarters were prepared in the office house. A few days later, by the request of Adam, who said that he hated dealing with bothersome things, sneaked us into the house by activating stealth. It was because the reporters that arrived before us had crowded the place like a wall of men. Well, it is indeed newsworthy. In my announcement that I would import a foreign SSS rank hunter to South Korea and that I would sign him up to the guild, the Hunter Management Department reacted enthusiastically. To accommodate the two of us, they were ready to send a private jet and lay a red carpet on the military airport. Today, as we arrived in the country, the government gave their best to disperse the information to the media. It was a speed that the Celestial Dragon PR team should learn from. I have arrived. Secretary Kim, who was waiting for me, bowed, "Welcome, Guild Master," joyfully, a smile hung on his lips. His gaze moved to Adam, who was beside me. "You brought back a very large present. This man, he knows how to speak Korean." Really? It wasn't even translation magic, and I don't know how he did it, but for now, Abrams said he could speak most of the language that exists on Earth. Secretary Kim said while looking at him admiringly, at the body of almost 3 meters in height that had the muscle mass beyond human limits, "It's nice to meet you, I'm Kim Byung-ho. You can call me Secretary Kim, for convenience." "It's a pleasure." Secretary Kim led us to the room that Adam would use. We prepared every piece of furniture by specially having it made. The unique furniture, adjusted to the size of the 3-meter giant, was perfectly prepared in the room. I didn't expect that it would be this prepared in that short time. "Anyways, he's really good at his job," I said while facing Secretary Kim. "You've worked hard." "It's nothing. Actually, we did newly prepare the furniture. The house structure may be somewhat uncomfortable to Mr. Abrams, so I was thinking of building a new building that extends to the house." "Indeed, considering the height of the ceiling and the entrance, that would seem better." "Proceed with it as you wish." "All right, understood." Adam could change his body to a smaller state than he was right now if necessary, but it was not only uncomfortable. If he maintained that state, it applied too much pressure on the things that were inside him right now. Due to those reasons, he was maintaining a larger body compared to regular humans. "How about Nate and Hibiki?" "They're in the basement training room." The two of them had left the accommodation and transferred here after I inaugurated as the guild master. After I opened the door, their gazes fixed on me. "Jin Wook!" Nate joyfully exclaimed, while running towards me, "You have arrived?" Hibiki calmly greeted us. How much heritage do you really own?" It was Adam who said that, seeing the tattoo on Nate's neck as he came in. Of course, he recognized it in a glance. "I do have a few." The female being connected with the tattoo, shaped of blue mana, floated on top of Nate's head. The spirit glanced at me indifferently then took it back. The artificial intelligence, which kept its silence if nothing serious was going on, was also an item related to the Sabrarian Empire. Then, let's introduce one another. I introduced them to each other. Nate, who was looking at the overwhelmingly sized giant with his jaw dropped, and Hibiki, who showed a slightly wavering gaze, as she realized his identity of that of an SSS-ranked hunter. I was observing you from outside. Looking at how you use your skill, Hibiki, I think you'll need another promotion review soon, right? A slight flush appeared on her cheeks. Hibiki's active mana had already increased to an A-rank state. The light of the core proved that she had given her best effort as her life depended on it. At that moment, Nate butted in, "Jinwook. I learned to do a new thing in the meanwhile." He opened his palm as if to show off. Then, after a little hesitation, "You said Mr. Adam is also an awakened, right? He's not normal, right? There is only one reason why he asks that." "Yes, that's right." "Then, now. Look at this." Swish. A wind blew. In his shadows, a zombified orc sprung out of it. Then for the first time, Adam showed keen interest in the others being apart from me. "Undead?" Nate said enthusiastically, "If I were to explain how this works." As he rolled his eyes and looked at Hibiki, she snapped back with a loathing expression, unusually of her, "You try sending me that one more time. I'll really kill you." Clearly, there had been confrontations while I was gone. They must have gotten that close to exchange those kinds of words to each other. Anyways, sending, was it? Comparing it to the memory of the past life, I understood what Nate was trying to do. "Ah, that one." On Hibiki's strong reaction, Nate grumbled with a pouted mouth, "What a fuss, I've only pranked her once." He turned his head and looked at me. "Now, look at this." Swish. A wind blew once again. The form of the orc swayed like smoke and disappeared in an instant. And instead of Nate's shadow swallowing it this time. "It's in my shadow?" I said while looking at the floor. "What, you're not surprised?" Nate scratched his head as if his excitement didn't live up to his expectations. Did I not react enough? Well, I'd already seen it in the past life, so I said, "Its senses are connected in this state, right?" "Yes. Even if the orc is inside the shadow, it can vaguely see the situation outside and hear. If I want, I can observe and listen as well." "And you can take it out of the shadow if you want?" "Of course." It was obvious what kind of prank he pulled off on Hibiki with this. Taking advantage of the gap that she was focused on training, multiple cognition, you placed a zombie inside her shadow? Whoa, you know me really well. The zombie orc was hidden in Hibiki's shadow, in that state, and aiming for a window of opportunity when she went to the second floor after finishing her practice. It had extended its half-decayed arm from the floor and grabbed Hibiki's ankle hard, or so he said. Of course, Hibiki was very surprised. That's why the windows and the internal materials of the second floor had been redone. "I'm sorry." "That's all right. To retaliate with magic by a reflex means that you're trained that well." Because of the spell she poured out towards the zombie, the second floor was destroyed and needed a general repair. I said to Nate, "But then, wouldn't it be better to upgrade than to be satisfied in this state?" He tilted his head. "How?" "For now, you need the process of taking out a zombie then putting it back into another's shadow. The path that it moves can be seen by normal people as well." "Well, Hibiki didn't see it." She protested, "That was because I was concentrating." I nodded and said, "That's right. But what if you develop a way that you can stealthily move the undead that nobody can notice them going into his or her shadow even if their eyes are wide open?" Then Hibiki looked at me with a gaze full of betrayal. I protested with my hand. "No, I didn't mean it to be used to prank Hibiki but for actual situations. I think that it would increase its utility. How about in that way? I say it like I just came up with this idea. Nate, you'll overlap your shadow with the opponent's. In that state, shouldn't your subordinate be able to move from your shadow to the others? Without having to reveal itself directly, that is," and I added onto it, "Of course, I don't know if it can work. I just thought that it could be an idea." Of course, it worked since it was a method used in the previous life. "Huh? Somehow, I think that would work?" Nate exclaimed with joy. Instead of moving his own body, he tilted his shadow itself a bit and overlapped with mine. He seemed to concentrate by frowning. And after some time had passed. It doesn't work just yet. But I think it would work after some practice." It must be that his mastery was still low for it to be done, but it was only a matter of time. On the other hand, Hibiki made an expression like she was hating the parent and making an uncontrollable kid into a dangerous toy. I added a few words for her, and no more pranks on guild members. All right. Just now, there seemed to be an awkward pause before he answered. Adam, who was listening to our conversation interestingly until then, suddenly butted in, "Hey, you. Your name's Nate, right?" With his shining eyes, he looked at Adam. "Yes. The undead just now, wouldn't you mind handing a few of them to me? It's my first time seeing this kind of skill. I'm curious about the method they use to move. I want to perform some experiments on them." Was Nate's unique skill a strange concept to Adam as well? Well, it's not impossible. There are lots of orcs. Apart from Nate's zombies categorized as his friends, I think he didn't have much attachment to undeads that he labeled as subordinates. Even so, as he must have some hostile feelings to the words of the experiment, he hesitated to answer. As if he misunderstood his reaction, Adam said, "Of course, not for free." The more I looked at him, I felt he was an alien that was very sensitive to mutual respect. Adam pondered for a while and transformed his right hand. The flesh became covered with red muscles and inflated to soon sprout up to about his kidney's size. On the tip of his transformed hand revealed a nail in the form of a sharp sickle. Whoa! Nate looks at his arms with a bummed face. This is from upgrading the giant mantis front leg. What he mentioned was a powerful monster that came out in S-class dungeons as a boss monster. Nate shouted with glowing eyes, "No way, that's super cool." Hibiki and I both said in a tone that it is incomprehensible in unison, "Cool?" Adam smiled and said, "If you want, I'll transform your right hand like this. I have the material that is equivalent to a human arm just at the right." Nate raised his hand even before he could finish his words. "I want to do it. I'll do it." "Hey, wait," I had to intervene. "Explain to me how the modification works to me as well. And Nate, how can you accept it right away when someone offers you to transform your body like that?" "Ah, right. I don't like anything that hurts." Adam assured that he shouldn't worry about it, "You won't feel a thing." "Really?" The alien continued as if to entice Nate, "In this nail, you can even store mana in it. That means that it is equivalent to an artifact. Depending on how you use it, you can even win over an S-class item." As if to react to what he said, the moment Adam injected mana into the giant mantis claws, spontaneous telepathy resonated in the room. A danger element found against the protection subject. The source of the mind wave was the blue spirit floating on top of Nate's head. Again. Hibiki freaked out and unfolded protection magic. Nate also frowned and shouted at the spirit. "Hey, you stupid." At then, swish. VA light flashed in the air, then a giant metal structure was summoned. It was of a scale that would fill up the training room and the theater's size. As if it were fixated in the air, the thing that floated was a large caliber multi-round cannon that could shoot 1,000 rounds of bullets at once. Once again, telepathy resonates. Warning. Warning. No further access is allowed. It would be responded with immediate firing in case of non-response. I dispiritedly murmured, "At least it doesn't shoot right away this time, so it has learned something." Nate snapped back at the spirit on top of his head, "Hey, you stupid. How does this look like a dangerous situation?" Adam, who was watching this mess, scratched his cheeks. "This is why this item was avoided. There are rare artifacts treated that way among the Imperial heritages." He continued his words, having everyone's attention. The Empire shared knowledge and experience by connecting to the intellectual group network when it was on its high. Artificial intelligence controlled it like a baby. It's not only bothersome for one to educate the concepts and objects one by one, but the protection is also programmed to be carried out first rather than processing other commands. It doesn't abide by order of the master that well, and crucially, it's an attribute item, so it can't be traded. Such a shitty. Nate looked at me with eyes full of betrayal. Chapter 85. Moths, 1. Grand Croy's guild master, Kim Kyung-rock, was screaming at his phone. Does that make sense? Even if the CCTV at the spot where they'd found Ji-hoon's car was not working, what about other CCTVs? Were there really no traces found? He talked about Kim Ji-hoon, who was his brother and the only other S-rank hunter in the guild, who went missing not long ago. "I'm sorry. I've been keeping track of the situation through the police and the Hunter Department sources," the guild member on the phone spoke with a dark tone. "They said that they really couldn't find anything. Like as if he evaporated on the spot." Kim Kyung-rock felt like his head was going to explode, and he was going to collapse. The scene was clean with no sign of battle. Common sense suggested it was normal for people to leave even a small trace of being killed or kidnapped. Since there were none, it meant that an S-class hunter was one-sidedly attacked and failed to respond. Kim Kyung-rok hung up the phone and continued to think while steaming with anger. It's possible with a large group of A-level hunters, but no large crew can move cleanly without a trace like this. The opponent was definitely few in numbers. If they handled an S rank with only a few of them, it meant that at least an S or of a higher rank hunter is mixed in. No matter how hard he thought about it, only a limited number of suspects had the ability and motive to meet all these conditions. Kim Kyung-rok gritted his teeth and muttered. For sure, this is an act by the Celestial Dragons, those bastards. It was clear that the guild master, Seo Jin-wook, must have been involved. He took revenge for the trouble during the promotion review. In reality, it happened because Kim Ji-hoon first taunted and even threatened his life. After his leg recovered, Kim Ji-hoon himself rather publicly spoke that he would retaliate. To weigh the fault, his brother was obviously more guilty, but that was not important to Kim Kyung-rok right now. Damn it, they have a clear suspect, and what is that bullshit that they can't investigate? Grand Croix's opinion, which pointed out Celestial Dragon as the culprit and demanded a thorough investigation, was silenced. In addition to the lack of evidence, Celestial Dragon's top hunters, including Seo Jin-wook, had a perfect alibi on the day. Yeah, it's not a situation where we can rely on the public power anyway. For some time now, the government has blatantly been lenient to Celestial Dragon and Seo Jin-wook. There have been complaints that it was discrimination against other guilds, but nothing had changed other than asking for some understanding. This leaves us no choice but for the Grand Croix to take revenge for ourselves. Kim Kyung-rok's heart was filled with deep feelings of loss and anger due to his blood relative disappearance. Simultaneously, in his head, he was quickly judging and calculating the situation as a guild master. If this situation continues, Grand Croix will be overpowered by Celestial Dragon. His younger brother was both a precious blood relative and one of the hunters that represented the guild. Before it's too late. Both the public and Awakened had already begun to recognize Celestial Dragon as the nation's #1 guild. A critical move to flip the situation was needed. As Kim Kyung-rok was desperately thinking about ways to grab both revenge and benefit into his hands, a voice called. Guild Master. The door to the office opened, and a guild member rushed in. What is it? I think you should check the N News. He quickly opened the hologram as if there was no room for further explanation. The news screen, which was being carried on as an emergency breaking news, filled the space. As for that, neither the Celestial Dragon Guild nor Adam Abrams himself disclosed further explanation. Meanwhile, the British government has sent a formal letter of protest through its diplomatic channel, saying that no prior arrangements were made, and has expressed their position to sue them with unlawful exportation of hunters to the International Hunter Union. However, the precedent suggested no way to force the parties on both Adam Abrams and the Celestial Dragon Guild. Also, Kim Kyung-rok's face became blank. What were they talking about? The announcer's words made their way to his ears, but the meaning did not properly settle in his head. Two phrases that reminded him of another were mentioned along with the news. Adam Abrams, a British SSS rank hunter with the Celestial Dragon Guild of Korea. Dumbfounded, he murmured, "What? Why were they on the same news?" And the moment the announcer's face disappeared in the hologram, and the photos of the Guildmaster Seo Jin-wook and Adam Abrams appeared as the reference data. As the subtitles changed, unbelievable sentences were reflected in Kim Kyung-rok's eyes. Breaking news. Adam Abrams, a British SSS rank hunter, joins the Celestial Dragon Guild. Celestial Dragon will become a large-scale international guild beyond being the #1 in Korea? As Kim Kyung-rok finally grasped the totality of the situation, his temples' veins were protruding. He shouted as if he had lost his mind, "What does this make sense?" The following words were close to screaming, "Why does Adam Abrams sign up for Celestial Dragon right now?" Clink. Something flew, and the bulletproof window of the Grand Croix Guild room was broken. It was already the second time that week. I showed Adam the hologram after we moved to another place. Based on the system's location information, the satellite image was taken by contracting with a company. This is the list that I have secured. Awakened from dimensions that were done with the tutorial. Adam whistled in admiration. You got the awakened location information without using a single point? Experience points were usually used to get this from the system in the first place, but he was amazed that I took care of this just with my words. How much did you overachieve to get this much reward? What have you done? I'd changed my words. I spoke while pointing at the pictures wherein most of them were camouflaged to seem familiar to humans. Anyway, do you know any being among them? I'd put the attempt to stalk the rest of the ones on the list without any good plans on hold. I thought, waiting for Adam's reaction. Adam noticed me even when I amplified the SS class, stealth, with an item. Other species might also be able to identify me in a way that I'm not aware of. I should avoid following them too close without knowing what they're capable of. It was a lesson I learned from this incident. However, it was not possible to leave them as they were when the list was in hand, so I was trying to get information through Adam. He looked carefully at the picture on the map and said, "First of all, this guy, and this guy, and oh, this guy." He quickly picked up 6 pictures from the map and the list. "Don't touch these guys as much as possible. They're 100% harmless to your world, so get your hands off them. Don't follow them like you tried on me. Playing with the spark will turn into a wildfire." Why? "These were the eyes that the Union has planted on Earth," he continued the explanation. "I didn't know their fake identities. I get to find out through an unexpected path, huh? I see a pattern. Seeing that they're arranged this way, it's for sure." When you say eyes, you mean that they were the Watchers from the Union, right? Come to think of it, the position of the 6 was not concentrated at any point. They were scattered all over the globe at a certain distance. As if they were to divide this star into 6 zones and be responsible for each of them. I remembered what the Ministry Spirit said. Based on their behavioral patterns, some were believed to have been dispatched with a mission as an observer. That's what it meant. Adam said, nodding his head, then, except for the 6 I picked, it meant that the rest of them were the problem. For a long time, those who stayed in this world, even when they were not aliens, were dispatched from the Union. There were no obvious characteristics like the eyes, so I didn't know who they were from this point of view. They should have had their own reasons, just as I was here for a special reason. He turned his head and asked me, "Do you have any more detailed information about the alien you're looking for?" I did not tell Adam the details but only informed him that I was looking for a particular alien who had long been hiding on Earth. I recalled the man's ability from Seo Chul's memory. Besides the unique skill of Mercardius seed, there were many other peculiar abilities. For example, the ability to perfectly read Seo Chul's thoughts without coming into contact with him and modify Seo Chul's personality and completely erase his paternal love. Other abilities included being able to return Seo Chul's body and the ability to give Seo Chul 10,000 potential mana that could be activated within a day. Adam's face gradually distorted when he heard my explanation. "Hey, that thing. Were you sure it's immortal? Have you never heard of it? It's mostly unfamiliar, and the effects are tremendous." He thought about it for a while and said, "Something about it, it smells very dangerous." Was he saying that it was out of the ordinary even by the world's standards where the tutorial had been completed? Let's say everything else is as it is, but he can give someone potential mana to say that is the capability of a mortal. "It is rather," he said in a low voice, "it's almost like something that only the system can handle." "No way, it can't be." Adam pondered and told me, "This is interesting to me, too. I'll gather information from my original dimension as well." "Thanks. Anyway, you're saying that there's a mix of dangerous beings on this list, right?" He looked at the hologram with a different glance. "Hey, one piece of advice is, yes, I'm not going to stalk them. I'd recommend that, too. It won't be too late to decide after receiving a reply from our world. We don't know what other hidden abilities our opponent may have." Then, he suddenly raised his voice, "If I barely had built a partnership with you and you die, I'll be wasting my time and lose my point. It's a no-no for you to die. That's sad. I'm grateful, thank you." After that, Adam was leisurely lying around at home, waiting for me to receive a screening quest. I deliberately didn't inform him that I was already selected. Screening quests were fluid trials in which content is changed in real time and was linked to each other. To make the first step perfect, I decided to start the first quest to complete the upcoming historic event. Anyway, it was a quest that other people would only be able to access after a few years, so I didn't worry about anyone else stealing it away from me. However, I lied because I had to explain the fact that I knew the future to justify such an explanation. Since it's a difference of little time anyway. When the future event I remember took place, I planned to say that I received the screening quest and then proceeded with a clear. On the other hand, Adam's life as an unemployed man unintentionally ended early because of me. Breaking news. It's the update that the Celestial Dragon Guild's gate search team had found another gate again in Genome. It's already the 7th gate they had found by the guild this month. They were discovering new gates at a truly phenomenal pace. The search team was expanded and reorganized and consisted of support type Awaken, locally and internationally. They dug up the gates as if they were pointing out the water veins all over the country. What? There were such monsters? I'll be right back, I will be going there for a while. Some monsters got Adam interested, as were found suddenly, and if he saw such a thing, he went on a single-person mission. When he finished collecting samples, he also cleared them. Such behavior only made Celestial Dragon's evaluation go up further. Of course, the guild's public relations team quickly arranged to satisfy and manipulate public opinion. The Celestial Dragon Guild sends an SSS rank hunter even to a C-class dungeon. It was only because the type of monsters was important to him regardless of the class of dungeons, but the public did not know this motivation. If they use their human resources like that, it would balance their profit. They're stating that safety of the people is more important than profit. But isn't a Celestial Dragon search team amazing too? They find a gate almost every day. They mean to say that there is no business that could win over numbers. Has there ever been a guild that's focused so much hunter on the gate search? Most of them were busy mining cores in dungeons that had already been discovered. Obviously, if one could discover the gates well because of the number of people poured on the workforce, all the guilds would have done so. The real secret lay in the fact that I led the search to the right place, but those circumstances were unknown to the public. The public and the media were enthusiastic about the Celestial Dragon, who found the gates at a pace that could not be compared to the past. This excitement led to criticism of questioning the competence of what other guilds had done before. It was pointed out that if they had invested in the workforce to the extent that the Celestial Dragon was doing now, they would have found more gates and lowered the risk of breaks. On the other hand, some seemed to have noticed that the Celestial Dragon's momentum was clearly abnormal. Adam, who was talking to me in the room, suddenly turned his head. He didn't use any skills, but he noticed someone's approach. Oh, it's him again. I could tell who he was talking about by unfolding the penetration along the direction he was looking at. Whoa, he's hard-working. He checked in today as well. Back then, suspicious signs had often been seen around the guild building in my home office. First of all, envoys secretly sent from governments, hunter agencies, and foreign guilds offered me naturalization, offering various conditions. There was also a proposal to merge one's country's guild with Celestial Dragon, promising massive compensation. Of course, I didn't even pretend to hear it. I already have much money to the point that it might start rotting, and it's most important that I can move freely in the first place. When there was no response, the spy that rushed in with another intention caught my eyes afterward. The unprecedented moves and achievements that Celestial Dragon had recently shown, meant that some were trying to dig up the secret hidden behind them. Among them was the man who was hovering around this house in disguise today as well. I said leisurely, he'll probably cross the fence tonight. How do you know? Nate's already sneaked one of his subordinates into his shadows. Ah, Adam nodded. That night, Seo Jinwook predicted the presence of an intruder. As expected, a man broke through the barrier and entered the house in the middle of darkness. The internal structure had already been completely identified through scouting and clairvoyance. The man hid by activating the highest-ranked, stealth, skill he could were used to help him not be discovered even though they were all over the house. Here it is, the office in the house. The man's goal was to identify the clues of the secret hidden by Seo Jinwook, the guild master of Celestial Dragon. He reminded himself of his goal once again. In selecting the location of dispatch for the Celestial Dragon's Gate search team, the guild masters will take over about for 90% of the decision. The primary goal was to find out the critical factor affecting the decision. The intruder hid in the guild master's office along the pre-identified route. Seo Jinwook inherited the place where Seo Gyuchul originally used. Penetration, he scanned the inside once again. As expected, there's a separate server only for the guild master. The secret of the guild master that wasn't shared with other guild members should have been here. When a man plugged a microchip into a server, the hacking tool was activated. While the chip broke down the server's security network and copied data without a trace, he noticed that it was his second target. Safe. The man approached the wall of the office without hesitation. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary structure, visible to him. A barrier firmly protected the huge safe. Chalk. Cha-chalk. Even though he had prepared in advance, the man had difficulty opening the safe. As if to imply how precious the item it protected was, the lock was like solid iron. After dismantling all the artifacts used to magic, the tightly closed door eventually opened. The man's eyes widened. It's the Guildmaster's sword. Finding clues to unlock the secret of Seo Jin-wook's remarkably fast growth rate was one of the requests, and some people suspected that growth beyond the realm of pure talent was due to special items. Seo Jin-wook's most representative item known to the public was the sword that only himself knows about its details. There was no alarm magic or barrier on the sword itself. First, let's analyze its value. After finding out what it was, he planned to steal it and run away if everything went south. The man opened a analysis scroll with one hand and carefully stretched out the other towards the sword. The moment he grabbed the handle of the sword, he heard someone whispering in his head. "Sigh, you stupid bastard." The intruder stiffened his body, and then his eyes became blurred. Chapter 86. Thanks for the continued support on New. This series is very hard to translate and most chapters are 50% longer than usual KR web novels, with some chapters reaching 3,800 words. Please consider supporting us by reading ahead. Each chapter is 36 cents USD and would go a long way in supporting both the quality and quantity of our uploads. Right off my head, I believe that this series is still in the red in the 4 digits. Moths, too. I opened the door and entered. The intruder had turned stiff like a stone, still holding the sword. I concentrated mana on my hand as I looked at that sight. Did it work? If the answer didn't come back immediately, I was about to rush in and hold him down. However, the intruder's lips moved and said the sentence I wanted. It worked. The whispers. The man's pupils shook and gradually stabilized, which was evidence of successful brainwashing. It was not the intruder but the sword that answered through the body, as it was instructed to transfer its words instead of his own. That's a relief. The Devil's Sword's brainwashing skill, Whisper of the Sword, had a success rate ranked A, which was statistically around 50%. As soon as the intruder grabbed the handle of the Devil's Sword, it planned to use the skill, and each countermeasure was arranged depending on whether it worked or not. Fortunately, the brainwashing worked, so things were likely to be easy from now on. Please order him to follow my instructions and answer my questions from now on. First, the intruder simply released polymorph when instructed to identify himself. When I saw him in his original face, I recognized who he was. His lips moved. "My name is Diedrich van Dyke." I clicked my tongue. They invited a big man, didn't they? The identity of the intruder was a Dutch SS rank hunter who was also famous in my previous life. Because of his peculiar skill tree, he gained his notoriety by dealing with work in the shadows such as intelligence and assassination rather than exploring the dungeons. When I first heard the name, he was mostly commissioned by governments, but I guess it was still before he got to that level. He is the #1 hunter in the industry, who had no rival in that field of work in his previous life. The reason why he disappeared suddenly in his last life was he broke in to kidnap Angelica at the request of the Chinese government, and he was caught by the barriers that Hibiki laid out. Angelica, unperturbed, struck the captured Diedrich's neck, but that was buried as a secret that only 5 of the guild masters knew. However, the collapse of the country called China took place less than a year after the incident. It would be no coincidence if I thought that the frequency of predictions about the Chinese dungeons had decreased since the kidnapping attempt. Anyway, now I know his identity. He was going to be a lot bigger in the future, but at this point, Diedrich was not a hunter who could be moved with little money. "What about the client?" He answered, "Grand Gua Guild." Ha, it was so lame that I was about to laugh. I was leaving them alone only because they were pushed out of the top. The fact that he was actively digging up his grave to lie down and even carving his coffin left me no choice but to live up to his expectations. "What about the content of the request?" Diedrich easily answered, "First, hack data from the dedicated server that only the Guildmaster Seo Jin-wook can access. Second, uncover the secrets of rapid growth, such as the items he uses. Third." My eyebrows wiggled when I heard the last request. When secured and if conditions allow after observation, assassinate the Guildmaster Seo Jin-wook. There he crossed the line again. I sighed shallow and scratched my head. He must have been very nervous as well, Kim Kyung-rock. Next, I asked how this request was related to the Grand Qua Guild. Of course, they wouldn't have told Diedrich such information. Still, I asked because I assumed that Diedrich, who was able to be commissioned, had secretly identified the client. Sure enough, he named several more executives besides the Guildmaster Kim Kyung-rock. Then, My next words were not for Diedrich but for the Devil's Sword. "I'm going to have to ask you to do a job for me." I didn't even come into contact with the sword, but I had the sense from the psi it was leaking telepathically and somehow flowing into my mind. A few hours later, Kim Kyung-rok asked, "What time is it now?" "It's almost 6 a.m., came back the reply. It was still early to go to work, but Kim Kyung-rok and 3 high-ranking hunters gathered together in the Grand Kwa meeting room. Kim Kyung-rok grumbled, "I mean, why is that bastard taking so long without at least updating us that the job was successful or not?" "Exactly. He said he was going to start infiltrating around 2 a.m. and was going to take about a couple of hours at most. That's why are we sitting here up all night?" Kim Kyung-rok, who had spent a lot of money hiring Diedrich, could not sleep and, therefore, was waiting for the results in the conference room, staying up all night with 3 other guild members who were in on the plan. And then, creak. Suddenly, the conference room door opened. Kim Kyung-rok thought that perhaps the secretary had come to work early for some reason. "She's only diligent on days like this when I didn't order her to do so." He shouted in an irritated tone, "Hey! We're in a meeting right now, so don't come in until I call you." There was no response. As the door completely opened, the 4 hunters' eyes in the conference room all turned toward it. "What is it?" There was nobody outside the open door. Creak. Naturally, the door closed again. Only then did the seated 4 hunters stand up in unison. But it's already too late. Fuck. The blade popped out through the neck of a giant hunter sitting closest to the meeting room door. Gak. In that state, the air shook, and a man revealed himself. He took out a scroll with his unarmed hand and tore it. At the same time, powerful energy spread through the conference room. "It's a barrier." Now, no one could go out or come in for some time. Everything happened in a flash. Kim Kyung-rok's eyes grew bigger when he noticed the identity of the opponent, "You." He had never met him face to face because he made a deal through an agent, but there was no way he couldn't recognize his face. The opponent was Diedrich Van Dyke, who he had entrusted with the task. Kim Kyung-rok was shocked. That crazy bastard. He took out the weapon he always carried with him and aimed at his opponent. Why, all of a sudden? Was he persuaded to do otherwise? Heat rose in his head, and his thought process sped up. Meanwhile, Diedrich pulled out the sword with a blank expression. Fuck. The neck was pierced, but A-rank hunter did not die immediately. Ghhhhh. The red foam flowed down along his neckline with a bubbling sound. Diedrich swung his arm as he looked at it. Swish. The severed head shot up into the sky and fell on the conference room floor, and rolled. Their eyes widened again. Fuck. Diedrich thrust a knife into the chest of Hunter's body, which was laid on the floor. Then, gulp, gulp. Shoo. Well, what the hell is that? The blade that dug into the body began to gobble up the remaining blood from the body. It attacked the large one first because he was closest, but the being that manipulated Diedrich Van Dyke thought with a mental smile, first of all, if it has a large capacity, there will be a lot to eat. In the blink of an eye, the body turned into a mummy with only the skin left. After absorbing the human species' blood, the Devil's Sword moved Diedrich to take care of the remains for the first time in such a long time. Boosh. The sword energy burning on the blade completely burned a dead body, like a wooden shell, into ash. It was because of Seo Jin-wook's request not to leave any more traces than necessary. Anyway, he's such a bother. While he was grumbling inside, strike him. The remaining 3 hunters rushed in at once. When it saw them, it mentally sighed. Those morons. Perhaps because they were in the tutorial's early days, there was something awkward to the awakened of this world. The Devil's Sword, who controlled the Diedrich with the whisper of the sword, thought to himself, it took 3 seconds for them to react to a colleague being struck. If Seo Jin-wook himself had come, he would have slaughtered all of them even before they could respond. Shing. A great amount of sword pressure swept in front, along the path where Diedrich sliced with large arcs. Karg. After blocking the 2 far away, its eyes met with a man close by. Diedrich's left hand quickly picked up the giant axe that the giant held. Die. Diedrich stopped the long sword from flying with the axe and struck Hunter's thigh with a sword. Hunter screamed and knelt, arg. It was a scene that made him snicker as he watched it. They can't even bear this much pain, and they're unable to fight in an instant? Anyway, humans. They were comparable to some belligerent species that crawled with their arms left when their legs are torn apart, and even when their arms were torn off, they bit with their teeth. But the only advantage is that their blood doesn't taste bad. Outside the dungeon, there were so many things all over the place to eat like this. The devil's sword clicked his tongue, lamenting its situation. Seojin Wook usually only fed it the blood of the beasts. Therefore, today was the day to relieve its frustration after a long time. But then, the devil's sword cut the kneeling one's throat and saw the hunters rushing in from behind. It was a quick move, but the devil's sword was looking into their gap. The clumsiest sword movement ever. The blade of the sword moved without even leaving any afterimage. The sound of tearing in the air rang twice. Check. Hunter's body was cut into dozens of pieces. The conference room was full of blood, but that was also only for a while. Swoosh. When the blade of the sword touched the floor, it sucked up all of the blood that had been spraying while it ebbed. It's a meal after a long time, I shouldn't leave anything behind. Kim Kyung-rok, who alone survived, and had a pale face, muttered, "You punk." His head was a mess. He's an SS rank hunter, but he said his specialty was stealth and assassination. As long as he deliberately revealed himself, he thought he had a good chance of winning. That one S rank hunter and 3 A rank hunters would be able to deal with at least one SS rank hunter. Besides, the information obtained suggested that Daedric's skill tree was vulnerable to a face-to-face battle, so once he fails to ambush, he would run away without hesitation. But then, what the hell was that sword movement? Kim Kyung-rok's eyes couldn't even catch up with him properly. Boosh. The two bodies, which had their blood drained in an instant, were also completely burned down. Dry glances shifted toward the stiffened-up Kim Kyung-rok. The devil's sword's low whisper echoed through the vocal cords of the SS-ranked hunter with a chilling voice. "Will you try to resist?" This. Kim Kyung-rok activated his unique skill. Super Regeneration. The devil's sword that could not see mana except for the one applied on its physical self, the sword, but it noticed that he did something, and as a result, the atmosphere changed. I don't know what that is. The blade of the devil's sword, aimed by Daedric, was directed at the opponent, since I can't eat your blood anyway. After an incomprehensible remark, "It's been a while since I've done this, make me have some fun. I had a lot that I kept suppressed." Crazy bastard, die. Kim Kyung-rok charged with his sword. He concentrated mana on one point with all his might and pushed it in, along the trajectory towards the neck of Daedric. Suddenly, a harsh light in Kim Kyung-rok's eyes shone. It's working. When having swung the sword for a long time, you develop a sense. If you swing the sword along the sword path in your head, you will know where the irreversible point is. The moment the sword reaches that point, the victory or defeat is already decided. Kim Kyung-rok realized that his sword had just passed that point. That even if the sky and the ground turn upside down, or the universe collapsed, the sword would cut the opponent's breath. Right before that moment was about to be successful, clang. A sharp sound of friction was heard, and the low, heavy echo of metal. Kim Kyung-rok felt his bones ringing. A shiver was felt down his spine. He saw Daedric's snake-like eyes that had just approached, right in front of him. How? The sword, held tight enough to turn his hands pale, shook. His gaze was fixed on the point where the blades crossed each other. Kim Kyung-rok's sword, which was on an unstoppable track, was blocked by Daedric. What was that? At the point at which the devil's sword began to move, and the point at which it reached, only those 2 points existed, but there was no line connecting the points. At least in Kim Kyung-rok's eyes, it was invisible. It was a mistake. Only now did he realize that there were also swords that moved outside the world that he perceived. A groan leaped between his clenched teeth. KHPPPP. The blade of the devil's sword rained down, drawing curved lines. Daedric's sword path was fierce and sharp. Storm-like energy stretched along the ends of his swing. The burning sword energy changed its character respective to the change of waves. While the exchange of attack with the sword took place a few times, Kim Kyung-rok noticed another thing. How much sword mastery is he using? He had the eyes to distinguish swordsmanship mastery. Characteristics that were hidden in the movement beyond the color and shape difference of sword energy. Every time Daedric's sword swung, it exploded with subtle changes. And in the end, puck. The moment when the devil's sword cut Kim Kyung-rok's shoulder and dug into it, he managed to pull himself back by the force of desperation. Then one of Daedric's eyebrows went up. Kim Kyung-rok's wound, which had been cut in half, was seen coming together again. The devil's sword understood the situation. It's a regenerative type of skill. And, as far as the devil's sword knew, that type of skill has a time limit. He giggled and talked, "Well, I can cut and cut as much as I want for a few minutes without worrying about killing him. Drip. Cold sweat flowed down Kim Kyung-rok's back when he heard those words. The Devil's Sword muttered as he lifted Daedric's arm. Please hang in there for a long time. For me. Exactly 5 minutes later, the Devil's Sword watched Kim Kyung-rok sitting on the floor, shaking. In that short time, Kim Kyung-rok's expression had completely changed. His face was covered with tears and mucus, trembling like a little child. He said, crawling on the floor, "People. Please." Daedric said in a casual tone, "What? Is your skill already done?" He thrust the sword into Kim Kyung-rok's elbow joint, but no generation took place this time. It was not clear whether he intentionally stopped his unique skill or whether the allotted time was over. The Devil's Sword thought of letting Kim Kyung-rok's body answer, to be sure, but soon lost his interest and decided to quit. "Well, shall we stop here?" Kim Kyung-rok nodded several times as he trembled. It was so intense, to the point that it was worrisome that his neck bone would break. The short few minutes of skill activation felt like years in Kim Kyung-rok's head. He could not even remember how many pieces his body had been cut and reattached due to the Devil's Sword and how many times he had been stabbed, cut, and healed. He just wanted to get out of this hellish situation quickly. Meanwhile, man, this isn't fun at all, is it? It was not only Kim Kyung-rok's reaction that broke the Devil's Sword's enthusiasm. The mana of the temporary host, Daedric, who was moving by the whisper of the sword, also played a part. You could feel a series of processes that absorb mana from the core of the person holding him and amplify it with a blade. However, after a long time of having the mana of a human being other than Seo Jin-wook on the blade, it felt a distinguishable change. Damn it, that bastard just left my taste buds to shit. It wasn't just that. The body of the awakened overcame limitations and became stronger with mana's activation. Daedric was also an SS rank hunter, and despite the Devil's Sword directing his movement, it felt completely different from when Seo Jin-wook swung. All factors, such as nervous system reactions, explosive power depending on muscle strength, and skeleton flexibility, were not satisfactory. The Devil's Sword clicked his tongue inwardly. It's not going to be fun even if I were to continue. Daedric was supposed to use it once and be thrown away anyway. It was because Daedric always had to hold the sword in his hand to maintain the whisper of the sword, but there was no way that Seo Jin-wook would allow it. The playtime is over. Daedric's body moved, and the blade came into contact with Kim Kyung-rok's body. With the other arm, it led the sword that Kim Kyung-rok held and aimed at the heart of Daedric. And he placed his own weight on the blade. Puck. Rivip. Setting up the scene of mutual killing was simple, as long as the opponent completely lost his will. Just like that, the Devil's Sword penetrated Kim Kyung-rok's neck, and Kim Kyung-rok's sword pierced Daedric's heart, and the light of mana completely disappeared from the two cores. Swish. Daedric's shadow shook, and a figure popped out. Ooh. It was a zombie. The zombie holding the ordinary sword in Daedric's hand retrieved the Devil's Sword and held it. Damn it, I was prepared, but I'm offended. To let the half-decayed corpse grab on me. The Devil's Sword's telepathy resonated, but the zombie did not respond. Silently, following Nate's directions from afar, it tore the scroll once again. As soon as that happened, pot. Teleportation was triggered, and a flash covered the zombies and the Devil's Sword, and they disappeared. All that was left in the Grand Croix conference room was Daedric and Kim Kyung-rok's bodies, who had killed and ripped each other. Chapter 87. Screening Quest, 1. The discovery of the Grand Croix Guild's head as a cold corpse in the conference room shook the whole country. There were many suspicious things about the incident. It was a scene where it was believed that he died by battling with a Dutch SS-ranked hunter, working as a freelancer, who ended up mutually killing each other. But why the two had fought for their lives in the conference room in the first place was unknown. This was because the media had no idea about the true nature of the private business run by Daedric Van Dyke. Furthermore, 3 of Grand Croix's ace hunters were also missing. There were signs of them entering the building on the same day, but there was no sign of them leaving. Police and the hunter management were trying to locate the missing persons, convinced they were also involved in the incident. Go ahead and search, as if you'll find any evidence, I thought while turning off the news. By the way, it's natural for it to follow orders according to the contract. But the work was done pretty neat. Even though I allowed it to go on a night out for the first time, the Devil's Sword's reaction when it returned was mediocre. I found it strange because it was dissatisfied even though it tasted blood for the first time in a long time. However, the reaction might be, I thought, was that it did its job properly anyway. I'll have to utilize it from time to time. With Nate's accompanying subordinate, it's easy to retrieve as well. While I thought so, beep 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 beep, there was a ring. Huh? It was the senator. As I gestured, a hologram popped up. You keep in touch with me a lot these days. Looking at the time, it was the middle of the night in America. Was it something urgent? The senator in the hologram said with a stiff look. A lot of things come up that I have to talk to you in person. Looking at the time, I don't think it's good news. There was still time left until the mass production of artifacts produced by the joint venture was released to the media. There wouldn't be an issue if they just wrapped it up with the last feedback I sent. Is this about the artifact? He shook his head. No, it's something else. I was wondering if you had any information about it. I'd like to ask you for advice. Although I don't know how much you can find out with that power. The senator didn't know, until to the point, that I have a unique skill called, the successor's eyes, but he was sure that I have intelligence-type abilities. He frowned a little and said, there seems to be a problem in China. Oh, is it finally starting? It was about time for the information to leak out. Hearing that opened my ears because the problem he mentioned may have been the historical event I was waiting for. What's the situation? Look. He floated a map next to the hologram. The area pointed by the arrow was a suburb about 30 kilometers from downtown Beijing. It's right. Anyway, I pretended not to know. Whatever his state might be, is it a satellite city near Beijing? This city is also part of Beijing by its administrative district. Anyway, there seemed to be an accident at the gate here. You keep speaking in a tone suggesting it's all but speculations. Yeah, even the US government hasn't got the exact information on what's going on here either. Look at this. Another thing that floated next to it was a satellite photo. A thick layer of cloud could be seen concentrated in the area. Winter in Beijing is cold and dry. The chance of snowy rain in this season is close to zero. But then, the area within 5 kilometers radius of the gate has already been experiencing a month of locally heavy rain. In terms of style, it was not done by aliens. I say as if I had guessed it, the Chinese government must have induced artificial rainfall in the region. The reason why they kept it there for a month is to avoid satellite imagery of what's happening there? Yes, you understand it well. The senator's expression became more serious. I don't know what they're doing, but it's not like a secret experiment. People's army tank units and awakened troops continue to gather nearby, and it seems to be the purpose of surrounding the area. Unless the government can pour artificial rain all across China, the troop movements that started in other regions will inevitably be exposed. The US is also testing the water of China through various diplomatic channels, but they aren't giving a single clue while keeping their mouth shut. So, the high-ranking officials at the State Department are sleepless. According to history so far, the more China comes out like that, it reveals later that the bigger the accident is. After it's too late. I nodded. It was an accurate guess. I didn't know exactly when that gate clear was successful. In the past life, the Chinese government didn't release any information, and after the government collapsed, the data disappeared altogether. Assuming that things in the past life have continued as they were this time, shortly after they cleared the problematic gate dungeon, the dungeon boundary would have collapsed. And as the Earthman and the Immortal did before, other dimensional species came to Earth. The Chinese government failed to put down the initial fire and completely lost control of a few kilometers of the gate radius. Since then, they kept the facts strictly confidential. The Communist Party desperately tried to prevent the fact that aliens occupied mainland China from being known to the citizens or other countries. They thought that they'd lose face. The senator said, considering the characteristics of the government, it is clear that they are trying to deal with it on their own without informing the outside world. But it's taking too long. If it has not been resolved for a month, it will likely continue to be so. And the concern from our side is, they're concerned about the problems that China has not solved, causing the other countries to be affected as well. Exactly. If it's a problem caused by the gate, it's either of the two. It could be a dungeon break or an alien invasion. Either way, if they don't handle it in the beginning, it'll be a big headache. That's exactly what happened in my previous life. First of all, although I don't have any information in my hands right now, I lied. I'll find more about it. I avoided further details on how I will find out about it. Oh, and don't think about going to China yourself, the senator threatened. You know how things go around there, don't you? There are more than 1 or 2 hunters who went missing after stepping on Chinese soil. You can't be relaxed because you're an SS rank hunter. Oh, I know too well. China forcibly conscripted all awakened in their country and ran a unit of them. It was famous that even foreign awakened who enter the country often disappear without a trace. And besides, you're not American. They wouldn't even hesitate to do so. Don't worry about that. I mumbled after I ended the call with the senator, there will be no official visit. I went to Adam right away. What's going on? By showing him the back of my hand without saying anything, I focused mana on it. Then a unique pattern appeared, and Adam's face, who identified the thing at a glance, brightened. Oh. Does the system finally choose you? I nodded, yeah, I got a screening quest. Actually, it's been a while since I got it. Okay, how many quests can you take now? What's the content? After hearing my answer, Adam explained, I've already explained it, but it's better to carry out a quest that gives you as many experience points as possible without looking for trivial things from the beginning. The list interlinked. If you finish a high compensation quest from the beginning, the next quest standards will also be raised and change the composition of the list. He went on to say, then, the most rewarding quest you can do at this point. I held him back by raising my hand, oh, wait, I speak firmly, I've already decided what to do first. What is it? Adam frowned when he heard my reply, it certainly gives you the most merit points. But you can't just do it right away because you want to do it. No, this is the right time. What do you mean? The quest I pointed out was this. Quest name, Dimension Defense. Description, stop the invasion of another dimension in the progress of the tutorial. Reward, from 500,000 experience points. This was the biggest rewarding quest among the 108 quests I was given. When it said, from 500,000, it meant that more points might be awarded depending on the performance. Adam said as if he was frustrated, that quest doesn't count as a success just by killing a random alien there. The other dimension should also be in the process of a tutorial, and they should have entered here on a large scale and occupy a certain territory. Come on, listen to me, I deliver the information that the senators just told me to Adam. Adam's lips as he was listening to me went up, ha 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 ha. He burst out laughing. He laughed so hard for a while and then told me, you're so lucky. Perfect timing. Come on, let's go. Huh? Now? I said as if it were a given, we're supposed to share some experience points. If you want to be rewarded, you have to contribute that much. He didn't refuse, ha ha ha. Yes, let's go. I floated the map and pointed to the destination, Beijing, and said, the last time I saw you, you could form wings on your back as well. We have to fly all the way here while keeping the stealth activated. It will take about an hour at my speed. Can you follow me? I don't care if it's faster. No, we need to think about mana consumption, so let's keep this pace. Nate, who was still impossible to infiltrate because of his security items, and Hibiki, who had fallen behind in objective power, we decided to leave behind. Come on, let's go. Beijing, Miyun District. Some portions of the city, close to the Hubei border, with a population of 600,000, were tightly controlled. The People's Army unit took place after being forcibly introduced to citizens who lived nearby without an idea of the situation. Even barricades had been built around the city while it was sealed up, but this massive work and troop movements have not been mentioned by the Chinese media at all. The scale nor method of the process was not secretive at all. Still, the general of the People's Army, who oversaw the operation, which had to forcibly kept as a secret, uttered abusive language, damn it, annihilated again. Yes, the signal from all the awakened unit has been cut off. It was already the third time. The barricade was like a great wall, which was the product of the engineering division of the People's Army pouring down human resources into it. The space beyond it had been completely occupied by an alien species believed to have come from the gate. Moreover, ordinary citizens, without being able to figure out how many, were held hostage. The awakened troops attempted to infiltrate 3 times to rescue them, but they all failed. We can't handle this in this manner. No matter how many hunters our country has globally, this will only consume the lives in vain. We need to ask for help from other countries. To rescue hostages, we need more SS rank hunters, no, SSS rank hunters. The staff replied with a grim look, but the party won't permit it. There was the case of South Korea, which asked for overseas aid to clear Shihong 8 dungeon. However, the Chinese government had no current intention of following such a precedent. At this rate, only the innocent hunters will continue to be sacrificed. Bang! The frustrated commander hit the on-field table. Meanwhile, the commander and the staff had no idea that someone was hiding in the air and listening to the conversation. Adam and I quietly escaped from the command tent of the People's Army. Neither of our movements was noticed. After a certain distance, Adam clicked his tongue. In the end, it's been over a month since another species beyond that barricade have occupied them? He had heard the conversation between the two in the command room. Well, it doesn't matter to me. It's amazing that they can keep things of this kind of scale a secret. What are they planning to do later? What do they do later? In the end, the Chinese government, as they missed the window of opportunity, ignored the hostages and launched a massive airstrike in the occupied areas. Let's cross over there. We crossed the barricade without anyone's restraint. Where we stepped was like a ghost town. There's no sign of a human being nearby. 8 tubes that I had seen before rose from his collarbones. He aimed those at all the directions around him, and Adam affirmed that there were no humans around here. They would have caught them all and put them in one place. On the spot that we saw on the situation board. This was more than eavesdropping on the story that we infiltrated the tent a while ago as now. We had identified how the internal situation was like and how the confrontation with the alien race went through the data there. Let's go in some more. It hadn't been long since we started moving when something seemed to have been detected in Adam's range. That's something I have never seen before. His face was tingling with light excitement. The closer we approached, light vibrations were felt on the ground. And at the moment, we turned the corner. Adam whistled in admiration. Rumbly. The vibration, which felt light from afar, was now shaking the ground violently. Loud and quiet noises resonated all over the place simultaneously. Rumbly. A building collapsed in the distance. The remains of the buildings, which would have been destroyed through a similar process, were rolling around. The identity of the being producing such earthquakes was. That's the one. Rumbly. A giant worm soared, breaking through the ground. Woo. Shaking the air, it dug a hole and revealed its red head. It wiggled its body a few times on the ground, destroying and sweeping everything it encountered. Then it just slid its body back into the ground. Rumbly. The giant creature was a living excavator and poking around the earth like a drill and devouring huge amounts of earth. While moving like that, humans' buildings collapsed one after another and split into small pieces, leaving only debris. The giant earthworm was working on completely erasing human traces in the city. Adam's eyes were fixed there, and he couldn't take it away from there. I asked, wasn't your major on dungeon monsters? The biological distinction between dimensional native species, dungeon creatures, and dungeon monsters is actually meaningless. Seeing him now, he's a dimensional native, but one day he could appear in a dungeon somewhere with a monocore stuck in his heart and attack the awakened. That was true. I know you're interested, but let's sample it later. I know. The real goal is those that keep the giant creature as livestock. The first thing the race that came out from the gate did when it occupied another dimension's territory was to release the worm. Then that giant creature proceeded to destroy and decompose all existing structures. It ate and digested foreign substances that covered the surface, with the rocks and soil hidden in it, and excreted soil that had changed its properties as it passed through its digestive system. Oh, I think we're almost there. At some point, the color of the ground we'd been stepping on had changed completely. The asphalt and concrete that humankind laid, and the soil we were familiar with, the Earth's own soil, were disappearing, and the foreign soil that has gradually turned green was spread out. There it is. I saw the race, which was the owner of the worm. They haven't noticed us yet. I took out the sword. My glance met with Adam's. As you know, we just have to kill them all. It's convenient that the quest is still simple. Adam transformed his body with a smile. Well, it's time to use some strength in a while. Almost at the same time, the two of us launched our bodies, like arrows, towards the front. Chapter 88. Screening Quest, 2. Mud covered the entire floor because of artificial rainfall induced by the Chinese government. Dew sprinkled through the thick fog as two aliens walked under the rain. Judging from the weapons they carried and their movements, they seemed to be in charge of external security. Comparing them with Earth's standards, their A rank awakened. It's consistent with the data I saw from my previous life. Their unfamiliar clothing focused more on the expression of religious law, status, and occupation rather than the function of covering and protecting the body. The parts of their bodies that weren't covered by their attire showcased their physique. Taut muscles stood out on their limbs covered with light brown fur. Above their shoulders, they had heads that resembled a water buffalo. I recall their identity in my head. Batarks. Swish. Adam, who rushed in without hesitation, drew a diagonal line in the air. At the moment of impact, its body collapsed and was soon stained with blood. His speed was almost too fast to be chased even by my eyes. His right hand, covered with a dark red crust, struck the alien's forehead mercilessly. Crush. Its skull was crushed, causing its face to collapse. Right before the lifeless Batark fell to the ground. Swish. The sword energy I fired off sliced through the remaining alien's neck. Without even proper resistance, 2 lives were lost in an instant in that manner. On top of the mud, a stream of blood mixed with rainwater started to make strange colors. Boosh. I charged my sword energy to create flames that burned even under the rain. I burned their bodies with it as I raised a question. You mean to say that they don't care about this kind of behavior in the Union, right? Returning his arm to its original state, Adam nodded, his expression looking bothered. If you look closely at the treaties they enforce, they only have one goal, and that's for everyone to move as the system intends them to. How is the fact that human refugees in the trusteeship region shouldn't be slaughtered related to the fact that aliens who have invaded Earth could be killed? To put it in simple terms, the former is non-awakened refugees, and the latter are awakened who invaded other dimensions. The Union wanted to gather more dimensional beings into the main quest. Therefore, it was understandable that the massacres of those who had the potential to awaken be prevented. But killing the awakened would hinder them from entering the main quest as well. Involving the awakened with each other in a way that would force them to kill or be killed is considered as a system-led situation. I deal with one of them for justifiable reasons. I couldn't understand it even though I listened intently. By the way. Adam stared down on the green soil he stepped on and the landscape that spread out around him. Are they going through all the effort to invade another dimension for the sake of farming? The world that Adam lived in seemed to have never been linked to the Batark's dimension nor the dungeon. He made it obvious multiple times that he had no idea about their ecosystem. I followed his gaze and nodded. That seems to be their purpose for invading Earth. The small town had changed so much that it was hard to find traces of the past. The asphalt, sidewalk blocks, and cement had been removed. In their place, dark green soil, excreted by a giant worm, stretched far and wide. And on top of the fertile soil arranged as intended by the aliens, there were plenty of corn-like plants. Adam looked at the body of the Batark. They seemed to be herbivores. I confirmed his guess. Look at their size. You need to eat a lot to move that body. Wouldn't the tall grass here be perfect as their staple food? That wasn't a guess. It was a piece of information that had been revealed in the future. As if to double-check what I said, Adam approached the plant and examined it carefully. He then proceeded with voicing out his thoughts. Oh, I see. Compared to the area of land that they occupy, there is an absurd lack of nutrients that can be absorbed when these are consumed. How did he know that just by looking at it? I was amazed inside, but I replied indifferently. Is that so? The Batarks had also improved the plants with modifications after modifications, reducing their size and maximizing the nutrients contained. That was the best they could do with their biotechnology. Their civilization has a large number of awakens since it started the tutorial much earlier than Earth, but they're far behind in science and technology. A dictatorship system ran their politics under theocracy, and they were vicious and very belligerent. It came to the point where they could no longer consider trading for needed technologies and resources with the humans by establishing a relationship. They took the wrong step from the very beginning. I mean, all pagans are either slaves or deserve death to them. Their kind is impossible to negotiate with. There was only one reason why those Batarks constantly showed interest in other dimensions and attempted to invade them. Food. The tutorial's industrial revolution led to a significant increase in the population. To support that, more food and, naturally, land to cultivate food was necessary. Coincidentally, there are a lot of awakened there as well. Enough to bully other dimensions. They especially displayed a great obsession with Earth. Their reason for doing so was much simpler than anyone could think of. I looked at their staple plants that were bigger than ordinary people's height. Photosynthesis isn't important for this plant's growth. If the right soil is prepared, and its water intake is sufficient, it grows abnormally fast. That's why most of their food was produced during the rainy season in the Batark world, which lasted less than a few weeks per year. The farm they've built on Earth is more of a pilot concept than for the actual purpose of supplying food. The first thing they did when the dungeon boundary collapsed and crossed over to Earth was to capture and gather the citizens in one place. After that, the giant worm was released to change the world's soil characteristics to enable them to plant the seeds. They experimented if the plant could grow well in our world. As soon as that happened, the Chinese government dispersed artificial rain all month long. It's as if they had been waiting. Optical lenses on satellites couldn't penetrate thick clouds. The goal was to prevent satellite photography by other countries, but that action led to an unexpected situation. Thanks to the Communist Party of China's countermeasure, the crops on the aliens' pilot farms showcased explosive growth. The result was so sublime that it made the high priest, the ruler of the Batarks, become deeply interested. If they had let them be as they were, the seeds wouldn't have been able to survive the cold, dry winter in Beijing. If plants didn't grow well, the aliens might have given up and returned to their world. The Chinese government's response to hide the situation had rather led to aliens' interest in Earth to grow as well. Then, shall we go in further? Adam urged me forward. The Batarks' means of communication seemed to fall short of the humans' technology during World War I. Even as we proceeded inside, killing the guards one after another from the outskirts, their camp remained relatively quiet. Just before we got to the center, Adam frowned. There's a lot more of them than I thought. Following him, I tossed my penetration in the same direction we're headed. At that moment, the scene that Adam did dawned in front of me. I couldn't help but click my tongue. Oh, shit. It was this much? Beyond that was the reason why the Chinese government ignored the hostages and deployed airstrikes in my previous life. There are over 1,000 people who came over here and camped. The gates that connected to a dungeon always had an entrant limit. However, that only limited the people that could be left in the dungeon. Considering that the gate connected to the Batark dimension had an entrant limit of 100 through dungeon expansions, they found a way to maximize efficiency. The first 100 individuals would enter the Batark dimension gate and circle around the dungeons connected to it. They would then proceed to enter dungeons connected to the Earth by crossing the boundary and invading Beijing. After that, the gate's limit of entrance would go back to 0. If they were to repeat it 10 times, an army of 1,000 would be able to infiltrate into the Earth. If we leave it like this, their number will only increase. We can't take our hands off this while waiting for the Chinese government to commence the airstrikes. Most importantly, it didn't end with the airstrikes in the previous life. Despite experiencing brutal bombing, the High Priest, who showed so much interest in Earth, deployed even more troops to Earth than it did in the first place. Now that I think about it, it's reckless and incomprehensible, but how can I perfectly understand the mentality of an alien? The result was a large interspecies battle within Chinese territory. Although China emerged victorious due to the Communist Party's determination to blow up the entirety of Beijing, it was gained at the cost of large casualties. At that time, China's national power, which was greatly shaken, was one of the reasons that later led to the nation's collapse. What are you going to do? Just jump in? I shook my head. If it became an all-out war, the lives of the hostages would be in danger. There's another way. It was one of the cards that I held in hand, having decided to infiltrate this place. I activated penetration, and looked around. It wasn't long before I saw what I was looking for. There. I pointed to a specific place. A little further into the center of the containment area, human buildings almost completely disappeared, leaving only the farm that the Batarks created and the tents used for temporary residences visible. In the meantime, however, some buildings remained intact. Most were low-rise buildings such as gyms and exhibition halls. It was used for keeping the hostages locked up. However, there was one remaining skyscraper standing proud and tall amid the streams of rain. That was where I was pointing at. Adam didn't jump to conclusions that time. Can't you see that? It's too far. What's there? I kept it in my mind. The detection limit of that strange organ that replaced the functions of penetration was about 2 kilometers. However, there was another way to detect hidden presences that didn't seem limited by distance. I spoke while thinking about such. There's quite a lot of them on top of that building, and there's something unusual going on. Adam's spirit went up when he heard my plan. Indeed. That's a good idea. We immediately activated stealth, and flew up to the top floor of the building. While crossing the rainy sky, our surroundings remained relatively quiet, as if no one in the Batark garrison underneath us had noticed. As expected, he's controlling it from here. They had broken all the windows on the top floor, We both looked inside from outside the window. Inside was a Batark that wore the most vibrant clothing that we had ever seen. Several soldiers stood by with weapons as if to protect him. The Batark, who was heavily defended, had a strange-looking flute in its hand. Using the information I read in my previous life, I analyzed its identity. That's a priest ranked. The Batark species ruling class, the priest, concentrated on observing outside the windows while holding onto the musical instrument. At the center of the area beyond the barricades were the Batark camp, a concentration camp, and the building we were in. The farm extended around the camp as if to enclose it. Multiple large-scale and small-scale earthquakes continued to occur on the farm's outskirts. The buildings had collapsed, the land was divided, and the groundwork was underway. The place where the priest was staring at was the outer area. A creature was turning the ground over in that place. The giant worm. Watching it from our position, the worms that the Batarks released in the outskirt were 8 in total. The priest, who observed the scene, blew on the flute, putting it near his mouth once in a while. It's a sound that's inaudible to human ears, but the worms reacted immediately to it. The path of their movements twisted and changed little by little. I observed the timing when the priest intervened, taking note that it only did so when a worm was about to go out beyond the barricades or when it was about to enter the arranged interior of the farm. And every time it blew into the flute, mana glittered in its fingers and seeped into the object. I kept its movement in my sights. Adam, who was watching it together with me, whispered lowly. "That's where the weird sound was coming from. Should we strike them?" "Wait." He looked as if he was in doubt. I gave the signal after a few moments had passed. "Now." Adam opened his palm eagerly. As he aimed at the building's interior beyond the broken windows, his fingers separated and twisted in a strange angle from each other. CR crack. Flesh became lumped together, a stream of blood gathered between the finger bones, and a beak emerged from the palm. 2 eyeballs sprang up in the place where the joint on the back of the hand was located. A red bird with a blood membrane wing appeared where Adam's right hand was. His lips opened. "Go." The bird flapped its wings, propelling itself by kicking off with its thin legs. Only his blunt wrist without any wounds or sharp cuts remained on its spot. The small bird fell down at an angle in the misty sky. It thrust itself into the glassless window swiftly. At email protected #%#at. The bastards who noticed it shouted as loud as they could. $! The priest pointed its finger at the bird and roared. In response, the guards rushed in, their weapons in hand. It was too late, however. The red bird lifted its beak and cried out with an eerie voice. "Pop pop pop at." The bird exploded. Hundreds of meat pieces swirled like a storm of bullets inside the top floor of the building. Fragments of flesh and bones were fired in all directions like the shells of a claymore. Each of them was a weapon reinforced by mana. Not a single alien remained standing in the building after the sudden explosion. "Shall we go in?" I stepped over the window frame. The interior was a mess due to the traces left by the avian explosion and the Batar corpses torn up by it. As if to rewind a video, fleshy debris gathered in all directions and reconstructed Adam's hand. A piece of bone stuck in the concrete wall forced its way out through a wall, and chunks of meat that pierced through the Batar priest's eyes floated in the air. While he was recovering his body, I picked up the flute that the priest held. I tried to put mana inside it actions. Every time I did so, I observed how the earthworms outside moved. Adam was looking at me with interest. "Okay, I got it." I played the flute without hesitation, making a pattern. Rumbly. The worms that were concentrating on destroying buildings on the outskirts immediately dug into the ground and disappeared underground. Perhaps because the speed was too fast and the movement took place at once, their noise was loud and clear even where we were. Below, I could hear the Batarks murmuring in bewilderment. Some of them could be seen approaching the building to see if there was any unusual change. "It's useless." I waited for a few seconds. Boo 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 boom. With a roar, the earth fluctuated without mercy. The sound of the ground collapsing rang much closer than before. Below, the Batarks' shouts and screams echoed ceaselessly. Adam shouted as he looked out of the window with his chin in one hand. "That's amazing." I turned my gaze, too. The earthworms that dug a hole underground showed themselves again. The giant creatures didn't touch the building where the hostages were trapped in the skyscraper we were in. They scrambled through the farmlands and the campsite tents that the Batarks had carefully arranged. Chapter 89. Screening Quest 3. Rumble. The Earth was being dominated by chaos. In accordance with my commands, the giant earthworms, which scoured the lands, raided the surrounding area, making destructive waves out of mixed soil and rock. In the middle of it, I encountered the scene I was expecting. Unlike the guards who patrolled the outskirts, the main building's center was filled with much higher quality awakened Batarks. Now that I'm here, I can see a lot of S ranks and SS ranks. There's a reason why the Chinese awakened force, which infiltrated their base to rescue the hostages, was wiped out several times. But then, they still hesitated so much even if such powerful awakened had already gathered. Closely observing them, even the SS rank awakened only charged in quickly to avoid the rowdy earthworms, but there was no counterattack at all. Seo Jin-wook, it's as you said. Yes. According to my sources, those giant creatures are considered holy animals that only the ruling class can handle. Even if they're powerful creatures that dug deep holes, could make the bedrocks collapse, and could even destroy buildings, an SS-ranked awakened could easily kill it in one blow. However, due to religious reasons, the Batarks couldn't touch them carelessly. email protected %. At email protected. The Batarks shouted at each other. Rumble. While they were baffled, the earthworms devastated almost all of the farmland and the garrison. I murmured as I watched them. Now then, I should slowly. A sharp tone resembling a whistle resonated through the rainy atmosphere. This is a signal. It was the long-awaited response. As soon as I heard that, a sudden change began below. Huh? I think they've finally given up. The Batark unit showed visibly different movements. They stopped dodging the earthworms and started retreating in unison. They headed to the blue door that opened in the middle of their garrison. It was the gate. The moment I confirmed it, something came up. Wang. The system message rang out as mana moved rapidly on the back of my hand. It was a voice that could only be recognized by those who had received a screening quest. Quest complete. Quest name, Dimension Defense. Description, stop the invasion of other dimensions that is in the tutorial. Rewards, 680,000 experience points have been awarded to the user. The message certified that I successfully completed the screening quest. It worked. I sang of joy inwardly. From the beginning, the quest goal wasn't to eradicate the aliens but to stop the invasion. Just as the Batarks signaled each other and retreated toward the gate, the system judged their primary invasive behavior had disappeared. The quest started with 500,000 points, but since I received 680,000, I have received around 40% more with rough calculations. I thought I gained extra points because I was the only one who performed in the quest. Adam, who had already finished the tutorial, wasn't taken into account. But I didn't come all the way to China to be satisfied with only this much. I updated the quest list immediately after confirming that the experience points had been awarded. There, I verified that some of the previous quests disappeared and were replaced with new ones. The difficulty and rewards were adjusted according to the last quest I completed. Let's see. Yeah. This is it. Among them, the quest I was aiming for stood out. Quest name, Dimension Defense 2-Batark. Description, the name of the species that are retreating is Batark. They had given up on the expedition site after their month-long local occupation. They are currently leaving, but it's unknown when they will resume their invasion again. Consider and implement measures to curb subsequent dimensional invasion and take preemptive defensive effects. Reward, starting at 1 million experience points. The description has become much more detailed than the prior quest. The first quest I received only had a simple sentence which stated I needed to protect our world from different dimensions. It's a quest that could be activated whomever the target was as long as it's a dimension in a tutorial stage. But the quest that just appeared had limited targets. The name of the quest mentioned the Batark race itself. Depending on my behavior, the content was linked in a way. Preemptive defensive effect. There were 3 ways that humanity dealt with the situation in my previous life. They cleared the extended dungeon and received the key. Instead of another extension, they closed the gate and withheld the intrusion for good. They prepared for additional intrusion by building a thorough defense wall around the gate. They counterattacked by invading the opponent's dimension. First of all, it's impossible to do a clear under the current circumstances. I couldn't work on the dungeon alone. Several S-rank hunters must be gathered, just like during the Shihong 8 dungeon. For number 2, we will need the cooperation of the Chinese government. However, I wanted to try another method. If I had to say it, it's closer to the third. I will make them never want to invade Earth again. I spoke to Adam. Then, as I said before, please take care of the hostages. He saw the building where the hostages were held. While retreating to the gate, the Batarks sent several S-ranked awakened aside towards its direction. They seemed to have noticed that even while the giant worms were rampaging, they never touched the human-filled building. Unless one's a fool, they'll think that this is the work of a human. From their perspective, this is the worst situation possible. A pagan human has defiled a holy animal, and they can't guarantee the safety of the priest, the only one who should control the animal. They were trying to execute at least the most minimal retaliation while retreating to suit their evil nature by taking the lives of non-awakened citizens who originally lived in the city. Adam said that the Union doesn't intervene in the killing and slaughtering of beings at the tutorial dimension. Well, I've never felt that way in my previous life as well. I didn't even know they existed in my previous life. The treaty seemed to be strictly applicable only to those who had already completed the tutorial. Like Adam. He nodded his head. Yeah, since I'm not killing non-awakened. Rather, I'm saving them. There's nothing about it that's against the treaty. He asked me a question while looking at me. Are you really going to go through with that plan? Yes. Adam clicked his tongue. You have no fear. I'd love to come with you, but that's impossible. I know. No matter how you enter it, the system will charge the admission fee. And you said you have no more points to pay that again. Yeah. Don't die. Adam spoke so bluntly and flew toward the hostage building. As soon as his body shot forward, I stared at the Door of Hope on my finger. Door of Hope, rank, SSS. Item description: the last emperor of the Sabrarian Empire secretly instructed his aides in preparation for the final war. It was to find a way to evacuate all the citizens in case of emergency. Thus, the miraculous legacy was born after the most intelligent minds and most powerful men of the Empire gathered together. Unfortunately, the Emperor's evacuation plan was never put into practice. By the time R&D was over, and mass production was available, there were no dimensions left for them to evacuate. Notes: if the correct coordinates aren't entered, there's a risk of being swept away by the dimensional storm. Movement within the same dimension is impossible due to the operating principles that leverage the population resources between dimensions. The farther the destination is from the origin dimension, and the more the population there is to be transported, the more mana cores will be consumed. If the user to whom the item is attached is transferred, the item will also be sent to the destination dimension. I injected mana into it. Wang! The ring slipped out of my finger, floated in the air, and smoothly grew into a hoop. Blue light then filled up the void within the hoop in an instant. It didn't look much different from the gate. Please enter the coordinates. Telepathy flowed from the artifact. When I first experimented with it, I didn't actually get to operate it after having typed random coordinates. But the current situation was different. Without hesitation, I entered a string of numbers in the group of lights in front of me. It was the coordinates corresponding to the Batark's dimension. The artifact replied, "Coordinate verification complete. A mana core containing 8,000 mana is required to transfer one human species to the user's destination." Now, that's reasonable. At least it was compared to the first time when it required 890,000 when I inputted random coordinates. The Batark dimension is a nearby dimension that could be accessed by going through a connected dungeon. It costs this much to get to the nearest world, huh? I glanced at my condition. Active mana, 152,300, plus 67,100, 85,200. Potential mana, 163,000. 8,000 is the minimum mana to become a B-rank hunter. If it's a round trip, it's 16,000. Although mana is too precious to use. It's an amount that I could get my hands on if I hunted more diligently, considering the mana core supply rate had increased since I had grown stronger. I put the pre-prepared core in the place where the artifact told me to. The moment the Door of Hope absorbed it, it produced calm waves. It's now ready to be used. I immediately threw myself into the blue luminescence. Please specify the transport location within the dimension. As soon as I entered the light, I noticed that the Door of Hope had returned to my finger. As explained by the item, Even if the user had entered the door, the item would be sent through along with its owner. Well, if it didn't, there would be no way to go back. Where I was at the moment was a place where the blue glow had absorbed everything. The telepathy from the item was showing a wide map in my brain. I mean, how could it only show me the map of the whole universe at this dimension? It was meaningless to look at it on such a scale. Show me a map of the palace of the High Priest on a planet occupied by the Batarks. Without delay, it reacted to my command and followed it swiftly. I was amazed by it. Indeed, SSS-class items are so overpowered. In front of me, there was a three-dimensional view of the interior and exterior of the palace where the Batark religious leader, the High Priest, resided. Not only did it show the structure of the building, but also the movement of all objects and living things inside it. No clairvoyance skill I knew had that effect. SSS class is already this good. How good can the X class be? I made a deal with the spirit with that excuse, but I couldn't help but think that the fish that got away looked bigger than I initially thought. The item's telepathic messages continued. Please provide a more specified location. If there is no desired location, you will be sent to an arbitrary location. No way will it send me to a random location. It was well deep in the night over there. They should be asleep by now. Where is the High Priest's bedroom there? The system instantly pointed to 12 rooms inside the palace using arrows. What? 12 bedrooms? I've never known this in my previous life. I looked at them carefully and found the place where I had to go. This one. I pointed to the bedroom where the High Priest was staying at this time and spoke. Send me here. I gave the order, and it performed without fail. Swish. The surrounding scenery changed in a flash. I was at the moment standing in a strange room. Eek. A foul scent pierced my nose. It was enough to make me frown. It was a provoking odor that smelled like a mixture of fermented hay and spoiled milk. I covered my nose and looked around. There he is. On top of the bed like furniture, bodies of giant aliens were tangled together as they slept. The scene was created due to a number of them falling asleep after having an orgy just a few hours ago to celebrate a great achievement. He has it good. I concentrated on the mana. Sleep deeper, so you won't wake up in the middle of it. The Batarks were enchanted into a deeper slumber. After blocking any external interferences with simple barriers, I approached the bed. The Batark High Priest, who was entangled with naked females, remained asleep. He had a familiar face. In his previous life, he continued to serve as the High Priest. The devastating war between China and Batark in my previous life ended with China's victory and drove out the aliens beyond the gate. Still, China eventually collapsed due to a series of incidents that seem to have been caused by winning the war. Though they cleared the dungeon, they have failed to close the gate. And in a land where the powerful central government had disappeared, through the open gate, Batarks eventually returned. I fought with foreign hunters during the re-invasion. Thanks to that, I had quite a bit of detailed information about their species in my head. Is it a C-ranked awakened compared to Earth? The power of the High Priest itself was insignificant compared to those that guarded outside. It was just like how the politicians on Earth weren't the strongest hunter. Their social structure was a dictatorship system made by the cult that worshipped the mother goddess of the land. There are many rivals who seek the high priesthood because it's not a one-man dictatorship, but a cult dictatorship. But in my previous life, the current leader suppressed all of them. However, what if things played out differently from my previous life? I opened the mouth of the sleeping one and thrust my invisible hand into his throat, which was shaped with psychokinesis. BLRGH, BLRGH. The Batark, who's still in sleep, began to gag. The assassination or kidnapping of the High Priest will not stop the plans of the entire race to invade Earth. Under the High Priest, 8 bishops wanted to usurp its throne. The others would take over when the current High Priest died. Even if they kidnapped him, looking at their behavior, they wouldn't even bother the captive and rather would just consider him dead. I used penetration to examine its body's internal structure while thrusting the intangible hand made of psychokinesis deep into the High Priest's throat. There are 5 organs in total that serve as a stomach of a Batark's anatomy. It is said to be hidden in the 4th stomach among them. Right here. I eventually found the sacred object resting in the 4th stomach of the High Priest. Swoop. I grabbed it and pulled it out of its body. Coated with a viscous body fluid, it was an idol that shaped the mother goddess of the land they served. It's the first time I had seen it in person. But It's so unpleasantly delicate and sophisticated. The mother goddess of land, worshipped by the Batarks, had the form of a large cow showing off its giant breasts. Her shading, body hair, and skin texture were more graphic than necessary. This is processed from a meteorite that fell on this planet in the distant past. There is no similar metal left, and even if it's newly discovered, the processing technology was lost in the past. Even if it disappeared, the High Priest wouldn't be able to forge a new one. With their technology, it would be impossible. The loss of this idol under the High Priest's watch in Batark society is a far more deadly sin than losing a series of wars. It would reach a point where he wouldn't be able to maintain his position. After getting ready, I woke him up by slapping the face of the cow's head on the floor. "Hey, wake up!" Growl. Instead of answering, the snoring only echoed louder. Without knowing the fate that laid before him, he relaxed. Chapter 90. Screening Quest, 4. I tried to wake it up after having seized various artifacts on the High Priest's body. The sleeping spell I put on it had already been lifted. That was supposed to be enough to wake it up, but the alien only continued to snore loudly without moving. Harumph! Harumph! He drooled while having his mouth opened and his tongue stretched out. I soon realized why he wasn't waking up. I also recognized the identity of the milk-like stench that filled the room. I frowned. This bastard is drunk. He's completely wasted. He's not just drunk. He has completely blacked out. Drinking must be strictly prohibited according to the Mother Goddess of the Land's doctrine, though. The High Priest, the guardian of the doctrine and the symbol of the cult, was drunk and entangled with females. Wait, the liquor that exists in this world is. Because of the skill that made me unable to forget once the information was saved, there was no way to avoid the unpleasant memory that flew in like a sling stone. Milk liquor. The source of the material was probably. I turned my gaze away from naturally heading towards it and the entangled females. I then aimed my finger at the High Priest, who passed out that were prohibited by their religion. Boom! I lifted its body in the air with psychokinesis. After putting it out of contact with the surrounding objects or creatures, I activated my magic. Spark. Buzz. A blue current wrapped around the body of the alien. The High Priest convulsed like crazy while still in the air. Moo. The High Priest, who was screaming and trembling, fell to the floor. TSSSSSSS. Smoke rose from the scorched fur. Arg. Who is that bastard? The electric shock seemed to have even blown away its hangover. Only then did the alien wake up and became wary of its surroundings. A terrified voice rang in my ear as I was under the interpretation magic. Human? How can a human being be here? How surprised must it have been for its nostrils to expand nearly twice as much as usual and its eyes to become bloodshot. It shouted desperately. Knights! Knights! It tried to call the sacred knights, who were on the lookout outside. If a number of them, mixed with even SSS ranked in Earth's standards, intervened, things would have been annoying even for me. But the danger had been sealed off. I cut off its words with a chilling voice. Calling for help is useless. At the same time, I began to take action in earnest. Weeing. A sharp fragment made out of sword energy surrounded its neck. K-hoop. The High Priest seemed to be trying to grasp the situation as it tensed up. I pointed to the artifact laid in the center of the room and spoke. Do you see that? The bedroom is sealed off with a barrier. Nobody can hear anything out there. Oh, damn it. The High Priest was quite outspoken in swearing. It looked around the room with its eyes the size of human fists, but there was no way it could escape. What the hell do you want? No, who is your client? It continued to huff and steam. If you're a human being, then are you from that recent dimension? But there's no way an alien species could find out where my bedroom is or which bedroom I'm going to stay in today. I think it was convinced I colluded with another Batark. Who are they? The bishops eyeing my throne? Or pagans who believe in the sun? Whoever you're stuck with, come to my side. I promise twice as much. No, 10 times as much as the reward they promised you. Anyway, you were promised something like Monocore in return, right? If it's just cores, I have as much as. He was saying that he's going to give me as many cores as I wanted. It was a little tempting, but I didn't have to accept. What I wanted was not an equal trading relationship. The cow-headed alien, who had no idea of what was in my head, continued to ramble on. Yes. There is no way for the pagans to get information about the high priest's palace's interior. It must have been one of the bishops. There's no way the desire-filled ones could have conspired with each other, then there must be only one client. The alien was busy guessing my client. I got it. It's the sixth bishop. He's mobilizing an alien, huh? That sixth bishop bastard is the only one crazy enough to think of such a nasty, malicious idea. Anyway, that bastard is such a pain in the ass. He would starve even during the harvesting season. I cut off his words while he did his best to answer his own question while overwhelmed by rage. Right now, it seems like nothing's coming into your head because you're frustrated. I lifted the statue with one hand and shook it from side to side. It was only then that the image of the idol was captured in its big eyes. His jaw dropped open in shock. TT that. The high priest quickly grabbed onto its stomach and pressed it. It panicked when it realized that its fourth stomach was empty. How did you get it out? It doesn't matter. I continued. I'm going to take this to my world! Exclamation mark. I could hear the sound of grinding in between the high priest's clenched teeth. It probably had a clear, vivid nightmare in its head about what my actions could lead to. It could probably envision the scene of itself falling to the bottom of the cliff from the peak. Its gaze had embodied an extreme tension. Finally, it shut up and waited for my words instead of talking rashly. Finally. Now we can talk. I calmly spit out the words I prepared. I know that one of the most important and sacred duties of the high priest is to protect this idol. What would happen to a high priest who failed to do that? Well, it's hard for me, an alien, to imagine that since there's no precedent of such in history. Well, one thing is for sure. I grinned. You won't die comfortably. It trembled slightly at the sight of me saying those words. Indeed, if you know so much about that can only mean. It seemed to be convinced of the existence of an insider again. No matter what misunderstanding it made, I continued to talk, letting it be. I'll take this statue, and if you don't want to lose it forever, you have to follow my instructions from now on until the end of time. Even if I killed or kidnapped the high priest, it's no use if someone else replaced him. Instead, I would have control over someone in charge, nominally or practically, of the entire race. The fuel for its obedience was its desire for power. That was the plan. No, wait a minute. It hurriedly exclaimed. I don't know if you know, but we have to bring that idol out once a month and hold a mass celebration. If I don't have the mother goddess of the land idol then, I will be taken out immediately. It then continued soothingly. I know what you want, but this is the wrong way. There must have been a misunderstanding in the communication process with the traitor. Be with me from now on, and burn the bridges with those stupid bastards. It hadn't given up hope that it could conciliate me. If you were able to sneak in even in the bedroom of the high priest's palace, you must be an awakened that can overpower the sacred knights. I'll give you a generous price, so. I shook my head. I think you misunderstood, but I'll take the original and leave you a fake one. You only know so much. The mother goddess of the land's idol cannot be replicated. There are no materials, and there are no technicians anymore. No matter how carefully you imitate it, the bishops that always look for something to complain will find the difference. Instead of continuing to listen to him, I took out an artifact. It was another SS-class item acquired from the Spirit. Wartime Emergency Production Supply System, Type 3, Rank, SS. Item description: near the end of the final war, the weapon production and development planets owned by the Sabrarian Empire had been mostly destroyed. In that situation, the Imperial Supply Command gave up the improvement of weapons or the development of new weapons. They produced this item as a temporary measure and distributed it to the frontline troops. There's no theoretical limit to the number of artifacts that can be reproduced with this item, but the reproducer's performance can never exceed the original. That showcases how desperate the war situation was when they mobilized this item, all the more so considering that the Empire constantly developed and poured out new and better weapons until the middle of the war. Precautions: the higher the artifact's performance is, the higher the amount of monocores needed for copying. If a certain level of change, destruction, or perishment is applied to the original, all replicas will be destroyed in unison. This penalty applies to all replicas due to the operating principle of presence probability diversification and local multidimensional superposition. From the context mentioned above, most living things that are always undergoing constant bodily changes cannot be replicated. Inanimate objects that do not have a definite form cannot be reproduced as well. Question mark. It looked at the artifact I had with an odd look. It was like a lamp that had a circular cover. Ignoring its gaze, I pointed my finger at one of the items it still wore. Although it looked fancy and luxurious, it's not an artifact that embodied a mana, so I just left it. It became baffled when the bracelet it was wearing slipped out of its hand by itself. What now? The bracelet floated in the air to come close to me. I opened the lamp cover and put a small mana core inside. I then activated the item. Swaya. A starry fog poured from the lamp and covered the bracelet. The flashy cloud that pierced the bracelet like an X-ray beam then began to gather and form a shape at a short distance from me. What? In the place where the alien stared at with its eyes turned upside down, the tangled starlight created another bracelet. I checked how much of the core inside the lamp had been used up. As expected, it consumes less mana if it's not an artifact. But it's a bit of a waste of mana to clone diamonds or expensive rare gems. In other words, it was less economical to use for resource replication. Perhaps the replication of a special object or an artifact of a certain level would be a good use for this. I threw the replica to the High Priest. Now, can you see the difference? Exclamation mark. It couldn't talk easily. No matter how much they said they were a race with excellent eyesight, they wouldn't be able to find any difference. In a material sense, it's a perfect copy. But you know what? Deliberately, I crushed the original bracelet in my hand. As I did that, the replica it was holding quickly turned to dust, causing it to collapse and be blown into the air without leaving a trace. The High Priest's hand was soon empty. The reason why I showed that result on purpose was obvious. Well, I lit the lamp once again. That time, of course, I used it on the idol. It realized the situation and gritted its teeth. After repeating the same process, I created another idol that perfectly matched the original's physical appearance. I handed over the replica to it. No one will notice that that's a duplicate. If you hold on to that, you'll be able to maintain your position as a High Priest. You won't have to come down from the peak of power. The High Priest was also silently listening as if it was sure of that. It had nothing to argue with. And, you know, right? Even if I'm far away, if I found out you have violated my orders, I affirmed, I'm going to make a dent on the idol I have in my hand. Making a tiny flaw would be enough. Because at that moment, the reproduced item that I made before that will all disappear. Then it'll be revealed everywhere in the world that you've lost the idol. Damn you. I was convinced of one thing by its reaction. If the High Priest was a very devout religious person, it must have been angry, furious, and cursing at the fact that such an important sacred object had fallen into pagan hands. It wouldn't even be strange to shed tears and wail loudly at the shock that the idol had been tainted, at least according to the characteristics of the Batarks I knew. But the look of the High Priest was different. It has no anger against blasphemy. There's only fear and anxiety that its power will collapse. I'm glad that it's that kind. If the alien were surely a devout fanatic, my plan wouldn't have worked. Yes, so what now? The High Priest seemed to have accepted reality. It knew that if it wanted to stay in power, it had no choice but to obey me. What the hell do you want from me, motherfucker? I looked at the guy who blew steam from its nose in frustration. First of all, this is the primary demand. I gave a declaration. Retreat all the Batarks left in the dungeon connected to Earth. Don't ever look over there again. Damn, that's it, after all. I got it. If they won the war and secured a large land, it would be a good addition to its achievements. Even if another High Priest sat there, the invasion on the Earth would continue. Therefore, it was reasonable to keep it seated after making a reason why he couldn't invade. It rolled its eyes. I will make all the warriors I sent to your dimension retreat as well. You don't have to. They're already retreating. What? At that moment, I could feel it getting rowdier and rowdier outside. Yes, it's about time. What happened on Earth had reached their main dimension. The speed was incomparably faster than the means of communication that the outskirt guards had. There must have been some magical means on a different level. I'm glad I ran right here after the success of the first quest. I continued with a smile. I look forward to the quick implementation of my demands. Making sure that I secured the original idol, I activated the Door of Hope. Now then, I'll see you later. As soon as the blue gate was completed, I jumped over it. The High Priest who was left alone in the room realized that the barriers surrounding the room had disappeared the moment Seojin Wook disappeared. That was because the density of the air changed immediately. Then, with amazing timing, it noticed a presence outside the door. A priest shouted in an urgent voice. "High Priest, we have an urgent matter at hand. Allow me to enter." "Wait." The High Priest quietly drew mana into its hand. After concentrating it, he saw the Batarks sprawling on the bed. They were women who shared a night of pleasure with it. The High Priest moved without hesitation. Crush. Crack. Every time it struck its fist containing mana, the women's heads broke one by one. Everyone seems to be asleep, but after a while, the bed was soaked with blood and the High Priest seemed to have regained its composure rapidly after Seo Jin-wook disappeared. It was starting to think with a calm mind. If anyone had woken up but pretended to be asleep, they could have heard the conversation. It couldn't let any information leak out. That would break its power and cause the ground it stepped on to collapse. Even if the probability was extremely minimal, it couldn't take risks. The High Priest, who shook the blood off its hand, spoke towards the door. "Okay, come on in." The door opened, and a priest came in hurriedly. It paused for a moment due to the sight in the room. The High Priest spoke in a monotonous manner. "I have found a trace of blasphemy in them. They were all judged immediately." The priest didn't ask for details. It merely deeply bowed. It laid its arms, legs, and head on the ground and fell on its face. "Praise the holy event that carries the divine will. I'll get rid of the remains of these filthy things. But before that, I beg your pardon. The news that the military on the dimension with the broken boundary had." The priest carried on with the report. It was about the rampage of the holy beasts that made the earth fertile. The dispatched priest's status was unknown, and the expedition team had already begun to retreat based on the judgment of the commander of the unit. The High Priest continued to think. Everything must have been the work of that bastard. Damn it. We messed with the wrong species. It thought about the situation despite its regret and anger that was rising like bitter gastric juice. I'll have to pull out of that dimension for now. But will that ever end? The High Priest realized that the situation had become messed up, and unknowingly, it fell into a shallow silence. Chapter 91. Screening Quest 5. The High Priest pondered with a serious look on its face before reaching a final decision. There's no choice but to act in the way that man wanted for now. Shame and anger rose from deep inside it. "The expedition team is already retreating, you said?" "Yes, they're going to step back to the dungeon and join the reinforcements there." "Tell them to come back to this dimension." "Yes?" The priest, who was responding submissively, showed a different expression for the first time. The expedition team, which was currently retreating, was only a small part of the entire Batark military force. In the event of a strong counterattack by the inhabitants of the expedition's destination, it's natural to retreat to the dungeon and prepare for the second invasion. However, the High Priest had just issued an order that could be seen as an abandonment of the re-invasion. Heavy silence flowed between the two Batarks. The High Priest spoke in a sharp voice. "What? Do you want to protest?" In a rather agitated response, the priest who delivered the urgent news realized it made the wrong move. It blamed itself for its mistake, feeling its back hair stand on end. "No. High Priest, forgive my mistake. I'll give them an order to retreat right away." The lay priest barely suppressed its body from trembling. Although it was a confidant of the High Priest, there were many other Batarks to replace it. If it showed a sign of rebellion or defiance, it would swiftly lose its life like those women with smashed heads on the bed. The High Priest was extremely sensitive when it came to the authority and power it held. The 8 bishops were alive while keeping it in check only because they held that much power as well, but the lay priest was different. If they offended it, they would immediately return to its mother goddess of land's arms. "Oh, and," the High Priest continued, "the 6th bishop, how was his behavior during the last month?" The lay priest compiled and recited the information in its head. In addition to official activities, information obtained through covert channels was included in the report. Most of the information was already known by the High Priest, but it listened more carefully than ever. Dungeon boundaries collapsed only a month ago, and the 6th bishop could only afford to collude within that time with an alien race. Anomalies would have been observed in that time frame. After hearing all the reports, the High Priest raised another question. "How many spies do we have on his side at the moment?" "We have 15. Double that right now, starting today." The lay priest wanted to point out that if additional spies of such scale suddenly got attached, there was a high risk that the other side would notice it. However, it didn't dare speak in against the High Priest, who was very agitated. Eventually, the lay priest followed the precedent of those who served the overpowering and terrifying ruler. It swallowed its sincere advice into its throat and obeyed the order that would surely lead to bad results. "Yes, I'll carry it out." After it stepped down, the high priest opened the window to circulate the air full of blood stench. As it stood by the window, it watched the sun sticking out its forehead over the ridge. The rays that burned the calm dawn sky pierced its eyes. Just as the alien got what it wanted, the bastard who placed the order would have gotten something in return. There's no way they didn't leave a trace. The high priest didn't want to be a faithful servant following orders that way. The ultimate goal of the insider who colluded with the alien race would eventually be its fall. If the situation kept getting played according to their plans, it would only slow down the high priest's scheduled destruction a little bit. The most likely perpetrator is the sixth bishop. I'll shake him off and dig up the lake. Then I'll put all the blame on him if things go wrong. The axis that supported the unstable period of the power struggle's truce collapsed today. The high priest didn't want to die calmly with its neck sticking out when its opponent came in stabbing at it like that. It sensed that there would be a bloodbath in the religious order, considering it had been sustaining a stubborn confrontation for a while. By the way, Nate, who was looking at the movements of the subordinates it summoned, suddenly spoke. From all sides, a series of undeads were ripping out cores from the orc hearts scattered on the floor with their bare hands like skilled handcraft workers. Most of the bodies were severely damaged, preventing him from turning them into subordinates. Fuck. Crush. Lining up like a fisherman that dug clams from the mudflats, the crowd of undead harvested cores with quick and accurate movements that left no room for error. Once they bent down, they would straighten up with a sparkling core in their hands. Hibiki, who was watching the scene together with Nate, turned to face him. What? The place where the two were located was a dungeon with gray earth. The gate that connected to that space was located deep in the mountains and was unknown to anyone but them. It was a place that the government, the hunters of the gatekeepers, and even the other guild members of the Celestial Dragon didn't know. That was where Seo Jinwook brought only the two of them and planted tree seedlings harvested from other dungeons. What is Jinwook going to do with this tree? Seo Jinwook left the work to the duo, saying that he had to leave that place again, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to come back. It was a simple task at first glance. They only needed to examine the growth of the seedlings and clean up all the monsters around them. But it wasn't that simple. Nate continued. And what the hell is up with this tree that attracts monsters like this? I know now because I studied. We made sure to clear the monsters inside the boundary last time, right? But they've already gathered a lot again in that period. That isn't normal. Hundreds of corpses were scattered around the area. Usually, even if one were to kill all the monsters on the boundary, it would take time for those monsters outside to come back in and replace them. That part was a pain in the ass for the guild that acquired the mining rights and went against the main reason for expanding the boundaries to expand the dungeon. But the dungeon was a little strange. If all dungeons were like that, the world's monocore production would increase significantly. Nate thought the reason was in the seedlings. Why does this tree attract monsters? Jinwook said it would get worse once it bears fruits. He said that if flowers bloomed and showed signs of bearing fruits, they might have to reside there. That was because there would be a lot more monsters gathering from then on. Hibiki, who listened intently, replied indifferently. The reason why he didn't necessarily explain it is because we don't need to know yet. But it still makes you curious, doesn't it? He will tell us everything when the time comes. We just have to follow his instructions faithfully. All of this must be necessary for the future as well. Her words showed firm belief in Seo Jinwook. Nate looked at Hibiki in surprise. You have so much trust in him. Hibiki replied as if it was rather unexpected of him. You don't believe him? No, of course, I do. I'm just curious. How does Jinwook know all this? The same question had been in Hibiki's head for a long time, much earlier than Nate. However, she decided not to mention it at that moment. Seo Jinwook was a person who completely changed Hibiki's life, who lived with a bomb that could explode any time. Furthermore, although he was already a celebrity and a capable man who made the headlines worldwide, Hibiki thought the public's assessment rather underestimated Seo Jinwook. Considering what she had seen while staying by his side, she couldn't help but make such a judgment. How? I don't know. But one thing I'm sure of is that he is a much greater person than everyone else thinks. You know that too, don't you? That's what I think as well. Hibiki nodded and continued. I think all this we're doing right now is for the world and humanity. That's why I don't question his actions. That's great. Nate scratched his head. By the way, where did Jinwook go this time and for what? Hibiki voiced out her assumption. Think about it. He took the two of us when he blocked the A-class dungeon break, didn't he? But he didn't take us this time. Wouldn't it be something more dangerous? Nate had no idea what on earth could be that dangerous. Is there a huge number of enemies? Like an army? I don't know. Although with his ability, I don't think it would be strange if he were actually to control a country behind the scenes. Wow, Hibiki. You even know how to joke around now. Humph. Nate had a bright smile on his face when he pointed out her change, while Hibiki turned away, snorting disapprovingly. After exhausting the cores needed to return to Earth, as I entered the Door of Hope, I came over to a dimension full of light that I was just in recently. Please specify a transport location within the dimension. I ignored the telepathic message of the artifact for a moment and looked at the idol statue. It was the key that solved my problem easily. The result was the same after several observations with the successor's eyes. Indeed, there's not even a single grain of mana. There are no holy properties, as it seems that the Devil's Sword stays quiet even if I let the two come into contact. It's just an ordinary statue. It was the #1 treasure cherished by the entire Batark race. It was a sacred object that made even a high priest, who was the symbol of the religious order, fall into a miserable state if he loses it. However, there was nothing special about it. I reached a conclusion. There is a high possibility that the mother goddess of the land served by the Batarks doesn't exist. I'm almost 99.9% sure. The dimension they lived in was still in the tutorial stage, just like Earth. Great concepts beyond mortals did indeed exist, which could be called God according to knowledge acquired in my previous life. They are not omnipotent either. In situations where even the system wasn't omnipotent, even those beings close to godhood coexisted with the system. They could also follow their rules in a broad sense. Of course, Earth was still in the tutorial stage in my previous life, so humans had never directly contacted or experienced direct influence from them. I can't believe that a religious order that serves a god that doesn't even exist can rule a whole race with that ideology. It's so strange. Shrugging off my insights, I stuffed the idol into the snake's mouth. Please specify a transport location within the dimension. The artifact irritated my mind again as if it was rushing me. Whoop! Light flashed before my eyes. The message that penetrated my mind at that time wasn't from the artifact. It was a system message that periodically contacted me. In other words, it was transmitted by the control cognition in charge of the system. Quest complete. Quest name, Dimension Defense 2-Batark. Description: the name of the species that are retreating is Batark. They had given up on the expedition site after their month-long local occupation. They are currently leaving, but it's unknown when they will resume their invasion again. Consider and implement measures to curb subsequent dimensional invasion and take preemptive defensive effects. Reward: 2 million experience points have been awarded to the user. It was clear that the High Priest had taken some action. It has ordered for their race to retreat to their main dimension. The threat I pushed worked, so I think it did as instructed. In terms of time, it didn't take long for it to follow my orders. Thanks to the High Priest, the system decided that I had completely suppressed the possibility of reinvasion at that point. And the reward is 2 million? I was amazed deep down. That was quite a big deal. According to the list of quests, the reward started at 1 million points. That's a double bonus. It judged that the actions I took were that effective and had a big impact. Wait, with this much point, I could exchange it for items that could affect the entire tutorial. It was also possible to make other demands to the system instead of items. It was just like when I made a deal with the Ministry Spirit before. I got more points than I expected. Adam spent 1.4 million experience points just to cross to Earth. He also said that it was a lot of points, even for a species that completed the tutorial. But the points I collected had already reached a total of 2.68 million after just going through 2 quests. I think we need to change the plan. It's much more than what I was aiming for in the first place. I looked at the list of things I could do by consuming that many experience points. Apart from the system message, the telepathy of Door of Hope rang out once again. Please specify a transport location within the dimension. If there is no desired location, You'll be sent to an arbitrary location. It was rushing me quite hard. I put aside what I was about to do and focused on what unfolded in front of my eyes. In the dimension I resided in, the whole map of the universe planet Earth was and had been laid out. It was such a vast space that it made me dizzy just by looking at the mere sight of it. I grumbled inwardly. That's less sensible than the automatic completion of a web browser. Was it impossible for it to infer that since I had crossed the Earth, I'd go to that planet when I returned? I spoke to the artifact. You don't have to show me a map this wide. I'm going back to Earth. Upon saying that, the Door of Hope narrowed the screen down to a single planet. Please specify the transport location within the dimension. Show me the spot I've crossed. I was going to see how Adam was doing first. The screen changed in an instant. Oh. Is it already over? The clear view of all the buildings inside the barricade allowed me to witness the emptiness of the gym and exhibition halls where the hostages were being held. Adam seemed busy dissecting the giant worm while the hostages were fleeing. He continuously cut out huge organs and muscles and put them into a subspace artifact. When I turned my glance on the worm's corpse, the Door of Hope even showed me the space inside the giant creature's skin. Did that mean that it could send me in that worm's body if I wanted? Oh, it's so senseless. There is no need for me to see even. At that moment, a lightning-like sting passed through my spine. Oh, wait a minute. This one right now. I had so far considered the functionality of the Door of Hope to be limited as an interdimensional transport device. But after using up the monocore equivalent for the opponent's dimension, I found out that there was another function. I can look into the destination dimension in detail. I can observe wherever I want. With a perfect see-through view. Should I say that this is a satellite that turned into an artifact? No, it's an incredible feature that can't even be compared to such. It was more useful than I thought. I couldn't help but smile. Naturally, I also thought of the list in my head. The list of aliens having infiltrated the Earth at that point, who I only knew their appearances and locations of. Chapter 92. However, there was something that I needed to check first before putting it into practice. What's the principle behind capturing what I'm looking at right now? If the video output is here, where's the input? Is it filming far away with something like a camera? The Door of Hope didn't answer immediately. I continued asking. Can an awakened being in the place of observation notice the fact that they are being watched through the Door of Hope? For example, if he has a special skill. Artificial intelligence remained silent for a while before replying. This information is not registered in this item's operating system. Next, there was telepathy that was close to it talking to itself. Searching through a collective intelligence network. Connection is unstable. Network connection time exceeded. No response to search attempts. Insufficient information to answer the user's questions. I sighed lightly. It doesn't know, after all. The collective intelligence, whatever that was, according to Adam, was a concept that existed when the Sabrarian Empire still existed. Simply put, it must be like the Internet. It would be futile to access and extract information from the Empire's ruined intelligence system. It doesn't know the detailed operating principle from the operating system itself, but does it mean if the user requests to perform it, it carries on the command? I pondered for a moment and reached a quick decision. I don't think Adam noticed when I looked at him just a while ago. I talked to the system instead of artificial intelligence that manipulated the item this time. I thought about the information about the aliens on Earth in my head. Update location information. The answer came right back. The current location information of the target requested by the user is as follows. Most of the aliens held the same position as what I had seen recently, but it was observed that there were a few aliens that moved far away like Adam. Shall I take a look at each of them? I gave the Door of Hope an order. Show me this place. I wanted to observe the current status of the aliens on the list. I wanted to do it beyond simple location information, but rather in real time as if I were to look upon them on a satellite. The operating system responded. Do you want to transport it to that location? At the same time, the scene in front of me changed. I was internally amazed. Wow, that actually worked. It was clear what the aliens, who infiltrated the Earth under camouflage, were currently doing. Just to be careful, I had prepared to stop observing right away. There's no sign of noticing the observation. It was a performance beyond my expectations. I realized it once again. SSS-class items were overpowered. Technically, it's an extra feature needed for one to move around, right? I didn't know that even the additional function that gives a view of the destination would be this faithful to the class. Since then, I have observed the aliens one by one. The first ones that caught my eyes were those Adam had already confirmed didn't belong to the Union. HMM. But unfortunately, nothing unusual. It didn't matter if it's a being that hid outside without human contact or a being that mixed itself with humans and lived as an imposter. There was nothing extraordinary about their behavior. If they were to boldly go around doing strange things like Adam, it would be even easier to recognize the opponent's goals and abilities, but there was no such scene, at least at that moment. But I can't just watch them 24/7. Furthermore, it was only possible when I went to a different dimension and returned to Earth. In the case of the Batark dimension, 16,000 cores were used for a round trip. I'll have to find a way to make regular observations while reducing the cores consumed. There must be a nearby dimension where the door could be with fewer cores. I was going to experiment with every coordinate in my head one by one. I would need to find the most suitable world in a way that I wouldn't cross over but rather only check the core consumption. While I was observing each one of them, thinking like that, something happened. Huh? The moment I moved on to the next alien, I found an anomaly. In the coordinate that the Door of Hope had just projected, no aliens were visible. It hasn't been that long since the system gave me the coordinates. I thought about that alien in my head and asked the system once again. Update location information. The current location information of the target requested by the user is as follows. I was surprised to see the coordinates. Wait, did it cross the border in that short time? While I was observing an alien, another suddenly began to move. But its speed was very fast. Won't you look at that? I drew a line connecting the initial and current coordinates. Its direction was revealed. I spoke again. Update location information. Coordinates were updated while maintaining a constant direction. I thought it was still moving. And if I continued to draw the route as a line, the fact that Beijing would be in its path must not be a coincidence. It's approaching Beijing. The opponent was one of the Union's eyes, that was, the being that Adam confirmed as an observer. Adam told me to leave him alone since he wasn't doing exceptionally harmful things toward the Earth. They started moving first? Ever since I first identified the coordinates, it had been stuck in Russia and hadn't moved since, so the sudden change made me feel uneasy. I will resume the observation later. I should go back to Earth for now. I spoke to the Door of Hope. Send me back to the same place where I took a dimensional leap from Earth. Sending user. The light waved, and I felt a strong rotational force swirling around. With the feeling of my body floating, it sucked my body into Earth. Oh. Are you back? Adam greeted me with pleasure. There were huge earthworms with their guts and body parts butchered out and body fragments of Batarks lying around on the ground. It was a horrendous sight, but I explained the situation to him urgently instead of giving it a good look. What? An eye is coming? He scratched his beard adorably. It means they've been watching everything that happened here. If they're determined to observe from afar, does that mean I can't notice them? I interrupted him while he was mumbling seriously. But I was caught when I was watching you stealthily. I thought it was a little weird back then as well. They're not that easy to spot. He cracked his neck, thought for a moment, and spoke again. Well, I didn't commit a crime. We don't have to avoid it. It was unexpected. You mean you want us to wait here and face them? If the eye is on its way, its purpose is me. Their mission is to manage the species that finished the tutorial. And I've never broken the treaty. There's nothing to lose. He then spoke to me as if to give a warning. They won't do anything to threaten you first. Don't pick on them or mess with them without a good reason to do so. I'm sure it's strong since the Union dispatched it. Of course, I didn't mean to spark the fire pit first. I got it. It was an alien sent by the Union to observe the Earth. What's their deal with Adam that they're coming here? I waited with mixed curiosity and caution for an alien who had no business with me in my previous life. After a while, the sky we were looking at was distorted. Here you are. The alien, who flew nearly 3,000 kilometers from the Sakha Republic at the Eastern Russian Federation to Beijing in a flash, appeared quietly, accompanied by no noise or shock waves. Stepping lightly on the floor was a young black-haired man wrapped in thick fur clothing. With eyes that were hard to infer emotions from, he looked at the two of us one after another. He had a small bag on his back and was carefully carrying a gray fur toy poodle in his hands. The dog was wearing a rather sloppy pink fur coat that was obviously knitted by hand. "Hey!" It was Adam who spoke first. He spoke to the alien with a certain sense of distance between them. "What brings you here?" The observer wearing a camouflage shell replied. "This is the first time I've ever faced you like this. I am an observer assigned to this world from the Union. What should I call you?" "You're called Adam Abrams. Here. And I think that's what the awakened next to you calls you as well." The opponent didn't hide the fact that it had been observing Adam. Adam had a disapproving look. "Just call me Adam. You don't have to tell me your name. I don't want myself to be deeply associated with the members of the Union." It replied with a calm voice as if it didn't mind. "Yes, understood." Adam continued without giving it a break. "So, what's your purpose?" "Just to clarify, I have never broken the treaty." "Ha, you're in a hurry." It turned its head from side to side and calmly stared around. "If there's such a big event going on in my jurisdiction, and there's even an awakened involved on the main quest, shouldn't I naturally come in person? I would be negligent of my duties otherwise." "You're here for work? Then why did your pet have to tag along when you're out here to carry out a public service? You want to brag about it to us?" The alien replied as if it had a valid point. "Well, you're right. Pardon me." It showed some symptoms of separation anxiety. "I raised it up ever since it was young, so I am all it knows. It's a short time for me, but it'll be a large part of its life." Adam, who heard his answer, clicked his tongue as if he were dumbfounded. The alien continued. "If you're uncomfortable, I'll leave it away for a while. Sergey? Would you like to play around over there while we talk?" When he heard those words, a little nervousness floated on the expression of the black-haired young man. However, in compliance with the order, he gently placed the toy poodle on the floor. He then distanced himself and flopped to the floor. Without even batting an eye to the corpses of batarks and earthworms scattered around, he took out knitting materials from his backpack and began to concentrate with his nose stuck to it. Looking at the shape, it looked like a fur coat for the toy poodle as well. The observer spoke. "Public service is my task, but I also wanted to take this opportunity to greet you." "Greetings? Humph. Such a sugarcoat. That means my observation grade has gone up, right? It's reached a point where you have to report directly to the Union after seeing me face to face." The observer drew a blatant smile around its mouth that no ordinary dog could imitate. "Your performance today was impressive. I was afraid you might slaughter a large number of non-awakened, but you rescued them instead. Yes, our dimension hasn't even joined the Union, but we are faithful to the treaty. We don't want to suffer an ill fate." There was sarcasm in Adam's tone, but the observer didn't seem to care. "I would like to thank you on behalf of the Union for your commitment to the treaty, even if you're from an unregistered dimension. I almost misunderstood it as an attempt to slaughter thousands of non-awakened because you suddenly threw them over the barricades." "What? He threw them?" It was only then that I learned the secret of Adam evacuating all the hostages so quickly. "Don't worry. I threw them in a way that wouldn't kill them. And, what was that? Sincerity? It's all because of the Union's act of ganging up on the unregistered dimensions to make them follow the treaty." Ha ha ha. The observer just smiled lightly and didn't contradict Adam. "Anyway, you've got a good look on the scene with your 2 eyes, and you've made contact with me. Haven't you done all the things to report to the top? We're leaving now." "Oh, wait a minute." Toy Poodle held out its front paw and stopped us, and Adam's eyes became fierce when he saw it. "What is it?" "Actually, there's one more reason why I'm here." The dog's sparkling eyes changed the direction they were looking. Toy Poodle's eyes were looking at me. My eyes locked on the alien disguised in the dog's shell. Huh? Me?" The poodle greeted me late. "Hello, Mr. Seojin Wook. Nice to meet you." It said my name as if it's only natural for it to know. Yeah, it surely was watching me as well. "I have a question to ask you." It raised its butt that was on the floor and approached me with its forepaw tapping. Mr. Seojin Wook seems to have been acting along with Adam Abrams for some time now. Since when, and until when was it looking? Was there no way to take its glance away? It was ironic that on the day I checked the Door of Hope's best surveillance equipment function, I met the watcher who had been watching me in return. "Yes, I am." Then, the alien raised a question. "May I ask you what your relationship is between you two?" Couldn't it figure out what kind of conversation had been going on between us? I answered calmly. "It's a trading relationship where we exchange what we want from each other." "If it's a trade, you mean something equivalent?" There was nothing to worry about. "Right." Adam also nodded his head as if it were a given. But at that moment, Hoo-oh-oh-oh. After hearing my answer, mana began to storm rapidly from the toy poodle's heart. This bastard? It suddenly tensed up and kept its senses on edge. Why was he casting a skill all of a sudden? Attack? Now? It's different from what Adam said. The mana of the alien, which had been rising and circulating from the heart, began to make a pattern. I had never seen it before in the totality of my past and present life. I don't know that skill. I stared while preparing to fight back or escape right away. My body began to stiffen. What the hell is that? There were only two colors of mana that I knew of, the blue one when an ordinary skill was activated and the red color that accompanied a unique skill. The successor's eyes had never captured an exception that deviated from those two. At least, until that day. I've never seen that color of mana before. Simultaneously, as the blue mana emitted by the toy poodle took shape, its color began to change. The intense mana, which was cohesive around the observer's body, was a dazzling golden color. Chapter 93. Observer, 2. The moment the golden mana of the toy poodle completely wrapped around the tiny body, a system message rang out. Observer's eyes, rank, SSS, is attempting to access the user's information. Skill superiority judgment, the successor's eyes, rank, X, is of a higher grade. The skill effect of the opponent has been nullified. The successor's eyes, blocked, the observer's eyes. Observer's eyes? I had never encountered that skill before. But the name is so similar with my unique skill. My heart was beating insanely fast and loud. On the other hand, that wasn't the only strange thing. Having come into contact with the skill effect, the successor's eyes should have identified more information about that skill's identity. However, the returning information disappointed my expectations. The system message came up. Observer's eye, rank, SSS. A skill given directly by the system to those who have met special conditions. I was on the verge of laughter. What kind of explanation is that? It was worse than nothing. In fact, it's like giving out no information at all. I could see an intentional attempt to conceal information. Exclamation mark. My eyes crossed with the observer. The opponent showed a look so vivid I couldn't believe he was wearing a dog's shell over it. The embarrassment slowly spread on its face. How? It can't be. The poodle tried again, vibrating golden mana around its body, but the result was the same. The successor's eyes blocked the observer's eyes. The alien stared at me in bafflement. Pardon me for doing this the first time that I met you, but I have to ask you a question. Its tone was filled with caution. The following question surprised me even more. Are you really Seo Jin-wook? What was that supposed to mean? Did it notice that I possessed the original body? But whatever the skill effect was just now, had failed. How? Or did the fact that the skill failed gave it a hint? I replied with a question of my own. What kind of ridiculous question is that? It's beyond my expectations that my observation skill doesn't work, but that makes my guess more solid. Adam was visibly surprised by the conversation. Huh? Did you just use the eye skill? Based on the situation, the reason why Adam called the observers his eyes might be because of their skill's name. But it didn't work? Phew. Adam exclaimed as he whistled. Seo Jin-wook, I don't know what you are, but you have a great skill. Everything's going to be revealed that way. I asked without affirmation or denial. I don't understand what's happening. You asked me if we had an equal relationship, but why is the conversation suddenly turning in that direction? The poodle pointed to Adam and answered me. It's strange that an awakened being with that level of authority and ability developed a business relationship with the tutorial race. In fact, both of you are the targets I wanted to confirm with my own eyes here. Adam spoke, scratching his chin. Oh, I don't know what you're thinking, but put aside the useless misunderstanding. It's reasonable to doubt you. If someone like you would cooperate with him, it means that he has that much power as well, right? My common sense tells me that a resident in this type of dimension can't do what you just did. I frowned. Don't beat around the bush. Yes, then I'll change the question. From the mouth of the small dog, a question flowed out once again with clear pronunciation. Are you really a species that originated in this dimension called Earth? What the hell did he mean? I was dumbfounded. The alien race in the shape of a dog continued to Aren't you actually an alien species from a world whose tutorial has already ended? Aren't you an illegal immigrant who hid from the eyes of our observers in the Union? Just as he lives under the disguise of Adam, I can't raise my suspicion that you're acting as a native named Seo Jin-wook without reporting to the Union. I knew what he was talking about. Is that what he's tripping me over with? He thought I was an alien. I was about to get a headache. Meanwhile, as Adam heard that story. Ha ha middle dot ha 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 ha. A burst of loud laughter rang out. Laughing, he pointed his finger at the small dog and spoke. Hey! You have a brilliant imagination. Well, borrowing a human identity is a method I used as well. But don't you think I would have checked that out when I decided to work with this guy? 8 small tubes rose from his collarbone. They were body tissues that replaced the skill of penetration. I scanned his whole body with this. The poodle distorted his expression when he saw the tubes. The Dakegama's mole's excrement tube. How could you implant something like that in your body? How can you say that after excluding all the other details? It's the fecal tube, the genitals, the mouth, and the sensory organs of that beautiful creature. Do you know how hard it was to connect this to my nervous system? The alien muttered as if it was ridiculous. Anyway, your race. You know what it is. The scanning results using the electromagnetic waves emitted from here are more accurate than the SS class, penetration, skill. So I can guarantee you 100%. He's a native here. He's a human being. Adam made it clear that my body was not the result of polymorphism, nor was it a disguise worn. But the observer didn't easily believe him. You two could have conspired. And his body itself could be made out of a real human being. He surely had a lot of doubts. While I was mumbling internally, it suddenly occurred to me. Wait, the reason why the poodle is a prick is that he suspects that I finished the tutorial, right? The way to resolve the suspicion was simple. Wait, this misunderstanding can be corrected very quickly and simply. Just as I was about to raise my right hand, Adam spilled telepathy into my mind. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'll take care of it. What's with him? With a curious look, Adam shouted to the observer. Right. This misunderstanding is very easy to correct. The poodle stared at Adam silently. It was as if it sensed something. He then continued. Are you kidding me? Why repress and threaten a species that has not finished its tutorial when there are easier ways to answer your question? When did I oppress and threaten? Come on, let's get this over with. We can just ask the system about the guy in front of you right now. Let's make it hand over Seo Jin-wook's species information. Exclamation mark. At that moment, feelings that could not be kept hidden came out of the poodle's eyes. I felt like the poodle was hesitating for some reason. Adam attacked with his words, aiming for that window of opportunity. Is there another method more certain than this? Only experience points equivalent to information fees are required. If Seo Jin-wook has finished his tutorial here, the system will throw up race information. If the tutorial is still in progress, it won't give you any information. Isn't that the simplest way? Of course, either the former or the latter, the system will surely consume your experience points. I could only half agree with him. It's definitely a verifiable measure, but was that the simplest way? But. Adam laughed and talked back at the hesitant poodle. What, you don't even have that many experience points? Or is it a waste? Does the Grand Union's observer tremble against only 500,000? Did simple questioning require 500,000 experience points? I didn't know because I didn't have any reason or instance to try such a thing in my previous life. The alien location information that I acquired through the system. If I had acquired that through a standard procedure, I would have consumed a tremendous amount of achievement points. If it's 500,000, that was similar to what I received after completing the first screening quest. Damn, I thought I saved a lot of points unexpectedly. As I pondered silently, Adam continued as if to pressure the poodle. So, stop persecuting the poor weak species and check it for yourself. If an observer wants to arrest an illegal immigrant, he needs to get a confession or check for clear evidence, right? Since the truth can be uncovered if you just pay up the points, shouldn't the hungry person feed himself? It's not us who want to arrest and gain merits. It's you. Only then did I realize what the observer was up to. Those points are a burden even for someone that had completed the tutorial. Instead of using up its points and checking with the system, it pressured me as if it was threatening me and encouraged me to confess. Isn't he just a bully? I could see why Adam hated the Union so much. The poodle kept hesitating and eventually caved in as if it couldn't help it. Adam was so bold that it couldn't keep its high-handed attitude. Yes, there was that way. Let me check. It was a clumsy pretense as if it was reminded of something it had forgotten. If his opponent comes out this far, he would be able to agree that I'm a real human being. The poodle eventually seemed to be reaching out to the system message and delivering its intention. And there was a pause. A loose remark leaked out. Yes, Mr. Seo Jin Wook. The system has refused to provide information about you. It was an obvious result. That makes it clear that you're still a being in the tutorial. It then sighed and murmured lowly. Sigh. It's blown. Adam laughed. That's why you did such a shallow trick? You thought that he was going to turn himself in front of you because an illegal immigrant was caught? The poodle spoke in a teary voice. This can't be, I can't believe you're human. But how did he build up his ability to trade on equal grounds with someone like you at such an early stage? It was 100% sure I wasn't human, so it tried to prove it by even sacrificing its points. KKK haha. It was hard for me to believe at first, too, so I understand. How many points did the system require? The poodle replied as if it had lost its country. 580,000. The price has gone up in that time. Adam clicked his tongue. The poodle turned weakly. Its steps also seemed to stagger a little. Pardon me. I'll be on my way now. Oh, wait a minute. I raised my hand and called the poodle. What is it? It couldn't just go like that. I didn't know when that kind of opportunity would come again. I had heard about the Union to some extent from Adam. But what he couldn't answer was the part about their intention. The dimension he lived in was not under the Union, but they were not particularly hostile. They remained neutral and had no interest in the Union's vision. But I'm interested. The people of Earth also had to climb the Tower of Choice later in the tutorial. After climbing to the 100th floor, they had to choose between proceeding with the main quest or closing all dungeons and returning to conditions similar past Earth. In the end, we failed because of Angelica, but we decided to give up the main quest in our previous lives because of the Earth's devastating situation at that time. There was a lack of infrastructure to prevent the dungeons from collapsing, even if more connections were established. A large number of humans had died, and the number of hunters had dropped dramatically. Therefore, they decided to return to the normal world of the past, where monochores did not exist. It was better than the destruction of humanity. But what choice should humankind make if we want to stay this way? It was not a choice to make myself, but I wanted to hear from those who had already finished the tutorial. I asked. I heard that the Union is a dimensional organization that aims to remain within the framework of the system. Well, that's not all there is. It's a roughly correct explanation. What about it? May I know why? What benefits could we get by continuing the main quest? I heard about it through Adam, but I was curious about how the Union saw it. Then the poodle answered as if I was asking about the obvious. That's an easy question. The system is a cradle of growth that helps all the worlds. All the species move further and higher. Through some of the trials that the system gives us, we will all end up getting what we want. The answer was focused extremely on the positive. What the Earth was like in my previous life passed through my head. But the natives of dimensions could be exterminated in the process, right? Some races would have been alive if the gate hadn't opened in the first place. That can't be helped. They couldn't overcome the trials and competition. Hence, they've been culled. The alien calmly defined the devastating end of the humankind that we had experienced in our previous lives as culled. I felt sick in my stomach and felt my anger rising. Oblivious to my emotions, the poodle continued. It's one of the common misconceptions, but we're not the seawall that keeps the tutorial species from the tides of the current. We're the supporters that can stop more adults from getting involved in a child's fight. The problem was that someone could die fighting between themselves. Even if they didn't fight amongst themselves, they could drown in the waves of the currents. If kids are those in the tutorial dimension, and if adults are those in the main quest dimension. The bigger problem was that if one were to look at the situation that was going on at the moment, the adults didn't completely let go of their hands. Suppressing my displeasure, I came up with one more question. So, what is the extent to which the species that finished the tutorial can intervene on Earth? It's not that simple to explain. Let me give you a specific example. It was the question that kept lingering in my head. What if some of them were behind the scenes controlling the people of Earth? Isn't that something that the Union should intervene in? What the hell did those observers do? Chapter 94. Extra chapters today. Please consider leaving a review and adding the series to your reading list on new. How to use experience points. 1. My question centered around the man who planted the Mercadius seed in the celestial dragon. He must be a subject under the watch of the Union since he is a being that finished the tutorial. But why was he left alone? The poodle replied. Again, it's not that simple. We need to look into the treaties according to the cases. He became lost in thought for a moment before continuing. If there is a report of such awakened, the higher-ranking members of the Union will decide whether to punish them or not. Huh? It's also important in which method and how much they intervened, but the key point is this: if the behavior of the awakened ultimately leads to the entry to the main quests, I doubt we will need to intervene. Upon hearing that, I completely erased the thought of revealing the presence of the man, who was the owner of the seed. The poodle looked at Adam as if it made a mistake. Of course, moderation is important. I'd like for Mr. Adam to keep this in mind, too. TSK. Now, then. The poodle approached the black-haired young man with a rattling pace. Sitting and knitting, he put what he had in hand in his backpack and reached out to the small dog. The alien gave some final words in the arms of the expressionless man. Lastly, don't forget that we're always watching. Leaving those words behind, the alien and the young man entered the distorted space. As soon as they completely disappeared, Adam spat very humanly, with a look of being caught of shit luck. Anyway. The Union bastards are always assholes. Look how they talk. I agreed with that part. When the observer left, the People's Army seemed to have begun to enter beyond the barricade with great timing. I could hear something heavy and thick breaking and collapsing. Shall we move? Swish. I flew up in the sky with Adam as I organized my thoughts. What that encounter convinced me of was that the aliens, who were called observers, didn't come to protect the Earth's people actively. Rather, it's more like a referee who supervised the game for the sake of fairness. No, that's wrong, too. I soon shook my head. If a fair game is their goal, they should not let the others intervene at all. They were more like the power behind the curtains that manipulated the game to roll in the direction they wanted. It's so secretive that no human being in the past had ever noticed their existence. Oh, right. I suddenly remembered something. Wasn't it on purpose that you led the observer to waste his experience points? I raised my right hand and asked Adam. When I infused mana, a complicated pattern was revealed on the back of my hand. It was an insignia for those who had received the screening quest. This is clear evidence that one is still working on his or her tutorial. I heard that when you enter the main quest, the system changes? Showing the insignia on the back of my hand was the simplest and fastest way. However, Adam deliberately pressured the observer to waste 580,000 points. He grinned at me. His smile was smeared with feelings of gloat over his misery. Yeah. Instead of necessarily telling him what he wanted, I encouraged him to self-destruct. He deserved it. His bitterness toward the Union seemed to have rooted deep into his heart. If I weren't around, he would have pressured you more instead of using his points. If it weren't for me, and it wasn't for that pattern, you'd be in bad shape. You said they're harmless if I didn't taunt them first. That's how it's supposed to be. I didn't expect him to have a delusion of you being an alien. My impression of the observer was gradually shifting to the worse side. Oh, yeah. You got the experience point, didn't you? He didn't even ask how much I got. It didn't seem to matter to him, and he demanded the price that he wanted to receive. I propose 100,000 for this project. What do you think? Only that much? Adam didn't know it yet, but the total amount of points I received that time was 2.68 million. 100,000 was less than 10% of that. When he noticed my expression that it was unexpected of him, Adam gave an explanation. Consider that the first deal was discounted. And I didn't contribute much this time either, did I? Except for throwing out thousands of humans. It's not mutually moral to ask for more here. Anyway, he's the alien that's most sensitive to mutual respect that I'd ever come across. Think of it as a stepping stone to maintain a smooth relationship. I'm looking forward to the future. Snickering, he explained to me how to transfer the points. I knew how, but I just listened. In the past life, most of the points that our guild members received were transferred to Angelica. I was used to it as I saw and heard how other colleagues did. Do you want to transfer the points? When Adam made a deal, a message came to mind. I want to transfer 100,000 points. Transferred 100,000 experience points to the other party. The points reflected by the system were reduced from 2.68 million to 2.58 million. I asked out of curiosity. What are you collecting points for? You must already have enough to use it as a toll fee to go back to your original dimension. He replied with a grin. The more experience points you have, the better. As you progress in the main quest, there will be many parts that cannot be solved with just the dungeon's items and skill cards. Now then, I'll stop by somewhere, so see you at home. After waving his hand, Adam changed his route and moved away. The direction was north. He's not following the observer, is he? But I couldn't think of any motivation for him to do that. It must be a coincidence that their directions were alike. Now, then. When Adam disappeared completely beyond the horizon, I asked the system. How much are the experience points required for purchasing the destructive sword? The dagger that Angelica was holding in my previous life was the only means to break the dimensional bird's egg. After the SSS class break, most of the surviving hunters forwarded their experience points to Angelica, and she exchanged them for the destructive sword. Now that I think about it, it was all a show. It's as if we trashed our points away. That was when the guild members, including me, died in the past life, and the tutorial finally ended. Angelica would have stayed on Earth and not only avoided accepting the main quest, but she wouldn't have broken the dimension egg. She would have hatched the egg, opened a whole bunch of gates far more than before, and then left to a different dimension. The fate of the hunters and humankind would have obviously been left behind with the helplessly innumerable gates. This life will be different. The system replied. That item cannot be purchased at this stage. It seems that its item information wasn't disclosed until the Tower of Choice appeared. Well, I didn't mean to buy it now anyway. I wasn't even determined yet to break the egg in my current life. The purpose was to check if the points needed were the same as my previous life, but it wasn't possible at the moment. Then, as originally planned, I inquired again. What are the experience points required for purchasing the Aurora of Stability? 200,000 points at this point. That's pretty good. It's a lot cheaper than the points it required in the previous life. If it's that way, there was no problem buying as much as I needed. I'll exchange 8 for experience points. 1.6 million points are required in total. Would you like to purchase it? It's a huge amount of experience points that I'd never received or consumed in my previous life. Furthermore, I had never heard anyone use up that many experience points before the Tower of Choice rose. There were so many competitors who received the screening quest. After experiencing the SSS class break, all hunters were united, but before the Earth was devastated, each country and guild's power was divided. At that time, there were even fewer cases where one person had more than 500,000, let alone 1 million. Therefore, it was unimaginable in my previous life to buy 8 Aurora of Stability. But I didn't think it was a waste. If we continue with the quest, we'll get more points. I answered without hesitation. Purchase. The moment I replied with determination. A ray of light poured in front of me while I was flying. I grabbed the item with my psychokinesis without stopping. I haven't seen you in a long time. The 8 crystals were similar in shape to tulip flowers processed from jewels. Now, shall I proceed with the next step? Mr. Guildmaster, you're back sooner than I thought. You said it could take a few days. I responded by nodding my head to Secretary Kim, who welcomed me at the office building. It worked out quickly. What about Mr. Abrams? He said he was stopping by somewhere. By the way, could you set up a meeting with the Hunter Management Department? Even though you've just arrived? He looked boggled, but instead of asking more questions, Secretary Kim immediately prepared to take notes. I'm sure the person of interest for the talk is the Hunter Management Department Minister? Of course. What should I say? I spoke in an indifferent tone. Just tell them it's related to every single dungeon gate in our country's territory. Secretary Kim's eyes grew bigger. As soon as Secretary Kim contacted them, the Hunter Management Department responded quickly. The Hunter Management Department set the meeting for the very next day. Is that true? The Minister of Hunter Management Department, whose face we saw after a long time, couldn't hide his trembling eyes as if he couldn't believe what he heard. Ha! My. In front of the Aurora of Stability, which I took out as a sample, A government-employed hunter accompanying the minister laid down a scroll. "Please understand, Guildmaster. Of course, we are not doubtful. However, to make what you requested happen, a lot of people will have to be on the move, so the basic verification is..." I spoke with a smile. "I understand. Go ahead and do it." The awakened tore the scroll. The analysis magic was invoked, and we read the system message that appeared. Then the minister's face brightened. "Oh, my God." There were excitement and thrill in his voice. "You're really, really amazing. It's a blessing to have someone like you in our country." I spoke calmly in front of the minister, who couldn't hide his astonishment. "How long will it take to be ready?" "Give me 3 days. That much time is enough for reporting and execution. I'll put my seat on the line to make this happen." I nodded. "Then, I will move quietly by myself on the day of implementation. I think that will be easier." "At your convenience," I told the minister, who looked at me with a fascinating look on his face. "As always. I'll request you to do this without announcing this to the press, too. If it's officially announced, I'll have to explain it in detail." "Of course." The minister guaranteed it as if not to make me worry, but I was aware. The secret may be kept if it's done alone by the minister, but it is his subordinates who carry out the order anyway. Meanwhile, rumors were bound to spread. There was no evidence to prove it, but rumors would spread so much that everyone had no choice but to listen closely. That something that's going to happen in 3 days was related to Seo Jin-wook of Celestial Dragon. The day after Seo Jin-wook visited the ministry, strange movements had been observed throughout the country. Why are there so many helicopters going back and forth today? Large-scale logging took place at the high mountaintops throughout the South Korean territory, and soldiers were seen guarding those areas. The media also reported with interest and asked the government what was going on, but there were no replies. One evening, when those open spaces on 8 mountains all over the country that their identity and purpose were prepared, Seo Jin-wook was flying across the sky while staying hidden with his stardust wing unfolded. Shall I start from here? It was the mountaintop outside Gyeonggi-do. Soldiers were maintaining strict security in the vacant lot surrounded by barbed wires. As Seo Jin-wook showed up, a public official of the Hunter Management Department bowed down to greet him. "We're ready. Thank you for your hard work." Expectations filled the eyes of the public official who raised his head after greeting. Then, "This way, please." A barbed wire fence surrounding the vacant lot opened. Seo Jin-wook went inside and took out an item, and buried it in the ground. He raised his body again after setting up a barrier so that people other than him couldn't touch it. He then leaked mana out so it could be triggered by itself as time went by. "It's done." "Already?" He nodded his head. With his delicate control, he manipulated it in a way that the item would be activated by the mana stimulating it at a certain time. "Let's move to the next location." "Yes, I'll notify them." Since then, the same thing had been repeated in 7 places in the South Korean territory. After installing Aurora of Stability in all the spots, Seo Jin-wook waited for the right time. Let's see. All of them activated the moment the set time he had been waiting for approached. Pot. Manas planted in Aurora of Stability, installed in the 8 locations were activated all at once. The tulip's petal-like shaped object that seemed to be made out of jewel opened up as if it was blooming. At the center, a colorful ball of light shot up the sky. When the change began, it was still before the night fell. Seo Jin-wook moved so fast it reached a point where most of the people were still awake even after he passed by all the 8 locations. "Huh? What's that?" People pointed to the sky from all over the country. "Are those fireworks?" Shaped balls of light soared into the sky without a resistance. When it reached a certain altitude, it spread in all directions and covered the black night sky. And a feast of color unfolded above everyone's head. The flash exploded and overlapped brilliantly in several layers. Between many people, the same conversations were exchanged. Isn't that an aurora?" The moment the auroras suddenly appeared all over South Korea, Destructional Blade Exploration Team 3 was about to enter a dungeon's gate. The shift starts now. The Exploration Team 2, which had entered first, came out one by one with worn-off faces. "Wow, this dungeon doesn't get any easier as we go on. The internal structure is too complicated." The handover continued among the team leaders. After listening to the second team leader that just came out from the dungeon, a shadow was cast on the third team leader's face. "That's a big problem. It's been 3 months since this gate turned into slightly unstable, hasn't it? Statistics showed a 95% chance of becoming very unstable within a month. However, the estimated progress was presumed to be not even half. It feels like it's going to turn very unstable while we are in it. In that state, it was the worst scenario if the dungeon evolved to S-Class. He felt his heart tensing up. If we don't clear it as soon as possible. When he was about to stiffen his expression with worries, he heard a voice calling out for him. TT Team Leader. A team member who needed to enter the gate as soon as the shift began ran towards him. The third team leader asked as if it was absurd. What? Why are you coming to me instead of going in? The gate. Gate. His face was distorted with annoyance. What the hell is up with the gate, you punk? Speak properly. Team leader, go and see for yourself. The team leader approached the gate, swearing inwardly. It was a circular, blue flash that seemed to be no different than the usual. What's wrong with the gate? It's the same as usual. Why you have to get closer? He took a step closer as he said. A system message came up in his view. It was describing the state of the dungeon connected with the gate. Level A. Maximum number of entrants, 5, currently 0 entrants. Clear conditions, annihilation of monsters in dungeons. Time remaining until evolution, after 182 days, 8 hours, 2 minutes, it evolves into S-Class. So far, it was no different from what he saw before. What am I supposed to? He stops talking and suddenly froze. He murmured with a bewildered voice. What is this? Like other hunters, he read the message over and over again that appeared before him. However, the characters that came up didn't change. This dungeon was clearly slightly unstable, wasn't it? Very stable, slightly stable, normal, slightly unstable, and finally, very unstable. The 5 stages representing the dungeon state always proceeded in one direction. As time went by, it only became more unstable, and there was no concept of reverse regression. Until that day, that was the logic. But what's wrong with the message all of a sudden? It was the same when he rubbed his eyes and looked at it again. The team leader read the last line. Status. Normal. The dungeon gate that was definitely slightly unstable went back to normal, regressing a step back. Level A. Maximum number of entrants, 5, currently 0 entrants. Clear conditions, destruction of monsters in dungeons. Time remaining until evolution, after 182 days, 8 hours, 2 minutes, it evolves into S-Class. Status, normal. Furthermore, underneath it, there was another sentence that didn't exist. With the effect of a wide area item, it suppresses the rate of change in status for a certain period? What is it talking about? The confused hunters hadn't noticed it yet. Under the aurora that suddenly appeared, a similar phenomenon was happening to every gate in the country. Chapter 95. How to use experience points, 2. Adam flew north after splitting with Seo Jin-wook in Beijing. Flying at a fast speed, he thought about the observer he met that day. However, he wasn't chasing after the observer like Seo Jin-wook suspected. He recalled what he saw with calm eyes. That bastard, he was definitely again at. Just a while ago, when the observer, Adam, and Seo Jin-wook had a 3-way meeting, Adam deliberately took out the tubes from his collarbone in front of them. Thanks to the advanced biotechnology developed by his species, he had transplanted tens of thousands of species of body tissues into his body. Kagama's mole's sensory organ was one of them as well. Adam took the tubes out for a moment, pretending to show off, and scanned the alien disguised in a poodle shell to identify it. They have a very long history since they started the main quest. Their long history had created a high reputation. There was a consequence that they suffered in return for a long time. The growth of their civilization has already been dampened. The whole species is suffering from a chronic point shortage. That's why they don't usually apply for observation jobs. It was in a position where it was difficult to build achievements in the Union and earn experience points as salary. The greatest achievement of being in an observative position can make is to detect and deport unique illegal aliens that rarely exist. It was the fundamental reason why he suddenly pressured Seo Jin-wook and treated him as an alien. Its species desperately needed merit and experience points in the Union. They were beggars with a flamboyant appearance. He thought he had a case, so he just rushed in. When the observation skill failed to read Seo Jin-wook's information, the doubt would have changed to conviction. Adam's eyes narrowed when he recalled that fact once again. The eye skill failed. His train of thought had shifted from the observer to Seo Jin-wook. The scene he witnessed that day was unusual in many ways. Although I knew he was a peculiar one, it was a much more interesting subject than he thought. In the first place, he stuck by him because he knew that he was that kind of a man. He must think that I'm still stuck with him because of that little piece of experience points, huh? Adam thought about the 100,000 points he had just received. The linked second quest was the same in the sense that he did it all by himself. Summing up the two quests, must he have received about 250,000 points? It was almost an accurate guess, with a little room for error. He must think of my request as a respectful gesture. Since I can't work for free, it's a reasonable offer of tip for the sake of it? But that wasn't true. The 100,000 points to Adam wasn't even considered as an allowance. Well, at this stage, I'd appreciate it if he thought so that way. There was one thing that Seo Jin-wook didn't know about Adam. The alien was one of the richest beings in the world, a point tycoon. Even the poodle, who was in charge of observation, if he knew the exact figures, it would have been enough for it to foam around its mouth and tremble with jealousy. He checked the system message. Current experience points, 58,326,120. The 100,000 he received that day made no difference to it. He once acted in front of Seo Jin-wook that the admission fee of 1.4 million was a huge price to pay. When in fact, he already had enough points to take dozens of round trips between his home and Earth. Nevertheless, he offered a deal, acting as if points mattered to him, to create a justification to stick around. There was a reason why he decided to accompany him by using such means. Exclamation mark. Adam, who was crossing Mongolian territory, stopped flying. Before him was a vast meadow that looked like there's nothing unusual at a glance. He went down to the ground and reached his hand out. Wheeing. The air fluttered, and the door to the barrier that only Adam could enter was opened. Waiting for him inside was a subtle light emanating gate. It was the same as how Seo Jin-wook had a gate in Korea and the US where he only could enter without others knowing. Adam had that type of gate all over the world. You entered the dungeon. You have already paid the entrance fee for the origin dimension. Re-entry does not consume experience points. Re-entry point exemption will be reset as soon as you enter another world. Adam, who stepped inside the dungeon, opened an inventory item. The tissue cut from the giant worm was so large that it filled to the capacity. Woo-doo-doo. From a black hole organs, muscles, and other end-of-body organs of various living things that were well kept by the storage skill poured out. The dungeon served as a storage facility for Adam's collection. A place where even the eyes of observers covering the entire planet didn't reach. No one knew what Adam did with the materials gathered there. Looking at it now, the number of observers dispatched to this world is also odd. Through the list shown by Seo Jin-wook, it had already been known that there were 6 observers. Although the number was large compared to the planet's area, he only thought 6 low-level ones were dispatched. But again it was mixed in among the observers. Due to the nature of the species, he must be able to cover an entire planet of this size. Having to necessarily dispatch 6 means that there is something here. Some of the peculiarities were already identified by Adam. His attention was focused on the collection that was orderly being kept throughout the dungeon. Stretched out in front of him was the reason why he stayed on Earth for a long time after more than 10 years when he only stayed to a maximum of 1 year in other dimensions. Even if it's considered to be in the tutorial's early days, the dungeon's levels connected to it are too high. There are countless kinds of monsters as well. Moreover, SS-class dungeons are already opening up. At this rate, the appearance of an SSS-class dungeon wouldn't far away. The pace is way too fast. It's as if the system is in a hurry. There was one more peculiarity he noticed. Seo Jin-wook's presence. The dazzlingly fast growth might be only considered as being a genius. However, the interpretation of the characteristic changes as soon as it was connected to another discovery. He has a bizarrely large collection of imperial heritages. He even had the item that had stolen his attention the moment they first met, the Door of Hope. The process of acquiring items related to the Sabrarian Empire was not important. Considering the results, the fact that the Empire's heritage, whether by fate or by chance, were so concentrated on a single mortal reminded Adam of a certain possibility. If I go somewhere and tell people that the heritages are making their way back to their owners, I'll be treated as a lame joke. But have there been people who have gathered them to this point during the tutorial phase? Furthermore, he witnessed the scene of the observer's eyes failing to work. He put all those together. He couldn't help but remember a story that was considered lame lore whenever it was mentioned. It wasn't too known among the species in the main quest. Does it exist? It's been a long time since he had remembered that word again. Successor. A tale that only those nerds that had roamed around various dimensions, like Adam, would know. If it's real. It was like a ray of light that would help him achieve his long-cherished yearning. Adam, who was so lost in deep thought in his personal space, renewed his determination to stay nearby Seo Jin-wook for a while. He wanted to build trust while maintaining a friendly relationship with him as much as possible. The biggest factor of interference would be. The first thing that came to mind was the Union. He soon shook his head. It's unknown why the Union dispatched so many observers, but what is certain is that Seo Jin-wook himself is not the goal. If he were, they would have made much bolder efforts. It couldn't have shown a mediocre reaction of misunderstanding him as an alien and tried to arrest him, then withdraw immediately after learning that he was not. In the end, it led to the conclusion that the being that Seo Jin-wook was desperately looking for, the alien that had phenomenal skills, according to his words, was more dangerous than the Union. We need to put the risk factor away in advance. Not long ago, he had filed a search through his origin dimension, but the answer that returned was there is no information about species or beings that possess such abilities. Adam hasn't told Seo Jin-wook about that yet. But there's another way. He pondered about it for a while before making a decision. System. He proposed a deal toward the system. It was a much more general form of transaction, different from what Seo Jin-wook had tried before. Let's make a deal with the experience points. Experience points were usually used to bypass and evade existing structures and laws. For example, once opened, gates became unstable over time, a concept that prevented them from returning to their previous state. However, paying experience points not only regressed the status back to the previous level but also slowed the degradation rate for a certain period. There was also a principle that the information of an awakened couldn't be obtained through analysis, magic or atlas items, and only the person himself or herself could check it. However, if one were to pay with experience points, they could obtain the appearance, current location, and species information on the condition that the being had completed the tutorial. In the previously unusual deal, Seo Jin-wook only acquired the disguised appearance and location of aliens. He concluded that the system could only hand out that much. He's missing the rather important species information. Adam was about to spend the experience points that Seo Jin-wook couldn't even attempt to do. He thought of the list he showed him in his head. I want the race information about an awakened. A total of 30 million experience points were needed to see all of the information of more than 50 aliens. Instead of revealing them all at once, Adam decided to point them out one by one and buy information about each of them. He was thinking about stopping when he saw a suspicious one. In a way, that was like a gamble where he had to spend points until he hit the jackpot. Adam started a work that Seo Jin-wook postponed because he couldn't handle it even with the successor's eyes. First of all, this guy. Each time he read an alien's information, it consumed 580,000 points. He read the information carefully. He then clicked his tongue. TSK, what a bummer. Next. In that manner, race information was released to Adam one by one. Again. Next. Perhaps of bad luck, no unusual being was spotted after looking at more than 10 of them. 5.8 million points had already been consumed. Even for the species working on the main quest, that amount made their hands tremble when they would try to spend it all at once. But Adam thought those were points that he could earn again. He said determinedly, thinking that was also an investment. The next is. He pointed his finger as he sensed a hunch. This one. The price is 580,000 experience points. Would you like to purchase it? I'm purchasing it. He continued to put 580,000 points in stakes as the gamble of 50 options continued, and the target is reduced one by one. Adam's point decreased quickly, but he didn't seem to care. He kept pointing at each of them without hesitation. And while doing so. Next, this one. Another alien species information was revealed. Exclamation mark. After checking the information, he smiled as if he had finally found what he was looking for. Yes, this is him. He had already consumed more than 10 million experience points. The day when a brilliant aurora covered the entire South Korean territory, there was a great sensation all over the country. Breaking news! An unprecedented phenomenon has been observed throughout the current domestic gates. No way, am I dreaming? All the dungeon conditions have stabilized to the previous level? The dungeon state is the most important factor in determining the order of clear. If the very unstable dungeon is left unattended, it will lead to a dungeon break. In particular, on the day that the rank was high, the government often tried to clear it with all its might. Shihong 8 dungeon was the representative case. Oh, my god! The dungeons that used to be very unstable have all changed to slightly unstable. Thanks to that, the expedition teams, which were scrambling to stop a dungeon break, could take a breather. I was nervous about when this dungeon would go off, but now it makes me feel like I'm living again. The question is how long this will last. No, let's say that's the case. Why did this happen all of a sudden? Causality was easy to find. Everything started at the moment when the aurora covered the sky, after all. Many people use their analysis skill towards it. Awakened who saw the results dropped their jaws. Aurora of stability, rank, system. Item description: stabilizes all gates in the range to the previous level and suppresses the rate of change in status for a certain period. From the item's rank to the detailed description, none of it was a concept that humankind had ever imagined before. There was a burst of exclamations among the awakened. The item rank is system? It was a rank that was unheard of. The explanation was unusual as well. For the people, systems, gates, and dungeons were like unpredictable natural disasters. For the awakened that had to move only within the set boundaries, there was only the concept of clearing the dungeon to close it if it seemed like it would collapse, just as it was natural to mobilize a fire brigade to extinguish a forest fire immediately. On the other hand, there was no means to slow down the spread of fire until the fire brigade was ready. They only became aware of the new concept that day. There was no immediate way to verify how much slower the rate leading up to the dungeon break sequence would be. However, it was clear that it would be effective, as although the system might have hidden the truth, it didn't lie. Only time could prove it. At first, citizens worried that aurora might be an ominous sign, but they soon began to cheer after understanding the situation. What, so we don't have to be worried about the dungeon break for the time being? We don't know that. The key is how long that item will last. There are also instantaneous dungeons. But it's surely better than before. Foreign governments had flipped. Does this make sense? Why did that happen only in Korean territory? With the identity of the item, Aurora of the Stability, revealed, the next question was who and how it was obtained. And in what ways it could be obtained in the future. While the world quickly exchanged communication. From a certain point, one name began to be mentioned by those who focused on that phenomenon. Okay, it's as rowdy as I expected. I mumbled as I watched the news continuously broadcasting about the aurora and presenting their analysis. There were two reasons why the 1.6 million experience points I spent were worth it. One was to make it easier for the Celestial Dragon Guild to operate in Korea, its home base. Guild members swept through the area. As I pointed out like a shaman, they continuously discovered the gates, causing the number of dungeons being cleared by Celestial Dragon to increase tremendously, causing the number of exploration team members to become insufficient. Among them were very unstable dungeons that couldn't be found in my previous life and led to break sequences. If the dungeon that nobody found and collapsed in my past life were found by the Celestial Dragon and still collapsed in this life, it would have been extremely meaningless. I had bought time for enough hunters to be supplied. And the second reason. I saw the breaking news on the TV that followed. It was news of the arrival of notorious foreign guild masters who were famous all over the world. In the midst of this, it was revealed that leadership and top-level hunters representing Britain's Madip Guild arrived at the Incheon International Airport yesterday. The Madip Guild is notorious for practically monopolizing magic skill cards of S-class or higher. Their secret is due to the uncommon dungeon in the UK, which repeatedly expanded despite being cleared. The British government prohibits anyone outside the Madip Guild from entering the mentioned dungeon. In the midst of the reporter's explanation, the bad blood of my past life passed by one on the screen. They were the aces of the Madip Guild. They must have flown after hearing what happened in Korea like their ass was on fire. Instead of closing the dungeon that's about to collapse, they're looking for a secret to keeping the door open and prolonging its life. Okay, they took the bait. Now it's time to take the next step.